Jiang Yan, a human from Earth, is awakened by the Interstellar Federation's Science Institute. Not only does she suddenly become a mother, but she also gains an extraordinary son and a close protector in his father, Shen Li. Faced with external doubts, Jiang Yan does not retreat, but proves with her strength that she is not a weakling, but an equally dazzling presence who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Li. Chapter 1, Awakening. Where's this? Jiang Yan awakens from a sleep chamber, murmuring to herself as she looks around at the unfamiliar environment. She slowly sits up, skillfully removes the needles from her body, and walks barefoot on the laboratory floor, realizing that everything here is completely different from where she used to live. Jiang Yan remembers that due to her irregular schedule and high-intensity work and study, she was diagnosed with stomach cancer at a young age and needed chemotherapy. However, by the time Jiang Yan discovered it, it was already in the late stages. Not wanting to spend her days in a hospital, she engaged in various extreme sports. Thus, while skiing in the Arctic, she encountered an avalanche. The moment she was buried by the snow, Jiang Yan tightly shut her eyes, not expecting to wake up again in this laboratory. Jiang Yan walks slowly to the laboratory door, which opens automatically. As she takes a step outside, the entire floor flashes red and emits a beeping alarm. Quick, quick! The experiment subject has come out. As the alarm sounds, everyone in the floor rushes to Jiang Yan's position. The experiment subject has come back to life. When everyone in the laboratory quickly arrives at the laboratory, they see Jiang Yan standing at the door in a white outfit, coldly staring at the rushing researchers. Am I still dead? Can someone explain how I ended up here? Jiang Yan scans the crowd with her eyes and speaks. The researchers are somewhat surprised that the experiment subject woke up earlier than planned. Miss, I am Chen Su, the project leader at the Interstellar Research Institute. Can we explain how you ended up here inside? Chen Su, wearing a white research coat, speaks to Jiang Yan. Okay, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan replies, noting Chen Su's good attitude. What? Chen Su didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion. I said my name is Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan repeats, closely following Chen Su into the laboratory. All right, Miss Jiang, please. After Jiang Yan enters, Chen Su pulls over a chair for her to sit down. I still need to talk to you about your situation. Once Jiang Yan is seated, Chen Su begins to explain. What? Jiang Yan feels something is off as she listens to Chen Su. She should have died, but was discovered by the Interstellar Research Institute, which found her genes to be remarkably intact and began conservative treatment to restore her body's vitality, spending nearly 100 years on it. Just when they were about to give up, she woke up. Miss Jiang, we can understand your surprise. Your identity after awakening is the same as that of a normal interstellar citizen. If you need anything, the Interstellar Research Institute will do our utmost to help you. Chen Su speaks sincerely to Jiang Yan. Well, you didn't do anything weird with my body, did you? Jiang Yan is relatively satisfied with her current situation after all. She no longer has cancer and can receive protection from the Interstellar Research Institute. So why not? Using your genes, we created a child. Does that count? Chen Su looks at Jiang Yan and slowly speaks. What? A child? My genes? Jiang Yan, hearing Chen Su's words, immediately bombards him with a series of questions, her gaze fixed on him. Chen Su, feeling guilty, wants to touch his nose but realizes he didn't wear his glasses because he came in a hurry. After hesitating, he says, because Ms. Jiang, you had been asleep for a long time, and we found your genes to be remarkably intact and very active. So, he doesn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Yan understands the implication. Because she didn't wake up, they extracted her genes to create a child. That child wasn't controlled by you or treated as an experiment, right? Jiang Yan thinks for a moment and then asks, after all, it is her genes that created the child. No, you can rest assured. We would never do that. Everyone in the stars has their own rights. After Chen Su finishes speaking, he cautiously observes Jiang Yan, then continues, Miss Jiang, this matter was considered very carefully by our research institute. After all, your genes are very important to our research.so. But rest assured, the person who fused with your genes is our Colonel Shen Li, who is only 26 years old and has already achieved great military accomplishments. Chen Su proudly tells Jiang Yan, with your genes, the child will surely be exceptional. Can I interrupt for a moment? Jiang Yan speaks to Chen Su, noticing his proud expression. Chen Su sees that Jiang Yan is serious and nods, indicating she can speak. Why did you use my genes? Can't you use the genes of women here? Jiang Yan thinks seriously and asks Chen Su, why use her genes? Are there no other genes available? Are her genes that good? 3,000 years ago, Earth's ecology was severely damaged, and environmental pollution was serious. Fortunately, at that time, human technology was already capable of migrating to other planets. From that time, humanity entered the Common Era, and now it is the year 2297. However, during the migration, humans could not protect themselves well and were exposed to varying degrees of radiation. Especially the children born later had a high rate of fetal deformities, and many could not survive outside the machines. Your genes were completely unaffected by radiation, making them extremely important to us. But I assure you, our research has not caused you any harm. Chen Su speaks to Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, this is your federal ID card. Please fill in the information on it. Chen Su hands over a card, which Jiang Yan takes and flips through. Jiang Yan looks at Chen Su and slowly says, I don't recognize the characters used. Now how can I fill out? I'm sorry. Then you tell me, and I'll fill it out for you. I'll prepare a light brain for you right away. Chen Su suddenly remembers that Jiang Yan is from 3,000 years ago, and of course, she wouldn't recognize the current characters. As Chen Su fills out the form, he suddenly looks up and asks, what is Miss Jiang's exact age? If nothing unexpected happened, I should be 3,022 years old? Has it been 3,000 years since the day I died? That sounds about right. Jiang Yan thinks for a moment and then speaks, making her the oldest person in the entire interstellar realm. Chen Su contemplates for a moment and fills in 22 years for Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, you were discovered in the Arctic, and when you were found, your body was preserved very well. With the current hibernation technology, your age should be considered as your age back then, 22. Oh, I see. You don't need to call me Miss Jiang, just call me Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nods seriously. All right, Miss Jiang Yan. Your identity has been filled out and stored in your quantum brain. You are now protected by interstellar law. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yan said to Chen Su. Chen Su looked at Jiang Yan, hesitated for a moment, and said, Miss Jiang, there's one more thing I think you need to know. What is it? Chapter 2. People from the Shen family. It's that you and Colonel Shen Li have a child together, and this child is protected under the interstellar children's law. As the mother of this child, you need to pay attention to the child's healthy growth. Especially for children with better genes, they will receive more legal supervision and protection. For example, your and Colonel Shen Li's child, Shen Yan, will be subject to even more supervision and protection. Otherwise, you could face penalties under interstellar law. No, isn't this child born from your unauthorized extraction of my genes? Jiang Yan was confused by this and directly asked Chen Su. This child was born using her genes without her consent, so she shouldn't be subject to penalties under interstellar law, right? It is indeed an extraction of your genes, but Jiang Yan interrupted Chen Su. Since you extracted my genes, you should take responsibility for it. Okay? Chen Su looked at Jiang Yan, puzzled, and then began a lengthy explanation that lasted an hour. Only then did Jiang Yan understand that the Interstellar Children's Protection Law covers various aspects of children's protection, in the interstellar era. As long as a child has developed complete bodily organs in the womb, they're already protected by the Interstellar Children's Protection Law. This law will continue to protect the child's growth and supervise the parents. So Jiang Yan should check on her child now. Failing to care for the child for a long time could result in fines or imprisonment. Are you really sure? You want me to go now? Jiang Yan still felt uncertain and said to Chen Su. Chen Su shrugged and replied, Of course, the regulations of the Interstellar Children's Protection Law must be followed. Are you sure you aren't trying to deceive me? Why do I feel like you were trying to trick me? After saying this, Jiang Yan stared hard at Chen Su, hoping to see something different in his eyes, but she found nothing. Of course it's true, Miss Jiang. I have activated your quantum brain. Once activated, you become an independent interstellar citizen. Unless necessary, the Interstellar Research Institute won't provide you with any assistance. Of course, they won't interfere with your daily life, Chen Su said, handing Jiang Yan her quantum brain and then lazily sitting back in his chair. All right, then I can just go out and find a job to support myself. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at Chen Su and decided to find a job to sustain herself. As for the Interstellar Children's Protection Law, she didn't yet know how to contact her child, Shen Yan, but the most important thing now was for Jiang Yan to support herself. First, I used the quantum brain to contact someone from the Shen family. They will be here soon to take you away. Good luck, Jiang Yan. Chen Su said to Jiang Yan without raising his head as he leaned back in his chair. So you're just selling me off. I can at least be considered half one of you from the Interstellar Research Institute. Jiang Yan said helplessly upon seeing Chen Su's demeanor. I guess so. By the way, I just put my contact information into your quantum brain. If you need anything, just find me. Unless you encounter a really tricky problem, the Interstellar Research Institute will only intervene then. Once again, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Su, the second in command of the Interstellar Research Institute. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Su and replied coldly, "Oh, Miss Jiang, the Shen family spaceship has arrived. I will have someone take you over." Chen Su then operated a few things on the laboratory console, and Jiang Yan saw a blue interstellar spaceship arrive at the entrance of the Interstellar Research Institute. She was then taken over by the staff of the Research Institute. The staff member spoke to the people from the Shen family. "Hello, this is Miss Jiang Yan, the biological mother of young Master Shen Li. Butler Shen looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Hello, Miss Jiang Yan. I am the butler of the Shen family. You can call me Butler Shen. Please follow me, and I will take you to the spaceship to return to the Shen family." "Okay, thank you, Butler Shen." Jiang Yan smiled and followed Butler Shen onto the spaceship. The interior of the interstellar spaceship was spacious, and Jiang Yan quickly realized this must be a private spaceship of the Shen family. Worried that Jiang Yan might not adapt to the spaceship, Butler Shen pressed a button, and fruits and snacks were delivered to Jiang Yan by a robot. Then Butler Shen said to Jiang Yan, "There are some fruits and snacks here, Miss Jiang. Feel free to eat, don't mind me." Jiang Yan looked at the items in front of her, thanked Butler Shen politely, and then picked up an apple to eat. "Butler Shen, could you tell me about young Master Shen Li? You know about the Interstellar Children's Protection Law, right?" Jiang Yan hadn't eaten anything since she woke up and asked Butler Shen while munching on the apple. Butler Shen looked at Jiang Yan and gently said, "Young Master is a very smart child. However, he may have some personality flaws, and he will need your help in the future, Miss Jiang." "Personality flaws?" Jiang Yan said in surprise. "How could a 4-year-old child have personality flaws? That shouldn't be the case." Butler Shen replied with a hint of sorrow. "Young Master was kidnapped at one point, and after returning, he developed some personality flaws. He used to be such an adorable child." Jiang Yan suddenly felt that it would be challenging to handle this child. "I'll try my best," Jiang Yan said to Butler Shen as the biological cheat mother of young Master Shen Li. Along with the Interstellar Children's Protection Law, Jiang Yan was determined to do her best to help Shen Li. "Thank you, Miss Jiang. You're welcome. After all, I'm a cheat mother of young Master Shen Li. How long will it take us to reach the Shen family?" After finishing her sentence, Jiang Yan moved to the window of the spaceship and asked Butler Shen while looking at the starry sky outside. "It may take a little longer. Originally, we were supposed to pick up young Master Shen Li to return to the Shen family, but upon receiving the notice from the Research Institute, we came to pick up Miss Jiang. We will first pick up young Master Shen Li before heading back to the Shen family." Okay. Chapter 3. The Father of the Cheap Son. While Jiang Yan was still eating the fruits and snacks provided by Butler Shen, the Shen family spaceship had already arrived at the military base where Colonel Shen Li was stationed. Suddenly, a low voice came from inside the spaceship. "Uncle Shen, come over and grab something before going up." After hearing this voice, Butler Shen turned to Jiang Yan and said, "Miss Jiang, I will go help the young master get something. Will you be okay on the spaceship by yourself? I'll go with you." Jiang Yan looked at Butler Shen, adjusted her dress, stood up, and followed him off the spaceship. Jiang Yan immediately noticed the solemnity of the military base where Shen Li was stationed. Following Butler Shen, she was escorted deep into the military base where Shen Li was training his new recruits. When Jiang Yan and Butler Shen arrived at Shen Li's location, she could feel Shen Li's scrutinizing gaze on her. Butler Shen, who had watched Shen Li grow up, explained to him, "Young Master, this is Miss Jiang." "She is." Shen Li's eyes scanned Jiang Yan from top to bottom, and then he coldly said to Butler Shen, "I told you not to bring anyone in front of me, no matter who they are." Jiang Yan looked at this indifferent yet magnetic voice, clearly belonging to such a handsome face, but the words spoken were cold and heartless. "Go. Does that mean I can't go back to the Shen family with you?" Jiang Yan shrugged and spoke to Shen Li nonchalantly, then turned to leave. After all, it was just her cheap son's father who disagreed with bringing him back, even though Jiang Yan wasn't particularly eager to go either. Seeing Jiang Yan turn to leave, Butler Shen hurried over and stopped her from leaving. "Miss Jiang, Please wait, you can go. If Miss Jiang wants to go, then she can go. Seeing Butler Shen's attitude towards Jiang Yan, Shen Li's handsome brows furrowed. He coldly said, Uncle Shen, if she wants to leave, let her go. Don't stop her. Butler Shen sighed and said to Shen Li, Miss Jiang must not leave. She needs to go to the Shen family. Shen Li glanced at Butler Shen's expression, then waved his hand, and a group of new recruits quickly surrounded Jiang Yan from all directions. Jiang Yan, surrounded by them, looked defiantly at Shen Li, unaware that he hated being looked at with such a gaze. The pressure around him dropped even further. Butler Shen sensed that the atmosphere was off, and, fearing Shen Li might do something to Jiang Yan, quickly spoke up. Young master, Miss Jiang is the young master's mother. It's better not to resort to violence. As soon as Butler Shen said this, not only Shen Li, but the entire squad was surprised. They all knew that Colonel Shen had a child, but no one had seen the child's mother. Miss Jiang was indeed the mother of the child. Perhaps it was human nature to gossip, as Jiang Yan could clearly feel the eyes of the entire squad on her, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Don't you all have anything to do? Start the weighted cross-country run. You have 1 hour. Shen Li, seeing the new recruits eager to watch the spectacle, directly ordered them. Although they were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with Shen Li. Shen Li and Jiang Yan stared at each other, neither willing to speak first. Seeing their standoff, Butler Shen could only interrupt their gaze. Butler Shen said, Young master, let me help you with your things, and then let's hurry back to see the young master. Shen Li finally responded lightly. Then Jiang Yan followed Butler Shen and Shen Li to collect their things and return to the interstellar spaceship. Jiang Yan and Shen Li sat opposite each other in silence. Can you tell me about Shen Mayan? In the end, it was Jiang Yan who could not stand Shen Li's cold expression and broke the stalemate. Shen Li nodded and then handed his contact information to Jiang Yan. Through the communication device, he sent her some basic information about Shen Mayan. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised that Shen Li would directly give her the information. However, since Jiang Yan was indeed the biological mother of Shen Mayan, she didn't overthink it and began to read it seriously. However, it must be said that the Shen family really took good care of Shen Mayan, but Jiang Yan still couldn't understand why Shen Mayan had psychological issues. After reading the information, Jiang Yan asked Shen Li with a puzzled expression, Why did Butler Shen just tell me that Shen Mayan has psychological issues? This information shows that Shen Mayan is doing well, doesn't it? These are for outsiders to see that as the young master of the Shen family. Everyone in the galaxy will pay attention to him. So this is all for show. As for the psychological issues, you can see for yourself when you get there. Shen Li sat upright in his seat on the spaceship, drinking tea while talking to Jiang Yan. Okay, I understand. Seeing Shen Li like this, Jiang Yan also sat straight in her seat, displaying her elegance. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, The Shen family will not obstruct your responsibilities and obligations as a mother. Take good care of Shen Mayan. The Shen family will be your support. If you need anything, just speak to Butler Shen. Set up the transfer on your communication device. I will pay you a monthly allowance. Jiang Yan felt a bit confused by Shen Li's words. What was a transfer setup? But it seemed that Shen Li meant to give her money. Since she was currently broke, she thought it would be fine to accept it after all. It was just her cheap son's father's money, and it was better to take it than not. Would I set up the transfer? Open it from your control panel. Jiang Yan paused for a moment, looked at Shen Li with confusion, and asked him, Where's the settings panel? Seeing Jiang Yan's somewhat clueless question, Shen Li directly demonstrated it for her. Now you know where it is, right? This is something even a 3-year-old in the galaxy knows. How could you not? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan with a doubtful expression, thinking there might be something off about her intelligence. After all, there were many people in the galaxy who were just like ordinary people, but had issues with their brains. Jiang Yan's demeanor inevitably raised his suspicions. Jiang Yan, noticing Shen Li's skeptical gaze, couldn't help but speak up. Have you ever seen an ancient person just awakened using your current technology? Moreover, they are from 3,000 years ago. Seriously. Chapter 4 Meeting the cheap son. Shen Li saw Jiang Yan roll her eyes at him, but considering Jiang Yan was Shen Yan's mother, he didn't argue with her too much. Instead, after telling Jiang Yan some basic information about Shen Yan, he fell silent, and the two sat facing each other in silence. Fortunately, the interstellar spaceship was fast, and they soon arrived at the Shen family, which brought an end to the awkwardness between Jiang Yan and Shen Li. Butler Shen opened the door first, then turned to Shen Li and Jiang Yan, saying, "Young master." "Miss Jiang, we've arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded to Butler Shen and followed Shen Li off the spaceship. As soon as they stepped down, Jiang Yan was stunned by the Shen family's interstellar villa. It was clearly not just a villa, but an interstellar palace. The entire villa exuded wealth. While Jiang Yan was admiring the Shen family's villa, the luxurious door opened, and 2 rows of maids stood in formation. Following them out were members of the Shen family, with Shen Shenghong and Lin Yulian, Shen Li's grandparents, leading the way. Behind them were Shen Gaohan and Zhang Ruoyan, Shen Li's parents, along with a delicate little child in between. That delicate little child was Jiang Yan's cheap son. At first glance, Jiang Yan thought this child looked exactly like her when she was young. There was no doubt about it. How adorable! Shen Muyan was small and looked very cute, and he resembled Jiang Yan when she was a child. Jiang Yan couldn't help but want to pinch Shen Muyan's little face, but she held back the urge. Seeing Jiang Yan, Lin Yulian reached out to pull Shen Muyan closer, gently patted his head, and said, "Yin Yin, this is your mommy." Under Lin Yulian's encouragement, Shen Muyan slowly walked up to Jiang Yan. However, he didn't call her mommy, instead looking at Jiang Yan with cold eyes. Jiang Yan didn't mind. After all, the child had never seen her before, so it was natural for him to be shy. She squatted down to make eye contact with Shen Muyan. Zhang Ruoyan noticed the 2 of them staring at each other and reminded Shen Muyan, "Yin Yin, call her mommy." But Shen Muyan remained silent, his little face stern as he continued to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gently said to him, "Can I call you Yin Yin?" Shen Muyan nodded in response, not contradicting Jiang Yan. Such a good boy. Jiang Yan reached out to pat Shen Muyan's head and then took his little hand into her palm. She said, "From now on, I hope little Muyan will take good care of this cheap mommy of yours. I promise I'll be a good mommy. Although I haven't been by your side before, I will always be with you from now on. You can consider me your family outside of the Shen family." Jiang Yan wasn't in a hurry for Shen Muyan to react strongly to her. After all, she had just gained a cheap son, and such things couldn't be rushed. To Jiang Yan and the Shen family's surprise, no one expected Shen Muyan would agree to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Muyan with pleasant surprise and slowly extended her pinky finger, saying, "Pinky swear." Shen Muyan looked at Jiang Yan with confusion. "Pinky swear? If you break it, you'll be a little yellow dog." Jiang Yan explained with a smile. "Pinky swear." After saying this, Shen Muyan obediently linked his little finger with Jiang Yan's. Seeing the scene, Lin Yulian felt that Shen Muyan having Jiang Yan as his mother was quite good and said, "All right, there's no reason to let a guest stand at the door. Jiang Yan, is it okay if I call you Xiaoyan?" "Yes. Let's go inside first," Lin Yulian said, then linked her arm with Jiang Yan's and stood up. Jiang Yan stood up and held Shen Muyan's hand, which seamlessly turned into her larger hand holding his smaller one. "Grandma?" Jiang Yan was stunned when she saw Lin Yulian sitting on the Shen family sofa. Lin Yulian looked very young, appearing to be only in her 50s or 60s, and she couldn't believe she was Shen Li's grandmother. Lin Yulian smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "Are you surprised?" A little surprised, Jiang Yan nodded. With the average lifespan now at 150 years due to advancements in technology, people generally do not show their age significantly. Lin Yulian waved her hand, asking Butler Shen to take Jiang Yan upstairs to see her room. Then she said to Jiang Yan, "Take a look around, tidy up a bit, and then come down for dinner." "I understand, Grandma Shen," Jiang Yan replied gratefully, as Lin Yulian and the Shen family were taking care of her because of the genes Shen Muyan inherited from her. Jiang Yan followed Butler Shen to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was also extremely luxurious, and the entire floor looked very spacious. Butler Shen led Jiang Yan to a room on the 3rd floor and said, "Miss Jiang, your room is over there, right next to the young master's room. That is the young master's room. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything you need or don't like, and I can have a change for you." Jiang Yan looked at the decor. The room was enormous, almost like a basketball court, and it even had a fitting room. The room seemed meticulously prepared, giving a very comfortable feeling. "No, I like it here very much, thank you. If I need anything, I'll let you know," Jiang Yan said with a smile to Butler Shen. The room was comfortably arranged, and she didn't find anything lacking. Since she was alone and only had the clothes on her back, she didn't need much. "All right, Miss Jiang, you can rest here for a bit. I'll call you for dinner shortly. Jiang Yan nodded to Butler Shen. She noticed that Butler Shen closed the door when he left, and she immediately jumped onto the bed. She had to admit that the Shen family's bed was really comfortable. I'll just take a quick nap, Jiang Yan thought as she gradually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 5 Overslept. Jiang Yan had originally planned to take a short nap and then go out, but unexpectedly, she slept for 3 days straight. When she finally opened her eyes, she found Zhang Yan, Shen Li's mother and Shen Muyan's grandmother, sitting at the head of her bed. Seeing Zhang Yan, Jiang Yan felt a bit at a loss and said, Aunt Shen, you're awake. I was going to call you down for dinner, but you looked so peaceful while sleeping that I didn't want to wake you. I didn't expect you to sleep for 3 days. Jiang Yan was stunned upon hearing that she had slept for 3 days. 3 days? I actually slept for 3 days? Yes, you've been asleep for a full 3 days. Today is already the 4th day. The family doctor has already checked on you, and fortunately, there's nothing wrong. Here, drink this. Zhang Yan handed Jiang Yan a small bowl containing dark, murky medicine. Aunt Shen, I really didn't mean to sleep for so long. Jiang Yan looked at the bowl of dark medicine, quickly downed it, and explained to Zhang Yan, we all know that the family doctor said you might have just been in a state of consciousness shut down and then suddenly relaxed, which isn't very serious. As long as you wake up, it's fine. Shall we go down for a stroll? Okay. Zhang Yan replied and helped Jiang Yan find some clothes to go down and see the rest of the Shen family. After arriving, Jiang Yan had only met the Shen family that one day. When Jiang Yan woke up, Butler Shen had already informed the Shen family members. So when Zhang Yan took Jiang Yan down, everyone in the Shen family was already gathered. I'm really sorry. As soon as Jiang Yan arrived, she apologized to the Shen family. After all, it was her first time at the Shen family, and she had passed out. No worries, little Jiang Yan. If you feel uncomfortable at all, just let Grandma know. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Yes. Zhang Yan brought Jiang Yan to Lin Yulian's side. And then Lin Yulian and Zhang Yan held Jiang Yan's hand and spoke. Shen Hongsheng seemed to recall something and asked Jiang Yan, the family doctor said you have a closed consciousness. Did you encounter something before? Jiang Yan glanced at Shen Hongsheng and then at the Shen family members. Since Shen Hongsheng said that, he presumably didn't know Jiang Yan's identity. It can't really be considered an encounter. I just fell ill, and when I woke up, I was already 3,000 years in the future. I know this sounds quite fantastical, but if you don't believe it, I can directly call Chen Su. Jiang Yan shrugged her hands. Anyway, she felt that someone would believe this, after all. Who could accept that the person in front of them is an ancient person from 3,000 years ago, and moreover, that this ancient person is still alive? Lin Yulian, who prided herself on having seen many things, was somewhat surprised. No need to contact Chen Su. He has already told me about your identity. But in the future, do not mention your background to others, understand? Shen Li, sitting on the sofa, looked at Jiang Yan and said, why can I say it? The people from the Interstellar Research Institute also gave me an interstellar citizen status. When they check, won't they know everything? Jiang Yan asked with some confusion, as she already had this interstellar citizen status. This interstellar citizen status should be similar to an ID card from her time, used everywhere. When they check, it will be clear as day. That's true, but you are not the same as those interstellar citizens. You have 2 interstellar citizen statuses. It's better not to reveal them in ordinary situations, Shen Li said to Jiang Yan. Got it, Jiang Yan nodded, then looked at the expressions of the Shen family members, which shifted from disbelief to gradual acceptance. Lin Yulian held Jiang Yan's hand and slowly said, all right, Xiao Yan, don't worry. In the future, the Shen family will be your support. Anyone who dares to bully you, we, the Shen family, will not let them go. Zhang Yan seemed to recall something and asked Jiang Yan, by the way, Xiao Yan, how old were you before? 22. I was 22 before I fell asleep. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then replied, 22 is still a child. Shen Li is already 26. Look, you both already have a child together. Why not settle down with him? Lin Yulian patted Jiang Yan's hand and looked at Shen Li grandma. No, such matters depend on fate, Lin Yulian said. And as soon as she finished, both Jiang Yan and Shen Li simultaneously rejected the idea. However, Lin Yulian completely disregarded their refusal and excitedly said, little Jiang Yan. Let me tell you, Shen Li has never been interested in matters of the heart since he was young, so he definitely has no other women around him. I promise you, our Shen Li is an exceptional man. Trust me just this once. Look, you two already have a child together. Even if he is not your biological child, he is still your child. Can you bear to let your child have a stepmother and be bullied by her? The more Lin Yulian spoke, the more excited she became, while Jiang Yan looked around for help from the Shun family members but found that they were all looking elsewhere, clearly accustomed to this scene. To avoid the topic, Jiang Yan had to interrupt Lin Yulian. Grandma, where's Xiao Muyan? I didn't see him today. Where'd he go? Yin Yin went to kindergarten. At this time, Steward Shun will go pick him up soon. Hearing that little Shen Muyan was about to be dismissed from school, Jiang Yan said to Lin Yulian, can I go with Steward Shun to pick Xiao Muyan up? I've never picked him up from school before. Lin Yulian immediately agreed, and then asked Shen Li to take Jiang Yan to pick up Shen Muyan. Chapter 6. Picking Shen Muyan up from school. Hearing that she could go pick Shen Muyan up from school, Jiang Yan eagerly stood with Shen Li at the entrance of the Interstellar kindergarten waiting. Jiang Yan paced back and forth at the entrance, anxiously waiting since this was her first time picking Shen Muyan up from school and her second time seeing him. So she felt a bit nervous. Jiang Yan asked Shen Li, is Shen Muyan almost out of school? Is my hairstyle okay? No, your hairstyle is fine. Muyan will be out of school soon. If you don't want to wait with me, you can stand here when Muyan is dismissed. He will see both his dad and mom coming to pick him up, Shen Li replied. In the 5 minutes since Jiang Yan arrived, she had already asked 3 times. Oh, okay. After saying that, Jiang Yan obediently walked to Shen Li's side and stood properly. Then, they quietly waited for Shen Muyan's kindergarten dismissal. Just as Jiang Yan stood there for a while, the Interstellar kindergarten was dismissed. Jiang Yan stood on tiptoe to look ahead and saw Shen Muyan following the line, slowly walking towards the school gate under the teacher's guidance. Jiang Yan excitedly waved to Shen Muyan and walked over, saying to the teacher, hello. I'm here to pick up little Shen Muyan. Since the teacher had never seen Jiang Yan before, and Shen Muyan's kindergarten was only for interstellar aristocrats, the teacher couldn't directly hand Shen Muyan over to Jiang Yan. If anything happened to Shen Muyan on the way back, the kindergarten would be held responsible. The teacher, looking puzzled, asked Jiang Yan, may I ask who you are to Shen Muyan? Did Shen Muyan's father ask you to pick him up? Teacher, Shen Muyan's dad came with me, and I am also little Shen Muyan's guardian, Jiang Yan said, pointing to Shen Li's position, where he stood still, exuding a military demeanor, making him easily recognizable. The teacher, feeling somewhat apologetic, said, in that case, please have Colonel Shen come over to speak with us directly. Only then can the child go with you. If any incidents occur, we cannot take responsibility. It's okay. I understand your concerns. I'll have him come over. Jiang Yan smiled as she replied, then turned to call out to Shen Li. Shen Li, come over here. Shen Li paused for a moment. After becoming a colonel, few people called him by his full name, but he still walked over to Jiang Yan. Teacher, this is Shen Li. I am also Shen Muyan's guardian. If I come alone in the future, can I take the child with me? The teacher asked, puzzled. Yes, that's fine. Who are you? I am Jiang Yan, Shen Muyan's mother, right? Jiang Yan said, then turned to Shen Muyan and asked, to which Shen Muyan nodded without speaking. So you are Shen Muyan's mother. Next time you come, you will be able to take the child away by yourself. Okay, thank you, teacher. Muyan, let's go. After expressing her gratitude to the teacher, Jiang Yan reached out her left hand to take Shen Muyan's right hand, signaling Shen Li to take Shen Muyan's left hand as well. However, Shen Li, being somewhat dull, didn't react immediately. Jiang Yan shot him a look, but alas, since she was dependent on others, she could only slowly say to Shen Li, hold hands. Only then did Shen Li take Shen Muyan's hand. And Shen Muyan was now being held by his father Shen Li on one side and his mother Jiang Yan on the other as they got into the Shun family's hover car. Once inside the car, Shen Muyan and Shen Li sat opposite Jiang Yan, and their postures were remarkably similar. Looking at the resemblance between the father and son, Jiang Yan asked, little Muyan, do you want to go to places like the mall to have a look? Shen Li immediately rejected without a second thought. No, it's boring. Jiang Yan, undeterred by Shen Li's feelings, continued talking to Shen Muyan. Don't mind him. If we want to go, we can go. Your dad will pay because I don't have any money. Jiang Yan said without reserve, as she really had no money after just waking up and didn't have any currency from this place. So she would still have to rely on Shen Li. However, she figured Shen Li wouldn't mind spending money on his son. Seeing that Shen Yin was still a bit hesitant, Jiang Yan could only keep coaxing him. Come on, let us go, okay? Shen Yin did not expect Jiang Yan to start acting like a child and throwing a tantrum. He could only nod helplessly and say, okay. Jiang Yan happily replied, great. You go and pay for us. I'll pay you back with the money I earned, don't worry. It won't be a waste of your money. Shen Li casually said. He wasn't short of this little money. He then turned to tell Butler Shun to drive the hover car to Yuzhua Shopping Mall. Yuzhua Shopping Mall was the largest shopping mall closest to the Interstellar kindergarten. Chapter 7. A family of 3 goes shopping. It's so big here. This is my first time visiting a mall in your world, Jiang Yan exclaimed, looking around at the vast and luxurious space, feeling really excited. Let's go over there and take a look, she said, pulling Shen Yan's small hand toward another children's clothing store, completely ignoring Shen Li. Unable to do anything, Shen Li could only closely follow Jiang Yan and Shen Yan into the children's clothing store. As soon as Shen Li entered, he saw Jiang Yan holding up a set of clothes in front of Shen Yan, gesturing with it. When Jiang Yan noticed Shen Li's arrival, she asked, hey, what do you think of this outfit? Shen Li looked her up and down and slowly replied, not bad. Pack it up, she said. And this one too? Buy it. And this one? Buy it too. Just get them all if you think they fit, and have them delivered to the Shun family this afternoon. Shen Li slowly replied to Jiang Yan, then turned to the staff and said, just pack up anything these 2 mother and son like and send it to the Shun family. Okay, your wife and young master-S selections will be packed and sent to the Shun family, the staff said excitedly. Their store's prices were originally high, so they didn't expect such a big order to come in. The staff closely followed Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, afraid of missing out on any items. Indeed, fashion is a cycle regardless of how many years pass. Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim. After her moment of reflection, she took Shen Yan's small hand and went into another store for some crazy shopping, since Shen Li was paying anyway. As soon as Jiang Yan entered the store, she excitedly exclaimed, ah, this is so cute. Come here, son. Upon seeing the items inside, Shen Yan was a bit stunned. The store was filled with adorable pajamas, complete with fluff. The staff took out a style and said to Jiang Yan, Madam, our pajamas have a temperature sensing system, so even in summer, they feel hot. And both the inside and outside feel cool. Do you have any without the temperature sensing system? Jiang Yan was a bit uneasy about this feature, so she asked the staff to find her a few normal styles of pajamas. Of course, this way, please. The staff led Jiang Yan to another area where there were even more cute pajama styles, immediately capturing Jiang Yan's attention. Jiang Yan picked 2 pieces and then said to the staff, these 2, please send them to the Shun family, and the outside person will pay. Alright, Mom. After buying 2 pieces, Jiang Yan reluctantly left and then took Shen Li and Shen Yan to another store, where she bought quite a bit more. All items that Shen Yan could use, with Shen Li still paying. After all, Jiang Yan didn't even have a single star coin on her. Shen Li asked Jiang Yan, are you done shopping? Almost, but I'm a bit hungry, Jiang Yan replied, rubbing her stomach. Shen Li felt somewhat helpless, but still said to Jiang Yan, let's go, follow me. I'll take you to fill your stomach. Okay, let's go, Jiang Yan said, taking Shen Yan's small hand and following Shen Li. Chapter 8. As long as my child is happy, let us go in and eat a little before heading back. But Shen Yan, you can only have a slice of cake, Shen Li said as they reached the cake shop. He then turned to Shen Yan and said. Jiang Yan pointed at herself and said to Shen Li, what about me? You can eat whatever you want, go ahead. Shen Li stood at the entrance of the cake shop, and the door opened automatically. Inside the cake shop, there weren't many people. Jiang Yan pulled Shen Yan to the front of the line to wait, while Shen Li followed closely behind, waiting for the mother and son to finish picking their cakes and check out. Jiang Yan and Shen Yan quickly reached the front of the line. The staff at the cake shop asked, hello, what would you like to order? I can get it for you. Jiang Yan pointed to a mango mousse cake and said, hello, I'd like 1 mango mousse cake. Xiaomu Yan, what do you want? I want a black forest chocolate cake. All right, will you be dining in or taking it to go? Jiang Yan looked around and saw there were seats available, then said to the staff, we'll eat here. Okay, please wait a moment. One mango mousse cake and one black forest chocolate cake. Just so happens the black forest chocolate cake is the last one left. You two are really lucky. Shen Li was about to walk up to pay when he heard a little girl, about the same age as Shen Yan, standing behind him, starting to cry and fuss. I don't want that. I want the black forest chocolate cake. I want to eat it. The little girl was pulling on what seemed to be her mother and shouting behind Shen Yan. Shen Yan had never seen such a scene and could only point to a strawberry explosion cake to the staff. Can you change it to the strawberry explosion cake for me? He said. Okay, so you want to change the black forest chocolate cake to the strawberry explosion cake, right? The staff asked. Shen Yan nodded obediently. Just when everyone thought this matter could pass, Jiang Yan directly said to the staff, "Excuse me, can we have another strawberry explosion cake?" The staff, slightly confused, asked, "So do you still want the black forest chocolate cake?" "Yes, I want both. Please make them for us. We also want the black forest chocolate cake." "Thank you," Jiang Yan politely said to the cake shop staff, then turned to Shen Li, signaling him to come over to pay, which he did without hesitation. However, the little girl saw that the last black forest chocolate cake was bought by Jiang Yan and cried even harder. No, Mummy. I want that black forest chocolate cake. I want it." The woman felt embarrassed seeing the little girl as fussing, but even though she squatted down to promise the girl she would bring her next time, it didn't help. The woman could only look up at Jiang Yan. I know this isn't very nice, but could you give that cake to our child? I can pay you double." Jiang Yan looked at the woman and then at Shen Yan, finally saying, "I'm really sorry, but our child also wants to eat it, so we can't give it to you. I'm really sorry." The woman didn't expect Jiang Yan to refuse her directly and raised her voice, saying to Jiang Yan, "But your child said he wanted the strawberry explosion cake, right?" Jiang Yan wasn't the type to be bullied and retorted without hesitation. "That means I want it. First come, first served, right?" Just as Jiang Yan and the little girl's mother were at a standoff, the staff brought out the 3 cakes Jiang Yan had bought, placed them on a plate, and handed them to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan directly took the plate and sat down at a leisure area in the cake shop. "There's no need to let her have it. It's our first time here. Why should we let them have it? As long as our little Mu Yin is happy, he can eat whatever he wants. No need to care about so much." Jiang Yan placed the black forest chocolate cake and the strawberry explosion cake in front of Shen Yan and ruffled his hair. "Go ahead and eat." Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan with a somewhat puzzled expression, but didn't say anything. "What's wrong? Go ahead and eat, don't worry. Daddy won't scold you." Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Shen Yan looked at Shen Li's expression and found that Shen Li did not object. So he dared to eat. "Don't worry, Dad won't be angry with you. As my dad child, you just need to be happy. Don't worry about anything else, okay?" Shen Yan listened to Jiang Yan's words and nodded, somewhat understanding. Jiang Yan didn't force Shen Yan to understand everything at once. Chapter 9. Showing a little skill after Shen Yan finished eating, Shen Li and Jiang Yan took the little one back to the Shen family. Soon they saw the Shen family waiting in the living room. Zhang Yan saw Shen Yan return and asked, "Yan Yan is back. How was your performance at school today?" The teacher assigned a homework that requires adult help. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Yan's head and said, "Oh, you have homework today? Then let's go do it." Shen Yan shyly said, "I need to do something within my ability for the family. I want to make a salad. It's quite simple, and it's the only thing I know how to make." "No problem. Let's make a salad first. And then I'll show you a little skill, so you can taste my cooking." Jiang Yan took Shen Yan's little hand and headed towards the kitchen. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Yan and said, "Do you two want to come over and pick out the ingredients first?" Jiang Yan paused while holding Shen Yan's hand, then excitedly said to Shen Li, Yes. Let's go." Shen Li sat on the sofa, and Jiang Yan led Shen Yan to sit next to him. The two of them, one big and one small, picked up the cutting board together. And seeing this scene, Zhang Yan smiled and left. Jiang Yan pointed at the ingredients on the board and asked Shen Yan and Shen Li, "Do you want to eat this? This? All right." Jiang Yan looked at the father and son, then handed the cutting board to Shen Li and said, "Just these. I want to find Butler Shen to ask someone to tell me how to use these things." Shen Li replied, "Okay, I'll have Butler Shen find a chef to help you." Jiang Yan said, "No need. I can cook. I just want to see how to use them." After saying that, Jiang Yan turned to gently touch Shen Yan and slowly said, You can play by yourself for a while. When the dishes come, we can make the salad together. Okay? Shen Yan obediently nodded and said to Jiang Yan, okay. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, I'll have Butler Shen find someone to help you. Jiang Yan nodded and then went to find Butler Shen to ask him to introduce how to use the kitchen utensils here. Butler Shen, Jiang Yan called out. Butler Shen replied, Miss Jiang, Chef Li is already inside. Jiang Yan nodded to Butler Shen and followed him into the kitchen, where Chef Li had already arrived. Chef Li, this is Miss Jiang. Jiang Yan said to Chef Li, Chef Li, I'm Jiang Yan. Please tell me how to use these. Chef Li looked at Jiang Yan, patted his chest, and said, no problem. With Chef Li's introduction, Jiang Yan quickly understood the uses of these tools. In fact, they were not much different from those used in the previous era, but most kitchen utensils now could cook on their own. However, the taste of the rice cooked by machines was not as good as that made by humans, so wealthy families generally chose to hire chefs. After Chef Li finished, he looked at Jiang Yan and asked, is there anything you didn't remember? Jiang Yan shook her head and said, no, I remember everything. Thank you. At that moment, Shen Yan, led by Shen Li, also came to the kitchen. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, the ingredients have been delivered. I brought Shen Yan over. Jiang Yan looked at the pile of ingredients brought by Butler Shen in the kitchen and then looked at Shen Yan. She first moved a small chair for Shen Yan to stand on. Jiang Yan took a basin from the cupboard and handed it to Shen Yan. You wanted to make a salad, right? How about we wash the vegetables together first? Actually, vegetables no longer needed to be washed by hand. They could be placed in a special sink for washing vegetables, but Jiang Yan still handed Shen Yan a basin, wanting him to try washing them himself. While Shen Yan washed the vegetables, Jiang Yan placed the bought items on the table and carefully considered what dishes would be good to make. While Jiang Yan was thinking, Shen Yan tugged at Jiang Yan's dress and said, I'm done washing. Okay, our little Mu Yan washed them very clean. Now, is it time to cut the vegetables? Let me do it, okay? Don't cut your hands. Jiang Yan praised Shen Yan for the clean vegetables he washed, and then took out a knife and started cutting skillfully. Jiang Yan's knife skills were very proficient, and she quickly finished cutting. All right, now let's add some salad dressing and mix it. The rest is up to you. Jiang Yan placed the cut vegetables in a plate and handed it to Shen Yan. Then Jiang Yan rolled up her sleeves and skillfully cleaned the vegetables and meat on the kitchen counter, quickly cutting them as well. Jiang Yan looked up at Shen Li and asked, do you have any food preferences, like not eating tofu? Shen Li thought for a moment and said, Shen Yan doesn't eat tofu, celery, or carrots. Everyone else can. Jiang Yan, upon hearing that Shen Yan didn't like tofu, looked at him and said, you don't eat tofu either? I don't like it either. It tastes strange, doesn't it? I also bought celery and carrots this time. Can you give them a try? If you don't like it, you don't have to eat them, okay? Shen Yan thought Jiang Yan would persuade him to eat tofu, celery, and carrots, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yan just smiled at him and said, okay, I'll try. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Yan, that's right. Just wait a moment. I'm preparing the ingredients. If you feel bored, you can go play for a while. After saying that, Jiang Yan skillfully continued to prepare the ingredients and began to stir-fry. Jiang Yan's cooking skills were excellent. After all, she had learned many dishes from chefs and online videos before. Making a few dishes was more than enough. And Jiang Yan's cooking level was high. Soon the aroma of the dishes wafted out, making even Chef Li, who was standing nearby, feel inferior. Seeing Shen Li, Jiang Yan said, all right, I'm just going to prepare 2 cold dishes and it will be done. By the way, can you help me take the soup out? Shen Li nodded and helped Jiang Yan serve the dishes. Chapter 10. The first time calling Mom while Jiang Yan was focused on preparing and cooking inside. Shen Li signaled for Shen Yan to follow him outside, then took him to the 3rd floor study. Shen Li said to Shen Yan, I know you don't want to call her Mom, but Jiang Yan is indeed your mother. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan suddenly coldly replied, I know, I just don't trust her. Besides Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma, I can't trust anyone else. Shen Li sighed and said to Shen Yan, I know you don't trust her, but you can try to trust her. If she dares to hurt you, I know that only Dad won't hurt me. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan, who didn't know what to say for a moment, and asked, when we go out, can you call her Mom? The Shen family should know how to be polite, right? Shen Li nodded and said, I understand. Okay, let's go out and call Grandpa and Grandma to eat together. After Shen Li went out, Shen Li rubbed his temples, thinking, Jiang Yan, can you change Shen Li or not? When Shen Li went downstairs, Jiang Yan had already served the dishes on the table. The Shen family had all arrived, and only Shen Li was missing. Seeing Shen Li coming, Jiang Yan, who was Shen Li's mother, quickly called him over, saying, Xiao Li is here, come on, let us taste the dishes that Xiao Yan made. Lin Yulian said to Zhang Yan, is there any need to taste? It smells so good. Come and sit. After Shen Li sat down, everyone began to eat. Jiang Yan used a serving chopstick to pick up a piece of celery and a carrot for Shen Li, then said to him, take a bite, just one bite. We agreed on that in the kitchen earlier. Just this one bite. Shen Li picked up the celery with his chopsticks and, with a conflicted expression, brought it to his mouth. Jiang Yan watched closely as he ate the celery and carrot. Then she asked him, how is it? What's the taste like? It's not as hard to swallow as you imagined, right? Shen Li glanced at Shen Li and then said to Jiang Yan, it's delicious. Thank you, Mom. Hearing Shen Li call her Mom, Jiang Yan was so excited that she hugged him and gave him a kiss. Then she said excitedly, there, my dear son. Give your old mother a kiss. Shen Li didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so enthusiastic, causing his little face to turn red. Ahem. Shen Li coughed to remind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan suddenly realized that she might have overreacted, and her face turned as red as Shen Li's. Lin Yulian directly said with annoyance, Shen Li, is your throat not feeling well? Why are you coughing? Zhang Ruoyan chimed in to support Lin Yulian, and the mother-in-law duo confronted Shen Li, saying, do you want us to call the family doctor to take a look at you? Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan exchanged glances and then turned to their respective husbands, who could only lower their heads and pretend not to know anything. Yan, since your mom's cooking is delicious, you should eat more. Shen Li has had throat problems since he was little, so you two don't need to worry about him. Exactly. You should talk less. After saying this, Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li, signaling him not to speak and not to interrupt the opportunity for Jiang Yan and Shen Li to deepen their bond. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and then said, is your throat not feeling well? I noticed Yin was coughing a bit today, so I plan to make some pear syrup for him tomorrow. You can have some too. Shen Li asked, pear syrup? Seeing Shen Li's reaction, Jiang Yan realized he had never seen pear syrup before. She used to eat it all the time when she was young, but she rarely saw it sold later on. Jiang Yan felt that the pear syrup sold online wasn't authentic. Fortunately, she found a master to learn how to make it. Yes, pear syrup helps with coughing. We rarely see it nowadays. Is it okay if I make some for Yin tomorrow? Shen Li, a bit confused, asked, you mean back in your time? Wasn't it the same as mine? Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Li, of course it's different. Let me tell you a secret. Mommy is from 3,000 years ago. I fell asleep for 3,000 years, which is why I missed watching you grow up. I'm sorry, but Mommy didn't want to miss your growth. Shen Li seemed a bit skeptical, but when he looked at the other members of the Shan family, he realized it was true. Looking at Jiang Yan, although she was smiling, her eyes were filled with sadness, and tears were sliding down her cheeks. Jiang Yan's tears fell one by one. Shen Li stood up from his chair, imitating a teacher, comforting a crying child, and hugged Jiang Yan. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian, along with their husbands, turned and left the dining room, leaving only Jiang Yan, Shen Li, and Shen Li. As they left, they glanced at Shen Li. Shen Li stood up and handed Jiang Yan a tissue, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yan stood up and hugged Shen Li's narrow waist, crying loudly. She buried her head in Shen Li's chest, sobbing. Shen Li, having experienced this scene before, was stiff and stood still, unable to move as the little girl hugged him and cried. Shen Li, seeing this, inexplicably imitated Jiang Yan and hugged Shen Li, also crying. Shen Li stood there, even more stiff, with one big and one small hugging him while crying. I can't go back, Dad, he thought as Shen Li stood there, letting the two of them cling to him. After a while, both the big and the small fell asleep while crying. Shen Li moved his joint a bit and then placed Shen Li in Jiang Yan's arms, carrying both of them upstairs. After hesitating for a moment, he laid them on his bed. After placing them on the bed, Shen Li covered Jiang Yan and Shen Li with a blanket and slowly sat by the bedside. Watching the two of them, a wave of warmth surged in his heart as if this was the happiness he had been searching for. Watching their peaceful, sleeping faces, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Shen Li's face. "I will protect you well," he whispered to himself, silently vowing that no matter how difficult the future became, he would not let them suffer any harm. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and tranquility, as if the whole world had frozen at that moment. Chapter 11. Don't you know you were allergic to alcohol? The next morning, the morning sun shone on Jiang Yan's face, waking her up. As soon as Jiang Yan opened her eyes, she saw Shen Yan lying beside her. She immediately rolled over and hugged him, completely unaware of the dark expression on Colonel Shen's face next to them. Shen Yan, in a milk voice, called out to Jiang Yan, "Mom." Seeing Shen Yan's sleepy appearance, Jiang Yan asked, "What's wrong? Did I wake you up?" Just as Jiang Yan was about to say something, she was interrupted by Shen Li's cold voice. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Yan with anger and said, "Do you two not know that you have an allergic reaction to plant-based cream that can cause drunkenness?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, "I wasn't allergic before." Seeing Jiang Yan's disbelief, Shen Li said nothing, just took out his tablet and operated it a few times before handing it to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. Jiang Yan took the tablet and watched it with Shen Yan. It was truly shocking. The tablet not only had images, but also sound. On the screen, Shen Li was being hugged by both Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, with both of them crying and snotting all over him. No wonder Shen Li had a dark face so early in the morning. No way, Jiang Yan thought, feeling as if the tablet in her hands weighed 1,000 pounds. This was a disaster. She had embarrassed herself immensely. Shen Yan looked at Shen Li and quietly called out, "Dad?" Shen Yan looked at Shen Li with questioning eyes. Shen Li glanced at Shen Yan and coldly said, "It's true." Shen Li sat on the edge of the bed, watching Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, who both quickly burrowed under the covers. Shen Li, seeing the scene, helplessly said, "You two come out." Jiang Yan, unafraid, directly replied, "No, you go out. This is my room. Where am I supposed to go?" Jiang Yan poked her head out from under the covers, and Shen Yan also peeked out, and they both realized it wasn't their own room. Jiang Yan turned to look at Shen Yan and said, "Let us go." Jiang Yan picked up Shen Yan and ran to her own room. Once inside, Jiang Yan muttered to herself, oh no, I've embarrassed myself big time." Shen Yan asked, "Mom, what's so embarrassing about it?" "The teacher said that a baby comes from the love between a mommy and daddy. Don't you and Dad love each other? Then where did I come from?" Jiang Yan froze at Shen Yan's words and didn't know how to respond. "Mom, why aren't you speaking?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and decided to tell him the truth. She pulled Shen Yan to sit on her bed and squatted down to be eye level with him. "Mommy is from 3,000 years ago. Because I had cancer that couldn't be treated back then, I fell asleep for a long time. And I just woke up a few days ago to find my little treasure." Shen Yan, hearing Jiang Yan slowly say, "You just woke up a few days ago, so am I not your child?" His tone carried a hint of sadness. Seeing Shen Yan like this, Jiang Yan's heart softened. "Who said that? You are my child. You see, both of us have experienced allergic reactions to plant-based cream. I just want to tell you that your father and I are not in love. The only connection we have is because of you. No matter what happens between your father and me, you are our child, my precious son." Shen Yan hesitated and said, "Really? Of course. So, my dear son, do you want to acknowledge me as your cheat mom?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan with expectation. Shen Yan slowly came down and sincerely hugged Jiang Yan, then said, "Mom." "Oh, my precious son." While Jiang Yan and Shen Yan were talking in the room, they didn't notice the Shen family standing outside. Jiang Yan was leaning at the door, watching Jiang Yan and Shen Yan inside. After all, the relationship between a biological mother and her child is better, Jiang Yan said to Lin Yan. Over the years, since Shen Yan was kidnapped, they had tried to change things, but it had no effect. Perhaps it was because Shen Yan was indeed Jiang Yan's child, who can clearly define blood relations. "Yes, this is quite similar to Shen Li," Lin Yan replied. "But this child says nothing." Jiang Yan and Lin Yan, the mother-in-law duo, held hands and talked. "Now that Yin Yan's mother is back, I hope everything will get better." "It will, right? Let's go in and take a look." The two of them held hands and walked into Shen Li's room. "What happened last night?" Shen Li slowly said, Nothing, just a mild allergic reaction to plant-based cream and a bit of drunkenness. It's nothing serious. Mom and Grandma, don't worry. Chapter 12. Preparing for a family spring outing. After all, the biological mother and child get along well. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Since Shen Li experienced that incident, he has become distant from us, but now his relationship with Jiang Yan has become intimate. After all, the bond between a biological mother and child is strong. Lin Yulian said, yes. Shen Li was like this when he was young, wasn't he? Yes. By the way, Lier, does Xiao Muyan need to take a leave for the spring outing at school like in previous years? Shen Li thought for a moment and then slowly said to Jiang Yan, this time, I'm going with Jiang Yan to participate in the spring outing with Shen Muyan. You don't need to worry. Okay, Xiao Muyan has never gone with you before. I'll go tell Xiao Muyan and Jiang Yan the news. When Shen Muyan heard this news, it was evident that he was much happier. He hurriedly went to find Shen Li to confirm the news. Shen Muyan excitedly said to Shen Li, Dad, can I join this year's family spring outing? Really? Shen Li looked at Shen Muyan and slowly said, of course it's true. Dad and Mom will go with you. That's great. Thank you, Dad. I'll go pack my little backpack now. Shen Li rubbed Shen Muyan's little head and said, go ahead. When Shen Li looked up, he saw Jiang Yan leaning at the door looking at him. He walked over and stood beside Jiang Yan, saying, Shen Muyan School is having a spring outing the day after tomorrow, probably at the Star Museum. It's not dangerous. Let's go together. Xiao Muyan has never gone out with a group before. Okay, do I need to prepare anything? Jiang Yan asked. This is my first time going on a spring outing with Xiao Muyan, so I want to prepare well. Shen Li thought for a moment and replied, normally, we go in the morning and return in the afternoon. Just prepare some lunch. You don't need to prepare too much. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lunch? That's on me. Don't worry. I can prepare it right now. Shen Li, seeing Jiang Yan's sparkling eyes, reminded her, just don't pack plant-based cream. And if you need anything else, just find Butler Shen. He will help you. As soon as Shen Li finished speaking, Jiang Yan at the staircase said to Shen Li, got it, Colonel Shen, you can rest assured. Shen Li could only watch Jiang Yan's back as she walked away. When Jiang Yan went downstairs, Shen Muyan was indeed downstairs in the living room with Zhang Ruoyan. Xiao Muyan, what do you want to eat the day after tomorrow? I'll make it for you. If there's anything special you want, just tell Mom. Shen Muyan thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Jiang Yan walked over, rubbed Shen Muyan's little head, and said, then leave it to me. This is my first time going on a spring outing with Xiao Muyan. Let me show you what I can do. Xiao Muyan just needs to be happy. You don't need to prepare anything. Chapter 1. Shen Muyan and Tian Tong Yuan looked at Jiang Yan and smiled. Thank you, Mom. No need to be polite with Mom. Let me think about what we need for the spring outing, and I'll prepare it for you. Just as Jiang Yan was about to stand up, she was stopped by Zhang Ruoyan. How about I go with you to the Star Market? You haven't been there, right? I'll take you to look around and buy some things you need. Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Star Market? Yes, let's go see together and buy some things. I haven't been there for a long time. Xiao Yan, can you accompany me? Can Xiao Muyan join us too? Shen Muyan nodded and pulled Jiang Yan's hand, saying, Mom, let's go together, okay? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Muyan and took his little hand, saying, okay, let's go buy the things we need for the spring outing. Chapter 13. Star Market. Jiang Yan, Shen Muyan, and Zhang Ruoyan boarded the Shen family starship to the Star Market. Rather than calling it a Star Market, it was more like an entire planet filled with shopping places. Zhang Ruoyan was the first to get off the starship, then turned to Jiang Yan and Shen Muyan, saying, let's go down and take a look. When Jiang Yan and Shen Muyan got off the starship, they saw a grand and luxurious Star Market. Zhang Ruoyan turned around and said to Jiang Yan, Xiao Yan, this is the largest Star Market in the entire star system. Just buy whatever you see. Don't worry about the price. Jiang Yan politely replied to Zhang Ruoyan, I understand. Thank you, and Shen. Xiao Yan, no need to be polite. The Shen family doesn't care about money. Just buy what you like. We didn't prepare anything for you, so let's go look around without holding back. Jiang Yan slowly responded, I understand. Jiang Yan, Shen Muyan, and Zhang Ruoyan directly entered the largest mall. Upon entering, they looked up to see various shops inside, filled with dazzling products that made one feel overwhelmed. Zhang Ruoyan turned to Jiang Yan and Shen Muyan with a smile, asking, Xiao Yan, Xiao Muyan, do you want to buy anything? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, I want to buy some lunch boxes to put the food in for the spring outing the day after tomorrow. We should buy some things we need for the outing. Okay, let's go. I'll take you there and also teach you how to use the light brain for payment. Here, everyone needs to know how to use it. Shen Li looked up at Jiang Yan and said, Mom, you don't know how to use the light brain for payment? I can teach you. After all, even kids can use it, and you as an adult don't know how. Jiang Yan replied, I don't know. I'm just waiting for our little Mu Yin to teach me how to use the light brain for payment. Can you teach me? Seeing Jiang Yan's trusting eyes, Shen Yin nodded vigorously and took Jiang Yan's hand, leading her inside. A staff member warmly approached them and greeted, Hello, may I ask what you need? Jiang Yan waved her hand to the staff member, saying, We're just looking around. Shen Yin held Jiang Yan's hand and walked to the lunchboxes, saying, Mom, look at all these lunchboxes. Let's get a few. Jiang Yan looked up and found that there were indeed many lunchboxes, all different shapes, each printed with various designs. Jiang Yan casually said, You choose. Pick whichever one you like. My cooking won't be limited by the box. Jiang Yan had been awake for a few days and noticed that in large families, they often hire chefs, and most people probably have cooking robots at home. Shen Yin picked up a light yellow lunchbox and said to Jiang Yan, Can I take this one? Jiang Yan glanced at the light yellow lunchbox in Shen Yan's hand, which had a few flowers printed on it, and said to Shen Yan, That little flower on it looks like something for a girl. How about this blue one, little Mu Yin? Hearing his grandmother say that, Shen Yin was about to put the yellow lunchbox back on the shelf, but was interrupted by Jiang Yan. Little Mu Yin has a good eye. This one is fine for boys too. It can be used by anyone. However, Jiang Yan continued, but one might not be enough. Let's get a few more. I'll make some cookies or something, and we can share them with the kids later. Shen Yin took another pink and blue lunchbox from the shelf and said, I don't want to share with them. Jiang Yan noticed Shen Yan's serious expression, squatted down, and asked, What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school? Jiang Yan smiled and reassured Jiang Yan, Don't worry, he won't be bullied. We've talked to the teachers. Then why? Are you unhappy? Seeing Jiang Yan's worried eyes, Shen Yin gently tugged at his clothes and said, I don't want to share the things Mom makes with other kids. I can use my pocket money to buy them something, but I just don't want to share what you made for me. Mom, do you think I'm a bad kid? Jiang Yan squatted down and hugged Shen Yin, feeling that he was a child in need of love. However, the fact that he could express his feelings to Jiang Yan was a big improvement. Perhaps blood relations are indeed strange. Of course not. The cookies Mom makes are definitely for little Mu Yin. How you arrange it is up to you. By the way, didn't little Mu Yin say you would teach me how to use the light brain? Let's go. Shen Yin took Jiang Yan's hand and went to find a cashier, placing the chosen lunchboxes on the counter. Then he turned to Jiang Yan and said, Like this, bring up the light brain, then just scan it. As Jiang Yan watched Shen Yin earnestly explain how to use the light brain, she suddenly felt that this cheap son was actually quite good. Watching Shen Yin seriously pay reminded her of her own childhood. Unexpectedly, it had been 3,000 years since Jiang Yan opened her eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yan was lost in thought, Shen Yin asked, Mom, did you get it? Jiang Yan snapped back to reality and smiled at Shen Yin. Of course, my son teaches very well. Then what were you thinking about just now? So lost in thought, Jiang Yan ruffled Shen Yin's hair and replied, I was just thinking about the past. When we used to go to the mall as a family to buy bowls for the indigenous people of our home. Shen Yin looked up and asked, Were the indigenous people at your home little cats? No, it was a little dog. Would little Mu Yin like one? Mom can take you to buy a little dog. Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Yan. Can we? Jiang Yan took Shen Yan's little hand and led him outside. Since your mom said so, of course it's fine. Let us go. Grandma will take you and Mom to the pet store to pick one. Thank you, Grandma. Shen Yin happily followed Jiang Yan to the pet store. Mom, there's so many inside. Jiang Yan saw Shen Yan's astonished expression and said, Yes. Look at all these pets. Little Mu Yin should pick one he likes, but we need to agree first. If you choose to raise it, you must be responsible for it and cannot give it up. I understand, Mom. I will take good care of it. As soon as Shen Yin finished speaking, he turned around to pick one. This was indeed the Interstellar Mall, and the variety of pets was complete. The cats and dogs available now were the same as those 3,000 years ago. Jiang Yan wandered around the pet store until she saw a dog that looked just like one from her home 3,000 years ago. She slowly walked over, and as soon as the little dog saw her, it ran toward her, barking happily. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog's barking immediately caught the attention of the staff, who approached Jiang Yan and said, "Ma'am, this dog." Jiang Yan also noticed the commotion and asked Jiang Yan, "Do you like this one?" Jiang Yan nodded at the little dog. Just then, Shen Li spotted a border collie puppy. The staff said to Jiang Yan and Jiang Yan, "Hello. This border collie is purebred and may be a bit expensive. Which one would you like?" Jiang Yan replied directly, "We'll take both. Let's go buy them some necessary supplies." The three then picked out many pet supplies in the store before leaving. Once outside, Jiang Yan thanked Jiang Yan. Shen Yan also said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. We're all family." Jiang Yan, remember that you are Shen Yan's mother, which makes you part of our Shen family. There's no need to thank for what we bought. Okay? Jiang Yan looked at the two little dogs in Jiang Yan and Shen Yan's arms and smiled. "You two better think carefully about how to tell Shen Li." Jiang Yan asked, puzzled, "Why do we need to tell Shen Li?" "You'll find out when we get back." In fact, Jiang Yan deliberately didn't tell Jiang Yan and Shen Yan the reason. Jiang Yan had only been here for a few days, but as Shen Li's mother, she could sense that Shen Li treated Jiang Yan a bit differently. If only Jiang Yan could truly become their daughter-in-law. Chapter 15. Shen Li compromises after Jiang Yan and Jiang Yan returned from the Interstellar Mall. The delivery staff had already brought the items they bought for Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, and Shen Yan to the Shen family. Jiang Yan and Shen Yan stood in the yard watching the delivery personnel move things. Woof, woof, woof. The dog in Jiang Yan and Shen Yan's arms barked, which drew Shen Li out of the living room, where he was chatting with Shen Gaohan. Shen Li glared at Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. Who raised this dog? Jiang Yan suddenly understood why Jiang Yan said they needed to tell Shen Li. Shen Li's angry face was truly intimidating. "I raised it," Shen Yan weakly replied. "And me too." Shen Li coldly said, "Throw it away." Jiang Yan immediately held the dog tighter. "No way. If you dare to throw my dog away, just try it." Shen Li was unfazed and coldly replied, "What if I do?" Seeing Shen Li's icy demeanor, Jiang Yan suddenly looked pitiful. "Then go ahead and throw it away. After all, I'm just old-fashioned and want a dog to keep me company. I'm unfamiliar with this planet, and now I can't even have a dog." Jiang Yan pouted and weakly added, "Then throw me away too. Just remember to throw us together." Shen Li saw Jiang Yan go from fierce to soft in a second and was reminded of how Shen Yan used to be. Looking at both Jiang Yan and Shen Yan tightly hugging their dogs, he thought, fine, it's just a dog. It's only a bit annoying because of the shedding. It's not a big deal. Tomorrow, when you two go on your spring outing, give the dogs to Butler Shen and let him take them for a checkup before bringing them back to the house. Jiang Yan, seeing that Shen Li had compromised, excitedly ran over and kissed the dog in her arms. "Senwan, you could stay." Shen Yan curiously asked, "Senwan? Mom, is your dog named Sanqian? Then what should my dog be called?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and slowly said to him, "Anything is fine, as long as you like it. So you can think about it yourself." Shen Yan thought for a moment, then looked at the little dog and said, "Let's call it Sanqian." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Okay, let's call it Sanqian." Seeing that the two of them didn't care about him at all, Shen Li coldly said, "And this dog, don't let it get dog hair on me." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and then, along with Shen Yan, said to him, "Got it. Thank you, Colonel Shen." Jiang Yan placed the little dog in her room. Fortunately, the room was big enough to accommodate the pet supply Jiang Yan had chosen for the little dog. San Wan, who was placed in the room, didn't feel shy at all. Instead, it started running around. Jiang Yan let it be, since there was a little housekeeping robot in the room that would tidy up. She felt very reassured to leave the dog in the room and then walk to the living room. When Jiang Yan came down, Shen Yan was sharing Sanqian with Grandpa and Great-Grandpa in the living room. "Mom, is it Senwan? Aren't you going to bring it down?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan, who was smiling, and softly said, "I put it upstairs." "All right." Zhang Ruoyan saw that little Mu Yan was talking like this for the first time since being kidnapped. She then looked at Shen Li and said, "If I had known that raising a little dog would make little Mu Yan so happy, I would have done it earlier." "Isn't that right, Shen Li? If I had known you were so easy to talk to, I would have just had Shen Yan raise one." Shen Li coldly replied, "In the future, Keep them out of my sight. And I'm not easy to talk to. I just don't want to accidentally throw Jiang Yan out along with it. Making Shen Li insat. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li's clumsy excuse. Is that really the case? You weren't like this before. Of course. Is it possible that it's fake? Lin Yulian looked at Jiang Yan and said, come here, Xiao Yan, come to Grandma. If Shen Li dares to throw you, Grandma will throw him out first. Don't worry, with Grandma here, he wouldn't dare to try. Thank you, Grandma. I'll go prepare tomorrow's lunchbox now. I want little Mu Yin to eat the food I made myself. I'll go over first. Shen Mu Yin looked at the Sanchi in his arms and then said to Jiang Yan, Mom, I'll help too. Okay, then put Sanchi down, wash your hands, and come over. I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen. MHM, I got it. Chapter 16. Spring outing. On the day of Shen Mu Yan's spring outing, Jiang Yan got up early to prepare the lunchbox. Although the school might provide food, Jiang Yan was still worried that her little son wouldn't eat well. So she got up early to prepare lunch for Shen Mu Yan. Just as Jiang Yan finished preparing, Shen Mu Yan and Shen Li were coming down the stairs. Jiang Yan saw the father and son and said, You're up. Do you want some century egg and lean meat porridge? Drink it before we go. Shen Li looked at the apron Jiang Yan was wearing and said, You could actually let Chef Li handle these things. You don't have to do it yourself. Jiang Yan placed 2 bowls of porridge on the table and replied to Shen Li, I could let Chef Li do it. But I feel like my cooking is better than his. Besides, doesn't little Mu Yin prefer the food made by his mom? Shen Mu Yin looked at Jiang Yan, then at Shen Li, and finally at the porridge in the bowl, nodding in agreement. Then little Mu Yin can eat with peace of mind. Just tell Mom what you want to eat, and she'll make it for you. Shen Mu Yin responded, Okay, thank you, Mom. Jiang Yan also sat down to eat with Shen Li and Shen Mu Yin at the dining table. Seeing Shen Mu Yin eating the food she made across from Shen Li, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel that she was starting to take care of Shen Mu Yin like her own mother. After Shen Mu Yin finished eating, Shen Li called the housekeeping robot to clean the table. And then Jiang Yan took out the prepared items and went with Shen Li and Shen Mu Yin to the hover car for the spring outing at Shen Mu Yin's school. This was not only Shen Mu Yan's first collective activity, but also Jiang Yan's first time participating in an event with Shen Mu Yin, so she felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, the hover car was fast, and soon they arrived at the Interstellar Museum. Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yin got out of the car, following Shen Li. When Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yin got down, all the kids in Shen Mu Yan's class had already arrived, and the teacher immediately recognized Colonel Shen. Colonel Shen, I didn't expect you to come in person this time. Shen Li addressed Shen Mu Yan's teacher and the parents, saying, I'm here to accompany Shen Mu Yan for the spring outing organized by the school, so please don't mind me. Just treat me as an ordinary student as parent. All right, Colonel Shen. Then our activities can begin. After the teacher finished speaking to Shen Li, they called the other students and parents to gather. Dear children and parents, now we will start this spring outing activity. This time, our destination is the Interstellar Museum, which contains historical relics from ancient Earth. Now, let us go in and take a look together. Shen Mu Yan obediently stood next to Jiang Yan, holding her hand and asking, Mom, is ancient Earth the place where you lived before? Jiang Yan held Shen Mu Yan's small hand and said yes. But Earth is divided into several periods, and each period is different. When we go in later, I'll tell you what these things are, okay? But some things I may not know very well either. Okay, then let us hurry in. The teacher and the other kids have already gone in. Let us go in quickly too. While Jiang Yan was talking to Shen Mu Yan's teacher and the other kids and parents had already entered. Jiang Yan hurriedly took Shen Mu Yan's hand and followed the crowd inside. Chapter 17. Interstellar Museum. When Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan entered, they found many things from Earth, but most of them were modern items. After all, there were very few ancient items from the modern era, especially since it was now 3,000 years later. Jiang Yan recognized many of the things in the museum, and as she walked inside, her mood grew heavier. These items were originally used by people from her era, and she never expected to see them again as antiques. Shen Mu Yan saw that Jiang Yan looked unhappy and asked her, Mom, are you okay? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Mu Yan and rubbed his little head, saying, Mom is fine. I just didn't expect to see these things again. Come on, hold my hand. I'll tell you what these things are. Okay. Jiang Yan held Shen Mu Yan's little hand and walked to an exhibition case, pointing to the items inside and saying, "Look, this is a mobile phone. Most people in some countries use this to make payments, but some people in other countries still use currency. They paid with this? Yes. You could use Alipay and WeChat on the phone to pay, and at that time, phones were an indispensable part of most people's lives. People used them to watch videos, play games, and communicate with friends, similar to your current light brains." After Jiang Yan explained, Shen Yan suddenly understood and pointed something that the teacher was showing to many children and asked Jiang Yan, "Mom, what is that?" Jiang Yan took Shen Yan's hand and walked to that exhibition case, then said to Shen Yan, "This is a book from Hua country back then." Shen Yan looked up at Jiang Yan and asked, "What is written in this book?" "I don't know, but the cover says Overview of Clinical Medicine, published by Hua Country Medical University." Shen Yan pointed to the book behind it and asked Jiang Yan, "What about this book? Is it also from Hua country?" Jiang Yan looked at the book Shen Yan pointed to and shook her head, saying, "This book was not written by Hua country people. It was brought to Hua country from another country." "Huh, I thought this book had the same characters as that one, so I assumed it was also from Huagua." Jiang Yan continued to rub Shen Yan's head and said, "This book was brought to Huagua from another country. To make it easier for people to read, it was translated into the Huagua language. This book is called Andersen's Fairy Tales. It was suitable for children your age back then." Shen Yan looked at the Andersen's Fairy Tales in the display case and asked, "Mom, do you know the stories in Andersen's Fairy Tales?" "Of course, don't underestimate me. I'll tell you the stories when we get home tonight. Okay?" Jiang Yan confidently replied, but was interrupted by a chubby woman. "Ma'am, you shouldn't speak nonsense if you don't know. The content of this book is something even ancient Earth researchers don't know. So how could you possibly know?" Jiang Yan smiled and retorted, "How do you know I don't know? This book is placed in a special section for Huagua. According to your logic, it must be misplaced, which means those ancient Earth researchers made a mistake." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan slowly said, "Well, what you said does seem like something to bring up with the people from the Interstellar Museum." The chubby woman continued, "Madam, if you want to show off, this is not the way to do it. Isn't this teaching children bad?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh at the woman's divergent thinking. "I wouldn't dare to outshine you. You really have a flair for it." Shen Li, seeing that the woman was about to speak again, directly showed his identity to the staff and said, "Let's call the people from the Interstellar Museum." The staff quickly contacted the head of the Interstellar Museum upon seeing it was Colonel Shen Li. The head, Chen Yang, hurried over upon hearing it was Colonel Shen Li. Chen Yang greeted Shen Li warmly. "Hello, Colonel Shen, I'm Chen Yang, the head of the Interstellar Museum." Shen Li rapli. The chubby woman pointed at Jiang Yan and said, "Director Chen, I'm the wife of Mr. Wang from Yunmao Clothing. I didn't expect to meet you this time. This lady says you placed this Andersen's Fairy Tales in the wrong spot." Chen Yang immediately turned to Jiang Yan upon hearing someone questioning him. "Is it you who said it was misplaced?" Jiang Yan nodded lightly. If she said so, it might indeed be misplaced." Jiang Yan thought the voice sounded familiar and turned to see Chen Su from the Interstellar Research Institute approaching. Jiang Yan spoke impatiently. "Why are you running over here instead of staying at your Interstellar Research Institute?" Chen Su, unfazed by Jiang Yan's tone, grinned and pointed, "That was my brother." "Oh." Chen Su walked over to Chen Yang and said, "Let's change the position of this book. Her words can be trusted." Chen Su whispered a few words in Chen Yang's ear, and Chen Yang's gaze toward Jiang Yan began to intensify. Shen Li stood in front of Jiang Yan, blocking Chen Yang's gaze. Chen Yang then spoke to Jiang Yan. "Miss Jiang, here's my contact number. Could you add me? When you have time, please come by our Interstellar Museum to take a look. I'll offer you the highest salary. Are you interested in working with us?" Jiang Yan considered for a moment and then added Chen Yang's contact. "Now I need to accompany my son for the school spring outing. I'll think about it when I get back. Thank you for your kindness." Chen Yang looked at Shen Yan beside Jiang Yan and said, "All right, Miss Jiang, you can visit any part of the Interstellar Museum today, and if you need anything, just let me know." After saying this, Chen Yang walked away with Chen Su. Out of Jiang Yan's sight, Shen Yan looked up at Jiang Yan and said, "Mom, you're amazing. It really was misplaced." Jiang Yan smiled but didn't reply. Chapter 18. Interstellar Museum. Shen Yan then took Jiang Yan's hand and said, "Mom, let's go look at other places. Can you introduce me to other things?" Jiang Yan was pulled by Shen Li to another area, explaining everything she knew to him. Most of the exhibits were from the era Jiang Yan lived in, so explaining was quite easy for her. Shen Li stood obediently beside Jiang Yan, listening to her explanations. Jiang Yan simplified the information into terms Shen Li could understand. After listening, Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan with admiration. "Mom, you're so amazing. You know so much." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "That's because these are things I lived with, so it's easy for me to explain. If you ask me about things now, I wouldn't be as good as our little Muyin. By the way, little Muyin, are you hungry? I prepared some delicious food. Let's eat." Jiang Yan took out the prepared food and handed it to Shen Li and Shen Li. "Try this. It's sweet and sour ribs. See how it tastes." Jiang Yan had bought large lunchboxes at the Interstellar market, which were enough for the three of them. After finishing his meal, Shen Li wiped his mouth and said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, your cooking is really delicious, much better than Chef Li's. Of course, I also made dessert for you after the meal. Try it now," Jiang Yan said as she handed Shen Li another lunchbox, which had 3 layers, each containing different desserts, just in case Shen Li didn't like something. Shen Li took the lunchbox from Jiang Yan and opened it to eat. Each layer was neatly arranged, making it very appetizing. As Shen Li ate, Jiang Yan wiped his mouth. By the time Shen Li finished eating, the spring outing was almost over. Jiang Yan and Shen Li took Shen Li home early. As soon as they got home, Shen Li was bombarded with questions from the Shen family about how the spring outing was. Sitting beside Zhang Ruoyan, Shen Li said, "Grandma, let me tell you, I saw many ancient Earth things at the Interstellar Museum, and Mom told me about them. But there are still many I haven't explored. Can we go together next time?" Zhang Ruoyan, seeing Shen Li eagerly wanting to visit the Interstellar Museum, readily agreed. "No problem. Whenever little Mu Yin wants to go, Grandma will have time. Then Mom can come with us, okay?" "No problem." As Shen Li chatted with Zhang Ruoyan about what Jiang Yan explained to him at the Interstellar Museum, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing Shen Li like this, Jiang Yan said to Shen Li, "Can we talk about Shen Li? Do you have time now?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly replied, "I have time. Let's go to the backyard." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Jiang Yan followed Shen Li to the backyard of the Shen family villa, which was as large as several playgrounds. They sat in a pavilion in the backyard. Chapter 19. Let's talk. Jiang Yan and Shen Li sat in the pavilion, waiting for each other to speak. Eventually, Jiang Yan couldn't hold back and said, "I want to know what really happened with Shen Li. When I woke up, you told me he might have some psychological issues. But after spending the last few days with him, I didn't find any problems with the child, so I want to know what he went through." Upon hearing this, Shen Li's expression instantly became serious, and he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yan before slowly speaking. "Actually, years ago, when I went on a mission, I was betrayed by my comrades and fell into a coma for a long time. The Interstellar government, to appease the Shen family and preserve my genes, then had Shen Li. The Shen family protected him very well until he was almost 3 years old. At that time, I had just woken up and was still in recovery. Later, I don't know how they found out about Mu Yan's situation and then kidnapped him. When I received the news, I went to participate in the rescue. After saving him, I lay in the hospital for several months. It was during those months that Shen Li began to change, becoming polite with the people of the Shen family, but not close." Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then said to Shen Li, "Did he encounter something that stimulated him?" "I don't know. When I found him, he was trembling all over, and I wasn't clear about what he had gone through." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li but didn't know what to say. These were things she hadn't known before. As Shen Yan's stepmother, she had failed to notice. "But I hope you will treat him as a normal child in the future, so he doesn't feel different from other kids." Shen Li nodded, agreeing with Jiang Yan's statement. "Actually, we've already noticed some subtle changes in Shen Li during the past few days you've been here." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "I will help you take care of Shen Li. After all, I am his mother too." "Okay." Jiang Yan suddenly remembered something and said to Shen Li, "I want to work at the Interstellar Museum. I don't want to be idle, but I'm not sure what I can do right now. So, can I start working at the Interstellar Museum?" Shen Li thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yan, "How about this? In a few days, come with me to the planet where my unit is stationed. There's an ancient Earth research institute there, and it's protected by my unit so I would feel more at ease if you're there. What about Shen Yan? Can we just leave him here alone? No. I came to the Shen family to take care of Shen Yan, otherwise I won't go. Shen Li helplessly said. Don't interrupt me. Shen Yan will go too. He will attend classes on the planet where a unit is stationed. There's a family quarter with relatively complete facilities. All right then. Will you tell Shen Yan, or should I? Shen Li stood up and said to Jiang Yan, let's go together. Jiang Yan followed Shen Li back. And when they returned, Shen Yan was still there talking to the Shen family members. Shen Li and Jiang Yan informed Shen Yan of their decision. Surprisingly, Shen Yan accepted the decision without any reaction. He obediently sat there and said, I will go with Dad and Mom. This surprised Jiang Yan. She thought they would need to communicate with Shen Yan more, but he accepted the decision so quickly. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and said, but going with Dad and Mom means it will take a long time to come back. Are you sure? It's fine as long as Dad is there. Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, then you should start packing your things. You can bring all 33,000 with you. After Shen Yan left, the Shen family members gathered around to ask Shen Li what he was thinking when he made this decision. Shen Li still had the same expression and said, I need to go train with my unit, and Jiang Yan is going to work at the Ancient Earth Research Institute. So our son will, of course, go with us. No, Irafuza. What if my precious grandson gets into trouble? Shen Li glanced at Jiang Yan. And Jiang Yan quickly stepped forward to say to Zhang Ruoyan, Annie, Shen Li and I are thinking of letting Shen Yan live with us for a while to change his environment. Maybe it will help him. Moreover, Shen Yan is our son. How can we harm him? Let's let Shen Yan go with us. After Jiang Yan's explanation, the other members of the Shen family finally agreed to let Shen Yan go with Shen Li and Jiang Yan. Chapter 20. Going to Shen Li's unit, little Yan. Do you not want to go with Dad and me? Shen Yan looked up at Jiang Yan and said, no, Dad is going too. Jiang Yan felt relieved. She was initially worried that Shen Yan might be reluctant, but was too shy to say so. Is there anything you need Mom to help you with? I can help you pack. Mom, I can do it myself. You don't need to pack. Jiang Yan smiled and said, what is there for me to pack? I came here empty-handed. There's nothing to organize. Let me help you. With Jiang Yan's help, Shen Yan quickly packed his things and handed them to the butler to be placed in the family house of Shen Li's unit. While Jiang Yan and Shen Yan were organizing things, Shen Li had already arranged everything for them, so Jiang Yan didn't need to worry. Later, Shen Yan spent a few days with the Shen family before they set off for the planet where Shen Li's unit was stationed. On the interstellar spaceship, Shen Li said to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, the planet where my unit is stationed is Planet 715, which mainly houses my Sky Eagle unit and some other people living on the planet. While it may not be as convenient as the Shen family, overall, is quite good. Shen Yan's kindergarten is right next to the unit, and your Ancient Earth Research Institute is a bit farther away. I will have someone take you there later. Jiang Yan nodded. All right. After Shen Li said this, he didn't speak again. And the rest of the journey was Jiang Yan chatting with Shen Yan about other topics. The interstellar spaceship soon arrived at Planet 715. This time, Jiang Yan held Shen Yan's little hand as they got off the spaceship. Shen Li saw Jiang Yan holding one of Shen Yan's hands and then took Shen Yan's other hand, saying, let's go. I will show you both around. Shen Li and Jiang Yan walked with Shen Yan inside Shen Li's military unit. This is my office. If you need anything urgent, come here to find me. If you can't find me here, I will be over there at the training ground. Do you want to go take a look at the training ground? Shen Yan tilted his head and asked, can we really go see Dad? Shen Li picked up Shen Yan and said, of course we can. Come on. Dad will carry you. If there's an emergency and you can't find Dad, just come here to find me. All right? Okay, Mom can go too. Shen Li raplia arut. Holding Shen Yan, Shen Li walked alongside Jiang Yan. When they reached the training ground, everyone there was shocked to see Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. One soldier exclaimed this, could it be the son and wife of Shen Devil? Another soldier replied, Shen Devil only has one son. How could he have a wife? Shen Li looked at the soldiers in the training ground and coldly said, everyone stand at attention. Instantly, the noisy training ground fell silent. Get back to what you were doing. Duanmu, come here. After Shen Li spoke, a man about 188 meters tall walked over and stood in front of Shen Li. This is my deputy, Duanmu Shua. If you have any issues and can't find me, look for him. After introducing Duanmu Shua to Jiang Yan, Shen Li turned to Duanmu Shua and said, "This is my son, and this is Jiang Yan, my son's mother." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shua became excited and looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan felt a bit shy under Duanmu Shua's intense gaze and directly said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yan. Shen Yan's stepmother." "Hello, hello." Shen Li noticed a group of soldiers watching Jiang Yan and coldly said, "In 5 minutes, start a 1-hour weighted run. If you don't start in 5 minutes, add another hour." Seeing that Duanmu Shua had not moved, Shen Li said, "You go with them too." Then he took Shen Yan and Jiang Yan away. After walking for nearly an hour from the training ground, they finally arrived at the family quarters assigned to Shen Li. "This is the family building assigned to me. I'm on the 7th floor. Let's go." Shen Li led Jiang Yan and Shen Yan up to the family building assigned by the unit. Jiang Yan entered and looked at the 2-bedroom apartment, saying to Shen Li, "But there are only 2 rooms. Well, when I was assigned the house, I chose a small one. It's fine. You and Shen Yan can each have a room. The smaller one is for Mu Yin to sleep in, and you can sleep in the larger one." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and asked, "What about you?" Shen Li casually replied, "I'll sleep on the sofa bed. It's fine. For these 2 days, Mu Yin can sleep with Mom, and the small bed I ordered for him will arrive in a couple of days." Shen Yan obediently said, "Okay." Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, "Dad will take you to take a bath first. Then you can sleep with Mom. Okay?" "Okay." Chapter 21. The 3 of us sleeping together. After Shen Li finished bathing Shen Yan and came out, he placed Shen Yan on Jiang Yan's bed. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan in the pajamas she had bought and looked up at Shen Li, saying, "How is it? The pajamas I picked for Mu Yin look really cute, don't they?" Shen Li looked at Shen Yan in the yellow duck pajamas and nodded, saying, "Yeah." Then Shen Li saw Jiang Yan and Shen Yan looking at him with similar big eyes and continued, "Very cute, really suitable." After hearing this, Jiang Yan proudly said, "Of course, just look at whose son he is." Shen Li helplessly replied, Okay, you guys rest first." Shen Li got up and left the room, kindly closing the door behind him to give Jiang Yan and Shen Yan some time together. Jiang Yan gently stroked Shen Yan's little head and said, "Let me tell you about the white rose and the red rose in the Anderson fairy tales we saw at the museum that day." Shen Yan obediently lay next to Jiang Yan and listened to her tell the story of the red and white roses. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, softly patting Shen Yan, and began telling the story slowly. "Mom, did the white rose and the red rose end up at the prince?" Jiang Yan gently covered Shen Yan with a blanket and said, "Of course, they ended up together." "Okay, the story is over. Time to sleep." Shen Yan wrapped himself up a bit and slowly closed his little eyes. Jiang Yan just got up to turn off the light and then crawled into the blanket when a loud sound was heard. Boom! Jiang Yan's voice trembled slightly as she said, "It's thunder." Shen Yan's voice also trembled as he said, "It's thunder." Jiang Yan immediately held Shen Yan in her arms and gently comforted him. "It's okay. It's okay. Mom is here. Dad is here too. Don't be scared. It's okay." Shen Yan, held in Jiang Yan's arms, was trembling all over, not saying a word, which startled Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan kept patting Shen Yan's back, but he had no reaction. Jiang Yan, trembling while holding Shen Yan, could only pick him up and carry him to find Shen Li on the sofa bed in the living room. Jiang Yan, holding Shen Yan, trembled as she said to Shen Li, "Shen Li, Shen Li." Shen Li, seeing Shen Yan in Jiang Yan's arms, had a deep look in his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. "Mu Yan, it's Dad." Shen Yan reached out to hug Shen Li's neck. "Dad, I'm scared. There is so much blood, so much blood." Shen Li took Shen Yan into his arms, constantly comforting him. "Dad is here. Don't be scared." Jiang Yan picked up Shen Li's coat that was on the sofa and said to him, "You go inside. I'll get you a glass of water. Tonight, we'll both keep watch." Shen Li looked at Shen Yan in his arms and replied, The whole night, Shen Yan was comforted by Shen Li's words. Jiang Yan lay beside them, watching Shen Yan, and did not dare to rest until the next morning when she finally dozed off for a bit. When Jiang Yan woke up, the first thing she did was check on Shen Yan's condition. Seeing that Shen Yan was still asleep, she let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Then she noticed Shen Li was lying next to Shen Yan, with dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li's dark circles and quietly said, "You should rest for a bit. I'll keep an eye on him." Shen Li looked at Shen Yan, moved slightly, and then shook his head. Just as their gazes fell on Shen Yan's little face, Shen Yan slowly woke up. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Yan hurriedly asked as soon as she saw Shen Yan wake up, "How are you? Do you feel better now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" "I'm fine, Mom. Did I sleep with Dad and Mom yesterday?" Shen Li lightly hummed. Jiang Yan's ears visibly turned red. Then Shen Yan happily said, "Great. I finally slept with Dad and Mom together. The little friends have all slept with their dad and mom before, but I hadn't. Now I'm one of them too." Yan Yan is so happy. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan's bright eyes and suddenly found it hard to say anything to reject him. Then she said to Shen Yan, "Well, little Yan, if you behave, you can sleep with Dad and Mom for a while, but after some time, when you grow up, you won't be able to anymore." "Okay, little Yan will behave and sleep with Dad and Mom." Chapter 22. At home, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered. "What time is it? Does Shen Yan still have to go to kindergarten today?" Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and slowly nodded. After Shen Li finished speaking, he picked up Shen Yan's clothes from the bedside to dress him. But Jiang Yan directly took Shen Yan's uniform from Shen Li's hand and placed it on her bedside, saying, "Shen Yan's mom said he could take a day off today and go to school tomorrow." After saying this, Jiang Yan stood up directly and took another set of clothes to put on Shen Yan. "Come on, son, we're not going to class today." Shen Li saw that Jiang Yan completely ignored his arrangement for Shen Yan and coldly said, "Jiang Yan." Upon hearing Shen Li call her, Jiang Yan tilted her head and smiled at him, saying, "Oh, Colonel Shen, there's no need to rush to kindergarten, right? ISNT kindergarten interstellar chain. Today we can just spend time with Shen Yan." "Okay, Colonel Shen. All right, just this once." Upon hearing Shen Li say this, both Jiang Yan and Shen Yan instantly smiled brightly. "Son, how about we take a good look at planet 715 together today?" "Okay." After Shen Yan said this, he felt a bit regretful and turned to look at Shen Li carefully. Seeing this scene, Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, "Dad will also go. But Dad has to finish his military duties first before he can go with us. Little Yan, get dressed by yourself first. I'll go out with Dad to discuss some things. You get dressed properly. Be good." Shen Yan obediently nodded and started dressing himself. Jiang Yan stood up and walked to the living room, with Shen Li closely following her. "What do you want to discuss?" Jiang Yan, seeing Shen Li's cold face, cheerfully said, "I think we should have division of labor. You could be the strict father, and I'll be the gentle, loving mother." Shen Li skufa. "So what you mean is that you won't be the good person, and I'll be the bad guy?" Jiang Yan didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, thinking that since Shen Li always had a cold face, if he didn't play the bad guy, who would? If he didn't act as a strict father, then who would? Also, we should at least pretend to have a good relationship in front of Shen Yan, at least act a bit. Jiang Yan also worried that Shen Li might think she was coveting the Shen family's power, so she added, "I'm not after your Shen family's wealth and power. I just think Shen Yan might be lacking parental care since he was little. With your poker face, I wouldn't even look at you." Hearing Jiang Yan call him a poker face, Shen Li's expression turned even colder. "Who are you calling a poker face?" Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "Is there anyone else in this living room besides you?" Seeing Shen Li's increasingly cold expression, Jiang Yan quickly admitted her mistake. "Colonel Shen, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Please believe me. Really, I won't dare next time." Seeing Jiang Yan's quick change in attitude, Shen Li thought at least she was Shen Yan's mother, and coldly replied, Shen Li thought Jiang Yan might really have some remorse. But if he knew what Jiang Yan was thinking in her heart, he would probably be furious. Jiang Yan's inner thoughts were, "Colonel Shen, I know I was wrong, but I'll dare again next time." Of course, Shen Li could not possibly know Jiang Yan's thoughts. Seeing Jiang Yan's honest demeanor, Shen Li said to her, "Go see Shen Yan." Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Jiang Yan bounced off to find Shen Yan. "Little Yan, have you gotten dressed yet? Daddy and Mommy are waiting for you." "Mommy, I'm ready." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, who was neatly dressed, and pinched Shen Yan's little face, saying, "Where do you want to go today? Whatever you want to do today, we will accompany you." Shen Yan happily asked upon hearing this, "I want to watch a movie at home with Daddy and Mommy." And I also want to play games with Daddy and Mommy at home. Shen Li, hearing Jiang Yan's words, came over and rubbed Shen Yan's little head, saying, "Okay, Daddy and Mommy will accompany you." Hum. Chapter 23. Sending the child to school. Little Mu Yin, wake up quickly. Today we are going to kindergarten for class. Daddy and Mommy will go with you. Get up quickly. Jiang Yan sat on the edge of the bed calling Shen Yin to wake up. Originally, she planned to take a day off for Shen Yin, but who knew that just when she was about to send Shen Yin to school, the Interstellar kindergarten here organized a spring outing. So Shen Yin stayed at home for a few more days, and this was the first day going to school. Shen Yin, still drowsy, said to Jiang Yan, "Got it, Mommy. Okay, then hurry up, wash your face and brush your teeth, and after breakfast, I'll take you to kindergarten." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she left the room. These days, Jiang Yan and Shen Li pretended to have a very good relationship. Jiang Yan cooked while Shen Li washed the dishes, and they got along harmoniously, of course, only in front of Shen Yin. After Jiang Yan went out, she brought the food to the table. Shen Li brought the fully washed Shen Yin over to eat. The two of them cooperated well to arrange everything for Shen Yin in the morning, and then they all got onto the hover car to go to kindergarten. In the car, Jiang Yan felt like a fledgling bird leaving the nest, and she couldn't help but remind Shen Yin, when you get to kindergarten, be good with the other kids, no fighting. But if other kids hit you, you don't have to endure it. You should fight back. If there's a problem, Daddy will back you up. Shen Li, seeing Jiang Yan worry about nothing, had already gotten used to it after these days of getting along. He leaned against the car window, watching Jiang Yan and Shen Yin, the mother and son. Shen Yin raised his head and asked, "Mommy, are you encouraging me to fight with other kids? Why is Daddy backing me up? That's so unfair." Jiang Yan, hearing Shen Yan's accusation, said without hesitation, "Your daddy has a cold face. It's just right for him. Isn't that right, Shen Li?" Shen Li glanced at Jiang Yan and then said to Shen Yin, "What your mommy means is that you shouldn't be afraid of being bullied. If someone bullies you, fight back. My son cannot be bullied." Jiang Yan nodded on the side. "Exactly." Shen Li looked at the two of them and then tapped the car window with his long fingers. "We're here. Let's get out of the car." "Okay," Jiang Yan said with a smile and then jumped out of the hover car, appearing even more eager than Shen Yin. "Hurry up. Mommy will take you to kindergarten." After saying this, Jiang Yan took Shen Yan's little hand and lifted him down. Shen Li also got out, and Jiang Yan and Shen Li each held one of Shen Yan's small hands, leading him to the entrance of the kindergarten. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and asked with some concern, "Do you want Mommy to take you to the classroom?" "No need, Mommy. I'm already a big kid. Besides, this isn't my first time at kindergarten. You don't have to worry." Seeing Shen Yan's mature and steady demeanor, Jiang Yan suddenly felt that this cheap old mother should let go. "Okay, then you go by yourself. Mommy will watch you go." "Okay, then I'm off, Mommy." Jiang Yan stood at the entrance of the Interstellar Kindergarten's 715 planet branch and watched Shen Yin go in. Shen Li, seeing that Shen Yin had already gone to school, said to Jiang Yan, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Research Institute." "Okay," Jiang Yan said, continuing to stand at the entrance of the Interstellar Kindergarten's 715 planet branch until she could no longer see Shen Yan's figure. And then she got into the car with Shen Li to go to the Research Institute. Chapter 24. Research Institute. Seeing Jiang Yan sitting in the car, Shen Li said to her, "I've already spoken with Professor Wang at the Research Institute. You can follow him, and he won't make things difficult for you." "Thank you." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan as she slowly said, "No need to thank me. Once you're inside, study well with Professor Wang." Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li. "I will." After saying this, Jiang Yan and Shen Li exchanged glances. When they arrived at the ancient Earth Research Institute, Jiang Yan got out of the car. Inside, she had mixed feelings about this research institute. Shen Li followed Jiang Yan out of the car, standing beside her and saying, "I'll go in with you. I'll also take a look at Professor Wang." "Oh." Shen Li glanced at Jiang Yan and then walked ahead, with Jiang Yan closely following him, observing the busy researchers coming and going inside the research institute. The researchers inside seemed to be very busy, and no one paid attention to Jiang Yan and Shen Li as they quickly made their way to Professor Wang's office. Shen Li sat on the sofa and introduced Jiang Yan to Professor Wang. "Professor Wang, this is the person I recommended to you Jiang Yan. After hearing Shen Li's words, Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, right? You will follow me as an assistant from now on, starting from the basics. Jiang Yan patted her chest and said to Professor Wang, Professor, don't worry, I guarantee to complete the tasks. Professor Wang, seeing Jiang Yan's clever appearance, laughed and said to Shen Li, I am very strict. You better complete the tasks I assign you seriously, otherwise, even considering Colonel Shen's face, I will still scold you. Understood, Professor. Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and then said, All right, I will arrange a room with you later. You can move your things over then. Hearing Professor Wang's intention, Jiang Yan hurriedly said, No, I won't stay here, I want to go back. Professor Wang, considering Shen Li's face, said to Jiang Yan, You can stay occasionally to work late and rest. It's not like I'm asking you to live here all the time. Why don't you want to stay here? Seeing Jiang Yan's uncertain expression, Shen Li spoke for her to Professor Wang. She's just worried about Shen Yan. After hearing Shen Li's explanation, Professor Wang was completely confused. Isn't Shen Yan your son? What could she possibly be worried about? Could it be that she is Shen Yan's irresponsible mother? Jiang Yan, hearing Professor Wang's words, weakly said, I am that irresponsible mother of Shen Yan. Now it was Professor Wang's turn to be surprised. You are Shen Yan's irresponsible mother? No, you are Shen Yan's mother. Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Li. Seeing Shen Li nod slightly at him, Professor Wang confirmed that this person was indeed Shen Yan's mother. Since she was Shen Yan's mother, she was the daughter-in-law of the Shen family and Shen Li's wife. Shen Li actually handed his wife over to me to help me out. Colonel Shen, are you really not mistaken? Do you really want to hand the Colonel's wife over to me? Jiang Yan, hearing Professor Wang's words, hurriedly denied. Professor Wang, I am not Shen Li's wife. I am just Shen Yan's irresponsible mother. Professor Wang, you can rest assured that I will absolutely be responsible for my work. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Professor Wang looked at Shen Li, seeking his confirmation, and it turned out that aside from their relationship with Shen Yan, Jiang Yan and Shen Li had no other relationship. Professor Wang handed Jiang Yan an access card and said, All right, this is your work ID. Next time you come into the Research Institute, you'll need to use this to swipe the door. Jiang Yan took it with gratitude, and then Shen Li left. Chapter 25, Earning a Formal Position by Skilled Professor Wang pointed to an empty desk outside his office and said, From now on, you'll work here. If you have any questions, just come ask me. Jiang Yan walked over and replied, Okay, Professor Wang. Come here. Let me see your skills so I can assign you tasks. Jiang Yan slowly walked to the desk beside Professor Wang. He looked at the pile of papers covered in writing and picked out a few representative ones to hand to Jiang Yan. After glancing at the messy stack of documents on the desk, he changed his mind and said to Jiang Yan, Just follow the text on these papers and help me organize the files on the desk. Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away, Jiang Yan replied. Looking at the papers Professor Wang handed her, which contained questions about various countries, she thought it would be a quick job. There weren't many countries listed, and fortunately, Jiang Yan had learned several languages to deal with her family's business affairs, so organizing these documents was a piece of cake for her. Jiang Yan first tidied up the files on the desk, and then placed a stack of organized documents on the coffee table in Professor Wang's office. She sat on the sofa and finished sorting everything in less than 5 minutes. She placed the organized files on Professor Wang's desk and said, Professor, I've sorted everything. Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan, who had quickly organized the stack of documents, a bit incredulously. He picked up the files she had organized and began flipping through them. Jiang Yan calmly sat on the sofa sipping tea. For her, this was no big deal. With just a glance, she could tell which documents belonged to which country and was confident she wouldn't make a mistake. After flipping through the files, Professor Wang found no errors and looked at Jiang Yan, noticing she was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, calmly sipping tea. Are you sure you didn't organize them incorrectly? Jiang Yan took another sip of tea before responding, I'm certain I didn't put anything in the wrong place. If you made a mistake, I couldn't have. Seeing Jiang Yan as confidence, Professor Wang said, Since that's the case, you will work in a small office outside my office from now on. Jiang Yan looked at the small office outside, which had a nice view thanks to a large tree, though it was a bit small. She exclaimed, Really? That small office is for me? Professor Wang replied, Of course. Initially, I thought of giving you a minor position out of respect for Colonel Shen, but your abilities have made me willing to trust you. Jiang Yan smiled at Professor Wang and said, "So you're acknowledging me now, Professor?" Professor Wang smiled back and said, "Yes, Miss Jiang Yan, I am Wang Dahai, and I now invite you to be my formal assistant to help me with my work." Jiang Yan extended her hand and said, "Then, Professor, I look forward to our cooperation." Professor Wang also extended his hand and replied, "Pleasant cooperation, Miss Jiang." After discussing some work matters with Professor Wang, Jiang Yan went to the Research Institute to gather some materials and then organized her small office. After that, she helped Professor Wang sort through some other documents. Chapter 26, Awkward. Illiterate Jiang Yan intermittently organized the documents piled up in Professor Wang's office. These files were printed, many of them duplicates, and she had leisurely spent a few days. Professor Wang's voice came through the communicator to Jiang Yan's small office. "Xiao Jiang, after lunch today, come with me to the conference room on the 6th floor for a seminar." Jiang Yan replied through the communicator, "Okay, Professor Wang. I understand. By the way, bring a pen and notebook to take notes. You can't use the holographic brain during the seminar." This surprised Jiang Yan. "What's wrong?" Professor Wang explained. "It's a rule for interstellar researchers. They worry about information leaks." Jiang Yan slowly replied, "Why don't you find someone else? Without the holographic brain, I'm illiterate. I can't read interstellar characters." Now it was Professor Wang's turn to be shocked. "What? You can't read?" Professor Wang helplessly said, "All right." He hung up the communicator, becoming angrier the more he thought about it. Shen Li had sent him an illiterate assistant. What to do now? Jiang Yan was already a formal assistant, and how could he tell Colonel Shen to let her go? It was too much for Shen Li to send him an illiterate person as an assistant. Professor Wang grew angrier and directly called Colonel Shen. At that moment, Shen Li was handling matters in his office when he saw someone calling him on the holographic brain. "Hello, this is Shen Li." Professor Wang said, "I know Colonel Shen. Why did you send me an illiterate person as an assistant?" Upon hearing this, Shen Li knew it was Professor Wang calling. But there's the holographic brain now. Interstellar people all have holographic brains. Everyone has one. The holographic brain is already connected to the brains of interstellar people, even if you see unfamiliar characters. As long as they are loaded in the holographic brain, you can recognize them. So as long as she has the holographic brain, Jiang Yan shouldn't be considered illiterate. Professor Wang replied, "Colonel Shen, according to the rules, participants in the seminar cannot use the holographic brain." Colonel Shen then remembered that rule. "Then let her assist you there for now." Although Jiang Yan can't read, she is quite skilled with those documents. I've noticed her skills. That's why I kept her. Those ancient country texts, she organizes them faster and better than I do, and she hasn't made a single mistake in the past few days. But Colonel Shen, she can't be illiterate. Professor Wang still had hopes for Jiang Yan. Her speed in organizing those ancient texts was notably faster than his. Jiang Yan had been quite diligent in her work over the past few days. Shen Li thought for a moment and said, "All right, I understand this matter. I will find a way to help her learn to recognize interstellar characters quickly. Please give Professor Wang a bit more time. Jiang Yan will not disappoint you." Professor Wang pondered and then agreed, "Fine." Shen Li spoke on the phone. "Thank you, Professor Wang." After hanging up, he sent Jiang Yan a message. "Come back early this afternoon to learn to read." When Jiang Yan received the message, she was still feeling down, wondering where to start learning interstellar characters when Shen Li's message came through the holographic brain. Jiang Yan replied to Shen Li, "Okay, got it." Chapter 27. Not as good as my son in the afternoon. Jiang Yan waited for Shen Yan to finish school and brought him home with her. When they returned, Shen Li was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by many books. Shen Yan said to Shen Li, "Dad, Mom and I are back. Where are all these books?" Shen Yan picked up a book from the table, opened it, and continued, "Dad, this book is too simple. I can read it all. Don't underestimate me, Dad." Shen Li patted Shen Yan's little head and said, "Dad didn't underestimate you, little Yan. These books are for your mom." After Shen Li finished speaking, Shen Yan said, "Mom, you can't read yet? I can teach you." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and said, "Great. Then let's have our little Yan teach me." Shen Yan patted his little chest and said, "Okay, I'll teach Mom to read." Jiang Yan replied, "But you have to finish your homework seriously first. Okay? Do you have homework today? Yes, Mom. The teacher assigned a bit of homework today, so I'll go do my homework first. Yin said as he picked up a small backpack and ran to his room to do his homework. Jiang Yan and Shen Li were surprisingly in agreement on the point of cultivating Shen Yan's self-discipline. Neither Jiang Yan nor Shen Li would sit beside him to watch him do his homework without Shen Yan's consent. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, I'll go make dinner first. It will be ready just as Shen Yan finishes his homework. Okay, Jiang Yan said and went to the kitchen to cook for Shen Yan and Shen Li. Shen Li didn't stay idle either. He picked up the books he had left on the table and began to read them carefully one by one. When Jiang Yan finished cooking, Shen Yan had just completed his homework. Mom, I finished my homework, Shen Yan said. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and told him, quickly wash your hands and get ready for dinner, and remember to call Dad to wash his hands too. Got it, Mom. Shen Yan obediently went to wash his hands and called Shen Li to dinner. When Jiang Yan placed the food on the table, the father and son had just finished washing their hands and came out. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Yan and said, I just went through those books and organized 2 literacy lists. After dinner, I'll wash the dishes. You two take care of this. Shen Yan happily replied, okay. Shen Li then looked at Jiang Yan and said, you need to turn off the light brain. Jiang Yan responded, I know. When Shen Li finished washing the dishes and came out, Jiang Yan had just finished organizing the literacy list he had prepared. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan's list and said, your recognition of characters is not bad. You escaped a calamity. Then Shen Li picked up Jiang Yan's list and flipped through it, looking at Jiang Yan and saying, you only recognize 6 characters from this entire list. Both sides? You don't recognize any of the others? Jiang Yan glanced at Shen Li and nodded, weakly saying, I only seem to recognize those few. I don't know the others. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, you only seem to recognize 6 characters. Shen Yan only has 6 characters he doesn't recognize, and you only recognize 6 characters. You're not even as good as your son. Jiang Yan, Chapter 28. Regaining ground. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li with a furrowed brow and weakly said to him, I've only been awake for a few days with the light brain. I can understand your characters, but I didn't expect that I really need to know these characters. Shen Li rubbed his brow and said to Jiang Yan, in any case, you still need to recognize these characters. Jiang Yan nodded and said, I know. You can rest assured about this character. I will definitely recognize all of them soon. Jiang Yan looked at the things on the table and said to Shen Li, which of these items are suitable for me to read? I will start learning now. Shen Li handed Jiang Yan a few books from the edge of the table, saying, these few are more suitable for your current level. After receiving the books, Jiang Yan directly sat on the sofa and began to read. Shen Yan saw Jiang Yan seriously reading on the sofa and said to Shen Li, Dad, I also want to study. Can you find me a few books? I want to study with Mom. Shen Li patted Shen Yan's little head and said, sure, I'll get you these to study. After Shen Yan received the books from Shen Li, he also sat on the sofa studying like Jiang Yan. Mom, if you don't understand something, you can ask me. Jiang Yan looked up at Shen Yan and said, okay, but Mom is quite fast at learning. How about we have a competition? Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Shen Yan became excited. Mom, I have studied for 4 more years than you. Don't underestimate me. You've only studied 4 more years than me. How about we compete to see who recognizes more characters starting now? Dad can set the time and rules, and we can have a little competition. Do you dare to agree? Shen Yan raised his head and said, of course. Dad, can you be the judge for me and Mom? Shen Li looked at the very interested Shen Yan and said, sure, you two can compete, and I will be your judge. Shen Yan happily looked at Shen Li and then at Jiang Yan, saying, great. Dad, how should Mom and I compete? Shen Li thought for a moment and said, all right, from now until a month from today, we will have a test similar to today's. Whoever recognizes fewer characters will lose. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and said, I have no problem. Do you have any problems? I don't either. Then we are starting the competition now. Shen Yan nodded at Jiang Yan and said, okay, Mom. Ever since Shen Yan and Jiang Yan agreed to compete, Jiang Yan has been running between the research institute and home every day, while Shen Yan has also been going back and forth between kindergarten and home. Whenever they returned home, they would hug their books and study, and Shen Li would sit beside them to teach them. Soon a month passed. Shen Li somehow found a test paper on interstellar writing for the two of them to fill out. After they finished, Shen Li checked their papers while Shen Yan and Jiang Yan sat on the sofa waiting for the results. Shen Yan got 3 wrong, while Jiang Yan got 2 wrong. Jiang Yan narrowly won. When Shen Yan learned the result, he didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, I will study hard and strive to win you next time." Jiang Yan gently patted Shen Yan's little head and said, "Okay." Chapter 29, Attending the Seminar. Professor Wang, here are the documents for this time. I've placed them on your desk. Jiang Yan had prepared everything Professor Wang needed early. Professor Wang looked at the items on the table and said with satisfaction, "Xiao Jiang, your work is becoming more and more proficient. How are you with recognizing characters now?" Jiang Yan replied to Professor Wang that she recognized most of them, but was still learning the obscure characters. Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan with appreciation. Ever since she came to the Research Institute, Jiang Yan's work had never had any mistakes, except for her not knowing the current interstellar writing, which she now recognized. "Then get ready. Today I will take you to attend a seminar." Jiang Yan asked, "Okay, do I need to prepare anything?" Professor Wang smiled and shook his head, saying, "Nothing to prepare, just be there." Jiang Yan nodded and said to Professor Wang, "Okay, Professor Wang." Jiang Yan returned to her small office and informed Shen Li that she would be going with Professor Wang to attend a seminar and might return a little late, asking him to pick up Shen Yan. After staying briefly in her small office, Jiang Yan followed Professor Wang to the starship to attend the interstellar seminar. When Jiang Yan and Professor Wang entered, they saw Chen Yang from the Interstellar Museum walking towards them. "Miss Jiang, it's great to see you again. What brings you here?" Jiang Yan looked at Chen Yang and replied, "Just to broaden my horizons. Is that not allowed?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "If Miss Jiang can give a lecture, then of course it's allowed." Professor Wang said to Chen Yang, "Director Chen, do you know Xiao Jiang?" "A bit of an acquaintance." Jiang Yan thought of Chen Yang as Chen Su's brother and coldly said, "An acquaintance that can be ignored." "Miss Jiang, why so heartless?" "I'm looking forward to your performance at this seminar. I'll go in first." Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "Xiao Jiang, do you know him?" "Just met him once." Professor Wang, "Let us go in. The seminar is about to start." Seeing that everyone had already entered, Professor Wang took Jiang Yan inside. "Once we're in, stay by my side." "Okay, Professor Wang, I understand." After Jiang Yan said this, she followed Professor Wang into the seminar, which was held in a large conference room filled with experts from various fields related to ancient Earth research and their assistants. Jiang Yan discovered that once she entered this conference room, the light brain could no longer be used, which is why Professor Wang wanted her to learn interstellar writing. After all, if she didn't know interstellar writing, she wouldn't be able to understand the interstellar characters written there. Professor Wang suddenly asked Jiang Yan, "Can you understand the interstellar text above?" Jiang Yan looked at the interstellar text and replied to Professor Wang, "I can understand it, but my reading speed is a bit slow." Professor Wang said, "That's fine. If you encounter anything you don't understand later, you can ask me." Jiang Yan looked at the content on the screen. She recognized everything, but still said to Professor Wang, "Okay, Professor Wang, I will ask you if I don't understand anything." Professor Wang nodded at Jiang Yan's eager-to-learn demeanor and then turned to look at the screen. As Jiang Yan turned her head, she caught Xin Yang giving her a meaningful glance. Chapter 30. Emerging talent. Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and rubbed his temples, saying, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yan replied, "I just feel like Xin Yang looked at me earlier, and I have a bad feeling about it." Professor Wang said, "Don't pay attention to him. He's just a bit eccentric like his brother." Jiang Yan chuckled and said, "You're right, Professor Wang. Both of them are quite eccentric." "All right, it's really starting now. This seminar has many experts with more credentials than I have. Let's listen." Jiang Yan saw 2 elderly professors with gray hair slowly approaching the podium. The gray-haired professor spoke. "Everyone has different perspectives on history, so we invite you all here to discuss." After the professor finished speaking, the screen displayed ancient Earth texts. Below the ancient Earth texts were annotations in interstellar language, which is why Professor Wang wanted Jiang Yan to learn interstellar language, since they couldn't use light brains here. "We have translated these documents. They represent the political situation of ancient Earth. Only by understanding the broader context can we better study the circumstances of that time." Jiang Yan looked at the text on the screen and began to read slowly. After Professor Wang read the interstellar text, He listened to the discussions around him and asked Jiang Yan, Xiao Jiang, can you understand it? Do you need me to give you a brief explanation? Jiang Yan smiled and shook her head. No need. Thank you, Professor Wang. I can understand it. Really? It seems you've made good progress in interstellar language recently. Can you give me a brief explanation? Jiang Yan looked at the interstellar screen and said to Professor Wang, it mentions the 19th century during World War II, how the people of Hua country gradually transitioned from feudalism to a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. The latter part should be about the resistance of the people of Hua country, but it hasn't been shown yet. Professor Wang looked at what Jiang Yan said, which closely matched the annotations in the interstellar text, and was somewhat surprised. It seems you've made significant progress this month. Jiang Yan replied, it's okay. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, she heard the professor on stage say, all right, everyone, let's pause. What we have here is the gradual change of the social system in Hua country at that time. The information presented here is part of the reference materials. Does anyone have different thoughts or opinions? As soon as he spoke, the entire conference room fell silent, with only Chen Yang standing up, looking at Jiang Yan, and then saying, I have someone I can recommend. Why not let everyone hear her explanation? Who is it that can be recommended by Chen? Quick, say it. Jiang Yan said to Professor Wang. This eccentric Chen Yang is really annoying. Professor Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chen Yang stood up, and as the surrounding noise quieted down, he looked at Jiang Yan and said, Miss Jiang, could you explain this to us? Professor Wang stood up and said, she's just my assistant. It might not be appropriate for her to explain. Chen Yang said to Professor Wang, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yan. Professor Wang, no one here might explain it better than she can. Let her give a try. Jiang Yan stood up and said, then I will embarrass myself. Chapter 31, Evidence. She is the evidence. As soon as Jiang Yan stood up, she was interrupted by Chen Yang. Miss Jiang, it would be our honor to hear your explanation. I wouldn't dare. What is written here is about how Hua country suffered invasion and the 100 years of resistance that ultimately led to independence and strength. This is an overview of Hua country. Jiang Yan looked at the images above and slowly began to explain one by one. The content had already been in textbooks during middle and high school, so it was not difficult to explain. When Jiang Yan finished, the entire venue was quiet. Professor Wang said to Jiang Yan, based on your explanation, the subsequent content can also be understood. Jiang Yan looked at Professor Wang and said, what do you mean? Jiang Yan was initially afraid of embarrassing herself in front of these old professors, but she had studied this material many times, and she knew Hua country's history well. Another professor stood up and said to Jiang Yan, according to another historical record, this was not an invasion that Hua country was forced to undergo. It was due to certain reasons. There are also parts of historical documents that prove this. As soon as he spoke, a large portion of the professors in the conference room supported this professor's point of view, and discussions broke out. Jiang Yan looked at Professor Wang, who was also deep in thought. Because this is history, what you are saying is also true. Even 1,000 years ago, few people would believe it. Why do you, interstellar professors, believe it? Wouldn't the entire interstellar citizenry believe it even more? Another professor stood up slowly and said, Miss Jiang, although your explanation of Hua country is good, there are also historical records stating that Hua country was not friendly with other countries. Yes, Miss Jiang, you can't generalize. Jiang Yan watched as these professors debated among themselves, feeling infuriated, realizing what it meant to be outmatched by a group of voices. I am not generalizing. I know that there is a lack of ancient Earth materials in the interstellar community, so I am working hard to study some content related to ancient Earth. Another professor coldly interjected, Miss Jiang, since you know you are studying ancient Earth well, don't insist on your views here. Once you have enough physical evidence, we will naturally believe you. Jiang Yan looked at this professor and then at Professor Wang, who quietly said to her, this is Old Shen, the chairman of the Ancient Earth Research Society. Jiang Yan addressed Professor Shen. Professor Shen, I apologize for not having physical evidence regarding this matter, but I do have a witness regarding ancient Earth. Jiang Yan looked at Professor Shen and then walked to the podium, slowly gazing at the people seated there. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jiang Yan, and I am Jiang Yan from 3,000 years ago, the one who was just released from the interstellar researchers. Isn't that right, Director Chen? Chen Yang stood up and said, I can attest to this. What she says is true. She is a star citizen whose status was personally applied for by my younger brother. After Chun Yang finished explaining, the entire conference room erupted in a buzz. Professor Wang stood up and said, "So that's why your work can be done so quickly, and you can distinguish everything at a glance. Oh, Xiao Jiang, why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Yan spread her hands to Professor Wang and said, "You didn't ask me. Are you really a person from 3,000 years ago?" Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Yes. Regarding matters from 3,000 years ago, I will tell everyone objectively, without any personal opinions. I will share everything I know. I want to tell everyone about that previous world to inform the entire interstellar community. As for research on ancient Earth, you are all experts. I'm just fortunate to have lived on ancient Earth, so I still need to learn." Professor Wang was the first to respond. "No problem, no problem. We will all teach you well." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I may not understand other countries well, but I still know about Hua country. Regarding those unfounded historical accounts that few people would believe at the time. If we really need evidence, then I, Jiang Yan, am the living proof." Chapter 32. Coming to take Jiang Yan home. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, the entire conference room erupted with excitement. A person from 1,000 years ago is still alive. No matter which dynasty you place them in, it would be astonishing. Professor Wang still seemed somewhat skeptical and said, "Xiao Jiang, are you really a person from 3,000 years ago?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Absolutely authentic." Shen Yang waited until everyone had finished speaking, then slowly stood up and said, "Miss Jiang's identity has been verified by my brother, so everyone can rest assured it is absolutely true." Evidence? Miss Jiang herself is the evidence. I believe no one in the entire galaxy is more familiar with the world 3,000 years ago than Miss Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang Yan's words are indeed very significant, and with her presence, the entire field of galactic history will surely advance to a higher level. After Chen Yang finished speaking, many professors echoed, "Yes, yes, no one knows more than Miss Jiang Yan. Our research on ancient Earth will definitely become more in-depth." The professors at this seminar had already accepted Jiang Yan's origins, believing that she could further the development of historical research. Jiang Yan stood on the podium and addressed the professors below, saying, "Well, shall we continue discussing? Then we can wrap up early?" "Sure, Miss Jiang, please go ahead." Jiang Yan looked at the pictures above and began, "Before this war, there was the First World War, and before the First World War, there was the development of maritime routes." Jiang Yan stood on the galactic podium, gradually moving forward in her speech, unknowingly missing the time to pick up Shen Li after school. When Jiang Yan finally realized it, the set time in the conference room had already arrived, but no one left. The professors from the galaxy were all taking notes on what Jiang Yan was saying. She was continuously explaining without noticing that it was already dark outside. After finishing her explanation, Jiang Yan looked up and saw two people, one big and one small, standing at the back of the conference room. It was Shen Li and Shen Li, who had come to pick up Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Li, then said to the people in the conference room, "Well, shall we end here for today? Miss Jiang, please discuss one more question." "Yes, yes, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yan looked at these people, unsure whether to refuse, so she could only raise her head and look at Shen Li with a pleading expression, hoping he would notice. Shen Li saw Jiang Yan's pleading gaze and slowly said, "If anyone has questions, let's discuss them next time. We should let Miss Jiang have a rest, right?" Jiang Yan, standing on the podium, was the first to agree, saying, "Yes, Colonel Shen makes a lot of sense, I agree." Some professors were not satisfied with Shen Li's interruption and said, "Colonel Shen, this is not a military camp. What you say doesn't count." Jiang Yan spoke without thinking and directly said, "It counts. I, Jiang Yan, will listen to what Colonel Shen says first." After saying that, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, so she hurriedly added, "Of course, Colonel Shen's words are valid. So let's end here." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Shen Li ran up and grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, saying, "Mom, let's go home. Mom, you were amazing today. I want to be as amazing as Mom in the future." Jiang Yan bowed to the audience and then picked up Shen Li, directly leaving the seminar. Of course, our little Mu Yan will definitely be more amazing than both Dad and Mom in the future. So, does little Mu Yan have anything he wants to do? Shen Li thought for a moment in Jiang Yan's arms and said, I want to be an officer like Dad, and I also want to understand history like Mom. I want to be a great businessman like Grandpa, and I also want to. Shen Li said to Shen Muyan. You need to specialize in your studies. If you learn too many things, you won't excel in any of them. Jiang Yan smiled and said, It's okay. After all, little Mu Yin is still young. He can learn whatever he wants now. Besides, my genes haven't mutated from radiation. Our little Mu Yin is very smart, and he will definitely become the person he wants to be, right? Shen Mu Yin nodded in Jiang Yan's arms. Have a father and son eaten? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, No. Shen Mu Yin said he wanted to eat with you. Okay, I remember there's still some dishes at home. I'll go back and cook for us. It won't take long to make. Shen Mu Yan obediently nodded. Okay. Jiang Yan and Shen Li, along with Shen Mu Yin, boarded the starship and flew directly to their doorstep. Shen Li and Shen Mu Yin went to park the car, while Jiang Yan skillfully began to cook at home. Before long, Shen Li and Shen Mu Yin returned, and Jiang Yan had prepared a table of steaming hot dishes for them. Jiang Yan looked at the two of them after they washed their hands and said to Shen Li and Shen Mu Yin, How is it? Is my cooking as good as ever? Mom's cooking is the best. Next time, if you want to eat something, tell Mom, and I'll make it for you. Mom will take good care of our little Mu Yin. Shen Mu Yin ate the sweet and sour ribs, his little mouth greasy as he said, Okay, I like Mom's cooking the most. Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Mu Yin and then slowly said, Mom also likes it when Shen Mu Yin enjoys eating Mom's cooking. Chapter 33. On the starry headlines, Mom, wake up quickly, you are on the starry headlines. Get up and take a look. Early in the morning, Shen Mu Yin was leaning on Jiang Yan's bedside, talking to her. Since Shen Li had a habit of morning exercise, even on weekends, he would wake Shen Mu Yin up for an hour and a half of morning practice before returning, so Jiang Yan would sleep in a bit on weekends. Jiang Yan opened her eyes, glanced at Shen Mu Yin, and then said, I don't know, you go practice. Mom will sleep a bit more. Shen Mu Yin looked at Jiang Yan, who had closed her eyes again, and helplessly said, Mom, I've already finished my morning practice. You should get up. Huh? You all finished practicing already? Are you hungry? Mom will get up to make you breakfast. Shen Mu Yin excitedly said to Jiang Yan, No need. Dad has already gone to cook. Mom, do you know you were on the starry headlines? Jiang Yan groggily said, I don't know what starry headlines. Shen Li took out the light panel, brought up the starry headlines, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan picked up the light panel and began to read seriously. What is all this? It's a mess. Why is it all in the common era? Why are people still so gossipy? Jiang Yan saw the starry headlines mentioning that the woman who had been asleep for 3,000 years would promote the development of ancient Earth research, which was still quite normal. However, the heat of the love story between the gentle and kind woman from 3,000 years ago and the cold and aloof young marshal had outshone the research on ancient Earth by a mile. Jiang Yan couldn't help but say, Indeed, the essence of humanity is to gossip. Shen Mu Yin raised his little head in confusion and asked Jiang Yan, Mom, what does it mean that the essence of humanity is to gossip? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and explained to Shen Mu Yin, It means people really like to eat up gossip about others. In my place, we call it the essence of humanity to gossip. It's just a saying. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Just as Jiang Yan was talking to Shen Mu Yin, the third headline appeared. Colonel's child acknowledges the woman from 3,000 years ago. Shen Mu Yin exclaimed, What? Mom is just Mom. What do you mean acknowledge? Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Mu Yan's little head and gently said, Most of these things are just rumors. It's fine to look at them, but don't pay too much attention. Okay. Shen Mu Yin nodded as if understanding. Got it. Let's go check if Dad has finished cooking. Shen Mu Yin obediently got down from Jiang Yan's bedside and said, Okay then, Mom, you get up quickly. I'll go tell Dad this news. After Shen Mu Yin finished speaking, he went out, conveniently closing Jiang Yan's door behind him. Shen Mu Yin ran out with the light panel and said to Shen Li, Dad, you quickly look at the starry news. Mom is on the starry headlines. Shen Li casually took Shen Mu Yan's tablet and said, All right, you go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Got it, Dad. Shen Mu Yin replied obediently as he went to wash his hands. By the time Shen Mu Yin finished washing, Jiang Yan had also put on her clothes and came out. Shen Mu Yin took Jiang Yan's hand and sat down at the dining table. then said to Shen Li, "Dad, Mom said the essence of humanity is eating melons, and she also said they are just chasing shadows." Shen Li nodded and said, "Indeed, they are just chasing shadows." Jiang Yan looked at Yan and asked, "Is it okay to leave this headline up? Do we need to handle it?" Shen Li gave Jiang Yan a reassuring look and said, "This is the planet where my troops are stationed. Nothing will happen. After a while, when something else happens, it will go down. No need to worry." Upon hearing Shen Li say this, Jiang Yan felt relieved and said, "That's good. That's good. It doesn't matter what adults do." But Shen Yan is still young. He was kidnapped before, so hearing Shen Li say this made Jiang Yan feel much more at ease. As long as Shen Yan wouldn't be targeted by ill-intentioned people. Chapter 34. A rival appears. Just as Shen Yan, Jiang Yan, and Shen Li were having dinner, a phone call came in, and a delicate voice came through. "Brother Shen Li, where are you? My sister and I are coming to planet 715 to find you. Can you come pick me up?" Hearing this delicate voice gave Jiang Yan goosebumps. Jiang Yan secretly asked Shen Yan, "Who is this person?" Shen Yan mimicked Jiang Yan and whispered in her ear, "It's Dad's friend's daughter. Their family has a long-standing friendship with the Shen family. It's Aunt Song Qingsheng, but Dad seems to like Song Liani more." Jiang Yan asked in surprise, "Song Liani?" Shen Yan continued, "Song Liani is Dad's childhood friend, but Mom, I support you. We absolutely must not let anyone take Dad away. I will help you." Childhood friends. Huh? Jiang Yan finished speaking and playfully flicked Shen Yan's little head, saying, "What do you mean by taking your dad away? What are you thinking in that little head of yours?" Shen Yan replied after being flicked, "Dad and Mom are a pair. Song Liani likes Dad. Dad and Mom are not married, but she is Mom's rival. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely stand by your side. I don't need you to stand by my side. Who your dad likes is his business. No matter who he likes, Dad is still Dad. And Mom is still Mom." Cough, cough. Shen Li suddenly coughed, and then said to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, "I'll go pick someone up. You two eat first. After you finish, I'll wash the dishes. No need to tidy up." Shen Yan looked at Shen Li with disdain and said, "Dad, are you going to pick up your little childhood friend, Aunt Song? My mom is the legitimate wife." Before Shen Yan could finish, Jiang Yan hurriedly covered Shen Yan's mouth and said, "You go ahead. I will take good care of Shen Yan. Don't worry." Shen Li looked at Shen Yan, whose mouth was covered, and Jiang Yan, then nodded, picked up his coat from the sofa, and walked out. After Shen Li left, Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan with a mournful expression and said, "Mom, why didn't you stop Dad? He went out to pick up your rival." Jiang Yan helplessly replied, "What rival? I don't like your dad. Since I don't like your dad, who he likes is his business. How can that be my rival? Where did you learn these words?" Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, "I heard it from someone else. A kid in my class told me that his dad has a lover outside, so he doesn't come home to see him and his mom. I don't want Dad to have a lover and not come home to see me." Jiang Yan didn't know what to say in response to Shen Yan's statement. Maybe it's because his dad is a flirt. But your dad is definitely not a flirt. He's a good dad. The kid's parents must have loved each other before. But later they didn't want to love each other anymore, which is why there is talk of lovers and rivals. But Mom and Dad don't love each other. So there is none of that, understand? Shen Yan nodded and said, "I understand. Will Mom and Dad love each other?" The teacher said that only children whose parents love each other are the happiest children. Shen Yan wants to be the happiest child. Jiang Yan, seeing that Shen Yan really didn't know what to say, felt that it was inappropriate to gloss over it. But she really didn't know how to explain it to Shen Yan. Jiang Yan could only say, "Maybe they will, maybe they won't. It depends on fate." "Fate, huh, I understand. Mom, I've finished eating. Can I look at the table for a while?" Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Yan and said, "All right, go ahead. Just remember not to look for too long. It's not good for your eyes. I'll go wash the dishes. You can look for a while." After Shen Yan finished speaking, he obediently took the tablet to the sofa to watch. Once Shen Yan saw Jiang Yan go wash the dishes, he opened the tablet's search. What is fate? How can two people fall in love? Ever since a month ago, when he started learning Interstellar language with Jiang Yan, he had learned enough to compare to an adult, but he just couldn't fully understand it. Shen Yan thought to himself about creating a private environment for his parents, and was so focused that he didn't even notice Jiang Yan sitting beside him. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan's serious expression and asked, "What are you thinking? So serious?" Shen Yan hurriedly turned off the tablet, saying, "Nothing, nothing." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan's flustered expression and said, "Really? Is it really nothing? Well, all right then. You can watch for a bit longer. Then go do the homework assigned by the teacher. In the afternoon, I'll play with you for a while." Shen Yan said, "Okay then, Mom. I'll watch for a little while longer before I go do my homework." Jiang Yan nodded and said, seeing that Jiang Yan wasn't going to pry further, Shen Yan deleted the browsing history on the tablet and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Mom, I'm going to do my homework now." Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Yan and said, "Okay." While Shen Yan went to study, Jiang Yan also picked up a book to start learning Interstellar language, as she would still need it frequently in the future. After studying for a while on the sofa, Jiang Yan suddenly heard someone knock on the door. "Who is it?" As soon as Jiang Yan opened the door, she saw Shen Li standing outside with Song Liani and Song Qingqing. "Come in." Chapter 35. Rivals meet? Extra jealous? Then there was a table full of blank stares. When Shen Yan heard the doorbell ring, he ran out and immediately saw the two sisters, Song Liani and Song Qingqing. Shen Yan thought to himself, "Oh no, Dad and Mom's rival has appeared. What should I do?" As soon as Song Liani saw Shen Yan, she kindly said, "Little Mu Yan, I'm your dad's friend, Aunt Song. Do you remember me? I came to your house during the New Year this year." Shen Yan shook his head and then nodded, saying, "Not really." Song Liani didn't feel awkward and squatted down to Shen Yan, saying, "It's okay. Now we know each other. Aunt Song brought you a gift. See if you like it." Song Liani took out a toy from the bag behind her and presented it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan politely accepted the toy from Song Liani, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Song, but I don't really like it. I only like the toys my mom gives me." After saying that, Shen Yan put the toy back into the bag. Shen Yan's actions were reminiscent of a little gentleman, leaving Song Liani at a loss for words. However, Song Liani didn't plan to give up, saying, "Then what is little Mu Yan like? Next time, Aunt Song will pick something you like." Shen Yan still politely replied to Song Liani, "Thank you, Aunt Song, but I don't really like toys. I only like the ones given by Dad and Mom." Song Liani awkwardly stood up and said, "All right then." Jiang Yan, seeing Shen Yan like this, didn't know what to say, thinking to herself, "This child is usually very obedient. Why does he seem a bit strange today?" Shen Yan thought, "I just want Dad and Mom to be together. For the sake of Dad and Mom being together, I don't like this toy." Shen Li said to Song Liani, "This child is a bit shy. Liani, don't take it to heart. It's fine, Li Ji. Yes, just a child. It's normal to feel shy." Miss Jiang must have put in a lot of effort to get Shen Yan to acknowledge her. Inside, Jiang Yan thought, "All right, a high-end green tea, stirring up relationships, huh? Come on, let's see who can out-green tea the other." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "It wasn't that difficult. But I have to say, this blood relation is really quite mysterious, isn't it?" Song Lian replied, "Blood relations are indeed quite magical." Song Qingqing observed the silent battle between Jiang Yan and Song Lian and felt unsure about how to intervene. Jiang Yan wasn't actually targeting Song Lian, but she just felt that Song Lian was a high-level green tea. As long as she didn't say that her relationship with Shen Yan was the result of her scheming, Jiang Yan would definitely not target her. At this moment, Song Qingqing said, "Brother Shen, my sister and I would like to visit your military camp. Can you take us to see your army? I haven't seen Duan Muge yet." Jiang Yan realized that Song Qingqing was there to see Deputy Commander Duan Mu. The two sisters had one interested in Shen Li and the other in Duan Mu Shua. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan quickly said, "I want to go too. I want to see the army with Mom." Song Lian said to Shen Li, "Then let's go take a look together. There's nothing fun here anyway. Why don't you take us all to the army?" Shen Li, having been prompted like this, could only nod in agreement. "All right. But once we get there, you mustn't run around, okay?" Shen Yan joyfully said, "Got it. I'll stick close to Dad and Mom and one T run off." Shen Li said to Shen Yan, "Then let's go." Shen Yan happily held Shen Li's hand in one hand and Jiang Yan's in the other, bouncing along the road and chatting nonstop. Seeing Shen Yan so cheerful and chatty, Shen Li asked, "Little Mu Yan, is something making you so happy today? You're so talkative." Shen Yan replied, "No, I'm just happy to be out with Dad and Mom." In her heart, Shen Yan was thinking that she had to make sure Dad wouldn't have a chance to talk to other women. So, if Mom wasn't talking, she would. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan, who was so easily satisfied, and said, "Okay, then in the future, Dad and Mom will definitely take you out more. All right?" Shen Yan happily responded, "Okay." As they chatted, they arrived at the training ground where Duan Mu Shual was training soldiers. Song Qing Chung walked directly over to find Duan Mu Shual, leaving Shen Li, Shen Yan, Jiang Yan, and Song Lian Yi as the only four left together. Shen Yan kept holding on to Jiang Yan and Shen Li's hands, walking ahead, while Song Lian Yi walked beside Shen Li. Song Qing Chung ran up to Duan Mu Shual and said, "Duan Mu Shual, I'm here." Duan Mu Shual looked surprised to see Song Qing Chung and asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I came with my sister to find Brother Shen. I wanted to see you too. They're over there." After saying this, Song Qing Chung pointed to Jiang Yan and the others. Duan Mu Shual looked at the four of them walking together and uncertainly asked Song Qing Chung, "Miss Jiang is here too. Will they argue?" Song Qing Chung replied, "I don't know. Brother Shen and Jiang Yan aren't married yet, right? My sister grew up with Brother Shen as childhood sweethearts, and our families are family friends. Besides, my sister still likes Brother Shen. Isn't it good for them to be together?" Hearing this, Duan Mu Shual couldn't say much, but Miss Jiang and Colonel Shen have a son. No matter whether your sister is with Colonel Shen or not, she will have to meet Jiang Yan. I hope they won't argue. Song Qing Chung said. "Let's hope so." Duan Mu Shual, why are you always talking about other people's matters? I'm your fiancé. Let's not talk about other things. Just tell me when you're coming out of the army to marry me. Duan Mu Shual looked at Song Qing Chung, feeling somewhat at a loss, and said, I heard that the soldiers. As the soldiers surrounded Duan Mu Shual and Song Qing Chung, one boldly asked, "So when will Deputy Commander Duan marry this young lady?" Duan Mu Shual replied to the person, "Get lost. Everyone do a kilometer with weights." Deputy Commander Duan learned that from Colonel Shen too. Hurry up and go. After saying this, Duan Mu Shual turned to Song Qing Chung and said, "Let me take you to eat." Okay. Chapter 36. Innocent words. Song Lian Yi walked beside Shen Li and slowly said, "Brother Li, if I hadn't gone to Huadu for further studies back then, would things be different?" Shen Li coldly replied, "No." Jiang Yan noticed that Song Lian Yi and Shen Li were talking about things she couldn't understand. So she shook Shen Yan's small hand and looked at him to see if he wanted to go for a walk. Shen Yan saw Jiang Yan's disapproving gaze and ultimately didn't go. He thought to himself, I can't let Dad be alone with a woman who has feelings for him. So Dad can't be alone with Aunt Song either. It has to be up to me. Fortunately, Jiang Yan didn't know what was in Shen Yan's little head. Otherwise, she might want to pry it open to see what was inside. Shen Yan looked up at Shen Li with a pitiful expression and asked, "Dad, are you and Aunt Song very close? Why does she always call you Brother Li, while Mom calls you Colonel Shen? Is your relationship with Mom not good?" Shen Li looked at Shen Yan's expression and gently said, "No, Dad and Mom have a good relationship. What about compared to Aunt Song?" Before Shen Yan could finish, Jiang Yan covered his mouth. She felt that Shen Yan was acting a bit strange today, but couldn't pinpoint what was off. Song Lian didn't expect Shen Yan to ask so directly. I grew up with your dad. Your dad and Mom have a good relationship. And no matter who your dad is close with, we will be good to you. Little Mu Yin doesn't need to worry." Aunt Song Lian thought that if she was gentle and kind to Shen Yan, he would be nicer to her. But she didn't expect Shen Yan to be completely uninterested. Shen Yan took a step back and said to Song Lian, "Does Aunt Song mean to be with my dad and become my stepmother?" Shen Yan's words left Song Lian at a loss, and she hurriedly said, No, I didn't mean that. I would treat you like my own son." Shen Yan lifted his pitiful eyes to look at Shen Li and said, "Dad will be with other women in the future, and Mom will be with other men. You will have new children, but little Mu Yin will be left alone." Jiang Yan saw Shen Yan's pitiful expression and said, No, little Mu Yin is Mom's favorite baby. No matter what, little Mu Yin is always Mom's favorite. After saying this, Jiang Yan shot a warning look at Shen Li, urging him to say something. Jiang Yan really couldn't stand seeing the little child look so wronged, especially since Shen Yan was her own son. How could she bear it? Jiang Yan glared at Shen Li, You better comfort your son. I really don't know how to do it. Shen Li returned a helpless look to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said, forget it, I'll take a look. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and then said to Song Lian, Miss Song, children often speak innocently. I'll take little Mu Yin to another place to look around. You and Colonel Shen haven't seen each other for a long time. You can chat. I just want to be with Dad and Mom. Jiang Yan directly picked up Shen Yin and left, completely ignoring what he was saying. Seeing Shen Yin taken away by Jiang Yan, only Shen Li and Song Lian were left. Song Lian, he said brotherly, Lian, he has achieved some success now. Our two families have always been family friends, and our parents used to say they would arrange a marriage for us. Look. Shen Li rubbed his temples and said to Song Lian, that was just a joke. I never intended to get married, and now I have Shen Yan. Song Lian still stubbornly said, but brotherly, we grew up together. Shen Li directly interrupted Song Lian's words and said, so, I only regard you as a sister, and I have no plans to find a stepmother for Shen Yan. I have to go and get busy first. So you really have feelings for that woman from 3,000 years ago? Brotherly, do you have different feelings for her? Chapter 37. Trying to bring them together, Shen Li said nothing and directly left, ignoring Song Lian since this planet belongs to him anyway. And he didn't have to worry about Aunt Song Lin being in any danger. After Shen Li left, he thought about what Song Lian had said. Do you really like Jiang Yan from 3,000 years ago? Do you really have different feelings for Jiang Yan? Shen Li slowly walked behind Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, keeping a distance while watching Jiang Yan holding Shen Yan's hand and talking. Jiang Yan held Shen Yan's small hand and said, why do I feel like something is off with you today? Do you not like Aunt Song? Can you tell Mommy why? Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, because she likes Daddy, but Daddy can only be Mommy's. I want to bring Daddy and Mommy together. Jiang Yan squeezed Shen Yan's small hand, feeling that this child might really just be lacking parental love. Whether Daddy and Mommy are together or not, they're still your Daddy and Mommy. Shen Yan nodded and said, I know. Then Mommy, do you like Daddy? Huh? Jiang Yan slowly looked at Shen Yan, still planning to tell him, I don't like your Daddy. I only like our little Mu Yan. Shen Yan raised his little head to look at Jiang Yan. Then does Mommy dislike Daddy? No, I don't dislike him. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yan's eyes lit up and he said, not disliking means having a good impression. Huh? That can't be counted like that. Shen Yan continued to ask Jiang Yan, does Mommy have a good impression of Daddy? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, I guess so. If I said I didn't have a good impression, I wouldn't believe it myself. Shen Li is not only handsome, but also has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, plus an 8-pack abs. Moreover, Shen Li has money and is very patient with Jiang Yan, though it's probably because of Shen Yan. During that time, Shen Li helped Jiang Yan study interstellar language, guiding her and taking care of many little details. For example, Jiang Yan had been on the 715 star for a long time, and her daily necessities were all prepared by Shen Li, even sanitary napkins. She still remembers how Shen Li blushed while handing her all kinds of sanitary products, looking just like a blushing big bad wolf. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan squatting down and repeated, Mommy has a good impression of Daddy. Jiang Yan is the kind of person who never hides her feelings. Having a good impression of Shen Li just means having a good impression. When Jiang Yan squatted down, Shen Li had already come to her back. But Jiang Yan was too focused on talking to Shen Yan to notice Shen Li behind her. Shen Yan glanced at Shen Li and then mischievously said to Jiang Yan, will Mommy be with Daddy? I don't know, maybe yes, maybe no, but... Shen Li's voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Yan. But what? Jiang Yan slowly turned her head and stuttered. But adult matters are not for little kids to worry about. Jiang Yan turned back, and after her brain processed it, she said directly to Shen Li, what are you doing? Standing behind without saying a word. You scared me to death. Aren't you going to be with your childhood sweetheart? I only met her a few times when we were kids. We are not childhood sweethearts. That's just what people outside say. I'm not very familiar with her. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, you don't have to explain that clearly to me. Chapter 38. You ask your dad if he is willing. Shen Li took a breath and then said, I, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan asked in confusion, what's wrong? I also have a good impression of you. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Jiang Yan stood there motionless, not knowing how to respond. Shen Yan, on the other hand, was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Daddy has a good impression of Mommy, and Mommy has a good impression of Daddy. So they really are Daddy and Mommy now. Jiang Yan heard this and said to Shen Yin, "Were previous daddies and mommies not real? What are they then?" Shen Yin looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Li, then walked between Jiang Yan and Shen Li, holding their hands. "It's different. I always envied other kids being with their daddies and mommies. Later, I also had a mommy, and I could be with my daddy and mommy." But Shen Yin continued, "I hope Daddy and Mommy really get together so we can be a real family." Jiang Yan and Shen Li looked at Shen Yin, who seemed to know everything but never said anything. "Daddy, Mommy said she has a good impression of you, and you have a good impression of Mommy. So can you be together? Are we a real family now?" Shen Li looked at Shen Yin, then at Jiang Yan, and hugged Shen Yin, saying, "This question, Daddy doesn't know either." Shen Yin turned to look at Jiang Yan and asked, "What about Mommy? Does Mommy know?" Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Yin's little head and said, "Mommy doesn't know either. Why don't you help Mommy ask Daddy if he is willing to be with Mommy?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yin put his little hand on Shen Li's handsome face and said, "Dad, Mommy asks if you are willing." Shen Li didn't say anything, just hugged Shen Yin closer to Jiang Yan. What was originally just a two-step distance was now even shorter. If you don't want to, then don't. I'm just very direct when it comes to feelings. Having a good impression means having a good impression. You don't have to be like this if you don't want to," Jiang Yan said as she pushed back. But when Shen Li saw Jiang Yan push back 3 steps, he took 2 steps forward and pulled Jiang Yan closer to his shoulder while holding Shen Yin with one hand. Shen Li lowered his head, his deep voice coming into Jiang Yan's ear. "Good, Yan." The man's voice was like a deep cello, sending a shiver down Jiang Yan's spine. After doing all this, Shen Li quickly let go of Jiang Yan's hand and focused on holding Shen Yin. However, both of their ears were red. Shen Yin was so happy that his little mouth almost split open with a grin, singing, "Daddy and Mommy are together, la la la." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin's happy face and couldn't help but sigh. After all, he is just a child. As long as Daddy and Mommy get along well, children are easily satisfied. Jiang Yan couldn't help but pinch Shen Yin's little face, but when she looked at his similar face, she managed to hold back and not pinch it. "Daddy, now you are with Mommy, right? I heard everything." Shen Li nodded. Shen Yin then said, "When are you getting married? I want to go to the wedding banquet. There are 2 people getting married online, and then others go to eat the wedding banquet. I want to eat too." Upon hearing Shen Yin's words, Jiang Yan and Shen Li exchanged glances. Then Jiang Yan said to Shen Yin, "Daddy and Mommy are just trying now. They still need to keep adjusting before they can get married. It can't be too fast. When the time comes for Dad and Mom to really be together, we will trouble our little Yin to be a flower girl. But if Dad and Mom are not together, don't be sad. No matter what, you are still Dad and Mom's favorite little Yin. Do you understand?" Shen Yin nodded and said, "I understand, Mom. I will be good, and I will help Dad and Mom get rid of their rivals." "Yes, I want to help Dad and Mom get rid of their rivals, so Dad will only have Mom, and Mom will only have Dad," Shen Yin thought. Jiang Yan poked Shen Yin's little head with her finger and said, "At such a young age, you understand quite a lot." Shen Yin proudly replied, "Of course. Who do you think I am? I am Mom and Dad's favorite little treasure." Yes. So little treasure that Mom and Dad love the most. "Can you tell Mom where you're going now?" Shen Yin thought for a moment and said, "How about we go back and bring them along to find Grandpa and Grandma?" Okay. Chapter 39. Returning to the Shen family on the interstellar spaceship back to the Shen family, Shen Yin said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, it seems I forgot my homework at home." "Butler Shen, turn back to get it," Shen Li said to Butler Shen, who came to pick up Shen Li. Shen Yin and Jiang Yan. Hearing Shen Li's words, Shen Yin felt uneasy. If he went back to get the homework, Dad would check it and then check his studies too. Shen Yin looked at Jiang Yan for help. Jiang Yan glanced at Shen Li, who was sitting opposite her, and then said to Butler Shen, "There's no need to turn back. Just go directly to the Shen family." Butler Shen didn't know whose words to follow. He had to listen to Shen Li, but Jiang Yan was the child's mother, and Zhang Ruoyan had also told him to listen to Jiang Yan when they came here. What should he do? Butler Shen looked at Shen Li helplessly. This. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan sitting opposite him, and Jiang Yan was blinking back at him. In the end, Shen Li compromised and said to Butler Shen, "No need, just do as Jiang Yan says." Butler Shen replied, "Okay." Butler Shen observed that Shen Li and Jiang Yan's relationship had improved over the past few months, and Shen Mu Yan seemed more lively than before. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan sitting opposite him and said somewhat awkwardly, "But when we go back, Xiao Mu Yan still has to make up for the homework." "I know. He will definitely make up for it. Later, let's go to the Interstellar Mall to buy some things to take back," Jiang Yan said. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and then said to Butler Shen, "Uncle Shen, let's first go to the nearest Interstellar Mall and then head back to the Shen family." Okay. At the Interstellar Mall, Jiang Yan picked out some gifts for the Shen family. Jiang Yan had hardly touched her salary from the Interstellar Research Institute. She also bought a tie for Shen Li and a figurine for Shen Mu Yan. Looking at the items Shen Li was carrying, Jiang Yan felt a pang in her heart. Suddenly, more than half a year's salary was reduced to just a few hundred interstellar coins. Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, Shen Li asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just that I need to work hard to earn money in the future." Shen Li freed one hand to take the items from Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, but there's no need to work so hard. My money is your money. If you can't spend it all, you can stay by my side and spend it for a lifetime." Jiang Yan looked up and asked, "What if I spend it all?" "Spending it all is impossible. The Shen family's money, even if you spend it for a lifetime, you still can't finish it. You can't possibly spend it all." Then does that mean I have to be with you for a lifetime?" Shen Li put all the items in his left hand and took Jiang Yan's hand with his right hand as they descended the interstellar spaceship, saying, "Of course. I'm serious." "So am I," Shen Li said to Jiang Yan. "Then shall I take you back to meet my parents?" Jiang Yan stammered, "Haven't we met already?" "It's different in nature." Just as Shen Li finished speaking, Shen Mu Yan interrupted them, pulling their hands apart. "Mom, come back with me." "Okay. Mom will go back with little Mu Yan. Let's go." After Shen Mu Yan finished, he took Jiang Yan's hand and bounced back towards the Shen family, leaving Shen Li standing alone with the items. Chapter 40. Returning to the Shen family again. "Grandma, I'm back with Dad and Mom." As soon as they returned to the Shen family, Shen Mu Yan pulled Jiang Yan's hand and spoke to Zhang Ruoya. "Good, our little Mu Yan is back. What do you want to eat? Or do you want a toy? I can have Butler Shen buy it for you now." "Grandma, let's eat. After being on the spaceship for so long, I'm hungry." "Grandma, let me tell you, Dad and Mom are together." Shen Mu Yan looked at Zhang Ruoya, holding her hand with one little hand, and started chattering about what to eat during dinner. Jiang Yan, Shen Li, and Shen Gaoan sat on one side of the sofa, watching Shen Mu Yan's little mouth keep talking. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Mu Yan and then said to Jiang Yan, "Little Yan, it seems Shen Mu Yan has become much more cheerful recently, so I'm relieved. I was quite worried about Shen Mu Yan being with you too. After all, you and Shen Li seem like half-baked parents." Shen Gaoan chuckled and said, "Yes, I remember when you first came. You even caused an allergic reaction for yourself and little Mu Yan. But now that Shen Mu Yan is with you too, we can be at ease." Jiang Yan and Shen Li could only smile at this. After all, they were just getting started at being parents. However, Shen Mu Yan, hearing this, was a bit unhappy and said, "Dad and Mom are the best parents in the world. Even though they may not seem reliable, I just like Dad and Mom." Zhang Ruoyan smiled at Shen Mu Yan's protective nature and said, Yes, little Mu Yan's parents are the best. Grandma shouldn't criticize your parents. If Dad and Mom do something wrong, only then can Grandma punish them." Zhang Ruoyan rubbed Shen Mu Yan's little head and said, "Okay, Grandma understands." Finally, Jiang Yan exchanged a few words with the Shen family and then took out a jade bracelet from her hand, handing it to Jiang Yan and saying, "This is what I was given when I married Shen Li's father. Now I give it to you. When the day you really marry Shen Li comes, I will give you the ancestral jade bracelet. For now, take this." Jiang Yan looked at the jade bracelet on her hand and said to Zhang Ruoyan, "Thank you, Aunt Shen." Zhang Ruoyan casually replied, "What are you thanking me for? Just take it. Even if you don't end up with Shen Li, I still want to give this to you. Take it. Mom, it looks beautiful when you wear it. It suits you well. Grandma has great taste." Shen Mu Yan chimed in for Jiang Yan and Zhang Ruoyan. "Grandma, Mom, let's go to the Interstellar Amusement Park to play. I really want to go to the Interstellar Amusement Park as a family. I've never been there before." Jiang Yan thought for a moment. She had been to a previous amusement park, but she didn't know how this one compared to the one from 3,000 years ago. An interstellar amusement park? I haven't been there either. Let's go together. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, who was signaling her with his eyes. Shen Li hadn't agreed yet, so they couldn't go to the amusement park just yet. Jiang Yan moved closer to Shen Li and said, Colonel Shen, let us just go this once. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Li and said, let's wait for next time. I'll have someone book the amusement park for you to visit later. No. It's more fun when there are many people. If you book the whole place, it won't feel lively. Let's just go this once. I promise I'll stick close to you. I swear. Jiang Yan continued to persuade. I swear too. I absolutely won't run around. Dad, just take us, okay? Shen Li also joined in. Shen Li sat there watching Jiang Yan and Shen Li making the same vow, then thought for a moment and said to them that they could go. But a few soldiers must accompany them for our safety. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to go. Jiang Yan and Shen Li replied in unison. Got it. Shen Li looked at the two of them and slowly said, well, let's eat first, and then we can go after dinner. I'll have someone make some simple arrangements. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease going out. Jiang Yan nodded. After all, Shen Li was a general in the Star Realm, and Shen Li was his son. There were quite a few people who wanted to assassinate them. Although this outing was a last-minute decision, it was inevitable that someone would plot against them, so preparations needed to be made. All right, let's eat first, and then we can go. Come on. I had Chef Li prepare the meal early, waiting for you to return. Zhang Ruoyan said, stretching out her hand to pull Shen Li to the dining table, where Australian lobsters and king crabs had already been placed, waiting for Jiang Yan and the others to enjoy. Come on, Xiao Yan, try this. This is Chef Li's new specialty dish. Zhang Ruoyan enthusiastically recommended. Okay. Jiang Yan picked it up with her chopsticks and took a bite. It was indeed very tasty, and she used the serving chopsticks to add some for Shen Li. Try it. I think it's delicious, so I wanted you to try it too. Shen Li took the dish Jiang Yan offered, placed it inside, and tasted it, then said to Jiang Yan, it really is very good. However, Jiang Yan and Shen Li's actions made Shen Li a bit unhappy. Shen Li pouted and said, Mom, you've changed. You used to be the first one to serve me food, but now you're not the first one to serve me. Little Mu Yin was a bit unhappy and wanted his mom to serve him food again. Seeing Shen Li's aggrieved look, Jiang Yan said, okay, Mom will serve you food this time, and let Dad eat by himself. What does little Mu Yin want to eat? Mom will serve it for you. Shen Li happily nodded and pointed at the dishes on the table, saying, okay, I want to eat this, and that. No problem, Mom will serve you. After Jiang Yan finished serving Shen Li, she finally sat down to eat herself. Shen Li happily hugged his little bowl and ate. Chapter 1. Section 1. Zhang Ruoyan looked at the family eating together and happily said to Jiang Yan, it's been a long time since we've had such a happy meal together. Xiao Yan, eat more. After we finish, we'll take little Mu Yin to the amusement park, and then I'll take you to the Star Mall to shop for more clothes. Okay, then we'll go to the Star Mall later. Chapter 41. Playing at the amusement park. Dad, hurry up, let's go play at the amusement park together. Shen Li urged Jiang Yan and Shen Li to hurry to the amusement park right after finishing his meal, as this was Shen Li's first time going to the amusement park with his mom, dad, and grandma. Zhang Ruoyan waved her hand and said, you go ahead. An old woman like me won't have anything to do at the amusement park. I'll go deliver some things to your grandpa. Little Mu Yin, you make sure to stay with your mom and dad at the amusement park, okay? Shen Li asked, Grandma, are you really not coming with us? Zhang Ruoyan nodded. Grandma is waiting for you. Go quickly. Then we're going, Grandma. Goodbye. Shen Li obediently waved goodbye to Zhang Ruoyan. At that moment, Zhang Ruoyan only thought about making Jiang Yan a true part of their family. This way, not only would Shen Li be able to become like other kids, but her son Shen Li would finally have someone close by. On the Shen family spaceship, Shen Li was excitedly tapping on the window, looking outside and continuously asking Butler Shen how long it would take to arrive. Jiang Yan was sitting opposite Shen Li, leaning against Shen Li, looking at Shen Li's happy expression. Jiang Yan asked Shen Li, haven't you been to an amusement park before? Shen Li shook his head. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan leaning against him and explained, previously, Shen Li was kidnapped, so he hasn't been allowed to go out to play since then. He has technically been to an amusement park. Jiang Yan asked in confusion. Technically? What does that mean? I don't understand. Shen Li continued. In another courtyard, there were amusement park facilities built for Shen Yan, and he played there by himself. Hearing this, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a bit sorry for Shen Yan and said to Shen Li, an amusement park is best enjoyed with friends or family of similar age or with a partner. Letting Shen Yan, such a small child, play by himself may be fun at first, but later it becomes less interesting. Okay, I understand, Shen Li said, then looked at Shen Yan. As long as you know, this time we'll make sure to have fun with our son and make up for it. Okay? Jiang Yan said, while looking at Shen Li, wanting him to promise Shen Yan something. Shen Li nodded and said to Shen Yan, all right, this time we'll make sure you have fun. Shen Yan happily said, thank you, Dad. And thank you, Mom. You're welcome. It seems like we are almost there. Let's hurry and get off the spaceship. Jiang Yan felt that the starship had arrived and took Shen Yan and Shen Li off the ship, heading towards the amusement park. From a distance, they could see many tall facilities in the amusement park, along with some attractions that Jiang Yan had never seen before. Indeed, with the advancement of technology, these things had increased. Shen Yan looked at the amusement park and happily said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, Dad, Mom, let's go play at that amusement park ride first. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, then let's go to the carousel first, and then we can try other rides. How does that sound? Shen Li nodded, indicating that he was fine with whatever they chose to play. Shen Yan also nodded. Even though he was excited to be at the amusement park, he preferred the feeling of being there with his parents, so he didn't mind starting with that ride. Jiang Yan said, all right, I'll go buy tickets. Let's go ride the carousel. Nowadays, the carousel in the Star Realm not only had horses, but also had seats for two and single seats. Shen Li and Jiang Yan chose a two-person seat on a little turtle, following behind Shen Yan's chosen unicorn. Jiang Yan initially wanted to keep a bit of distance from Shen Li, but since they were in a two-person seat, they were quite close together to save space. And with the inertia of the ride, Jiang Yan ended up leaning against Shen Li. Let us go ride the roller coaster after this. It's more thrilling. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, looking at her profile, do you like it? It's okay, I played it before. But it's been a long time since I last went on it, so I want to try it again. All right, let us go then. Jiang Yan suddenly remembered that children were not allowed on some rides. What about Shen Yan? Can he go? I remember when we were kids, children weren't allowed. Let us skip it then. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan leaning against him and said, it's fine. There are safety harnesses for kids. Just put one on him. Jiang Yan excitedly said to Shen Li, that's great. I thought little Yan couldn't he go. Then let us go after we finish this ride. Okay? Okay. After hearing Jiang Yan and Shen Li's conversation, Shen Yan excitedly said, Dad, are we going to ride the roller coaster later? After we finish this round. Let us go, I want to go too. Great. Shen Yan thought to himself that he wouldn't tell his dad that he actually wanted to ride it too. Anyway, his mom was going, and he just aimed to keep her company. What about the pirate ship? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan's pitiful expression and said, we'll arrange that. And the swinging pendulum? Arranged. What about the haunted house? Arranged. Oh yeah, Mom. You're so great. I love you. Dad didn't agree to let me go before. Shen Yan excitedly said, while Shen Li coldly snorted and said, if it weren't for your mom agreeing today, I still wouldn't have allowed it. Jiang Yan gave Shen Yan a look that said not to mind him, and then continued to happily sit on the carousel with Shen Yan, completely ignoring what Shen Li said. Shen Li watched the two people, one big and one small, having fun beside him, and a rare smile appeared on his face. When it was over, Shen Li took the initiative to lead Jiang Yan and Shen Yan to ride the roller coaster, and he consciously bought 3 tickets. Chapter 1, Section 1. While Shen Yan was waiting for Shen Li to buy tickets, he turned to Jiang Yan and said, Mom, Dad says he disagrees, but he actually agrees. Hee hee. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li's back and then said with a smile, men are just double-tongued. Little Yan, you can't be a double-tongued man in the future, or you won't be able to find a girlfriend. Mom, I'm still young. I won't be looking for a girlfriend for now. Besides, Dad said I'm not allowed to date before I'm 20. I can't fall in love early. Jiang Yan laughed and said, that's your dad. Mom supports you dating early, as long as it doesn't affect our little Yan. Otherwise, I won't agree. Shen Yan obediently nodded. Chapter 42. let the great-grandson achieve overwhelming victory. While Jiang Yan and Shen Yan were still talking, Shen Li had already bought the tickets and came over. Shen Li initially didn't pay much attention to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan whispering to each other, but when he saw Shen Yan's expression becoming a bit shy, he asked, "What are you two talking about?" So focused. Shen Yan, who was face-blind, panicked and shook his head to deny it, saying to Shen Li, "It's nothing. Nothing. Dad, let's go quickly." He just told Shen Yan that if he wanted to date early, as long as it didn't affect him, his mom would support it. Shen Li thought early dating was not good, but Jiang Yan said the premise was that it didn't affect him. Finally, Shen Li slowly said, "That's fine. We can talk about early dating when the time comes, but I didn't date early." After saying this, Shen Li's gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan asked Shen Li, "So, Colonel Shen, how many girlfriends have you had since you became an adult?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly replied, "So far, just you." Jiang Yan felt the heat in Shen Li's gaze and noticed her ears starting to turn red, so she hurriedly let her hair down. Shen Yan, since the atmosphere between the two was a bit subtle, and thought, "This isn't good. The book says to take a step further at this point." "Then what about Mom? How many boyfriends did you have before Dad? Did you date early?" Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head and looked curiously at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yan, then slowly replied, "I didn't have a boyfriend. I probably didn't date early." Shen Li asked in confusion, "Probably?" Jiang Yan shrugged and said, "Well, I saw a senior before and had a moment of infatuation, but that was it." When Shen Li heard this, his expression improved a bit. "Let's go, it's starting. Just open the safety shield for Shen Yan when we get on. Don't worry about safety. It's very safe." Jiang Yan looked and then opened the safety shield for Shen Yan, which could protect him well. However, Jiang Yan opened the safety shield for Shen Yan while standing between Shen Li. Shen Li positioned Jiang Yan and Shen Yan on either side of him. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "It's about to start. You better get ready." Jiang Yan nodded but still checked Shen Yan's safety shield. "Okay, I got it." Shen Li watched Jiang Yan's worried expression, then pushed her down into her seat and fastened her safety buckle. While fastening it, Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "You're fine. You need to prepare too. Don't worry, I'm here." Jiang Yan obediently nodded and then looked down at Shen Li, saying, "I understand." As Shen Li slowly fastened Jiang Yan's safety buckle, she could feel the girl's breath brushing against his neck. Shen Li felt a bit awkward, and his ears started to turn red. Okay. Once the ride started, they had to prepare. Jiang Yan noticed Shen Li's red ears and couldn't help but say to him, "Okay, this is my first time on this roller coaster. It should be exciting, right? Will it be scary?" Shen Li, with his wooden head, said, "It's exciting, but it shouldn't be scary. Very exciting, probably not scary." Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li's words and thought that if it weren't in front of him, she would definitely laugh. However, Jiang Li's straightforwardness didn't surprise her. Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "If I'm scared, can I hold your hand?" "Of course, but if you're really scared, I think I can hold you." Hearing Shen Li, who had never dated anyone besides her, say this, Jiang Yan smiled and told him, "I'm not scared, but I would prefer it if my boyfriend could hold me, so you should hold me while we play." Shen Li first had a normal reaction and then happily said, "Okay." Shen Li's arm wrapped around Jiang Yan, and a smile appeared on his lips. However, where Jiang Yan couldn't see, Shen Li sent a message to Butler Shen. Then the roller coaster began. The entire roller coaster tunnel was indeed thrilling and exciting. Jiang Yan didn't feel scared, but Shen Li protected her throughout the whole process. The enjoyable and exhilarating ride ended quickly, and when Jiang Yan and Shen Yan got off, Butler Shen was already waiting outside. Jiang Yan looked at Butler Shen and asked, "Butler Shen, why are you here?" Butler Shen began to speak nonsense. "Miss Jiang, it's like this. The old master went to compete with other families' old masters for their grandsons. However, since the grandsons from other families are all very exceptional, the old master decided to achieve an overwhelming advantage. That is, to let the great-grandson overwhelm them. So he sent me to take young master Shen Yan back." Shen Yan looked at Shen Li with a pleading expression, thinking that he had just come out to play for a while and didn't want to go back. He could only use his eyes to tell Shen Li didn't want to leave. However, Shen Li directly said to Butler Shen, "Take him back." Butler Shen nodded and directly took Shen Yan away. Jiang Yan watched Shen Yan being taken away and felt a bit worried. Then looked at Shen Li with a pleading expression. Shen Li rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, "That's Butler Shen lying to him. I told Butler Shen to find an irresistible reason to take Shen Yin away when the roller coaster started." Huh? Jiang Yan expressed her confusion about why Shen Li did this. Shen Li held Jiang Yan's hand and said, "He's a bit of a hindrance to me and his mom deepening our relationship, so it's better to let Butler Shen take him away. We shouldn't be affected. Let's go. I'll take you to the pirate ship and the haunted house." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, just the two of us, not taking that little hindrance." Shen Li took Jiang Yan's hand and went to finish the pirate ship and the haunted house. By the time Jiang Yan finished and was full, the sky outside had darkened. Shen Li pulled Jiang Yan up from one side and headed toward the Ferris wheel to queue. "Jiang Yan, let's go. I'll take you to see the Ferris wheel. You can see the state of the stars from here. Let's go and have a look." Okay. Chapter 43. Complete the act. Shen Li took Jiang Yan to the Ferris wheel, and Jiang Yan could feel the wheel slowly rising inside. As she looked at the scenery outside, she suddenly felt a bit sorry for Shen Yin. But if we ditch Shen Yin like this, what if he finds out it was a trick when he goes back? Won't he be angry? Shen Li glanced at Jiang Yan sitting beside him and said, "You can rest assured about this. I think Butler Shen understands the principle of completing the act fully." Jiang Yan asked with some confusion, "Completing the act fully? Does that mean Grandpa Shen really took Shen Yin to visit someone?" Shen Li nodded and continued, "It should be. I just told Butler Shen that I wanted to stay with you for a while, so he could think of a suitable reason to take Shen Yin away. Since Butler Shen has already said it, it's pretty much like that." Jiang Yan smiled and teased Shen Li, "Oh, okay. But why does Colonel Shen want to be alone with me?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Li immediately straightened his posture and awkwardly replied to Jiang Yan, "I noticed that many people in the amusement park are couples, so I wanted to be with you, which is why I asked Butler Shen to take Shen Yin away." Jiang Yan, hearing this, leaned closer to Shen Li. Shen Li watched as Jiang Yan's face came closer to him, and then heard Jiang Yan say, "So, Colonel Shen, for now, until we go back, you belong to me." "Okay." Shen Li felt stiff as he looked at Jiang Yan's movements and could only respond with a faint mm. Jiang Yan sensed the stiffness behind her and silently thought to herself, "Pure-hearted Colonel Shen." Jiang Yan turned to Shen Li and said, "You know, we have a saying where I come from. Making a wish at the top of the Ferris wheel is very effective." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "Do you believe that?" Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Actually, I really didn't believe it before, but what is there that can't be believed? I've been asleep for over 3,000 years, and I'm still alive. Okay, we're about to reach the top. Let us make a wish together when we get there." Hum. Jiang Yan and Shen Li quickly reached the highest point of the ascending Ferris wheel. "I hope Shen Yin can grow up safe and sound. I also hope Colonel Shen stays healthy and free from disasters. I want to be the most powerful, pure human in the universe." Shen Li watched Jiang Yan standing there, tightly clasping her hands as she made her wish. When Jiang Yan opened her eyes, Shen Li said to her, "You've said your wish out loud, so it might not come true." Jiang Yan hurriedly urged Shen Li, "No, it won't. Sincerity makes wishes come true. How about you? Do you want to make a wish now? A wish? Then I wish for you and little Yin to be happy." "All right, I've made my wish." But Jiang Yan curiously asked, "But what?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "Do you really want to know?" Jiang Yan nodded and looked at Shen Li expectantly. Shen Li looked into Jiang Yan's hopeful eyes, then pulled her closer and kissed her forehead, saying, "We also have a saying, lovers kissing on the Ferris wheel can last forever." Jiang Yan stood on her tiptoes and pecked Shen Li's thin lips. "That counts as a kiss, right?" Just as they were about to part, Shen Li directly wrapped his arms around Jiang Yan's waist, pulling her back into his embrace and kissed her again. When the Ferris wheel was about to descend, Shen Li finally let go of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, blushing, said to Shen Li, "We're going down." Shen Li, also blushing, nodded at Jiang Yan. Then the two sat facing each other, Jiang Yan looking outside to see when they would arrive, while Shen Li stared at the floor. They sat in silence. When they reached the ground, Jiang Yan hurriedly jumped off the Ferris wheel, and Shen Li quickly followed her down, walking side by side. "I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Okay, I'll take you to eat. Let's go." Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li, genuinely hungry. "Okay." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then gently took her hand. And when Jiang Yan didn't resist, the corners of his lips lifted. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and held his hand in response. Jiang Yan cheerfully said to Shen Li, "Let's go. I want to eat something delicious." Shen Li held Jiang Yan's hand tightly. "All right, do you want lobster or barbecue?" I want to eat street food. Is there any? I haven't had it in 3,000 years. I'm about to die from craving it. Can we go eat street food? Shen Li asked in confusion. Street food? You mean those stalls by the roadside that can be pushed around, selling all kinds of snacks? I can afford it. I have a salary at the Interstellar Research Institute, and I'll treat you. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, but when we get there, you stick close to me and don't run around." Jiang Yan, excited about the street food, exclaimed, "Okay, I swear. I haven't had it in ages. I'm dying for it. Let us hurry up." Shen Li held Jiang Yan's hand, and after walking for a while, they reached the interstellar spaceship, then took Jiang Yan to eat. Shen Li watched Jiang Yan in front of him. If he had known earlier that Jiang Yan would be buying so much, he might have reconsidered. Jiang Yan held a large portion of lemon chicken feet and asked Shen Li, "Do you want to try this?" Shen Li looked at what Jiang Yan was holding and hesitated, saying, "I can have a taste." After receiving Shen Li's response, Jiang Yan asked the vendor, "Okay, can you pack some for us?" The vendor, looking puzzled, replied, "Sure, this stuff can last in a special fridge for 3 to 5 years without spoiling." "You didn't know that, did you?" Jiang Yan nodded, saying she indeed didn't know, since that's the case. "Can you give me a bit more?" "The boneless ones. Those are delicious." The vendor added more to Jiang Yan's order. "You know your stuff. I'll throw in a little extra." Jiang Yan scanned the vendor's payment code with her holographic device and paid. "Great. Thank you, vendor." "Shen Li, let us go. I want to buy more up ahead. Since it won't spoil, I'll keep it as snacks, okay?" "Sure." Just as Shen Li finished speaking, Jiang Yan went ahead and started buying everything in sight. "Shen Li, how about this grilled squid?" Buy it, vendor. Give me a few skewers that aren't spicy. I'll take them back for Shen Yan. Gotta do the full set. We'll bring her some food back. I don't think she'll be mad, right? Okay. Chapter 44. Humble Colonel Jiang Yan turned to look at Shen Li, who was holding a bunch of plastic bags, and said, "How about we head back? I think I bought enough. Let's leave it at this for now. Next time we can bring Shen Yan along to wander around." Shen Li nodded at Jiang Yan, saying, "All right, let us head back first and bring Shen Yan next time. Let us go." Thus, Shen Li and Jiang Yan returned to the Shen family with bags full of food. Upon returning, they were questioned by Jiang Yan. "Shen Li, why did you take Jiang Yan to buy so many random things? Aren't you afraid of making little Jiang sick?" Jiang Yan hurriedly interjected, "No, Annie. I wanted to eat these things. I haven't had them in a long time. I just thought I'd buy more to try, and I might have bought a bit too much." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoyan said to Jiang Yan, "Then why didn't you let Shen Li buy you more? Are you out of money? Annie will give you money. Go ahead and buy as much as you want. Spend it all, understand?" Jiang Yan smiled and politely declined. "Thank you, Annie, but my salary at the Interstellar Research Institute is enough for me." Zhang Ruoyan took Jiang Yan's hand and said, Good child." After finishing her sentence, she turned to Shen Li and said, "Can't you buy Jiang Yan a bit more? Are you short on money? Just buy a little. Next time, you should buy enough to fill the spaceship." "Mom, buying that much, Jiang Yan won't be able to finish it." Zhang Ruoyan directly replied to Shen Li, "If little Jiang can't finish it, there's still Mu Yan, right?" Shen Yan timely chimed in, "Grandma, I also like to eat what Mom buys." "I like everything that Mom buys." Shen Li calmly replied, "Indeed, you really like to eat? Which is why you had an allergy when you ate with your mom last time." Jiang Yan. Shen Yan. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Zhang Ruoyan slapped Shen Li on the head and angrily said, "I really can't believe you. You deserve to be single for 27 years. Shen Li wasn't angry about being hit. Instead, he smiled and said to Zhang Ruoyan, "Unfortunately, I'm not single anymore." After Shen Li finished speaking, he leaned beside Jiang Yan and continued, "Isn't that right?" Jiang Yan spoke without being pretentious. "Well, I have a partner now, right?" "Yes," she replied. Zhang Ruoyan, gossiping, looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Li, then said, "So when do you plan to go to the Interstellar Bureau to register your marriage? Remember to let me know. As for your young people's affairs, your father, your grandparents, and I have no opinion. Just notify us when the time comes." Also, Xiao Jiang, you don't have any relatives here, so feel free to bother me if you have anything. Don't feel shy. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Zhang Ruoyan, okay, thank you. Aunt, let's try the snacks I bought. I've had some from back home, but I haven't tried this one yet. Let's take little Mu Yan with us. Zhang Ruoyan held Jiang Yan with one hand and Shen Mu Yan with the other, then spoke to Shen Li without turning around. No problem, Xiao Li. Go get the stuff ready for us three, and we'll eat and chat. Shen Mu Yan also said to Shen Li, okay, Dad, make us a nice plate. Shen Li wasn't annoyed and smiled at Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Mu Yan. Sure, no problem. Colonel Shen's service will satisfy you. What if I'm not satisfied? Can I return it? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, of course not. You already have a son. Jiang Yan, you have to be responsible for me. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, can I just take the son then? Shen Li snorted and said, no, it's a buy one get one free bundle consumption. All right then, I'll reluctantly accept you, Jiang Yan said. Shen Li, hearing Jiang Yan's words, spoke somewhat sadly. Just reluctantly? Not reluctantly, not reluctantly. Colonel Shen, hurry up and help us with the plate. Shen Li took the items and went to the kitchen to prepare a plate for Jiang Yan and the others. Zhang Ruoyan, watching Shen Li go to the kitchen, sighed, this kid is finally not alone. Xiao Jiang, if he does anything wrong in the future, please be more forgiving. This child is a bit stubborn, but he's really nice. Jiang Yan nodded. Yes, Colonel Shen is very attentive, and he treats me well. Zhang Ruoyan listened to Jiang Yan and said, this child has always been contrary to his words, which is very similar to Shen Mu Yan. Grandma, tell us some stories about Dad when he was little. Zhang Ruoyan nodded and began. When your dad was little, he was quiet like a wooden barrel. He would only speak when someone asked him. If no one asked, he wouldn't say a word. Moreover, he was very determined. Anything he wanted to do or have, he had to get it. Your dad had strong self-discipline. At 16, he joined the army and trained as a new recruit, eventually rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel. He got injured during a mission and ended up in the hospital for 3 years. It was during that time that the government recognized Shen Li as our family's son, and that is how Shen Mu Yan came to be. But when Shen Mu Yan was little, he was even more well-behaved than Shen Li was. He was cuter than your dad. Grandma's favorite is little Mu Yan. Shen Mu Yan felt a little shy from Zhang Ruoyan's words and said to her, Grandma, I didn't do anything bad when I was little, right? You didn't tea. You were very obedient, unlike your dad, who had a lot of bad ideas. At this moment, Shen Li came in with a plate and asked, what are you all talking about? So happy. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Li, we were talking about how you were full of bad ideas when you were little. Shen Li placed the plate on the table and said, indeed, I was full of bad ideas, but I don't have any now. I was completely drained in the army. Jiang Yan nudged Shen Li and said, yes, yes. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Try this. I promise it's definitely delicious. Trust me, really. Shen Li looked at the chicken feet Jiang Yan handed over and took a bite. Is it really good? He asked. Yes. Chapter 45. Identity revealed. Shen Mu Yan sat opposite Jiang Yan, and she skillfully peeled the crayfish and fed it to Shen Li. How is it? Is it delicious? Shen Mu Yan, with oil on his lips, said to Jiang Yan, it's really good. It turns out that not only do 5-star chefs make delicious food, but the food outside is also so good. Of course, the transportation here is even more convenient than before. We can quickly enjoy different snacks. Next time, I'll take you with Dad, okay? Shen Mu Yan blinked his big eyes and replied, okay, of course, I want to go. Grandpa and Grandma should go together too. All right, no problem. While Jiang Yan was happily smiling, Shen Gaohan and Shen Hongsheng suddenly returned and seriously said to Jiang Yan, Xiao Jiang, wait a moment. You and Shen Li need to go upstairs, and little Mu Yan will stay with Grandma for a while. Shen Mu Yan obediently nodded and said to Shen Gaohan, I understand, great-grandpa. Jiang Yan and Shen Li exchanged glances. Jiang Yan had a bad premonition, but she didn't show it in front of Shen Mu Yan. Shen Li and Jiang Yan quickened their pace, and Shen Li took Jiang Yan to Shen Gaohan's study. Inside the study, Shen Gaohan and Shen Hongsheng sat looking very serious. Shen Li asked, what is going on? Is there something wrong? Shen Gaohan slowly said, Xiao Jiang, this matter is related to you. The Shen family can intervene, but I still want to ask for your opinion since this matter is closely connected to you. Can you listen to this matter first and then see what we should do? Jiang Yan nodded and replied, Grandpa Shen, please go ahead. I'm listening. Shen Gaohan glanced at Shen Hongsheng, and then Shen Hongsheng touched the light board a few times, projecting the content onto the air. Shen Hongsheng looked at the projection and said to Jiang Yan, "This is from the Interstellar seminar you attended before, where you exposed your identity. Although everyone at the seminar promised not to disclose your identity, it still got out, and not many people know about it yet. Should we intervene to suppress this matter?" Jiang Yan looked at the projection. The content had changed several times during the meeting. If the Shen family really intervened, it could only suppress the public opinion, but could not control so many people's views. Shen Li also looked at the projection and naturally saw the content on it. What if the last humans in the entire galaxy promote the development of history? Would the humans awakened 3,000 years ago really not cause harm to society? The last humans in the entire galaxy are so beautiful. Why not extract their genes to create more humans? All the information was continuously updated online. Even though it was already being suppressed, it could not withstand the power of netizens. After Jiang Yan looked at it, she said to Shen Gaohan, "I think I should directly handle this. This situation can't be suppressed anymore, right? So, I believe I should explain it. Otherwise, it will always be a problem." Shen Gaohan looked at Jiang Yan and agreed that this was indeed the best solution at the moment, but it undoubtedly pushed Jiang Yan, who was already in the spotlight, to the edge of a cliff. Shen Li looked worriedly at Jiang Yan and said, "I will be with you, no matter what." Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "No. If you are with me, then the Shen family will also be implicated. I don't want to involve you. The Shen family, or Shen Muyan in this. You know, this matter should still be resolved by me personally." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "We are already together. Of course, I have to bear this with you. Otherwise, how can I call myself a man?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "The people from 3,000 years ago have awakened. The interstellar government has confirmed that I pose no threat to the interstellar community and has granted me the rights of an interstellar citizen. You have to believe me. I can handle this myself." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by her. "I know you want to share the responsibility with me, but I don't want to drag the Shen family into the spotlight of public opinion. Mu Yin is still young. I don't want to involve Shen Mu Yin in this either. Besides being with the most capable young commander in the entire interstellar community, I'm afraid I might get attacked by your female fans when I go out. I want to wait until I have the ability to stand by your side before announcing our relationship. So please let me handle this myself. Okay?" Shen Li finally looked at Jiang Yan with a determined gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, nodded helplessly. Jiang Yan thanked Shen Gaohan and Shen Hongsheng. They were able to do this just because she was Shen Mu Yan's mother. Shen Mu Yan is really lucky to live in such a family. Shen Hongsheng said there was no need to thank them. It was just a small favor. Jiang Yan nodded and then said to Shen Li, "I will call Chun Su and have him clarify the public opinion. On the other hand, the government has granted me interstellar citizenship, and having the Interstellar Research Institute's backing will make it more credible." Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I will help you control the direction when the time comes." Jiang Yan nodded and then went out to call Chun Su. The call was quickly connected, and Chun Su's annoying voice came through. "Hello, who is it?" Jiang Yan got straight to the point and said, "It's me, Jiang Yan. You've seen the public opinion online, right?" Chun Su lazily replied, "I saw it. Are you looking for my help? What's in it for me?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "There's no benefit. A large part of the reason my identity was exposed is because your brother sold me out. Brothers should repay debts. You don't have a problem with that, right?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Chun Su snorted coldly and said, "All right, what do you want me to do?" Jiang Yan continued, "I want you to publish a series of documents confirming my identity on the official website of the Interstellar Research Institute. I also need a statement from you. That's it." Chun Su listened to Jiang Yan's request and found it easy, replying, "Okay." Jiang Yan then nodded and said, "Then 3 days later, you come in person to clarify for me. For now, just post it on the official website." Chun Su naturally would announce Jiang Yan's identity. "All right, if there are any issues, I'll come looking for you." Chapter 46. Yu Ming. After Jiang Yan hung up the phone, Shen Li had just come out of the room. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly asked, "How did it go?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "I had Chun Su help me post on the official website of the Interstellar Research Institute. I have confirmation of my citizenship from the interstellar government. but I think this alone might not be enough. Shen Li nodded, acknowledging, that's true. What do you plan to do? Jiang Yan leaned against the wall and slowly said, I think if possible, I want to hold a press conference to show my face in public more. This way, won't it leave a good impression on them? Actually, you don't need to do this. The Shen family and I will protect you. Jiang Yan looked up at Shen Li and slowly said, but I don't want to be someone who only hides behind you. Shen Li, I like you, and I want to stand by your side. So let me handle this. I might need your help. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and nodded, saying, okay, I understand. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't worry if I need help. I won't hold back, Shen Li replied. Do you have any specific ideas? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, I want to quickly find a few newspapers to report on this. After all, I'm the only pure human in the entire interstellar community. This report should be quite appealing. Let the professionals handle the professional matters. Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and added, why not invite all the newspapers? But that would be hard to control the public opinion. Or we could just find a top newspaper in the industry. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, that works too. We can give them the exclusive report, and if they can't report it well, we can find other newspapers. Shen Li patted Jiang Yan's head and said, that's the idea. Let's go to the bedroom. I'll help you contact the newspapers. Okay. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she followed Shen Li to his bedroom. Shen Li contacted them directly and displayed the contact information of the biggest newspapers on the projector for Jiang Yan to see. Take a look. These are a few well-known ones in the interstellar community. Jiang Yan looked at the projection and felt that they were all about the same, unsure which one to choose. She asked Shen Li, which one do you think is better? Shen Li pointed to the last one and said, if it were me, I would choose the Luo newspaper. Jiang Yan curiously asked, why this one? It's at the end. Shen Li smiled and replied, this newspaper is indeed not the top-tier one right now, but it used to be from a top-tier newspaper. Having them report would benefit them far more than other newspapers. Upon hearing Shen Li's explanation, Jiang Yan understood. She nodded and said, let's help them get back to a top newspaper status, and they will help us control the public opinion. Shen Li smiled and nodded. Smart. Jiang Yan focused on the Luo newspaper and cheerfully said to Shen Li, leave the negotiations to me. Jiang Yan directly opened her light brain and contacted the Luo newspaper. A polite electronic voice came through. Hello, this is Luo newspaper. How can I assist you? Jiang Yan left a message for the electronic voice. Please connect me to your president. It's about the last human in the entire interstellar community. Please have your president contact me. After finishing, Jiang Yan hung up and waited with Shen Li while looking at other newspapers. Soon, Jiang Yan's light brain rang. Hello, I am Yu Ming, president of Luo. Upon hearing Yu Ming's voice, Jiang Yan said, hello, I am Jiang Yan, the ancient relic from 3,000 years ago that's been making a stir lately. Yu Ming, surprised by Jiang Yan's words, replied, Miss Jiang, let's be straightforward. What do you want to say? Jiang Yan smiled and said, how about we meet tomorrow, President Yu? This light brain voice-only call is quite uncomfortable. Yu Ming directly activated the projection on the light brain, and his blurry figure appeared before Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, what do you think of this way? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li with a pleading expression, and Shen Li whispered some advice in her ear. Jiang Yan then activated the two-way projection, and she could clearly see Yu Ming's figure. Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, Miss Jiang, you truly are a beauty from 3,000 years ago. If there were an interstellar beauty ranking, you would definitely be at the top. Thank you, President Yu. Just call me Jiang Yan. Then you can call me Yu Ming. But what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Jiang Yan cheerfully opened the conversation. You've probably seen the recent buzz in the entire interstellar community about the last human interview. It's unique to the interstellar community. Does Luo newspaper have any interest in securing this? Yu Ming smiled and replied, I imagine I'm not the only one interested. However, there's only one human left in the entire interstellar community, so my report will only go to your newspaper. Miss Jiang, what are your conditions? I want you to help me control the public opinion. The direction of this public opinion should be handled by professionals. Yu Ming thought that simply helping to control the public opinion would allow him to easily acquire the exclusive report on the last human in the interstellar community, which would definitely help their newspaper regain its top status. Yu Ming, somewhat confused, asked, is it really that simple? Jiang Yan smiled and said, of course not. If I can give your newspaper all the reports about the last human in the entire galaxy, wouldn't you need to exchange something for it? For example, how about half of the shares of your newspaper? Then all of this would be yours. Yu Ming, listening to Jiang Yan, was completely stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to ask for so much right off the bat. Not only Yu Ming, but even Shen Li didn't anticipate Jiang Yan's scheme. Yu Ming didn't want to give up the report, but he also didn't want to part with half of the shares. Half? Miss Jiang, that's too much. Jiang Yan nonchalantly replied, President Yu, your newspaper is not a top-tier one right now. Not even first-rate. Do you only want to secure this first report on the last human in the galaxy? The second and third reports on the last human in the galaxy. My unique commentary as a living history will either carry another newspaper's name or be tightly bound to your newspaper directly. President Yu, which do you think is more cost-effective compared to your current situation? Think about it. Chapter 47. Moonfall newspaper. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Yu Ming considered her words. Indeed, if the newspaper was bound to Jiang Yan, this living sign, even entertainment gossip news, would certainly be in high demand. However, Jiang Yan's initial demand for shares made it hard for Yu Ming to decide. While he was still pondering, Shen Li suddenly appeared and said to Yu Ming, President Yu, have you made a decision? Come to the Shen family tomorrow and remember to bring the contract. After hanging up, Shen Li turned to Jiang Yan and said, You want his shares? Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, saying, Not exactly. I just thought that with my identity as the last human in the galaxy and a living history of 3,000 years, there will surely be many reports about me. I'm just worried about unforeseen circumstances later, so it's better to take his shares now. If something really happens, I can control it. Shen Li thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yan, That's a reasonable perspective. You're planning ahead, which is very business-minded. Jiang Yan proudly replied, Of course. My family used to be in business, and I studied financial management in college. Even though it's been 3,000 years, some of that knowledge is still useful, right? Shen Li poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yan and slowly said, Drink this first. If you need funds later, just let me know. I can provide it. Jiang Yan playfully asked, Aren't you afraid I'll trick you and run away with the money? Shen Li responda, No burrías. If you can trick me out of all my money, that would be quite an achievement. Jiang Yan curiously asked, So, how much wealth do you have, Colonel Shen? Let me see if I can manage to con it all. Shen Li confidently replied, The Shen family is one of the wealthiest families in the entire galaxy, and they have been for generations. While we may not be number one, we're definitely in the top 10. Hearing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The top 10 wealthy families in the galaxy. She definitely couldn't count them all. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Shen Li slowly said, All right, let's summarize the hottest questions among the galactic internet users and prepare simple explanations for them. Jiang Yan responded, Sure, but with some uncertainty, she asked, But will he really come? Shen Li confidently replied, The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Then that's fine. After Jiang Yan said this, she and Shen Li began to summarize the most popular questions online. In Shen Li's room, Jiang Yan and Shen Li were still busy organizing information and didn't notice that Shen Mu Yan had come by. Shen Mu Yan held Zhang Ruoyan's hand and slowly said, Grandma, why hasn't Mom come out yet? Is something bad happening? Zhang Ruoyan comforted him, Don't worry, if something bad happens that your mom can't handle, your dad will be there to protect her. If Dad can't protect her, we still have Grandpa and Grandma, right? So, Shamu Yin, don't worry. Mom and Dad will handle it. Grandma will take you to sleep. Okay? Listening to Zhang Ruoyan, Shen Mu Yin obediently followed her to bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Shen Li were still busy dealing with the situation and didn't go to bed until late at night. Sure enough, the next morning, Yu Ming just happened to arrive at the Shen family right after they finished breakfast. Shen Li put down his chopsticks and said to Yu Ming, You're here? Yu Ming looked at Shen Li and handed Jiang Yan a contract, saying, Miss Jiang, I can't agree to half the shares, but I can offer you 40. I only hold 80 of Moonfall newspaper, and this is the most I can give you. What do you think? Jiang Yan smiled as she took the contract from Yu Ming and said, All right, 40 it is. Yu Ming rubbed his hands and said to Jiang Yan, Then about your report. Jiang Yan smiled and immediately signed her name, saying, No problem. From now on, everything about me will be reported by you. I hope, President, you won't let me down. Yu Ming was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so agreeable. and also that she signed the contract without even looking at it. Aren't you going to take a look before signing? Jiang Yan handed the contract back to him and said, I don't understand the current galactic laws, and President Yu, we are in a cooperative relationship. You coming here today shows that you're a smart person. I believe you won't deceive me, right? Yu Ming nodded and said, of course not. Jiang Yan shrugged and said, then it's settled. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Yu Ming replied. Now, President, you can start preparing for this report. Let me know when you're ready. I can start any time. Yu Ming excitedly said, great, I'll go back and prepare right now. Colonel Shen, I'll take my leave. MHM. Chapter 48. Together for the live broadcast, Zhang Ruoyan looked at Yu Ming. She wasn't unaware of who he was. Moonfall newspaper used to be quite famous. But she was worried that it might not be as influential now. Xiao Yan, should we look for another newspaper? That way, public opinion can settle down more quickly. No need. Other newspapers won't let me take advantage of them for nothing. The development of public opinion might not align with my intentions. Although Moonfall newspaper isn't what it used to be, it still has recognition, and we can guide public opinion later. Zhang Ruoyan and the Shen family members thought about it and indeed agreed, so they didn't say anything more. At this moment, Shen Muyin stood behind Jiang Yan and said, Mom, is there anything you need my help with? You have to tell me. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Muyin, then slowly squatted down and said, Mom does need your help, but I might need a Russian news conference or something in the next few days. So I need my little Mu Yin to stay at home obediently. Shen Mu Yin asked in confusion, Can I go with you, Mom? It's just that Mom doesn't want you to be dragged into public opinion too early. I'm worried you might get hurt. Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Mu Yan's little head and said, she had been here for quite a while, and the technology here was much more advanced than 3,000 years ago. Jiang Yan always worried about Shen Mu Yan's safety. Shen Li also understood what Jiang Yan was worried about, so he said to her, you really don't need to worry that much. The Galactic Child Protection Law is already very comprehensive, and as the future leader of the Shen family, there are some things he needs to start facing from a young age. Jiang Yan was shocked to hear this, but he's still so young. Can't he learn some things when he grows up? With Mom and Dad by his side, can't we avoid pushing him to grow up too fast? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and shook his head in refusal. I don't agree with him appearing in public anyway. The appearance of the young master of the Shen family is already known to many. So how many people will have their eyes on our little Mu Yi in the future? If anyone can target our Shen family's young master, wouldn't that mean they don't take us seriously? Jiang Yan, you can rest assured, I won't let anything happen to Xiao Mu Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and finally agreed. After all, he is her own son, and the Shen family isn't anxious, so why should she be? In the end, when Shen Mu Yan heard that he could go with his mom and dad, he happily said to Shen Li, great, thank you, Dad. You're the best. Jiang Yan chimed in, yes, your dad is the best, and I'm just a stepmother. Mom is the best too. Shen Mu Yan grinned, pulling Shen Li and Jiang Yan's hands. Shen Li and Jiang Yan let Shen Mu Yan lead them, and the family spent the whole day playing in Shen Mu Yan's room. Just as they came out of Shen Mu Yan's room, Jiang Yan and Shen Li were about to share some intimate words when an untimely phone call from Yu Ming came in. Miss Jiang, regarding this matter, our Luo newspaper wants to do an interview with you, or perhaps a live broadcast. Which one would you prefer? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied to Yu Ming. Let's do a live broadcast on Yu Luo's account. You can decide if it's face-to-face or a connection. Okay, I'll warm things up tonight, and please come to the Yu Luo newspaper tomorrow for the live broadcast. I will filter the content to minimize negative public opinion. Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming, all right, thank you, President Yu. After finishing, Jiang Yan hung up the phone. Shen Li said beside her, I'll go with you to the live broadcast tomorrow. Jiang Yan was taken aback by Shen Li's words. She hurriedly said, no way. Colonel Shen Li, do you know how many loyal fans you have in the galaxy? If you go to the live broadcast at Yu Luo newspaper with me, do you know I might get torn apart by the comments? Shen Li raised his eyebrows and replied, what's wrong, Jiang Dauntless? Are you scared? Starting to back down? It's not that I'm backing down. I can go. I got the man they can't have. Their envy and jealousy are just their expressions. The more Jiang Yan spoke, the more she felt something was off. Why did I become Jiang Dauntless? Shen Li, you need to clarify. If you can't explain, I'll beat you up. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, who was about to explode, and quickly said, no. I'm just saying I want to let the whole galaxy know that the last pure human in the galaxy now belongs to me, Shen Li. I just want those clueless men to see which ones they shouldn't touch. So I definitely have to go to tomorrow's event. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li's serious expression and said, "All right, then let us go together." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, she saw Shen Yan holding the most popular doll in the current galaxy that Jiang Yan bought for him, wearing a pink little pajamas, standing at the door saying, "And me, I want to go too. I want to join Dad and Mom for that live broadcast." Jiang Yan turned around to see Shen Li's reaction. Shen Li nodded at Jiang Yan and waved for Shen Yan to come over. He picked Shen Yan up and said, "Then let's go support your mom together, okay?" Shen Yan nodded and firmly said to Jiang Yan, "Okay, Mom, I'm going to support you." Jiang Yan pinched Shen Yan's little face and said, "Then Mom, thanks my little treasure." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Yan and said, "Don't worry, I will protect both of you." Shen Yan eagerly expressed, "I will also protect Mom in the future." Really? Little Mu Yin won't forget his mom after marrying a wife, right? No. Little Mu Yin won't forget his mom after marrying a wife. If I really have to forget Mom, I think I can choose not to marry. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and said, "What are you going to do if you don't marry? Stay single?" Jiang Yan interrupted Shen Li and said to Shen Yan, "Whether you marry or not is up to you. Dad doesn't have the final say. I will be an open-minded mother-in-law in the future. Even if you bring a man home, I can accept it as long as our little Mu Yin is safe, healthy, and happy." Shen Li was speechless upon hearing Jiang Yan's words. "Mom, you're so nice. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Yan and said, "Of course, let us go sleep together." "Okay." Shen Yan obediently nodded and pulled Jiang Yan to go sleep. Shen Li, hearing Jiang Yan's words, casually grabbed a pillow and said to Jiang Yan, "I'll join too." Chapter 49. Yuluo live broadcast. I don't know if it was because Jiang Yan slept too soundly, but when she woke up in the morning, Shen Li and Shen Yan were already dressed and waiting in her room. Seeing Jiang Yan awake, Shen Yan hurried over and said, "Mom, you're awake. Dad said he would call you when breakfast is ready." Jiang Yan sat up and asked Shen Yan, "You and Dad, why did you get up so early? Did you sleep well?" "Because I'm excited to go live with Mom, I woke up early. When I woke up, Dad was already awake. He helped me get dressed and told me to be quiet so I wouldn't wake you." "Mom, did I wake you up?" Jiang Yan looked at her big, pampered son and rubbed Shen Yan's little head, saying, "No, Mom woke up by herself. Mom will get up now." Shen Li walked over, took Shen Yan's hand, and said, "Okay, I'll take Shen Yan down first. You get ready. We'll wait for you downstairs. The clothes you need to wear are on your dressing table." "Okay." And it's called a dressing table, not a makeup table. Shen Li responded, "Got it. I'll take our son down to wait for you." Jiang Yan nodded. "All right." After watching Shen Li and Shen Yan leave, Jiang Yan walked to the dressing table. Changed into the dress Shen Li prepared for her, a pure black gown adorned with many small diamonds, with a diamond rose on her chest. Identical to the diamond rose brooch on Shen Li and Shen Yan's black suits. Jiang Yan quickly applied some makeup and went downstairs. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Shen Li and Shen Yan waiting for her. Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said to Shen Li, "Dad, Mom looks really good in this dress. Mom should wear nice clothes more often." Jiang Yan smiled and asked Shen Yan, "Why? Does Mom usually not look good?" Shen Yan replied, "Of course not. Mom usually looks great. In this dress, even the galaxy's most beautiful person can't compare to you. Right, Dad?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and nodded. "Yes. Mom in this dress is unmatched in the galaxy. Without it, she is still the galaxy's #1 beauty. Anyway, your mom is the most beautiful." Jiang Yan felt a bit shy under the gazes of Shen Li and Shen Yan and said, "Let us go, Colonel Shen, young Master Shen. Let us go support me." After Shen Li finished speaking, he took one of Jiang Yan's hands, while Shen Yan held her other hand, and they took a hover car to the Luo newspaper's entrance, which was already crowded with reporters. Seeing Jiang Yan, Shen Li, and Shen Yan arrive, they all raised their cameras, eager to capture some entertainment news. "Are you really an ancient human from 3,000 years ago? What does Colonel Shen's presence mean? What is your relationship with Colonel Shen? Are you an ancient zombie?" A group of reporters surrounded Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan responded to the nearest microphone. "I am Jiang Yan. Regarding the questions you want to ask, you can find the answers in the live broadcast room of Yuluo newspaper. After saying this, Jiang Yan pulled Shen Li and Shen Yin directly inside to find Yu Ming. Yu Ming was ready, and as soon as Jiang Yan arrived, they could start immediately. The Moonfall newspaper's Interstellar live broadcast account has already attracted 30 million usernames in the live room. When Jiang Yan appeared on the screen, the number of viewers instantly surged to 300 million. Most male netizens forgot their intention to criticize the moment they saw Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Hello everyone. I am Jiang Yan from the 21st century of Huagua, which is 3,000 years ago. Yu Ming, regarding the issues online. Miss Jiang will tell everyone during this live broadcast, right? Jiang Yan. Yes, let me briefly explain. As for whether I'm a zombie or a corpse, I am not. Zombies and corpses are fictional. They do not exist, just like ghosts in movies. As for using my genes for experimentation for the Interstellar Society, that is not possible. From the moment I woke up, I have been an interstellar citizen, and my identity is recognized by the interstellar government. I equally enjoy the rights of an interstellar citizen. Yu Ming, it has been revealed at the Interstellar Research Conference that you made astounding contributions to interstellar research. Is that correct? Jiang Yan. Maybe yes, maybe no. I listened attentively to the reports below, and I was bought out by a curator surnamed Chun from the Interstellar Museum. Yu Ming, all right. Now the entire Interstellar Network knows you came with Colonel Shen. Regarding this, Jiang Yan smiled and said, Colonel Shen is here to support me. Isn't that right? Just then, the screen suddenly minimized, revealing Shen Li next to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was smiling at Shen Li. Shen Li, yes, I'm here to support you. Yu Ming, may I ask what your relationship is? Shen Li, she is the person I like, and she is also the mother of my child. At this moment, Shen Yan's little head also appeared, and it was obvious that Shen Yan inherited features from both Jiang Yan and Shen Li. Yu Ming, have you two gotten married? Shen Li, not yet, but that's just a matter of time. Yu Ming, this live broadcast ends here. I don't know when the next one will be. Miss Zhang's future reports will be published in the Moonfall newspaper. Everyone should pay attention to the new reports from the Moonfall newspaper. In the conference room, Jiang Yan and Shen Li sat together while Yu Ming sat opposite them. Jiang Yan looked at Yu Ming and said, How was it? Did anything go wrong? Yu Ming excitedly replied, No, it ended perfectly. We can consider the next segment now. I already have some ideas. Once I finalize them, I'll let you know. The last human of the interstellar era, the young master of the Shen family. And the romance between the last human of the interstellar era and Colonel Shen will definitely generate a lot of buzz. It seems the Moonfall newspaper is really going to rise. Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming, All right, President Yu, guide the direction of public opinion, and let us work together to become the leader in the reporting industry. Pleasant cooperation. Chapter 50. All the rage across the galaxy. Jiang Yan did not pay too much attention to the follow-up developments of this matter. After returning, she continued with her daily activities and did not care about it all. However, the power of netizens should not be underestimated. Whether in a world 3,000 years ago or in an interstellar society 3,000 years later. Just as Jiang Yan returned from the Moonfall newspaper, the interstellar entertainment headlines were all about her name. Headlines like Interstellar's first beauty faces comparison and Jiang Yan successfully takes down Interstellar's first beauty. A love that spans 3,000 years, the cold-faced colonel and the iceberg beauty, and so on. Jiang looked at these reports and then raised her head to Shen Li, saying, The reports are coming out really fast. How is it that all the interstellar entertainment headlines are about me? Shen Li glanced at the interstellar headlines and then said to Jiang Yan, Not all of them are yours. ISNT, there one about me too? I think the one about a love that spans 3,000 years is written very well. Shen Yan watched Shen Li and Jiang Yan talking together and leaned in with his little head. I like this one, the cold-faced colonel, the iceberg beauty, and the cute little treasure. This is so good. This is my first photo with my dad and mom. Shen Li and Jiang Yan followed Shen Yan's gaze. And the large image showed Shen Li and Jiang Yan looking at each other, with Shen Yan standing in front of Shen Li, looking at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the picture and said to Shen Yan, It really looks nice, but we will have many more beautiful photos in the future. Shen Li nodded in agreement. Shen Yan happily nodded and said, That would be great. We need to have many, many photos in the future. Of course. Shen Yan listened to Jiang Yan's words, his little face full of smiles. This scene made Jiang Yan feel a bit uncomfortable. Such a small child's first photo with his parents is still part of an entertainment news report. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then at Shen Yan, and said, Jiang Yan, I need to go on an interstellar mission, and I may not be back for at least half a month. During this time, you and Shen Yan should stay here. I feel more at ease with the Shen family's main house here. Jiang Yan looked up at Shen Li. She had already been awake for more than half a year, and during this time, she had been with Shen Li and Shen Yan. Now that Shen Li was going on a mission, to be honest, Jiang Yan was still a bit unaccustomed. Going on a mission? Is it dangerous? Be careful. You must remember that safety comes first. My son and I will wait for you at home. Jiang Yan couldn't help but want to remind him more. I will pay attention to safety. You and our son will wait for me at home. I will find someone to protect your and our son's safety. No refusal. After all, you're the last human in the entire interstellar society and must be well protected. Jiang Yan and Shen Yan both nodded obediently. So, when are you leaving? Is it urgent? Shen Li hugged Jiang Yan and then Shen Yan and said, I'm preparing to leave now. Then I will wait for you to come home with our son. You must be very careful. Do you understand? Shen Yan also said to Shen Li, Daddy, you must be careful. I am a man, and I will protect Mommy well. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and ruffled his hair, then said to him, Then I'm leaving Mommy in your care. Little Yan must protect Mommy well. I promise to complete the task. Just as Shen Li and Shen Yan were speaking, an interstellar spaceship had already opened its door in front of Shen Li. A soldier said, Colonel, everything is ready. We are about to depart. Shen Li took one last look at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Yan. I'm leaving now. Just then, Jiang Yan called out to Shen Li, Wait a moment. Jiang Yan walked over and hugged Shen Li's back, then said, I will wait for you to come back. After Shen Li replied, Jiang Yan released her hand and watched Shen Li leave. Shen Yan, standing beside her, said to Jiang Yan, Mommy, Daddy has left. I will protect you well. All right, then Mommy will rely on you for protection. Shall we head home now? Sure. After Jiang Yan returned to the Shen family and finished her shower, she curled up on the sofa and looked at her light brain, where the entertainment news was still about her. However, despite the explanations, there were still some who felt she might pose a threat to interstellar society. And this part of the people was indeed not small. Just as Jiang Yan was feeling troubled, Yuming's phone call came in. Jiang Yan. The reactions this time are unexpected, especially good, but there are still some people online who have a negative impression of you. So I think we should consider the next step. Jiang Yan realized what Yuming was saying, but she hadn't thought of any way yet. So, you only said half of it. What is the rest? Yuming continued. So, how about you participate in a variety show or an event to let everyone see what your life is like? This way, they can understand you a bit more, and the negative public opinion will decrease. A variety show? Me? Jiang Yan thought. Is there even a variety show in the interstellar era? How is this still around? How about finding a variety show with a decent reputation that pays well to try? I saw a variety show called Interstellar Family Records, which is quite good. Would you like to record one with Colonel Shen or Little Shen Yan? Jiang Yan refused without thinking. Colonel Shen won't like it. And Shen Yan is still too young. I don't want him to participate. Just take a solo variety show. Shen Li had left to carry out a mission and couldn't come. And, as Shen Yan's guardian, Jiang Yan didn't want to take him to participate in a variety show so early. As for later, when Shen Yan is a bit older and wants to go, Jiang Yan would agree. After all, he's only 5 years old now. How about a lifestyle variety show? Do you want to take it? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then asked, Are you familiar with the director? I can go and get familiar with him, so he doesn't give me too many shots. Yuming awkwardly replied, You're currently the hottest beauty in the entire star system. No matter where you go, you can't escape the camera. I'll help you filter through it. After all, you're our second shareholder at Moonfall. Just leave it to me. Right when the time comes. Tell the director that the entertainment headlines for the variety show should go to us at Moonfall. Upon hearing this, Yuming said, That makes sense. Why don't you skip the archaeology and just debut with your looks and figure? I'll help you become a sensation throughout the star system. Becoming a sensation throughout the star system is up to fate. Let me know when you find it. All right. Chapter 51. Life is like a play. All depends on acting skills. Yu Ming indeed found several good variety shows for Jiang Yan, but after looking them over, Jiang Yan rejected them all. They were all escape room games or brain teasers. Yu Ming, I'm not good at anything except for the traditional Chinese medicine and finance I studied in college. All you found are brainy shows. I'm not good at thinking. I can handle wilderness survival and fighting with little white lotus flowers, but anything else is beyond me. Sitting across from Jiang Yan, Yu Ming was a bit dumbfounded by her words. Wilderness survival was barely acceptable, and the little white lotus flower fight made Yu Ming suddenly remember that there was a game requiring a celebrity variety show recording. With Jiang Yan's current popularity, she might be able to join. How about you try that game variety show? Jiang Yan thought. What's so hard about playing a game? Sure, I can give it a try. Okay, then your temporary manager, Yu Ming, has arranged it for you. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Yu Ming, sounds good. It felt rather formal. Jiang Yan was a straightforward person, thinking it was just a game, not paying much attention. Who knew that when Yu Ming contacted them, it had already started? Upon learning that Jiang Yan was highly popular, the organizers quickly invited her to participate to gain some traffic. Jiang Yan had just made her decision in the morning and arrived at the recording site in the afternoon. The staff clearly recognized her from her live streams. As soon as Jiang Yan appeared, they rushed over. Miss Jiang, hello, please follow me for makeup. The lottery segment is about to start. Jiang Yan nodded to the staff, saying, okay, thank you. The staff didn't expect Jiang Yan to thank him, and then they took her to the makeup room. At that time, everyone in the makeup room had already finished their makeup, and many floating cameras were recording the live stream. Makeup artist. This is the person you need to do makeup for, the staff said before leaving. When the floating camera saw Jiang Yan, under the director's control, it immediately focused on her face. The makeup artist, seeing Jiang Yan's naturally beautiful face, asked, have you done your makeup? Jiang Yan confidently sat there in front of the floating camera. No, why don't you try some makeup remover? Is there still makeup remover available? The makeup artist tried some makeup remover on Jiang Yan's face and then said, indeed, there's no makeup. Do you have anything in mind for makeup? None. Just make me look good. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the makeup artist picked up a brush and began to apply makeup on her. A girl behind Jiang Yan, Chen Shuhua, turned her head and disdainfully glanced at Jiang Yan, then said to the girl next to her, can a person from ancient times play a game? Can they understand it? The girl beside her replied, keep it down. Don't let anyone hear. Got it, shall we? Let's go prepare in the main venue. Jiang Yan's makeup was done quickly since they were about to start and couldn't delay for too long. Jiang Yan was the last to arrive on stage. When the host saw Jiang Yan come in, they began to speak. The peak competition starts now. You will place the balls representing your rank in the box according to your skill level. Jiang Yan listened to the host and was a bit confused. Why was the first thing to do to fill in the rank? Thankfully, she had just downloaded the game Peak Competition. In simple terms, Peak Competition is a 5v5 tower pushing game. Everyone else had placed their balls in the box in front of them, except Jiang Yan, who hadn't moved. Seeing Jiang Yan's in action, the host asked her, why haven't you placed it in? Jiang Yan looked at the host and replied, there's no rank for me. I just passed the beginner training camp. The host, encountering this situation for the first time, was surprised that a participant had just completed the beginner training camp. However, he quickly adjusted. This is indeed a shortcoming from the director's team. I'll place your ball on platinum for now. That's the lowest rank on site. Hope you reach platinum soon. Jiang Yan obediently nodded, saying, all right, now we will start the matching. To avoid a large skill gap, those who are good at the game will be matched with those who aren't very good. The system is now starting to match randomly. Jiang Yan raised her head to look at the main stage screen. Seeing herself grouped with Chen Shuhua, Chen Yi, Feng Yi, and Duan Su. Chen Shuhua was the one who had just called Jiang Yan an ancient person in the makeup room. Chen Yi was a singer, while Feng Yi and Duan Su were two very handsome actors. The five of them gathered together and briefly discussed their positions. Chen Yi as the marksman, Feng Yi as the tank, and Duan Su as the jungler, leaving only the support and mid-lane positions. Chen Shuhua, using a cute voice, said to Duan Su, Brother Su, all my supports can play. Can I play support? My mage is really bad. Jiang Yan felt a chill run down her spine at Chen Shuhua's words. Duan Su glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, seeing Duan Su's gaze, nonchalantly said, then let her play support. I just finished the beginner training camp, so it doesn't matter what I play. Duan Su and the other two exchanged glances and then told Jiang Yan and Chen Shuhua, go mid lane. Jiang Yan, you play support. Jiang Yan quickly accepted, while Chen Shuhua still seemed reluctant, saying, Brother Su, my mage is really bad, but I'm great at support. If I play mage, our team will have two who can't play. Can I please play support? Chen Shuhua pleaded with Duan Su, and in the end, Duan Su and Chen Li, with Jiang Yan's agreement, allowed Chen Shuhua to play support. Chen Shuhua provocatively smiled at Jiang Yan and then said, Brother Su, Brother Yi, let's add each other as friends. Chen Li said to Jiang Yan, I'm Chen Li, just call me Box. Duan O, Ri Buding Xing. Feng Yi, call me Fire, and I'll burn you. Chen Shuhua will work hard. Jiang Yan listened as they all added each other as friends. Feng Yi looked at the friend requests and laughed out loud. No matter how you call it, I'll smash your skull. How can a beautiful girl have such a name? Don't worry, I'll help you smash the opponent's skull in the canyon. Feng Yi laughed so hard that he leaned against Chen Li. Chen Shuhua also laughed. Can you beat anyone? With a name like that, how can you be so arrogant? I can't. Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly, then glanced at Chen Shuhua. Imitating Chen Shuhua's tone, she said, but I can't just say Jiang Yan will work hard, right? That would sound so pretentious. Chen Shuhua was furious. You. Jiang Yan replied indifferently, what's wrong with me? I'm just stating the truth, as expected from an actress. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Chen Shuhua's eyes were already welling up with tears. At this moment, all the floating cameras turned to focus on Jiang Yan's team. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Shuhua, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and felt utterly annoyed. Chapter 52. Life is like a play all about acting. Chen Shuhua watched as more and more floating cameras approached, then spoke with a tearful expression, I was just thinking about not holding the team back. So I wanted to play support. I didn't mean anything else. Jiang Yan felt like she could explode from her internal frustration, but maintained a calm exterior. Dealing with a white lotus, one must learn from a little green tea. But I didn't say anything, nor did I mean anything. Why are you crying, Shuhua? Did I do something wrong or say something wrong? Jiang Yan's tone was weak, and she made a wronged expression at the floating camera, slowly saying, I'm not being indirect and criticizing you. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you acting like this? Is it because you said in the makeup room that I'm an old-fashioned person who doesn't understand a game? So you think I'm not good enough? And that's why you're crying? I'm sorry, I just wanted to try something new. If not, should I not record anymore? If Jiang Yan could see the comments at that moment, they would definitely be criticizing Chen Shuhua. Chen Shuhua was following a dark red route, so she wouldn't lack for haters. The comments were filled with Chen Lotus meets rival Jiang Lotus, complete defeat. When the director group heard Jiang Yan say she might not record, they quickly had the host intervene to smooth things over. They barely managed to get past it. To skip this awkward moment, the director group shortened the members' contact time, and they started without much communication. They euphemistically called it, in the game, you need to adapt to the situation on the spot. The host looked at the stage and said, all right, now we begin our duel segment. Who will be the support mage, Jiang Yan or Chen Shuhua? Duan Su looked at Chen Shuhua and said, Shuhua, how about your healer? Then he turned to Jiang Yan and said, let Shuhua pick a mage for you. Something simple. Chen Shuhua shot a smug glance at Jiang Yan and replied, okay. When it was Chen Shuhua's turn, she chose a mage, leaving everyone except Jiang Yan dumbfounded. Jiang Yan wasn't surprised because she had just completed the novice training camp and had no idea what it meant. Duan Su said to Chen Shuhua, no Shuhua, what does this choice mean? Do you know how to play it? Or do you think Jiang Yan can? You were supposed to pick something simple, and instead, you chose a difficult mage for a beginner. I'm really speechless. Chen Shuhua looked at Duan Su with a wronged expression and said, I'm sorry. I just wanted to pick a fox character, but I accidentally clicked the wrong one. It shouldn't have much impact since she doesn't know anything anyway. Duan Su looked at Chen Shuhua and didn't want to speak. He then said to Jiang Yan, just stay under the tower and farm, don't go out. Okay, why don't you tell me what this skill is? After all, I just finished the novice training camp. In the end, Chen Li briefly introduced the skill to Jiang Yan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan realized it was just an upgraded version of Jiao Chan, with just one more skill. Looking at the game screen, Jiang Yan directly swapped with Chen Shuhua. Got it. Once the game started, Jiang Yan unexpectedly became the target of the opposing team. Jiang Yan watched as she just turned level 6, and there were 4 enemies standing outside the tower. She looked at the game screen and muttered in disbelief. Why are they targeting me so much? Be careful, don't go up. Jiang Yan watched as the opponents tried to enter the tower. They jumped forward once. There was no time left. She activated her ultimate under the tower, thankful that this hero had invulnerability. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Why are you like this? Dying 4 against 1 is really unfair. Luckily, this hero shared similarities with the one we had back then. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Jiang Yan kept talking while her hands did not slow down. Watch me smash her skull. By the time Duansu arrived, Jiang Yan had already taken down 2.5 enemies. I'm leaving. They should be big. I'll go home. Jiang Yan's performance amazed everyone. Her awareness was also impressive. They quickly won the first round. Jiang Yan's skill was definitely beyond that of a novice. After the match, Chen Shuhua looked at the camera and said to Jiang Yan, "Didn't you say you just finished the novice training camp? How come you're so good? Are you lying?" Jiang Yan's performance truly wasn't that of a beginner, but Chen Shuhua pointed it out, and if Jiang Yan really pulled this off, she would definitely be heavily criticized. Jiang Yan coldly stared at Chen Shuhua. If looks could kill, she would have been dead by now. Yeah, I am indeed a novice. Today is my first time playing this game. However, 3,000 years ago, there was a game that was popular everywhere, and there was a hero called Diao Chan, which is quite similar to this, so I can play it. But I really have to thank you. The jungler told you to pick something simple for me. This should be anything but simple, right? Jiang Yan looked at Chen Shuhua, not giving her a chance to speak. I don't know how I offended you. Since I entered the lounge, you've been saying I'm an ancient person who doesn't understand the game. Did you understand it? You didn't heal me during the entire team fight? Chen Shuhua looked at Jiang Yan, who was confronting her, with tears brimming in her eyes, feeling wronged. Don't act here. Don't pretend to be a green tea. You're not convincing enough. If you want to walk the dark red path, do your own thing. Don't discuss me here. I'm afraid I might lose control and smash your skull. That unlucky manager signed you, this money-losing thing, and you play without understanding. Can't even pretend to understand. Your brain is really muddled, filled with air. If you want to feel wronged, go ahead, pretending to be a half-hearted green tea. A bottle that's not full, just sloshing around. Do you believe I'll give you a needle and blow your brain? Jiang Yan was most annoyed by this kind of clueless little green tea. It was boring. Hearing Jiang Yan's furious outburst, Chen Shuhua finally couldn't hold back and reached out to hit Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan quickly grabbed Chen Shuhua's hand and said, "Oh, why aren't you pretending anymore? The little green tea's act is over? Are you angry now? This expression is really ugly. Director, are you going to manage this? If you don't, I'll take care of it for you. We haven't signed a contract yet. If you can't handle it well, I'll just pack up and leave. Life is like a play, all about acting. Your acting skills are so poor. Practice well next time. You're still a popular actress. Who knows how your acting became popular? Even animal actors are better than you." After Jiang Yan finished scolding, she sat down to see how the director would handle it. Jiang Yan's popularity was much higher than Chen Shuhua's, so the director would definitely choose her. The director directly replaced Chen Shuhua. Chapter 53. The feud has been established. Chen Shuhua didn't expect the director to replace her so soon. Losing her rationality, Chen Shuhua fiercely said to Jiang Yan, "It's just our first meeting today. Why do you have to be confrontational with me?" Jiang Yan looked at Chen Shuhua and said, "It's indeed our first meeting. Why are you so intolerant? I remember 2 years ago, you said online that my son has no mother, that he is a bastard. I was puzzled. Who is your backing? How can the Shen family let you be so arrogant? Turns out you've hooked up with the sister of Chen Qianhua from the Yu family. If you had recorded properly, I would have let you go for now, but you insisted on being a little green tea, acting up, so we'll settle this debt first. It's about time. Yuming should have released the evidence, right? I also want the surveillance of you coming to the Shen family to apologize." Chen Shuhua looked at Jiang Yan and trembled slightly. "No, I clearly apologized back then. The Shen family also addressed this matter on behalf of Shen Yan. The Shen family addressed this matter, but Shen Yan has 2 guardians. It's just that the Shen family agreed. I'm not a member of the Shen family. It has nothing to do with me whether they agree or not. I don't agree. According to the Interstellar Child Protection Law, this matter can't be considered over. Only half of it can be counted as over. Chen Shuhua, furious and embarrassed, said, "How can it not count? Didn't TU seem very close to Colonel Shun during the live broadcast? The Yu family had to deal with 3 minds to settle this for me. What do you want now?" Listening to Chen Shuhua, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "The Yu family really helped you out, huh? The Shen family did plan to let you go, but I'm so angry. You called my son a wild seed and spent money to buy online support. It seems like the Yu family is definitely involved. The Shun family didn't tell me anything. But since you mentioned my son, don't expect me to remain calm. Do you know the saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die? Go back and tell the Yu family that a grudge has been formed. Whether to expand or maintain the status quo depends on them." Chen Shuhua said to Jiang Yan, "So you participated in the variety show for me?" Jiang Yan replied cheerfully, "Not really. I just wanted to see if you had any other tricks up your sleeve. It seems you're just a big-chested, brainless person. The director, I'm leaving now. This hype is yours. I won't ask you for money. Your floating camera live stream is quite good." Hearing this, Chen Shuhua collapsed onto the ground. "A floating camera live stream? It's over. Her acting career is finished. She might spend her life in darkness now. No, no, no. Qianhua can definitely save me." Jiang Yan might have thought that Chen Shuhua would try to clear her name, so she suddenly turned her head to cut off Chen Shuhua's thoughts. "Chen Shuhua, I've already posted your comments to Entertainment News, along with all your dirt. When I found out you were blackening my son and calling him a wild seed, I had someone collect evidence. It should be trending now. Thank you for helping me secure that trending topic." After saying that, Jiang Yan turned and left without hesitation. Later, Shen Li told Jiang Yan that although the Shun family had resolved everything, seeing Chen Shuhua's smug and green tea-like demeanor, Jiang Yan knew that someone must be behind her actions, or she was just acting out for someone close. From her reaction, Jiang Yan had a rough understanding. If it weren't for Chen Shuhua participating in this program, she wouldn't have come. Poor Yuming would have to start working overtime again. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped outside, she saw the Yu Luo newspaper's car. Just as she reached the car, an angry Yuming opened the door and said, "Dear Miss Jiang, can we please not be so impulsive?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I wasn't impulsive, see? I was well prepared. I even gave you all her dirt. I'm not someone who goes into battle unprepared." Yuming replied, "Yes, you're not unprepared, but sending me a bunch of materials at the last minute is really tight." Jiang Yan looked at Yuming and said, "That's to test your professional ability." Yuming looked at Jiang Yan and helplessly said, "My professional ability is great. So what are you going to do now? We agreed this was just to get familiar and clean up your image, and now it's a mess." Jiang Yan deflated like a puncture balloon. "Well, that's true, but I'm currently trending first, so why don't we try to clean it up?" Yuming suggested, "How about we join a wilderness survival variety show? That show is starting soon, and I can send you there. By the time you come back, everything here will be resolved." Jiang Yan said, "But Shen Muyin is still at home. I need to tell him." Yuming waved goodbye to Jiang Yan and said, "The Shen family already knows about this variety show, and it's the Shun family that helped you get in. Just hurry over. You don't need to worry about Shen Muyin." The old man of the Shun family said to leave him to them. They said you should tell them what you plan to do next, and they'll help you create momentum. You can't fight alone. Jiang Yan felt a warm current flow through her heart. "Well, thank you." Yuming looked at Jiang Yan and felt a bit unaccustomed. "No need to thank me. After all, you're a major shareholder of our Yu Luo newspaper. There's no need to be polite about this. However, it's not good to directly confront the Yu family. They're on par with the Shun family in status and wealth. Aren't you afraid they might take action against you?" Jiang Yan casually replied, "Please, I am the last human in the entire galaxy. If they take action against me, do they really think the interstellar government is a bunch of buffoons? Look at my current popularity. If they act against me, even the online users will want some real drama. Besides, with the Shun family around, they would find it hard to cover their tracks after I run into trouble. So you think they won't take action against you?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, "No, with my current abilities, they wouldn't dare to act. So I will stir up trouble in their minefield. I enjoy seeing the Yu family unable to stand my presence. Let them talk about my son. Let them constantly make things difficult for my man, and I'll just pick at their flaws." Yuming sighed helplessly at Jiang Yan's words and slowly said, "Yes, yes, my ancestor. So we're going to participate in that wilderness survival variety show later. Just don't bring any trouble my way." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Okay, President. I guarantee to complete the task successfully." Chapter 54. Popular Science History. Yu Ming dropped Jiang Yan off at the location. And Jiang Yan looked at the spaceship ahead and quietly said to Yu Ming, "Is this spaceship going to take a group of people away?" Yu Ming mimicked Jiang Yan's tone and said, "Yes, in a moment I'll take you to meet Director Wang, and then you just honestly finish recording the show. Remember, don't start any fights. If you do, let me know in advance so I can handle public relations, got it?" Jiang Yan nodded earnestly, "Got it. I promise to record this well." Seeing Jiang Yan so earnest, Yu Ming nodded and took her to find Director Wang in the crowd. Director Wang is Wang Yukai, and since his son happened to be on a mission with Shen Li, he reluctantly accepted Jiang Yan into the show. Yu Ming walked over and said to Wang Yukai, "Director Wang, this is Jiang Yan. We'll be troubling you for this period." Wang Yukai patted his big belly and slowly said, "No trouble at all. How could it be trouble for someone from Colonel Shen's circle? Thank you, President Yu, for bringing her over. I'll treat you to dinner after it's done." Yu Ming replied, "Then I'll be waiting for your meal, Director Wang. I'll take my leave now. This girl is in your hands." Wang Yukai smiled and said, "All right, Miss Jiang, follow me. We need to record, but first we have to go to the Interstellar Mall to buy some supplies. Here, take this card. You can only use the money inside for buying wilderness survival items. You can't spend any of your own money." Jiang Yan took the card from Wang Yukai and said, "Understood, Director Wang." After Wang Yukai saw Jiang Yan take the card, he took her to the recording venue, where everyone was already present. Jiang Yan was the last one to enter. To be honest, she didn't expect to have entered 2 variety shows in one day through connections. Then Wang Yukai looked at everyone and said, "All right, now each of us has 3,000 Interstellar coins on our cards. You can shop freely, and online shopping is also allowed, but you can only spend this 3,000 Interstellar coins. Going over is considered cheating." When Jiang Yan and the others heard that online shopping was allowed, they were excited. The current Interstellar delivery speed is really fast. As soon as you place an order, it can be delivered quickly. So most people chose to shop online, and Jiang Yan was no exception. Everyone used their smart devices to select items and quickly made their choices. Now, they just needed to wait a bit. While waiting, the director team checked Jiang Yan and the others' Interstellar coins. Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru had the least coins, followed by Muhan. Jiang Yan, Lin Juanru, and Muhan were grouped together, while the remaining Li Mingsheng, Song Liner, and Ji Heng formed another group. Next was the waiting for interstellar delivery and chatting segment. Lin Juanru was quite familiar with everyone, and then asked Jiang Yan, "Are you really a person from 3,000 years ago?" "Yes, certified by the interstellar government," Jiang Yan replied. Chapter 1, Section 1. Lin Juanru sat closer to Jiang Yan and asked, "What was it like where you came from?" As Lin Juanru spoke, everyone and the cameras began to gather around Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the people in front of her and slowly began to speak. "Where do I even start?" At that time, our technology was relatively advanced, though it certainly cannot compare now. The Chinese civilization has a history of over 5,000 years. I was living in the 21st century, and by then, connections between different places around the world were already close. People could take planes to other countries, as well as trains and high-speed trains. These were all innovations that came about over time. People in the past relied on walking and horse-drawn carriages for travel. Lin Juanru slowly said, "Horse-drawn carriages? Walking? That must have made it hard to travel far." Jiang Yan replied, "You could travel farther, but it was very slow. Some places took 3 months just to reach by horse-drawn carriage, and walking took even longer. Fortunately, by the time we traveled, transportation was already quite convenient." Lin Juanru sighed as she listened to Jiang Yan, then slowly said, "It seems your previous life was quite inconvenient." Jiang Yan shook her head with a smile, saying, "My previous life was very convenient. I could drive when I went out, or take high-speed trains or planes if I didn't want to drive. We paid with WeChat and Alipay by just scanning a code. There were many delicious foods on the streets and plenty of interesting things to do." Later, Lin Juanru asked many questions, and Jiang Yan answered each one seriously, hoping to help more people understand some of the things from 3,000 years ago. Jiang Yan also shared a lot of fresh and interesting things from her time with everyone present. Song Liner asked Jiang Yan, "So, did you come to participate in this variety show just to let people understand the world before?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Not really. I originally joined another show, but Chen Shuhua said my son was a wild seed, and I couldn't hold back and tore her apart. So, I came here to get some good reviews." Seeing Jiang Yan's straightforwardness, Lin Juanru cautiously asked, "Aren't you worried about being too direct? Chen Shuhua is at least a second-tier star in terms of power, and her sister Chen Qianhua is a top star. You can't just be that direct, right?" Jiang Yan waved her hand casually and said, "I've already torn her apart. I didn't want to, but who told her to find trouble? Whatever, I'm happy that I confronted her." Lin Junru looked at Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor and said, "Sister Jiang, you are amazing. Let's stay in the same tent later, and you can tell me more about your past." Ji Hang turned to Wang Yuhang and said, "Yu Hang, I want to listen too." Wang Yuhang slapped Ji Hang's shoulder and said, "Get lost. If you dare to listen, I guarantee Colonel Shun will tear you apart." Ji Hang shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum and said, "I value my life, so I'll leave this to Juanru to listen. I'm not worthy." Ji Hang's antics made the unfamiliar crowd burst into laughter. Jiang Yan smiled at Ji Hang and said, "If you want to listen, I can just tell you during the day." Ji Hang, feeling a bit shy, asked, "Would it be a bother?" Jiang Yan shook her head with a smile and said, "Not all. I actually hope more people can understand the world before. Since you want to listen, I'll tell you. The history of the world and various countries can be talked about for a long time without repeating." Lin Junru happily said, "That would be great. Please teach me more history when the time comes." Hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a bit sad inside, realizing that the world she once lived in had already become history. "What's wrong, Yin Yan? Can I call you Yin Yan?" "Of course. I'm just a little sad that the era I once lived in has become history. But I will definitely share it with all of you. I hope more people can understand our history." Everyone comforted Jiang Yan, saying yes. There will definitely be more people who understand. Chapter 55. The survival game begins while Jiang Yan and the others were chatting. Wang Yukai asked Jiang Yan and the others to come out and collect the items they had just purchased online. Each person's items had a tag with their name on it, and all of their things were placed behind them. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped out, she saw her items piled up in a huge heap. Jiang Yan was stunned by the sight, standing there in shock. Pointing at the pile, Jiang Yan asked, "Wait, are all these mine? Did they not send it to the wrong person?" The production team assured Jiang Yan, "No mistake, these are all your items. We have verified it. These were all gifts from the merchants." Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really sure there's no mistake?" "None." Finally, Jiang Yan said to the production team, "Since there is no mistake, I'm taking them. You said you verified it, so these things are mine now. I'm taking them. We're in a survival game, and I'll take anything useful I can get." The production team looked at the huge pile of items in front of Jiang Yan and didn't really want her to take them. The production team communicated with Jiang Yan, saying, "How about you take a little less?" Jiang Yan looked at the production team and then at the pile of items, shaking her head firmly. "No way. The first rule of survival is that you can't take less." The production team, unwilling to give up, continued to negotiate, "Just take a little less. There are no rules about survival that say you can't take a lot." Jiang Yan shook her head resolutely and said, "No, there is now. I bought all of these with the money you sent me. So how can I not take them? The rules didn't say you can't take a lot. So remember to change the rules next time." At this point, Lin Junru also spoke up. Yes, director, you can't play tricks like this. It's not fair." Others echoed. And in the end, the production team had no choice but to let Jiang Yan load her items onto the interstellar spaceship. Jiang Yan's items were the same amount as those of the other 5 people. Unfortunately, the production team had no reason to refuse and could only allow Jiang Yan to take her items. Once on the spaceship, Lin Junru said to Jiang Yan, "Yin Yan, we've brought our things over. Otherwise, we'd be fulfilling the production team's wishes." Song Linner, who was on the same spaceship, also chimed in exactly. No one expected that Wang Yukai would do something underhanded. When Jiang Yan and her group got off the vehicle, the production team was already waiting below. Jiang Yan looked at the production team and had a bad feeling in her heart. She sensed something was off about the production team. "Miss Jiang Yan, we're really sorry. Due to improper handling by the staff, all the products you were gifted have fallen below and cannot be retrieved for now. We sincerely apologize." Jiang Yan thought to herself, "I knew something was off. No, I knew you had bad intentions." The production team, still sincere, apologized. "We're really sorry. It was our mistake. We will pay more attention next time. Jiang Yan felt it was awkward to continue making things difficult for a production team like that. She had to say, it's okay, it's just some food. I'll look for other things during the survival game. The production team pretended to be very apologetic and said, that is very unfortunate. Jiang Yan couldn't bear to expose the director's act and said, it's really fine. Director, don't worry about it. So what should we do next? The director then seriously went over the process and finally said to everyone, due to the director team's oversight, the food items can no longer be consumed. To express our sincere apologies, we will provide you with our compressed food, but there isn't much, so please ration it until you find more food. Jiang Yan and the other stars couldn't help but twitch their mouths and said, this is definitely intentional. Absolutely. At this moment, Lin Junru spoke up, saying that the director's team had given us supplies, but should we solve the food issue for the director's team? Wang Yukai then said that since we are recording survival on the Wild Ball, it is not suitable to have too many staff members around. So only the spaceship and some program team members are here. Of course, I will share the ups and downs with everyone. Song Liner then slowly said, is it sharing the ups and downs or dragging each other down? This director is really cunning. Jiang Yan and Lin Junru echoed, exactly. Wang Yukai then casually said, then let's distribute things reasonably now. The staff's tents have already been set up, so you need to work hard now. After all, no one knows what will happen at night. Hearing this, Lin Junru asked, what should we do? Jiang Yan suggested to Lin Junru, how about we go look for something to eat nearby while the others set up the tents first? I have a big iron pot, and we can cook together later. Duan Hang said, that works, then let's do it this way. I'll go with you and Junru. It's not safe for you two girls to go alone. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru and nodded. Okay, let's go together. Duan Hang turned to Wang Yuhang and said, Liner, please take care of her. Wang Yuhang patted his chest and said, don't worry, Engu, no problem. Only then did Duan Hang feel relieved and followed Jiang Yan and Lin Junru. Let's find a water source first, and then look for some food. We'll set up our tent next to the director's team. This location should be fine. Our main goal now is to solve the food issue. Lin Junru agreed, I think so too. Let's solve the food problem first. If I had known it would be like this, I would have learned more wilderness survival skills before coming. Duan Hang said, I know some, but I don't know if they will be useful. Jiang Yan looked around the environment and comforted Lin Junru, saying, don't worry, nothing will happen. Chapter 56, Teaching Interstellar People to Cook. Jiang Yan, Lin Junru, and Duan Hang walked for nearly 40 minutes before reaching a relatively flat area. Lin Junru looked at the low vines ahead and asked, Duan Hang, do you know what this is? Duan Hang walked over to take a look and shook his head, saying, I don't know. I've never seen this before. I think we shouldn't try it easily. Jiang Yan walked over and exclaimed, isn't this just grapes? What do you mean by not trying it easily? She directly picked a bunch and started eating, saying to Lin Junru and Duan Hang, this is grapes, and they are edible. Don't worry, I've already eaten some. We can take some back. Lin Junru watched as Jiang Yan approached with a bunch of grapes, and also picked one from Jiang Yan's hand to taste. After trying, Lin Junru also went to pick 2 bunches and said to Duan Hang, they are really edible. The taste is quite good. You should try it. Jiang Yan asked, how long can these last? After tasting one, Duan Hang also went to pick 2 bunches. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, we don't have a refrigerator, so let us finish them as soon as possible. I think they will be fine for 2 days in this weather. Let's come back for more later. Fresh ones taste better. Lin Junru agreed, sure, I can finish them in less than 2 days. They are really delicious. I will bring some back for Songliner to try. Jiang Yan nodded, okay. Let's look ahead and see if there is anything else we can take back together. As they walked forward, they didn't find any other fruits since Jiang Yan and the others didn't come very early. They planned to look a little further before heading back. Suddenly, a sound came, making Lin Junru unable to help but whisper, what is that sound? Jiang Yan replied, it should be a wild chicken. Let's catch one to take back. I bought a pot, and the director's team didn't hide it from me. I'll make stir-fried chicken for you. Hearing this, Lin Junru, forgetting that she was wearing a skirt, rolled up her sleeves and said to Duan Hang, let us go catch a fat wild chicken today and taste its flavor. You could just leave it to us. You just watch from the side. Jiang Yan nodded at the enthusiastic Lin Junru. Okay, then I'll leave it to you too. I'll go look elsewhere. Duan Hang turned around and handed Jiang Yan a shovel, saying, "Take this, be careful." Jiang Yan took the shovel and replied, "Okay." She took the shovel and headed toward a small hill nearby, where she saw a lot of bamboo. She wondered if there were any bamboo shoots. As Jiang Yan approached, she indeed found quite a few bamboo shoots and dug out several before leaving. When she left, Lin Junru and Duan Heng had just managed to catch a wild chicken with great effort. Lin Junru looked at the bamboo shoots in Jiang Yan's hand and licked her lips, saying, "Jiang Yan, are those bamboo shoots? Are we going to make stir-fried chicken with bamboo shoots tonight?" Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru and replied, "If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you." "Okay, I want to eat it." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "No problem. I'll kill it when we get back. And we'll make stir-fried chicken with bamboo shoots." Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Lin Junru became excited. "Then let us head back now. I want to taste your cooking skills, and I'll secretly learn a bit." Jiang Yan laughed and said, "Secretly learn what? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. What's the big deal?" Lin Junru's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Really?" Jiang Yan replied, "Of course. It's just cooking. If you want to learn, just come find me." Duan Hang, who was listening, asked, "You really don't mind? Wouldn't everyone learn then?" Jiang Yan, puzzled, asked, "Mind? Why would I mind? It's just cooking. If she wants to learn, I'll teach her. If you want to learn, I'll teach you too." Lin Junru hugged Jiang Yan and said, "Jiang Yan, you are so great. I'm so touched." Jiang Yan was confused by Duan Hang's words. "It's just teaching a dish. Why are you all acting like this?" Lin Junru explained, "Because most of the food in the interstellar world is synthesized, and household robots replace cooking. So most people don't cook anymore, and chef skills aren't passed down." Hearing this, Jiang Yan was speechless. What is the big deal about cooking? Wouldn't half of the people in the interstellar world not know how to cook? Lin Junru nodded and said, "Right." Jiang Yan said, "All right, I'll help you out. If you want to eat or learn anything in the future, just ask. As long as I know it, I'll teach you." Lin Junru immediately pounced on Jiang Yan, saying, "Jiang Yan, master, I love you." Jiang Yan laughed and said, "You're easily bought over with a little benefit." Lin Junru said to Jiang Yan, "That is not just a little benefit. You don't know that the seasoning and methods for cooking are very precious. Most people in the interstellar world don't know how to cook. They all rely on household robots." Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Huh? Most people don't know?" Jiang Yan then made a decision. "It seems I should post more cooking videos on the Light Brain in the future." Now, it was Lin Junru's turn to be shocked. "You want to teach cooking videos to everyone in the interstellar world?" Jiang Yan replied, "Yeah, I want everyone in the interstellar world to understand more about my previous world. I think I can start by teaching them how to cook." Jiang Yan continued, "You don't know, back then, the northern and southern regions had completely different cuisines. There were also many people from other countries, and each country had different eating habits. If I had known, I would have learned more about cooking to let you taste the delicacies from different countries." Lin Junru said to Jiang Yan, "But no one knows." "Really? If I had known, I would have learned many kinds of cuisines. However, there are still many local delicacies in China. If I have the chance to go out for a variety show, you can come to my place for a meal. I'll cook for you. Now, come back to the camp with me and let you taste my skills. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." When Jiang Yan and her group were returning, the director's team was just about to turn the camera away. Jiang Yan spoke up, saying there was no need to avoid the camera and that it was fine to shoot directly. The director's team, unsure, asked if it was really okay. Jiang Yan responded, "No problem. Just think of it as me teaching everyone in the galaxy how to cook." The director's team agreed. In Chapter 57, I Want to Buy This Wasteland, while cooking, Jiang Yan showed no hesitation in front of the camera. Instead, she confidently demonstrated how to turn a wild chicken into a delicious meal step by step. The aroma of Jiang Yan's cooking wafted through the air even before it was ready. The smell was so enticing that Lin Junru couldn't help but exclaim, "Yan Yan, your food smells amazing. Is it ready? I want to be the first to taste it." Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Almost done. You can go get a bowl now." Lin Junru made a gesture to Jiang Yan and hurried to grab a bowl. Seeing Lin Junru's actions, Jiang Yan quickly served her a piece of chicken. Lin Junru didn't care about the heat and eagerly took a bite. With her mouth wide open, she slowly said, "Delicious, delicious. Yan Yan, you cook so well. Do you need help at home? I can work for you for free." Jiang Yan laughed and said, No need for that. If you want to eat, I can cook for you. Why would I have you work for me? Here, have another piece. Lin Junru responded. Okay, thank you, Yin Yan. I'll help you. With Lin Junru's assistance, Jiang Yan quickly served the food. Under the allure of the aroma, Jiang Yan's dishes received unanimous praise. Jiang Yan didn't expect that such a large portion of fried chicken would be completely devoured by everyone. After everyone was full, they reached a consensus. Jiang Yan only needed to cook, and she didn't have to do any other chores since her cooking was simply too good. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yan didn't wash the dishes. That task was eagerly taken over by others. Before going to bed, Jiang Yan looked at the stars in the sky. Lin Junru, sitting silently beside Jiang Yan as she gazed at the stars, quietly asked her, "Do you miss home?" Jiang Yan nodded yes. The sky on this planet is the most similar to the starry sky we had back then. I used to look at the stars like this often. I never expected to see such a sky again, only to find everything changed. Lin Junru was surprised. Jiang Yan, who usually seemed so capable and knowledgeable, also had such moments. "It's okay," she said. "Even though I don't know how to comfort you, you have a friend by your side now, right? I'm your friend. I'll be here for you. You won't be lonely." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru, who was younger than her, yet trying to comfort her. In fact, without considering her 3,000 years of age, Lin Junru was slightly older than Jiang Yan. "Thank you, Junru. With you here, I feel much better." Lin Junru happily replied. Hee hee. Then I'll stay here and watch the stars with you. I rarely get to see such a starry sky myself. When I was a child, I was always forced to learn many things, and as I grew up, I got busy with work, so I rarely had the chance to look at the stars like today. Jiang Yan listened to Lin Junru and said, "So you also can't see them? Huh? Ha ha." Hearing Jiang Yan's laughter, Lin Junru playfully pounced on her, and the two began to playfully tussle. Their friendship, like that of young girls, was simple. After tiring from their play, they lay on the grass, looking up at the stars. Lin Junru said to Jiang Yan, "Actually, I know you came here to change the online public opinion, but there's no need to pay attention to what they say. Just be yourself. When I first debuted, I was criticized so harshly that I almost fell into depression. But later, I stopped caring, and things got better." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru, knowing she was trying to help her. "I won't care about the online opinions," Jiang Yan said, "but I want more people to know what life was like for us before. That's why I came back." "Did you have a good life before?" Lin Junru asked. Jiang Yan looked up at the sky and replied, "Very good. I had my mom and dad and an older brother. They all loved me. I could do whatever I wanted. But later, I got cancer and didn't want to see them sad, so I secretly left. I never expected that when I woke up again, the world had already changed." It was 3,000 years later. Lin Junru, feeling heartbroken, gently patted Jiang Yan's back. "Don't be sad." "I'm not sad," Jiang Yan said. "I'm just reflecting. Who would have thought that I couldn't even be cured of cancer and still be alive? My parents taught me to cherish life since I was little, to live well." Lin Junru quietly said, "Did Colonel Shen really end up with you?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Lin Junru leaned closer to Jiang Yan and whispered, "I like the person next to Colonel Shen. He's really handsome." Gossip is indeed a woman's nature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan asked, "Who is it? Tell me." Lin Junru shook her head and said, "I don't know. Your man's team is really mysterious. I only saw his face once during a rescue mission, and he completely captured my heart. He even saved me during the rescue. Can you ask your man for his contact information?" Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru and said, "I can talk to Shen Li, but if you don't even know his name, how can I help you get his contact information? I'm not a fortune teller." Lin Junru immediately looked dejected and said, "Then what should I do? But he's really so handsome." Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at Lin Junru and said, "If you had his name or a photo, I could try to ask for you. You don't even have a photo or a name. There's nothing I can do." Lin Junru complained, "Ah." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru and said, "All right, don't be difficult. I promise I'll help you if you get a photo and a name." Once they reached this agreement, both Jiang Yan and Lin Junru looked up at the stars together. "How much would it cost to buy this planet?" Jiang Yan asked in confusion. "Can planets really be bought?" Lin Junru replied, "Of course. Many planets are being developed now. If a planet is too small and not suitable for a city, it can be purchased, but the price is quite high." "Really? I thought planets here couldn't be bought." "Buying it means you get a short-term ownership. But if you want the planet to completely belong to you, it requires a lot of money. Then I'll work hard to save money and try to buy this wasteland as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Starting today, full live broadcast early in the morning. Duan Hang and the others were looking for Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru. They didn't expect that Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru had fallen asleep on the grass. The two looked completely unkempt, tightly embracing each other like two intertwined octopuses. At that moment, Song Liner hurried over to wake them up. When Jiang Yan saw that it was Song Liner, she naturally got up, while Lin Juanru was still dazed. Lin Juanru stiffly said, "Liner, why can I see the bullet comments? Am I not awake? Should I sleep a little longer?" Song Liner rolled her eyes at Lin Juanru and said, "Did you forget that we're going live today? The director's team thinks we can start a live broadcast, so we are." Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Live broadcast? What live broadcast? I didn't know about this." Song Liner explained, "Your light brain can start a live broadcast. You just need to connect to the director's team's specific signal." "Did you not connect it?" Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "No, I didn't connect to the director's signal. I'll go check how to do it later and get it set up." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Lin Juanru hugged her and said, "Yin Yan, what do we do? Why didn't she say anything at the beginning? Now everyone has seen my bare face, and I have 2 pimples on my forehead. What should I do?" Jiang Yan comforted Lin Juanru, saying, "It's just 2 pimples, and besides, you look so good, Juanru. You look great even without makeup, so don't worry about it." At this moment, Song Liner also chimed in, "Exactly. The comments are saying Juanru looks great. Juanru looks good even without makeup." Hearing Jiang Yan and Song Liner say this, Lin Juanru felt relieved. She slowly opened the comments and muttered to herself, "That's good, that's good. As a second-tier celebrity, I still need to pay attention to my image." Song Liner looked at Lin Juanru and slowly said, "Just now, when you and Jiang Yan were like an octopus, why didn't you say anything about your image? Isn't it a bit late to mention it now?" Lin Juanru casually replied, "How could that be? I became a celebrity just to eat. Yin Yan's cooking is so delicious. Can you say it's not? You always want to compete with me for food. Since I have food to eat now, my image can be neglected." Song Liner looked at Lin Juanru, who was carefree as if she had a meal, and then said to her, Yes, you only know how to eat. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I'll go check the comments." Song Liner opened her comment screen and said to Jiang Yan, "Yours isn't open. You can watch with me for now." Jiang Yan nodded at Song Liner and said, "Okay. Thank you, Liner." Song Liner smiled and said, "No need to thank me. You still need to cook for me. Let's watch together." Jiang Yan looked at the comments. Since the response yesterday was particularly good, the director team directly opened the live broadcast system, and comments were flooding in. "Who said Jiang Yan should be sent for experiments? She benefits the entire Interstellar community. Sending Jiang Yan away is the biggest loss for the entire Interstellar. Yesterday, I cooked the meal with Jiang Yan, and I, someone who has never cooked before, managed to make it. I feel that once I get the hang of it, it will definitely taste better than a chef's cooking. Don't talk about upstairs. I tried it too, and it really works following yesterday's video method. It's really delicious." And Jiang Yan generously shared it without any hesitation. "It's so great. I hope Sister Jiang Yan cooks more." Jiang Yan saw the comments urging her to cook more and how everyone was learning to cook alongside her, and she smiled. Jiang Yan sincerely hoped everyone would try the dishes from her era. Looking at the comments, Jiang Yan asked Song Liner, "How can I reply to these comments?" Song Liner looked at her comment screen, filled with praise for Jiang Yan, and said, "You need your own light brain to reply to your comments. I can help you reply first, and then you can ask the director team for permissions." Jiang Yan thought this was a good idea and said to Song Liner, "Then I'll trouble you. Please tell them that I welcome them to come and learn when I cook next time. I'll go ask the director team for permissions, and we could do a first-person cooking live stream. What do you think?" Lin Juanru, who had finished replying to her comments, said to Jiang Yan, "I think that is fine. I can help you by being next to you or showing everyone a full view. Let us go, Jiang Yan. Let us ask the director team for permissions." After saying this, Lin Juanru pulled Jiang Yan and Song Liner to find the director team. When the director team saw Jiang Yan, they immediately understood what she wanted, as she had brought so much popularity to the show. The director team had initially wanted to attract more people to watch the program, so they agreed to Jiang Yan's request. However, They did not expect that Jiang Yan's popularity would exceed that of the previous highest-rated program, and the viewership ratings were still climbing. After all, Jiang Yan was the last human in the entire star realm and generously shared the recipes she knew with everyone. Wang Yukai, seeing Jiang Yan come to request permissions, kindly said to her, "This permission is granted to you. You can see and reply to the comments now. If you don't want to see them or want to block them, just control it with your light brain." Jiang Yan responded, "Thank you, director. When will you give me those little gifts you promised? If you give them to me, I can make a lot of delicious food. And then our show's ratings will go up online, right? Don't you think I'm right?" Wang Yukai replied, "What you said is indeed correct, but no. We can't do that. Our show is called Wilderness Survival. How can we give you that? No way." Jiang Yan smiled at the director and said, "Oh, director, we're all smart people. If you give it to me, I promise to help you increase the ratings. Really, director, you have to believe me. This is a win-win situation. It's a guaranteed profitable deal." Wang Yukai maintained his stern demeanor and said to Jiang Yan, "Still no." Seeing Wang Youcai's unyielding expression, Jiang Yan had a compromise and said, "Then I promise I won't take much food. I just want a little cumin, just a bit. I promise. If it doesn't work, you can bring it to me. I just need a handful. Just this little bit." Wang Yukai looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "Are you sure it's just this little bit?" Jiang Yan firmly nodded and said, "Yes, just this little bit. I guarantee it. After you give it to me, I won't come ask you again today. I swear." Wang Yukai then said, "After you take it, you won't come back tomorrow, right?" Jiang Yan hurriedly replied, No, you misunderstood. I promise I won't come back tomorrow." Wang Yukai reluctantly agreed to Jiang Yan's request and had other staff give her a small amount of cumin. He then said, "I've given you the stuff. You can go now. Don't come back next time." Jiang Yan took the cumin and said to Wang Yukai, "Okay, director. I promise I won't come back tomorrow or next time. I'll come back next time. I'm leaving now." Wang Yukai was almost furious at Jiang Yan's words. But Jiang Yan left without caring about what he said behind her. After all, she had gotten what she wanted. Jiang Yan put away the cumin, opened the comments, and various messages popped up in her view. As soon as Jiang Yan opened the comments, many messages appeared. She wasn't in a hurry and sat down on the ground, starting to read through them one by one. Many were urging Jiang Yan to cook on time so that they could follow her steps to cook. Jiang Yan looked at the comments and turned to ask Lin Juanru, "Juanru, can they hear me when I talk in these comments? Can I just speak directly?" Lin Juanru turned her head to Jiang Yan and said, "Yes. That's about it. They can hear you when you speak. Just speak directly." Jiang Yan then turned back and started with the most frequently appearing comments, saying, "Let me first talk about what I plan to cook, because it seems everyone is concerned about that. Today, I got some cumin. Cumin makes the best barbecue. I plan to make barbecue today, but I haven't prepared everything yet, so I'll go with Juanru, Lin and Duan Hang to see if we can find any ingredients for the barbecue." Lin Juanru heard that Jiang Yan was going to take her to find ingredients soon, and she didn't think too much about it. She then spoke to the viewers. "I know everyone wants to see the cooking, but I have to go find something first. If anyone doesn't want to watch, feel free to leave the live stream." Lin Juanru was clearly a person of action. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly turned to Jiang Yan and said, Yan, I'm going to find Lin and Duan Hang. Let's go look for ingredients together later. I'm heading out now. I'll be back quickly." Jiang Yan looked at the hurried Lin Juanru and replied, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll go grab the bag and tools." "No need. Duan Hang and I have already brought them over." Song Lin hadn't arrived yet, but her voice was already heard. She was followed closely by Duan Hang, who was carrying tools in a bag. Song Lin approached and directly said to Jiang Yan, "I just heard Lin Juanru's loud voice. I thought we were going to cook, but the ingredients aren't ready yet. So I brought Duan Hang to let you know that we are going to look for ingredients first. How about we all go together?" Jiang Yan replied to Song Lin, "Sure. I want to find the director today and got some cumin. We can have barbecue today with grilled meat and vegetables." Upon hearing this, Lin Juanru thought of Jiang Yan's homemade rice and didn't even pay attention to Song Lin calling her a loudspeaker. She immediately said to Jiang Yan and Song Lin "What are we waiting for? Let's go now, hurry up." This time, the four of them, Jiang Yan, Lin Juanru, Song Lin and Duan Hang, moved quickly. Hearing that they would be having barbecue, Lin Juanru and Song Lin seemed to have even more energy than Duan Hang. as if they were competing to see who could gather more ingredients to eat more later. The enthusiasm of Lin Juanru and Song Lin Air was palpable. Soon, the four of them returned to the camp with a bountiful harvest. Jiang Yan handed the items to the two people staying at the camp, and then the four of them went to the small creek next to the camp to catch some seafood. Jiang Yan said to Lin Juanru, Song Lin Air, and Duan Heng, "All right, the ingredients are ready. Let's go back and see if they have started the fire and prepared everything." Lin Juanru replied to Jiang Yan, "Okay, let's head back. I can't wait." Jiang Yan said, "Once we return, I'll teach you all how to grill. We can also learn from watching Star Citizen together." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, the entire comment section was flooded with words related to barbecue, with all the viewers urging Jiang Yan to start grilling. It didn't matter if they could grill or not. The main idea was that watching it was equivalent to having eaten it. After returning, everything was prepared, and Jiang Yan addressed the viewers, "For this barbecue, we have some marinade, but due to limited resources, the only cumin I could get was what I brought. So I can't show you a full barbecue experience for now. But I promise that once I return, I'll prepare all the barbecue seasonings." Due to the limitations of tools and incomplete seasonings, Jiang Yan explained to all the viewers. Once she finished explaining, she began to grill. Jiang Yan's movements were very skilled, and she had a good grasp of the different skewers. Every time she flipped something, she would inform the viewers how long it needed to be flipped. Jiang Yan managed to grill a lot of skewers at once, and everyone gathered around to eat and chat, turning the survival game into a culinary experience. Chapter 59. Looking for Colonel Shen. Just as Jiang Yan finished grilling and was about to share with everyone, her comment section exploded, making it impossible to see what others were saying. The screen went black. Because Jiang Yan's comment section had exploded, many viewers shifted to other streamers' comment sections to leave messages for her. Lin Juanru said to Jiang Yan, "The moment your comment section exploded, everyone came to ours. I've never had so many people leave messages in my comment section, especially for you. Yin Yin, you have to compensate me. I want to eat one more skewer, no? 2, no, 3. No, I want 5 more." Jiang Yan smiled and handed Lin Juanru a big handful of skewers. Now Lin Juanru had a large pile of grilled skewers in front of her, and she looked at them with a smile, saying, "Yin Yin, you're the best to me. I love you." Some viewers in the comments directly responded to Lin Juanru, saying, "Sister Juanru, you're in love with Jiang Yan. I think you're in love with her cooking. I want to try Jiang Yan's cooking too. Jiang Yan's food looks so delicious. When can I have a taste? Jiang Yan, I love you. You have to cook more, so I can learn from you." The comments flooded with love for Jiang Yan, but only a few thought Jiang Yan and Colonel Shen were a better match. The moment this comment appeared, Lin Juanru highlighted it in a different color and pinned it at the top. Lin Juanru read out the comments supporting Jiang Yan and Shen Li. "I also think Jiang Yan and Colonel Shen are a good match. What do you all think? Colonel Shen protects the country, and Jiang Yan teaches us how to cook and improve our meals. I think they match well. 3,000 years ago, Jiang Yan and Colonel Shen, really, I ship it." Jiang Yan felt a little shy seeing Lin Juanru reading the comments, so she handed Lin Juanru a few skewers and said, "Try this, stop reading." Lin Juanru took the skewers from Jiang Yan's hand, and while eating, she didn't forget to say to Jiang Yan, "Yin Yin, why do you look a bit shy? Do you not want me to read them? Let me tell you, the temptation of food is too strong. You really succeeded, and I hope you can continue next time." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Juanru, who was eating without caring about her image, and said, "Can you pay attention to your image right now? Aren't you afraid your fans will unfollow you?" Lin Juanru, unfazed by Jiang Yan's words, replied, "Don't worry, my loyal fans know that I'm this way. Once they see delicious food, they can't move. So I'm not worried at all. But Yin Yin, I noticed you haven't talked to Colonel Shen lately. Are you two in a fight? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're not wronged. You can count on me to protect you." As soon as Lin Juanru mentioned Shen Li, the comment section filled with comments. Many viewers called Jiang Yan's sister-in-law. The most common comments asked what Jiang Yan and Shen Li were doing and where he was. Jiang Yan didn't tell the viewers what Shen Li was doing and thought that since he was in such a hurry to carry out his mission, it must be something important. Jiang Yan smiled and told the viewers, "Of course, Colonel Shen has his own matters to attend to. I really don't know what he is doing or where he is. But since I'm here participating in this survival game, he must be doing his own thing. Otherwise, I would chat with you all. The viewers didn't press Jiang Yan and instead asked her what the world was like before. Jiang Yan shared about the past world, explaining that although it wasn't as technologically advanced as now, it had beautiful scenery with green waters and mountains. However, due to the rapid refresh of the comments, Jiang Yan's answers didn't connect well. Jiang Yan finished answering an Interstellar netizen's question about whether she and Shen Li were together, and after her response, she noticed that Lin Juanru's and Songliner's comments were being flooded with the same topic. Interstellar Colonel Shen Li's battleship was thrown onto deserted island 69,873 by interstellar pirates during a mission, and his life and death were uncertain. Upon seeing this news, Jiang Yan kept repeating the name of the deserted island, and her face seemed to lose color. Deserted Island 69873. Lin Juanru hurriedly went over to hug Jiang Yan and comfort her, saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Colonel Shen is the youngest and most capable colonel in our interstellar government. He will definitely find a way. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine." MHM. Jiang Yan nodded, knowing that Shen Li would surely find a way back safely. At this time, Songliner cautiously spoke up. Right now, the interstellar storm and interstellar black hole have been disrupted due to the interstellar pirates using large-scale mental power. Right near deserted island 69873. It will take at least 3 days for the interstellar storm and black hole to stabilize. The interstellar government is currently calculating the rescue route on a large scale. Since Shen Li's ship was on deserted island 69873, Jiang Yan had lost her desire to chat and stared intently at the comments, hoping the interstellar government could find a rescue method. However, the most feasible plan at this time was to set out from deserted island 69888. Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Deserted island 69,888? Wang Yukai spoke up at this moment. "It's just a few planets in front of us." Jiang Yan then asked Wang Yukai, "Director, can we go there?" Wang Yukai shook his head and said, "No. Both deserted island 69873 and the area around deserted island 69,888 have large black holes. Our large interstellar ship can't get through it all. We do have a small interstellar ship, but it can only carry 2 people. And the surrounding area is full of interstellar storms and black holes, making it very difficult to pass. Moreover, piloting this small ship requires excellent skills, and no one here can do it." Listening to Wang Youtsai's words, Jiang Yan felt utterly drained and leaned against Lin Juanru. Lin Juanru held Jiang Yan tightly, as if making a decision, and then said to Wang Yukai, "Director, can we borrow that small interstellar ship? I have a pilot's license for small interstellar fighters. I'll take Jiang Yan to rescue Colonel Shen." Wang Yukai immediately refused. "No, I'm the director, and I have to be responsible for your safety. You can't go. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to your families and fans?" Lin Juanru replied, "Director, I assure you, if we encounter any problems, we will turn back immediately. Our first priority is our safety, and if anything happens, we won't hold the director team responsible. I promise you in front of so many interstellar netizens." Finally, Wang Yukai reluctantly agreed to lend the small interstellar ship to Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru. Lin Juanru skillfully opened the cockpit and got in, while Jiang Yan brought a few small items onto the ship. Songliner said to Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru, "I didn't expect you could pilot an interstellar ship. Go take a look at the situation. If it really doesn't work, Juanru, bring Jiang Yan back. Don't push yourselves too hard." After Lin Juanru finished speaking, she manipulated the controls, maneuvering the ship into the air, heading toward the planet where the deserted island survival show was located, and arrived at the outer edge of deserted island 69888. Lin Juanru looked at the stormy and black hole-ridden surroundings of deserted island 69888 and said to Jiang Yan, "Jiang Yan, do you trust me? Get ready. I'm taking you through." Jiang Yan nodded without hesitation. Now, with interstellar storms and black holes surrounding deserted island 69888, Jiang Yan was already very touched that Lin Juanru could bring her over. "I can't let down our Yin Yan's trust. Don't worry. I will take you to deserted island 69873 and find Colonel Shen. By then, I want to eat the meals you cook for me." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Juanru and said, "Don't worry. I'll make sure there's plenty." Lin Juanru glanced at Jiang Yan and said, "All right, Jiang Yan, get ready. We're going in. Let's set off to find Colonel Shen. MHM. Chapter 60. Arrival at Deserted Island 69873. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Lin Juanru took control of the small interstellar ship, navigating through the interstellar storms and black holes ahead. Jiang Yan watched Lin Juanru's movements, not daring to say a word. Afraid of disturbing her, Jiang Yan focused intently ahead. Due to the interstellar storms and black holes, Lin Juanru had to drive the ship at high speed. And since it was Jiang Yan's first time experiencing such speed in an interstellar ship, she felt her stomach churning. Lin Juanru was aware of Jiang Yan's discomfort. But given the current situation, there was no way to slow down, so she said to Jiang Yan, "Hang in there. It's always like this for the first time at this speed." Jiang Yan struggled to respond. Okay. Although Jiang Yan had also traveled on interstellar ships before, the speeds were never this fast. They were already at the ship's limit. Moreover, the positions of the interstellar storms and black holes were very irregular, which tested the pilot's skills and techniques. Jiang Yan truly hadn't expected Lin Juanru, who seemed like such a cute girl, to have a pilot's license for small interstellar fighters. Not good. The machine is reaching its limit. Jiang Yan, get ready. We are about to pass through the asteroid belt of Deserted Island 69873. This process makes the ship vulnerable to asteroid impacts, so be prepared. We will be able to enter Deserted Island 69,873 soon. Jiang Yan replied, "Okay." As soon as Jiang Yan finished her okay, the ship began to shake violently. If Jiang Yan hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, she felt as if she would be thrown out. Fortunately, the asteroid belt of Deserted Island 69873 had many large asteroids, and the gaps between them were wide enough for Lin Juanru and Jiang Yan to safely pass through and enter Deserted Island 69873. After safely reaching Deserted Island 69873, Lin Juanru finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiang Yan, "Let's circle around Deserted Island 69873 and take a look. This deserted island is quite big, so it seemed we have to search for a while." Jiang Yan nodded. "Isham, let's look slowly. Since we're already in, we will definitely find him." She slowly said to Lin Juanru, "I didn't expect you to be so capable. You actually have a pilot's license for small interstellar fighters. You really are full of surprises." Lin Juanru shyly replied, "It's okay. I haven't piloted in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. I originally learned to pilot interstellar battleships, but then I was discovered by a talent scout and became a star." Jiang Yan said to Lin Juanru, "If you keep practicing, I feel like you could even pilot interstellar battleships." Lin Juanru laughed and said, "Maybe." Then Lin Juanru seemed to have thought of something scary, and the comment board lit up. "Ah, I just forgot to manage the comments. Now my alias has been discovered by interstellar netizens. What should I do?" Jiang Yan helplessly said, "What can you do? I guess you have to make some cold mixed eggs. After all, you're so capable. You can't just let things fall apart now." "Ah, my manager will have to clean up after me now." Poor manager. Jiang Yan asked Lin Juanru, "Does your manager know you have a pilot's license for small interstellar fighters?" Lin Juanru shook her head and replied, "No, because he never asked me, so I didn't tell her." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Juanru and slowly said, "Well, I think a normal person wouldn't have a license to pilot an interstellar warship, so it's normal for him not to ask you. Okay? Hee, that's true. Let's fly the spaceship over there and check if Colonel Shen is there." Jiang Yan looked at her serious neighbor and said to Lin Juanru, "All right, you pilot the spaceship, and we'll go wherever you say, Juanru." "Thank you. No matter what, I'll remember what happened today, and if you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely help you. Then I'll come to you for more delicious food in the future." "No problem. If you want to eat, just come find me. I'll make you something delicious. Also, if you need me for anything, just let me know. Don't be polite with me." Lin Juanru said to Jiang Yan, "Don't worry. I want to be polite with you. I definitely won't be polite with you. Just wait until I figure out how to make the dishes you can cook, and then I'll come to you to order. Whatever I order, you make. By the way, wait a minute." Jiang Yan said with some confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Juanru turned off the barrage light board and said, "I turned off the system because the signal was unstable when we were close to the desolate planet 69873. It was intermittent, so I turned it off." Jiang Yan asked Lin Juanru. Is there no signal here? Yes, there is no signal here. Mainly because there is a black hole outside. So the signal is gone. Chapter 61. Finding Shen Li. Because the signal was intermittent and could even be ignored, Lin Juanru said somewhat irritably, "This is so annoying. How can there be no signal at all? What's going on?" Jiang Yan looked at Lin Juanru and slowly said, "You're still you, unchanged." Lin Juanru looked at Jiang Yan with a puzzled expression and asked, Unchanged? Jiang Yan replied, "You're still you. If you weren't so irritable. Maybe in that moment when you were piloting the warship, I would really fall in love with you." Lin Juanru looked at Jiang Yan and said, "So can I change now to save it?" Jiang Yan replied without hesitation, "Of course not. It can't be saved at all." Although Lin Juanru looked very handsome when piloting the spaceship, it was only when he was piloting. Right now, it wasn't working. Lin Juanru said with some regret, "If I had known you liked this type of girl, I wouldn't have exposed my true nature. What if you really liked me? Would Colonel Shen kill me? I don't know if Colonel Shen would kill you, but as a star, shouldn't you pay attention to your image? Overall, you seem like a total mess. I think you should at least be a big star." Lin Juanru smiled at Jiang Yan and slowly said, "I'm used to being free, not easy to manage. But I feel like things should be better when I go back this time, so the company won't terminate my contract. Originally, I wasn't used to some rules, and I was going to be snowed under by the agency. The company thought my time was almost up, so they let me participate in a variety show one last time, and I thought since the contract was about to expire, why not? Who knew I'd meet you? Jiang Yan, you really are my lucky star." Jiang Yan said to Lin Juanru, No, you're already very impressive. It's just a matter of opportunity. If you need heat or money for any activities next time, come to me, and I'll help you solve it." Lin Juanru looked at Jiang Yan and said, "I knew you were the best, Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan looked outside the interstellar spaceship and said to Lin Juanru, "Let's go to an open area. Let us find Shen Li and the others. The trees here are too dense, and I feel like their interstellar warship won't be able to park well." Lin Juanru nodded at Jiang Yan, then manipulated the joystick to steer the interstellar spaceship toward an open area. "I think it's not a good spot for the interstellar warship either. They should be in a more open place. Let us check over there. It looks clearer." Jiang Yan nodded, but internally, she was still very nervous. This was Jiang Yan's first time waking up and going out on a mission with Shen Li, and there had been an accident. It was impossible not to worry or feel anxious. Lin Juanru seemed to sense Jiang Yan's tension and slowly comforted her. "Don't worry. Colonel Shen will be fine. You really look like a little wife right now." Jiang Yan, hearing Lin Juanru's words, retorted stubbornly, "No way. I'm just worried that my precious son will be without a father. I'm not a little wife." Lin Juanru said to Jiang Yan, "The entire interstellar community knows that Jiang Yan just woke up in the past 6 months. And Shen Li's son is already 5.5 years old. Are you saying you're going to be a stepmother to Shen Li's son?" "No, his son isn't yours. Why do you cherish him so much? You must have your own child with Colonel Shen." Jiang Yan looked at Lin Juanru and thought she was just getting into chaotic thoughts again. She then looked at Lin Juanru and said, "My biological son, Shen Mayan, has half of my genes." "What?" Lin Juanru was shocked for a moment. The entire spaceship jolted. Lin Juanru quickly steadied the spaceship and said to Jiang Yan, "Biological son? You gave birth to him?" Jiang Yan replied to Lin Juanru, "With my genes, in other words. I am indeed his biological mother. So, of course, he is my precious son." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Lin Juanru directly said to her, "No way, Jiang Yan. You are too much. I want to be the godmother of our son." Jiang Yan replied, Okay. Let you be our son's godmother. After getting Jiang Yan's approval, Lin Juanru suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Yan, "Colonel Shen won't disagree, right?" Jiang Yan smiled at Lin Juanru and said, "It's fine, as long as Xiao Mayan agrees." Jiang Yan's approach to taking care of children is all about respecting the child's wishes. As long as Shen Mayan agrees to let Lin Juanru be his godmother, then Shen Li would agree too. Lin Juanru looked at Jiang Yan and said, That's good. There's an open area ahead. I'm going to speed up, let us hurry, and find my godson's dad. Lin Juanru piloted the interstellar spaceship with Jiang Yan to an open area. Jiang Yan was personally excited because before they arrived, Lin Juanru had shown Jiang Yan a picture of a large interstellar warship lying in the open area. At that moment, Jiang Yan only had one thought in her mind. She hoped that everyone inside was safe. Jiang Yan was extremely anxious, hoping that Shen Li was okay. As soon as Lin Juanru's interstellar spaceship landed, Jiang Yan jumped out immediately. Wait, slow down. Lin Juanru's warning was cut off as Jiang Yan jumped out. She quickly entered the smart house and turned off the controls, then hurried to follow Jiang Yan to the front of the interstellar warship. After jumping down, Jiang Yan didn't even notice that she had twisted her ankle and ran straight toward the interstellar warship. Jiang Yan had only one thought, to see if Shen Li was okay and if he had been rescued. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yan knocked on the door of the interstellar warship. Who? Hearing the knocking sound outside, the people inside the interstellar warship instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Let me handle it. Everyone, prepare for battle. What if it's space pirates? A man in camouflage, Wang Xing, said to the others inside the interstellar warship. After saying that, the man in camouflage opened the door with a dagger in hand. Wang Xing didn't expect to see a woman in front of him, but his military instincts made him point the dagger directly at Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan was taken aback when Wang Xing opened the door and immediately pointed his weapon at her neck. Jiang Yan stood there stiffly. What are you looking for? Wang Xing's deep voice came from above her head. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xing and said, I'm looking for Shen Li. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, she felt the dagger at her neck press a little closer. Wang Xing coldly asked, Who are you to Major Shen? Do you think you could just find him? At that moment, Lin Juanru rushed over, looking at Wang Xing, and angrily said, Wang Xing, let go of me. Yan Yan is Major Shen's girlfriend, the mother of his son. Hurry up and let go. As Lin Juanru spoke, she pulled Wang Xing's hand, which was holding a dagger, away. Jiang Yan, confused, asked, Do you know each other? Lin Juanru replied, He's the one I asked you to find. Jiang Yan, puzzled, said, But didn't you say you didn't know what he looked like and didn't recognize him? Wang Xing coldly remarked, You don't recognize me? You don't know what I look like. Without hesitation, Lin Juanru replied, Who told you to block me? You even changed your contact information. I didn't intend to deceive you, Yan Yan. It was because there was surveillance, and I was afraid of being caught on camera. Hurry up and let go of my hand, or I'll cut ties with you. We crossed interstellar dust and black holes to get here. Move aside. At this moment, Wang Xing said to Lin Juanru, Don't you know it's dangerous? I need a small interstellar warship's driver's license. Let's hurry and find Major Shen. He's almost dying of anxiety. Okay. Wang Xing stepped aside, and Jiang Yan quickly passed by him. After Jiang Yan left, Wang Xing and the others on the warship looked at her with different expressions. Wang Xing called out to Jiang Yan, Wait a moment. What's wrong? Wang Xing awkwardly said, Major Shen is in the last room on the 3rd floor of the warship. Here, take this to open the door. Are you really the Major's wife? Yes, of course. Then I'll go. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she hurriedly went up to the 3rd floor to find Shen, completely unaware of Wang Xing's awkward gaze. Wang Xing looked at Jiang Yan's back and said to the soldiers in the warship, Everyone, take the blankets and get out immediately within a minute. Lin Juanru grabbed Wang Xing's hand and asked, What's going on? Wang Xing replied, The Major has been injected with asmida hormones by interstellar pirates, and we have to rescue him. Asmida is a type of hormone used by interstellar pirates to destroy a person's mind. It's not difficult to undo. It just needs to be done in time. If not, he will lose his reason and become beastly. How long has it been? A day and a half. Lin Juanru could only wish Jiang Yan good luck and said, I'm going out too. Chapter 62. I'll do it myself. Jiang Yan hurried to find Shen and didn't notice Wang Xing's gaze. She ran to the last room on the 3rd floor. At the door, Jiang Yan said, It's me, I'm coming in. Inside, Shen, with red eyes, was surprised to hear Jiang Yan's voice and shouted, Don't come in. Jiang Yan insisted, No, I want to go in. After saying that, she directly used the key Wang Xing gave her to open Shen's room door. Inside, Shen was tied up on the bed. Seeing Jiang Yan come in, he stopped struggling and quietly looked at her. Shen, worried that Jiang Yan would be concerned, said, I'm fine, don't worry. I'll be okay by tomorrow. Jiang Yan looked at Shen, who was bound, and said, Let me help you untie the ropes. Without thinking, Shen replied, No. Jiang Yan, confused, asked why not. She had already started to untie Shen's right hand, but found it unusually hot. Jiang Yan touched Shen's forehead and then felt his pulse. She reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm definitely not a quack. My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations, so I've known it since I was a child. I majored in traditional Chinese medicine and minored in finance. I'll check your pulse." As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking and felt Shen's pulse, she understood what was happening. With a flushed face, she asked Shen if he was uncomfortable. Shen stopped Jiang Yan's hand and said, "I'm not uncomfortable. I'm fine. I can handle it. Shen, don't talk. I'll do it myself." Jiang Yan made a shushing gesture to Shen and then began to loosen his clothes, slowly sitting on him. Shen said in a deep voice filled with desire, "Jiang Yan, you can feel the heat beneath you through the clothes. I know what I'm doing, and I'm willing. So don't talk. I'll do it myself." Shen softly responded. "Then untie me." Jiang Yan firmly said, "No, I'll do it myself." Boundary. When Jiang Yan woke up, she saw Shen had already awakened and was looking at her. Jiang Yan felt a bit shy and wanted to hide under the blanket. Shen looked at her and smiled, saying, "Untie me. I'm fine now." Jiang Yan stretched out her hands, found Shen's right hand, felt his pulse, and then started to untie his left hand. "The rest, you can untie yourself." After Jiang Yan said that, she burrowed under the blanket. Shen didn't rush to untie his feet. Instead, he pulled the blanket down, revealing Jiang Yan's little head, and wrapped her in his arms. Jiang Yan felt Shen's hormones while being held in his embrace. Looking at the top of Jiang Yan's head, Shen said, "You can rest here for a bit. I'll go get you some water to wipe off, and then we can get ready to leave, okay?" Jiang Yan replied, "I could do it myself. Are you really okay?" "Of course." Just as Jiang Yan wanted to get up, she hesitated, maybe not. "Then I'll trouble you." After Shen got the water and wiped Jiang Yan down, he asked, "How did you get here?" "Jianru brought me here. She's a friend I met while participating in a variety show. She has a small interstellar warship's driver's license. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it through the interstellar black hole and dust." Shen asked, "Is it Lin Jianru?" "Yes, that's her. Do you know her?" "Yeah. She used to like Wang Xing a lot, pestering him every day and even learned to pilot an interstellar warship." Jiang Yan said, "Promise me not to take risks when looking for me next time." Jiang Yan, feeling wronged, replied, "I just want you to be safe. I want you to be safe too. You need to know that your safety is more important than mine, so don't take risks next time." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." She thought to herself, "Next time, I'll dare again." Chapter 63. Brief warm. Shen looked at Jiang Yan and then kissed her forehead, saying, "Stay here for a bit. I'll go get you some water. Wait for me and don't run around." Jiang Yan nodded. "I know. Go quickly. I won't run." After Shen saw Jiang Yan nod, he got up, untied himself, covered Jiang Yan with a blanket, and then took the basin out. Outside, Wang Xing and the soldier saw Shen come out and knew he seemed to be okay now. Lin Jianru unabashedly looked Shen up and down and asked, "Where's Jiang Yan? Can I go find her?" Shen knew Lin Jianru was Jiang Yan's good friend, so he politely said, "No, she needs to rest. You can't go in. Wait until she's done resting." Lin Jianru directly said to Shen, "Major Shen, you sure know how to stir things up? I'll come back when Yin Yin is done resting. I'll leave now." Shen lightly responded with an mm. Then he turned to Wang Xing beside Lin Jianru and said, "You arrange everyone and do what you need to do. I'll come find you in the afternoon." Wang Xing listened to Shen and replied, "Understood, Major Shen." They came here piloting a small interstellar spaceship, but it's a bit damaged now. How about we fix this small interstellar spaceship on our warship instead of leaving it here? Shen looked at Wang Xing and said, "Take it away, find someone to drive it to the warship, and you can arrange it as you see fit." After Shen Li finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Right now, Shen Li only had one thought, which was to experience the feeling of not having to attend morning court like the people of ancient Earth said. He just wanted to burrow into the blanket. For the first time in his life, Shen Li was so eager to dive into bed that he didn't want to leave it at all. When Shen Li returned with a basin of water, Jiang Yan was already asleep. Shen Li gently wiped Jiang Yan's body with a towel, then took out a new set of bedding from the drawer of the battleship to change it for Jiang Yan. Perhaps sensing someone moving nearby, Jiang Yan groggily opened her eyes. "Oh, you're back," Shen Li said. "Yeah, did I wake you? I'll be quieter next time. Come here. I'll carry you over there." After saying this, Shen Li picked up Jiang Yan and went to the side he had prepared. Then he placed the old sheets from the bed onto a chair and spread the new sheets on the bed, before tidying up the old sheets on the chair. After taking off his coat and covering himself with it, he placed his left hand on Jiang Yan's body, holding her, and said, "Sleep just a little longer. Once the interstellar black hole outside is gone, I'll take you back." Jiang Yan lay in Shen Li's embrace and shook her head, saying, "I don't want to sleep. Let us chat." Shen Li gently looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Okay. Then tell me about how you knew what was going on just by touching my hand." Chapter 1. Section 1. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li with pride in her eyes and said, "That's called taking a pulse. You know, taking a pulse is a unique medical skill of our Huagua, along with acupuncture and massage." Shen Li rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, "Looks like our little Jiang Yan is quite impressive." Jiang Yan gave Shen Li a glance, and if she weren't feeling lazy right now, she would definitely swat his hand away. "Colonel Shen, please recognize reality. I'm already 24 years old this year. Please don't call me little Jiang Yan. My age could be your ancestor. Let us respect our elders, okay? Show some respect for someone over 3,000 years old." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and, instead of getting angry, smiled and said, "All right, but the people at the Interstellar Research Institute said that your previous 3,000 years of sleep don't count. So I'm still older." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Then who do you think is the big king and who is the little king?" Shen Li kissed Jiang Yan on the forehead and said, "You are the big king, I'm the little king. From now on, for all the big and small matters in our house, you're in charge. Whatever you say goes. I promise not to contradict you." Jiang Yan responded with a smile. "Then it's settled, I'll be the big king." After saying this, Jiang Yan reached out her hand, lifted the blanket, and signaled Shen Li to come in and sleep under the same blanket. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then pulled the blanket wider and crawled in. In the past, Shen Li and Jiang Yan had slept under the same blanket before, but there was always Shen Mu Yan in between, and they had tried to avoid physical contact as much as possible. After Shen Li got in, he slowly moved closer to Jiang Yan and found that she didn't react, so he directly embraced her. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and placed his left hand on her lower abdomen. Then Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and asked, "Do you think there is already something here?" At first, Shen Li didn't react, but when he realized what Jiang Yan was talking about, he began to caress her belly and said, "Really?" Jiang Yan looked into Shen Li's eyes and said, "I don't know, it feels like a 50-50 chance." Shen Li caressed Jiang Yan's belly and said, "That's great. Regardless of whether there is or not, I have to thank you. Before, I always felt that being alone was pretty good, but now I feel that having a wife is really nice. No wonder there is an old saying, wife and children by a warm stove. I didn't understand it before, but now I get it. From now on, the king doesn't attend morning court." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "Who said I'm going to be your wife? We're just in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now. Have you proposed to me yet? Don't call me wife." Shen Li responded, "No, but if you propose, you'll be my wife." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "Let us see how you perform." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely perform well. I won't let you down." Jiang Yan asked, "By the way, how did you get here? Did you encounter something?" Seeing the worried look in Jiang Yan's eyes, Shen Li said, "I was helping to eliminate a group of interstellar pirates. We were halfway through when their reinforcements arrived, forcing us to land here." Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Forced to land here? Is everything okay now?" Shen Li replied, "Yeah, it's all fine now. Don't worry. It's just that the interstellar government sent out a signal requesting support. If it weren't for the interstellar black hole, their reinforcements would have arrived by now. It's a pity we couldn't wipe them all out." Chapter 64. The interstellar pirates are gone. Jiang Yan was really tired and fell asleep after only a few words. "Shen Li, let us sleep for a while. When we wake up, I'll cook. I promise it will be delicious." Shen Li nodded and said, sleep." Jiang Yan was thus drowsily held by Shen Li and fell asleep. After Jiang Yan was asleep, Shen Li went out to find Wang Xing. When Shen Li went out, Wang Xing asked, "Did you manage to drag the spaceship in?" Wang Xing reported the current situation to Shen Li. "Yes, it's already taken care of. Colonel, there are many other ships next to our interstellar battleship. They don't seem like ships from the interstellar government. They look a bit like pirate ships. What should we do now?" Shen Li rubbed his temples as he listened to Wang Xing and asked, How many Star-class fighter jets do we still have on our interstellar battleship? There are 3 Star-class fighter jets left. Shen Li thought for a moment and said, all 3 fighter jets should go out. We need to ensure our own safety and that of the fighter jets while trying to defeat as many pirate ships as possible. We should avoid exposing the situation of our own fighter jets and the location of the battleship. Wang Xing replied, Understood, Colonel Shen. I'll arrange for people to go out and not expose the ship's location. After Wang Xing left, Shen Li stood in the command center of the interstellar battleship, pacing back and forth, constantly monitoring the situation outside. The interstellar battleship had a cloaking system, so he wasn't too worried about being discovered by enemy scanners. But the battleship was too large. Once exposed, it would be difficult to escape. Fortunately, the people he brought this time were all high-quality personnel from his own army. So dealing with these disorganized and undisciplined interstellar pirates was quite easy. The pirate leader watched his crew being devastated by the 3 class warships and, feeling humiliated, angrily said, a bunch of useless fools. How can so many of you not handle 3 warships? What good are you? One pirate looked at the furious pirate leader and asked, what do we do now? Should we continue fighting them? The pirate leader angrily replied, what are you talking about? Don't you know their reinforcements will be here in an hour? If you fight now and their army arrives early, do you want our interstellar legion to be completely wiped out? We need to hurry and call everyone back and leave. Do you really want to be completely wiped out? Call everyone back immediately now. The pirates didn't dare to say anything back to their leader and could only nod and say, all right, chief, don't be angry. I'll go call them back and we'll leave quickly. Hurry up. Get everyone back before the reinforcements arrive. If we really need to retreat, let them fend for themselves. Chapter 1. Section 1. The space pirates felt a chill in their hearts as they listened to the words of their leader. Shen Li had been shot with hormones while trying to save the besieged Chi-Binger, which caused him to stop at the desolate planet 69873. Even a high-ranking officer like the colonel could make decisions to save ordinary soldiers. Their own leader had directly abandoned the safety of those piloting the pirate ships. And now he could give up on them. Could he also abandon himself next time? The space pirates were all pondering one question. Was following this leader truly the right decision? The space pirate leader kicked one of them and said, what are you frozen for? Why aren't you moving? Do you really want me to die with you? The kick pirate quickly got up and replied, yes, I'll contact him right now. Don't worry. At this moment, Shen Li was observing the battle situation. Although the 3 starships were the latest models and far superior to the pirate ships, they were still outnumbered. Shen Li ordered everyone, prepare to pilot the starships and launch the most intense attack on the enemy. Activate stealth mode and aim for a critical hit. The soldiers took their positions, skillfully and cooperatively operating the starships. The stealth system is activated, equipment is normal. Targeting has begun, status is not yet locked. Suppressive fire is ready, awaiting activation. The soldiers were in position, holding their equipment, waiting for Shen Li to give the final command. Standing on the command platform, Shen Li said, execute. Yes. Shen Li's starships coordinated perfectly and quickly took to the skies. Stealth was in place, targeting was locked. The laser cannon was ready. The 3 small starships had left the launch trajectory. Shen Li coldly commanded from the platform, fire. With Shen Li's command, the massive laser cannon fired, creating a huge hole in the pirate ship facing them. The pressure of the universe crushed the pirate starship. Shen Li stood there watching and then said to the soldier operating the starship, capture them and take them back for interrogation. The immense cosmic pressure reduced the pirate ship to various fragments, some containing people, while others had been crushed into mush. After dealing with the pirate ships, Shen Li's ships lingered for a while at desolate planet 69873. After taking a look at the entire landscape of the planet, Shen Li finally gave the order to leave. Once the command was given, there was no one left on the ship. Shen Li walked over to hold Jiang Yan and continued to sleep, fully understanding the experience of having a warm family at home. Outside, Lin Junru was looking for Jiang Yan, while Wang Xing was searching for Shen Li. Lin Junru looked at Wang Xing and said, hurry and find your colonel. Tell him to let our Jiang Yan go. Wang Xing looked at Lin Junru and replied, no, I won't. This is a matter between Colonel Shen and Miss Jiang. What does it have to do with you? Lin Juanru rolled her eyes at Wang Xing and said, "What is it to you? Stop meddling in other people's business." Wang Xing looked at Lin Juanru and said, "Fine, fine, I'll go." Just as he was about to leave, Lin Juanru stopped him and said, "No, you can't go." Wang Xing turned his head to Lin Juanru and asked, "Why can't I go?" "Just can't. If I say you can't go, then you can't go." Chapter 65. Join me for the variety show after Shen Li came out. He went to his room to find Jiang Yan. Since interstellar technology was highly advanced, the stability of the starship was very high, and the soundproofing was also excellent. Therefore, even after the starship had flown out of desolate planet 69,873, as long as Jiang Yan didn't come out, she wouldn't know. When he returned, he lifted Jiang Yan's blanket, lay down beside her, and just looked at her without saying anything. Shen Li lay beside Jiang Yan for a long time, and when she turned over and touched his face, she slowly woke up. Jiang Yan opened her eyes and said to Shen Li, "What time is it now? Shouldn't we get up?" Shen Li gently patted Jiang Yan's little head and said, "It's okay. Sleep a little longer if you want. It's still early." In fact, it was already night outside, but Jiang Yan didn't know. Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "I can't sleep anymore. I want to move around." "Has the black hole in the universe disappeared?" Shen Li shook his head and said, "Only a few nearby planets have disappeared, but it should be gone soon. So we will be able to leave shortly." Jiang Yan sat up and said to Shen Li, "That's good. I have to thank Lin Juanru for this. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to come." Shen Li also sat up, supporting Jiang Yan as she leaned against him, and said, "Yes. When we get out, we should thank him properly." Jiang Yan rested her head on Shen Li's shoulder and said, "Yes, Juanru is my first friend in this galaxy." Shen Li said nothing and just stroked Jiang Yan's little head. Having rested well, Jiang Yan leaned against Shen Li and began to chatter away. "Let me tell you, I participated in a variety show called Survival on Desolate Planet next to Desolate Planet 69873. At first, I took part in a gaming variety show, but in that show, Chen Shuhua, who had previously treated our son like that, even eyed me during makeup, saying, 'Can a person from 300 years ago understand games?' Then later, she helped me grab a character and even took one that was very difficult. Luckily, that game was quite similar to one we played before, so I did quite well. Then she was not convinced, and I got angry, so I confronted her. Then Yueming said that this was a variety show arranged for me by the Shen family and told me to behave while participating." Listening to Jiang Yan, Shen Li said, "It's okay, you're my person. Even if you don't behave, so what? No one dares to say anything about you. Don't you always want Xiao Muyan to be happy? I hope you can be just as happy every day like Xiao Muyan. If you offend someone, then so be it. With the Shen family being this big, can't they protect you?" Jiang Yan continued. "Then I realized that the chefs in the entire galaxy don't really want to share their cooking recipes with everyone. Because the variety show I participated in was Survival on Desolate Planet, but it was in a live broadcast format. So I decided I wanted to teach the new people how to cook. I want everyone in the galaxy to know how diverse the food from my previous world is, and that their cooking tastes are also different. But I only know a part of it, and there are many delicacies I don't know. I felt very sad and upset because I couldn't share these foods with everyone in the galaxy." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, knowing her thoughts, and could only comfort her, saying, "There's nothing we can do about it. The food from the previous world is indeed diverse, and we can't learn all. So don't be sad. We just need to share what we know with everyone in the galaxy and let them know that the food from the previous world is also very good." Then I agreed to participate the next day, and it turned into a live broadcast mode. The people in the comments told me that your starship was forced to stop at Desolate Planet 69873, and at that time, a black hole had already appeared in the universe. Reinforcements couldn't come anymore, but I was worried about your safety, so I wanted to come find you. Luckily, Lin Juanru is a pilot of a small starship. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have made it. Jiang Yan continued, "But Lin Juanru is really amazing. He brought me over quickly, and I was almost about to faint beside him, but he remained calm and steady while piloting." Shen Li said to Jiang Yan that it was because she had previously learned to pilot interstellar warships. The pressure in the universe, like you said, can be disorienting, and that was something he should have learned. So he definitely wouldn't get dizzy. Otherwise, how could he pilot an interstellar warship? Wang Xing? Was there something between him and Wang Xing? Upon hearing the gossip, Jiang Yan instantly perked up, as it was a woman's nature to be curious. Shen Li noticed Jiang Yan's eyes brighten, then felt a bit helpless, but still said to her that Lin Junru and Wang Xing were childhood sweethearts. Lin Junru had a crush on Wang Xing since childhood, and Wang Xing always wanted to be a soldier to eliminate pirates. Lin Junru learned to pilot interstellar warships for Wang Xing. However, piloting near the sea tests one's mental strength, and Lin Junru's mental strength passed, while Wang Xing's did not. So Lin Junru got her pilot's license, but Wang Xing did not. They both studied at the same Brotherhood warship piloting school, where their grades were first and second in the Starship piloting school. Later, something happened between them, leading Lin Junru to leave the piloting school, while Wang Xing was still studying at the Interstellar Warship School, but did not graduate and followed Shen Li instead. As for the reason, he didn't know. Perhaps only the two of them knew. Jiang Yan cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, so they're childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts make the best couples. I really want to know what their dispute was, but it might not be appropriate to ask them, so let us see how they handle it in the future. However, if Wang Xing bullies Lin Junru in the future, even if he's your person, I want to be polite with him." Shen Li directly assured Jiang Yan, saying that he wasn't his person. He didn't know whose person he was, but he knew that Jiang Yan was his. Hearing Shen Li's words, Jiang Yan blushed and said, "Who said I am your person? Aren't you?" Shen Li replied. Jiang Yan then hooked her arm around Shen Li's neck and said, "You're also my person. From now on, Interstellar Heartthrob Colonel Shen is my person. No backing out. I'll tell you that backing out won't work." "Okay, no backing out," Shen Li said, following Jiang Yan's lead as they leaned in closer, their noses almost touching. Jiang Yan felt the atmosphere was off and quickly changed the topic, saying, "Colonel Shen, when the interstellar black hole disappears, please take me to the recording site for the survival show on the barren planet. After all, we made an agreement, and it wouldn't be good to break it. Plus, the ship we came on belongs to them. Let me finish the variety show recording first." Shen Li nodded and said, "If you don't want to record, then don't. If you don't record, no one will dare say anything to you. The Shen family and I are your support, so just be yourself." Jiang Yan looked into Shen Li's eyes and said, "Okay, but if I don't go, then that's fine. I still want to teach all the interstellar people how to cook. While I participate in the variety live broadcast, I'll let them understand cooking. I want to pass on my recipes to them, because now interstellar recipes are controlled by interstellar chefs, and these chefs don't want to share their recipes with others. But I don't mind. I can communicate with them and teach interstellar people how to cook. I tell you, my cooking is delicious. You've tasted the sweet and sour ribs I made before. Tasty, right?" Shen Li recalled and said to Jiang Yan, "Indeed, it was delicious. The sweet and sour ribs you made were really good. I'm sure whatever else you cook will be just as good. Thinking back to the ribs you made, I'm almost drooling." Jiang Yan then asked Shen Li, "Is there food on this interstellar warship? I can cook for you right now." "No, the brothers work every day, and the food is prepared by housekeeping robots. You just take it out and eat it directly. As for cooking ingredients and other advanced warships, there are none. The food made by the current housekeeping robots is quite varied. Every time the interstellar warship has a lot of prepared dishes, they are kept fresh. So there really are no ingredients or equipment." Jiang Yan helplessly said, "Okay then, I'll wait until I participate in the survival show on the barren planet. When I return to the Shen family, I'll cook for you, guaranteed to be delicious. Right now on the interstellar warship, it's just making things difficult for me." "A skilled cook?" Shen Li asked Jiang Yan when the variety show would end. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, "The show just started 2 or 3 days ago. How could it end so soon? Are you that eager to eat my cooking?" Shen Li nodded and said, "Yes, I'm a bit eager to eat what you make. But right now, there's nothing on the interstellar warship. A skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. However, there's a cosmic black hole outside, and the interstellar pirates don't know where they are today. When will we find the interstellar pirates to complete the task?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, "The task has already been completed. Then how about you go with me to participate?" Jiang Yan suggested. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "I think that's a good idea. We should both participate in the survival show on the barren planet. I want to tell everyone that we are together." Jiang Yan seemed to remember something and said to Shen Li, "Before I came, Junru said she liked someone next to you. and it seems it should be Wang Xing. Why don't you bring Wang Xing along? Let them communicate their feelings. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan. I can discuss it with Wang Xing, Jiang Yan replied. Okay. I'll prepare a lot of food for you. Let you taste many of our delicious dishes. If you don't like them, you can tell me. And I'll try to make less of them for you in the future. I'll make more of what you like for both of you. Shen Li slowly replied to Jiang Yan. As long as it's made by you, I can eat it. There's nothing I can't eat. I'll even eat poison. Jiang Yan stroked Shen Li and said, I definitely won't just give you anything like that. But it's because there's a significant difference in food between the North and South. I'm just worried you might not be used to it. Shen Li casually replied, I can eat anything. I'm a soldier. I can handle all kinds of food. Just make whatever you want. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded and continued. If you and Wang Xing go, your physical fitness will definitely be better than ours. So when it comes to finding ingredients, I'll trouble you both. No problem. We'll take care of it. Just wait for us. Once the cosmic black hole shrinks, our warship will take Lin Junru and Wang Xing to the planet where you're recording, and then the others will return to report. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded and then said to Shen Li, how about I get up now and help you pack? That way, when we pass through the cosmic black hole, we can go directly. We can record right away. And then you can come into my tent, and we can sleep together without any problem. Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and casually replied, I don't mind. I'm mainly here for companionship. Love is about being with you. As for those things, whether they exist or not doesn't matter. Jiang Yan shook her head and said, no, we still need to get things ready. I'll help you wait. You go talk to Wang Xing, or we can just run off with him. He has to go whether he wants to or not. Shen Li thought for a moment and said, I'll go tell him first. If he doesn't agree, then I won't force him to go. But I feel he should agree. I'll order him to come with me in my capacity as an officer. Since Wang Xing joined our unit, he has been all serious. It'll all be good for him to relax a bit. Jiang Yan responded to Shen Li at the door, saying, you can either go talk to him now or later, that's fine. I'll help you tidy things up a bit first, and when we get to the place, we can head straight there. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, let's tidy things up first. It's not too late to talk to him later. I don't want to be apart from you for even a moment. Okay. Chapter 66. Leaving the abandoned sphere because the black holes in the universe still existed. Jiang Yan and Shen Li could not immediately take the starship to the recording site of the survival show in the abandoned sphere. So, Jiang Yan, Shen Li, and Lin Junru temporarily settled in abandoned sphere 69873. However, the ingredients available in abandoned sphere 69873 were not as abundant as those on the planet where Jiang Yan and Lin Junru participated in the variety show. They could only prepare some relatively simple dishes for everyone, but Jiang Yan's culinary skills were exceptional. Even simple dishes tasted delicious, filled with the original flavor of the ingredients. Lin Junru was eating the roasted meat made by Jiang Yan, and with a greasy mouth, she said, Yin Yin, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but with your skills, why participate in a variety show? You should join a cooking competition and help those chefs outshine them. They can't cook as well as you do, and they're just hiding behind the recipes. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, but my skills are just average. How could I dare to join a culinary competition? Hearing Jiang Yan's modesty, Lin Junru said, Yin Yin, you're really humble. I've eaten dishes from Interstellar chefs, and honestly, none of them are as good as yours. Their dishes may look and smell good, but the taste is lacking. Yin Yin, your dishes have all the qualities, color, aroma, and flavor. They can't compare to you. Don't worry, if you enter a cooking competition, I'll definitely rally my fans to support you. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru with a helpless smile and said, it's not like we're going to fight. Why rally support? Lin Junru quickly replied, if there's a fight, I'll help you and those sisters of mine. If anyone dares to bully my sisters, I'll gather people to fight them. Shen Li, looking at Lin Junru, said, you don't need to help with fighting. There's no need for any rallying. At this moment, Wang Xing, along with the soldiers, chimed in, we'll help sister-in-law get her revenge. Lin Junru looked at Wang Xing and the soldiers and said, all right, I want to participate then. I'll just enjoy good food with Yin Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and assured Lin Junru, don't worry. I guarantee you'll enjoy good food with me in the future. Lin Junru, excited, said, great. I'll rely on you from now on. I'll give you my salary as food money. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Junru with a smile and asked, "Really? What will you do with your future husband then?" Jiang Yan occasionally glanced at Wang Xing, wanting to know more about their relationship. Lin Junru noticed Jiang Yan looking back and forth between herself and Wang Xing, realizing that Jiang Yan must know something. Then, like a little wronged wife, she said, "Yin Yin, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Did Colonel Shen lead you astray? Let's keep our distance from him." Jiang Yan laughed and looked at Lin Junru and Shen Li, saying, "The colonel you're talking about is sitting right next to you. Don't be so bold." Shen Li looked at Lin Junru and said, "Lin Junru, don't speak nonsense." Lin Junru quickly replied, "Yes, Colonel Shen. I promise there won't be a next time." Shen Li turned to Jiang Yan and said, "Once we finish eating, let us go back to the room. Being with people like this will lower our IQ." Lin Junru immediately responded, "What is wrong with me? You tell me." Shen Li looked at Lin Junru, but didn't answer, instead turning to Wang Xing and saying, "Can't you manage her? If you can't, just let her read some smart books." As for the couple fighting, they were bickering at the head of the bed, but making up at the foot. Wang Xing looked at Shen Li, opening and closing his mouth, while Lin Junru, hearing Shen Li's words, was all smiles. Lin Junru cheerfully said to Shen Li, "Colonel Shen, you're indeed a smart person, right, Wang Xing? Let us stop fighting and just make up." Jiang Yan stood up and returned to the room with Shen Li, then said to him, "It feels like both of them have feelings for each other. But why do they have to argue?" Shen Li didn't care about Wang Xing and Lin Junru's matters. He slowly leaned closer to Jiang Yan and said, "Let them handle their own issues. As for us, we'll handle ours. So tell me, do you have me in your heart?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, who now appeared in her mind as a child a few years older than Shen Yan. Jiang Yan smiled, took Shen Li's hand, and placed it on her heart, saying, "It's beating, you see? Because of you, it's been beating vigorously. It shows that you're in my heart." Shen Li gently took Jiang Yan's hand and placed it on his own heart, saying, "You can feel it. It beats for you too. Right now, it's all about you." Jiang Yan placed her hand on Shen Li's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Just now, the detection personnel from the starship reported that the surrounding black holes in the universe are gradually disappearing. We should be able to leave soon, and when we do, I'll accompany you to the survival show in the abandoned sphere." The black holes in the universe were finally disappearing, and they could finally leave this planet. It was wonderful, and Jiang Yan was so excited that she ran to help Shen Li pack. In fact, Shen Li didn't have many things to pack. On one hand, he didn't own much, and on the other hand, the survival show wouldn't allow participants to bring many unnecessary items. So, Jiang Yan only packed a small amount of Shen Li's belongings. Holding Shen Li's few items, Jiang Yan said, "I've packed your things, it's just this little bit. Once the black holes disappear, we can head to Director Wang's show." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's excited expression and said, "All right, let us put these things on the ship first, and then we'll go to the command room to check the status of the black holes, to see if we can leave directly. If we can, we'll just go to the show." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing Jiang Yan nod, Shen Li held her hand, and the two of them walked side by side to the starship's command room. Inside the command room, the detection personnel saw Shen Li arrive and reported, "The black holes outside have disappeared. We can leave now. Do you want to set off now?" Shen Li replied to the personnel in the command room, "Let us go now." Received. With the skilled operation of the starship's pilots, the starship gradually ascended and flew out of abandoned sphere 69873. Watching the starship gradually flying into space, Jiang Yan sighed and said to Shen Li, "We're finally leaving. You don't know how nervous I was when I heard you had to land on abandoned sphere 69873. I'm so glad you're okay now." Shen Li rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, "I'm sorry for making you worry, my Jiang Yan. I'll be more careful next time. As compensation, I'll participate in the variety show today." Jiang Yan nodded under Shen Li's gentle gesture. "Let us go." Chapter 67. Going to participate in the variety show with Shen Li. I have to say, Shen Li's interstellar battleship is really fast. When Jiang Yan arrived, she took an interstellar spaceship with Lin Junru. Even though Lin Junru has a pilot's license for small interstellar fighter jets, it still took them a full 3 hours to arrive. However, with the speed of the interstellar battleship, It took less than 40 minutes to reach the destination. When a huge interstellar battleship arrived at the survival site on the barren planet, it quickly attracted the attention of the production team. The viewers saw the massive interstellar station appearing at their recording site and hurriedly came out to stand in the open space in front of the interstellar battleship, waiting for the next move. When Wang Yukai saw Jiang Yan and Shen Li walking down the battleship hand in hand, it was like a golden couple stepping down amidst the traffic flow. Wang Youcai's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets when he saw them. As the viewers spotted Jiang Yan, they quickly smiled and approached her, telling her and Shen Li that it seemed like this time, Colonel Shen was safe and sound. "It's great that Colonel Shen returned with you. I was so worried." At this moment, Lin Juanru walked out from behind Jiang Yan and Shen Li and said to Wang Yukai, "Director, why didn't you seem worried about me?" Wang Yukai then noticed Lin Juanru behind Jiang Yan and Shen Li and replied, "Of course I was worried about you. But since you have a small interstellar fighter jet license, I felt you didn't need my concern as much." Lin Juanru responded, "Director, you need to treat us all fairly. Just because I have a small interstellar fighter jet license doesn't mean you can stop worrying about me, right?" Wang Yukai nodded and said seriously, "You're right. I should have cared about you earlier. That way, I would have known you had a small interstellar fighter jet license sooner. And I could have let you pilot the small spaceship yourself. That would definitely increase the show's popularity." Lin Juanru looked at Wang Yukai and said, "Director, how can you say that?" Wang Yukai replied, "I've always been like this." "Juanru, quickly reopen your live stream. Your popularity is not low right now. You should check the comments. They've all been talking about you these past few days. You can see for yourself." Lin Juanru remembered that she forgot to turn it off and thought that due to the cosmic black hole, the signal might not be good. So she hadn't paid much attention to it on the barren planet 69873. Now hearing what the viewers said, she quickly opened the live stream to check the comments. Lin Juanru grabbed her hair and said to Jiang Yan, "Ah, so many comments. I'm going to check it out. You guys talk first, and I'll come find you later." "Okay," Jiang Yan responded. After Jiang Yan spoke, she turned to Wang Yukai and said, "Director, do you think it's okay for me to come to the variety show with my man?" Wang Yukai looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Li, saying, "Your man? Colonel Shen?" Before Jiang Yan could respond, Shen Li chimed in, "Yes, my man brought a subordinate to participate in the variety show together. Director, do you think we can come together?" Without hesitation, Wang Yukai agreed. "Of course, Colonel Shen can come anytime. Don't say just bringing a friend. Even bringing a whole squad is fine. After all, Shen Li is the youngest and most handsome colonel in the entire interstellar community, especially since Jiang Yan referred to him as her man. The story between the last human in the entire interstellar community and the youngest colonel would definitely be a hit. Anyone who disagreed would be foolish." Shen Li said to Wang Yukai. "Then it's settled. Director, you just need to find me a tent later. I want to stay with Jiang Yan." Wang Yukai replied, "But Jiang Yan is staying with Lin Juanru." Shen Li glanced at Wang Yukai and said, "That is not my problem. It's your problem. You figure it out." Wang Yukai hurriedly replied, Yes, I will definitely resolve it. You can go with Jiang Yan and this gentleman to the recording site first. I will arrange it right away. Colonel Shen, you can rest assured." Shen Li replied lightly to Wang Yukai. He then took Jiang Yan's hand and slowly walked toward the recording site. Jiang Yan closely followed Shen Li and asked, "Is this your first time participating in this kind of show?" Shen Li replied, "Yes, it is indeed my first time, but it's okay because I have you with me." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "Then if you are participating in this show, you will have to sleep with me. The first sleep of Colonel Shen Li is reserved for me." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "No problem. You can have it." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "And I also want the first kiss. I want to tell everyone in the entire interstellar community that Colonel Shen Li is now mine." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "No problem. And by the way, tell everyone in the interstellar community that the last human is mine, Shen Li's. And only mine." All right. Chapter 68. The end of survival on the barren planet after Jiang Yan and Shen Li finished talking to Wang Yukai. Jiang Yan took Shen Li to explore the surrounding environment. Jiang Yan led Shen Li to the place where she had previously gone with Lin Juanru and Duan Heng. Jiang Yan picked a bunch of grapes and directly said to Shen Li, "You have to try this. This is a grape, but it seems like the interstellar people don't eat it." I came here with Lin Juanru and Duan Hang, and neither of them knew what this was. You try it. Shen Li took the grapes from Jiang Yan's hand without hesitation and popped one into his mouth. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and asked, "How is it? Is it okay? It doesn't seem bad, right? Is it good?" Shen Li nodded and said, "It's quite delicious. I can't believe the Interstellar people didn't know about this. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, they would miss out on this fruit." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Indeed, maybe I, the last ancient person in the entire interstellar community, still have some use. I may not know much, but generally speaking, it's enough." Shen Li pinched Jiang Yan's face and said, "You are indeed a little useful. This grape can be planted on a large scale in the future. Next time, I can bring some back for you to eat." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Exactly, the interstellar logistics are really good now. Let's go find some ingredients. I still have a lot of things with Director Wang, but he won't give them to me. Otherwise, I could cook even better. Why don't you help me ask Director Wang for them? He will definitely give them to you." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan helplessly and said, "Aren't we supposed to be surviving on this barren planet? Why do you have so many things?" Jiang Yan confidently replied, "It is indeed survival on the barren planet. But I want to show the citizens of the entire interstellar community how to cook. How can I teach without any ingredients? Don't you agree?" Shen Li thought for a moment and nodded. "You have a point." Jiang Yan, seeing that Shen Li agreed, excitedly said, "Right? Since you think it makes sense, then why don't you help me get them back? Please?" Seeing Jiang Yan's insistence, Shen Li finally nodded and said, "I will help you ask Director Wang for them. Then I'll cook with you to teach everyone in the entire interstellar community. We'll work well together." "Where did you learn that men and women working together is not tiring?" "I don't remember telling you that." Shen Li replied. "You told Xiaomu Yin when you were cooking together. I heard it. While you were lounging on the sofa, doing nothing. You told Xiaomu Yin that the little kid is so lovable it could kill." "Shoo." Jiang Yan made a shushing gesture to Shen Li and quietly told him, "Don't be so loud. I'm still live streaming. What if Shenmu Yin sees it and decides not to help me anymore?" Chapter 1, Section 1. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said to her, "Don't worry. Xiaomu Yan will definitely help you. After all, that poor kid has us two to deal with. We should trouble him more in the future. That little kid is so lovable. Otherwise, who will be with him later?" Jiang Yan listened and immediately replied to Shen Li, "That makes sense. I think it's a good idea. When Shenmu Yin grows up, we can have a second child and continue to boss him around." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Li reached out to touch the light brain behind Jiang Yan and said to her, "Do you think there might already be one inside?" Jiang Yan's eyes widened as she stared at Shen Li, anxiously gesturing with her hands to quickly shut up and not say such things. Her light brain was still on. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's anxious expression and smiled, saying, "I've turned off the sound on your light brain, so they can't hear. To prevent some people from reading lips, you need to adjust the clarity level yourself. Just set it to the lowest." Hearing Shen Li's words, Jiang Yan's heart finally relaxed. She adjusted the clarity level to the lowest, not really understanding what that meant, just following Shen Li's instructions. In fact, setting it to the lowest meant a black screen. But Jiang Yan didn't know that. Okay, you're really scary. How come when we were in your unit before, you didn't talk so much? Did you not want to talk to me back then?" Jiang Yan said, leaning closer to stare at Shen Li. Shen Li felt a bit uneasy under Jiang Yan's gaze, but knew he absolutely couldn't say anything wrong at that moment. No, I was just nervous," Shen Li said, smiling at Jiang Yan's anxious look. "Back then, we weren't familiar with each other. I just wanted to keep my distance from you. I only talked to you for Shenmu Yan's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered." Shen Li nodded and said, "Looks like it was Shenmu Yan who brought us together. I should buy him a most popular toy when I go back to thank our dear son." Jiang Yan nodded and said to Shen Li, "I think that's a good idea. We really should thank our dear son. Buy him a couple more things. And count my share too." Shen Li generously said, "No problem. Just buy whatever you want. Don't hesitate. Your man is rich." "Well, why don't we first go see if there's anything to eat around here, and then we can bring it back. There are so many interstellar citizens waiting to see how to cook," Jiang Yan said to Shen Li. Ever since Jiang Yan promised the interstellar citizens to teach them how to cook, her comments were all urging her to hurry up and make food. But Jiang Yan couldn't be cooking every day, so she promised the interstellar citizens that she would only teach them when she was cooking. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "Okay, although there are survival skills being taught in the interstellar world, it's not comprehensive. I'll follow you to learn a bit. If we really end up on a deserted planet, I might really find something to eat. If that day comes, I hope you can use it. But I don't really want that day to come. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where we caught wild chickens last time. After saying that, Jiang Yan led Shen Li to the place where they had previously caught wild chickens with Lin Junru and Duan Hang. Shen Li, indeed, didn't disappoint as a young major from Shanhaiguan. His skills in catching chickens were quite proficient. This time, since it was just Jiang Yan and Shen Li, they went deeper into the area, where Jiang Yan unexpectedly discovered a lot of wild potatoes. They dug up many wild potatoes to take back. Looking at the potatoes and wild chickens in front of her, Jiang Yan said to Shen Li, "Today we can have stir-fried potatoes with chicken when we go back. But we lack some seasoning, so Major Shen will need to make a trip to Wangdao." Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "No problem, leave it to me." After saying that, Shen Li carried the potatoes and held a wild chicken with one hand as he returned to the camp. After returning, Shen Li handed the items to Song Liner and then went to find Wang Yukai for the ingredients. Wang Yukai, indeed, was a bit of a snob and directly gave Shen Li everything Jiang Yan had brought. With these ingredients, Jiang Yan's cooking video recorded in the last week was smooth sailing. She and Shen Li went out every day to look for ingredients to cook. Any dangerous tasks in the recording of survival on the deserted planet were handled by Wang Xing, making Jiang Yan and Shen Li feel like they were on a paid vacation, because they really were. When the recording ended, the director gave Jiang Yan a lot of money, partly for her and partly for Shen Li. So the director transferred all the money to Jiang Yan. Thus, the month-long recording of survival on the deserted planet came to a perfect conclusion, and everyone returned to their homes. Jiang Yan and Lin Junru had agreed to meet at Shen's house to ask Shenmu Yin if he wanted to have Lin Junru as a godmother. Chapter 69, Going Home. Jiang Yan and Shen Li took the interstellar spaceship back to Shen's house together. Jiang Yan had become more affluent after Wang Yukai transferred all the money to her, and on the way back, she took Shen Li to an interstellar shopping mall for a big shopping spree. Originally, the interstellar logistics was supposed to bring back the items, but it was slower than if Jiang Yan and Shen Li brought them back themselves, so she loaded the items onto the spaceship. Seeing the spaceship filled to the brim, Shen Li said, "Did you buy so many things all at once?" Jiang Yan scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I just wanted to buy everything I saw. And since I just finished the survival recording, I had some money. I wanted to buy everything for Shenmu Yin to make up for not being able to fulfill my responsibilities as a mother when he was younger. So I ended up buying too much." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "It's not too much. This isn't that much. I bought quite a bit when I woke up before. So, are we ready to go home?" Jiang Yan and Shen Li returned to Shen's house loaded with bags, and the servants had to move things back and forth several times to carry everything inside. Jiang Yan had originally planned to meet Lin Junru at Shen's house, but because Lin Junru's spaceship caught fire while avoiding an interstellar black hole, her manager urged her to seize the opportunity to participate in a variety show and film a drama, so Lin Junru couldn't come for the time being. However, even though Lin Junru couldn't come, she bought a lot of things for Shenmu Yin, or rather, she bulk purchased a lot of items. Jiang Yan was indeed surprised that Lin Junru could bulk buy so many things for Shenmu Yin, many of which were from top interstellar brands. The same items from different colors showed that Lin Junru was indeed wealthy. Shenmu Yin looked at the pile of items in his room and didn't know where to start because Jiang Yan and Lin Junru had bought far too much. Looking at the items in the room, Shenmu Yin said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, this is really too much. Why did you buy so many things? It's just too much." Jiang Yan looked at the huge pile and said, "It is indeed a bit much. But this is a little token of affection from Mom and Aunt Junru." Shenmu Yin asked Jiang Yan, "Aunt Junru, who is that?" Jiang Yan looked at Shenmu Yin and said, "She's an aunt I met while recording the variety show. She took me to find Dad. The aunt heard that Mom has a very obedient treasure and wanted you to be her godchild. Mom agreed to this. But it's up to you whether you agree or not. You can decide when the aunt comes. For now, let's tidy up the room. Mom will accompany you. So go ahead and organize your things." Shenmu Yin looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Got it, Mom." "Thank you, Mom." Shen Li watched the interaction between Jiang Yan and Shenmu Yin and then said to them, you and Mom tidy up the things first. Dad will go talk to Grandpa about something. If you finish organizing quickly, come down to find me. If I forget to come, I'll come up to find you. Is that okay? Shen Li replied, Got it, Dad. If Mom and I finish quickly, we'll come down to find you. Shen Li patted Shen Li's little head and said, Okay, you and Mom tidy up first. I'll head down now. After Shen Li finished speaking, he walked out, and Jiang Yan started to tidy up things with Shen Li. Although there were many items, Shen Li's room was quite spacious, so all the items could fit in the room. After Jiang Yan and Shen Li finished organizing, Shen Li didn't come up, probably because he was still discussing something. Jiang Yan took Shen Li down to find Zhang Ruoyin and Lin Yulian. Shen Li ran quickly into the courtyard and shouted at Zhang Ruoyin and Lin Yulian, who were having afternoon tea, Grandma, old Grandma, Mom and I have tidied up the things, but Dad hasn't finished yet, so Mom said to bring me down to play with you. Zhang Ruoyin immediately picked up Shen Li and said, Grandma knows, let's wait for Dad together downstairs. Shen Li replied, Okay, Mom can come sit down and wait for Dad too. After saying that, Shen Li jumped down from Zhang Ruoyin's arms and ran to pull Jiang Yan along. Zhang Ruoyin and Lin Yulian saw Jiang Yan and couldn't help but smile. They had also seen Jiang Yan and Lin Junru going to find Shen Li. Although they didn't know what had happened between Jiang Yan and Shen Li on the planet 69873, they knew that Jiang Yan genuinely liked Shen Li and cared for their son and grandson. Therefore, the more they looked at Jiang Yan, the more satisfied and fond they became. If it weren't for considering the wishes of both parties during the wedding, they would probably want to directly hold a wedding for Jiang Yan and Shen Li at this moment. In fact, the two of them had probably already discussed it and were just waiting for Shen Li to propose to Jiang Yan, and then Jiang Yan would agree. Xiao Yan, come sit down quickly. Chapter 70. See how you perform. Zhang Ruoyin and Lin Yulian enthusiastically invited Jiang Yan to sit down, then looked at her and asked, Did you two encounter any danger while you were out there? Jiang Yan saw the worried expressions on Zhang Ruoyin and Lin Yulian's faces and reassured them, We didn't encounter any danger. Shen Li was with us on the Interstellar warship, and it's very safe on the warship. You two can rest assured. Shen Li didn't get hurt this time. Zhang Ruoyin looked at Jiang Yan and asked, What about you? Are you okay? Jiang Yan met Zhang Ruoyin's concerned gaze and slowly replied, I'm fine, and Zhang. I was just a bit unaccustomed to the turbulence of the interstellar spaceship while on the way to find Shen Li with Lin Junru. Other than that, we're all fine. Jiang Yan smiled at Zhang Ruoyin, feeling a warmth in her heart from her genuine concern. That's good, that's good. Zhang Ruoyin, Jiang Yan, and Lin Yulian chatted about some trivial matters. Meanwhile, Shen Li, Shen Shenghong, and Shen Gaohan were talking in the study. What? Are you saying there are moles in your unit, but weren't the people you brought carefully selected? Shen Li was puzzled and said, The people I brought this time were all carefully chosen, so they shouldn't be moles. I just don't know what detail went wrong. The space pirates must know our movements. Even if we went to planet 69873, they still know my whereabouts. I'm really confused. Shen Gaohong said to Shen Li, Is it possible that you leaked the information to the county-level government, and there's a mole among them? If you are sure there are no moles among your people, then the mole must be in the brother government. Every time we carry out missions against space pirates, it's always very difficult. Is it possible that someone from the advanced government is behind this? As expected, Shen Gaohong quickly pointed out that there was a high possibility of a mole in the interstellar government. Fin Guhan interjected. Aren't the people in the interstellar government all under strict scrutiny? How can mole get in? Shen Shenghong waved his hand and said, Isn't the county-level government always like that? Forget it. Let's not talk about that. You, Shen Li, did you encounter any danger on planet 69,873? Shen Li felt a bit uncomfortable listening to Shen Shenghong, but still replied, No, I didn't encounter any danger, just some minor conflicts. But they're all in the past now. Nothing happened. Seeing that Shen Li didn't want to answer that question, Shen Gaohan and Shen Shenghong didn't press further. They then suggested to Shen Li, How about we go down together? Your mom and grandma are both worried about your and Xiao Yan's safety. Since you're back now, let's go down and talk to them for a while. Shen Li nodded and went down to the garden with Shen Gaohan and Shen Shenghong. As the three of them entered, they saw Jiang Yan and the others chatting happily. Jiang Yan and the three of them didn't notice that Shen Li and his grandfather had arrived, until Shen Li spotted them. Shen Li rushed over and grabbed Shen Li's hand, saying, "Dad, you're finally here. We've been talking down here for a while. Why did you take so long?" Shen Li ruffled Shen Li's hair and replied, "Dad was talking to Grandpa about something and got delayed." Shen Li said to Shen Li, "All right then. Since you had something to do, it's okay." Jiang Yan warmly welcomed Shen Li and his grandfather, saying, Come, sit down quickly. Our family hasn't sat down together for a long time." Lin Yulian looked at the three of them as they sat down and said, "It's good that Shen Li wasn't in any trouble this time. Shen Li, next time, avoid taking on such dangerous missions. You are now a father. You can't be as carefree as before." Jiang Yan added, "Exactly. You previously said you wanted to contribute to the interstellar community, and we didn't stop you. After all, we raised you, and we hope you can have your own ideas. But now that you have a child, and you have Xiao Yan by your side, you don't care about your own life? Do you want them to worry about you every day?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then at Jiang Yan and Shen Li, and slowly replied, "Mom, I'm a soldier, and protecting my country is my duty. But in the future, I will pay more attention to safety. I will try not to let them worry." After saying this, Shen Li stared directly at Jiang Yan, making her feel a bit shy, and she turned her head away to avoid his gaze. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian, who had seen this little action of Jiang Yan turning her head away, understood it as the shyness of a young girl. Lin Yulian took Jiang Yan's hand, and the two of them exchanged knowing glances as they both understood without saying anything. At this moment, Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "So how long do you three plan to stay at Shen's house this time?" "Little Mu, Yin is already on summer vacation. Why don't you stay here for a while? The garden is so big, and if there's nothing going on, we won't disturb you three. What do you think?" Shen Li was excitedly shaking Jiang Yan's hand after hearing what Jiang Yan said, and turned to Shen Li saying, "Mom, why don't we just live here? We could be together with Grandpa, Grandma, and his grandpa. That would be great. We can all live as a family together." Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Exactly. Why don't we just live here? You see, if you live outside, safety is concerned. If you live in the Shen family, you won't have to worry about safety." Jiang Yan saw that Jiang Yan had gone this far and reluctantly agreed. After all, Shen Li was a child of the Shen family, and it would be relatively safe to live here. Jiang Yan slowly said to Jiang Yan, "I can agree. Let's see what Xiao Mu Yin and Shen Li think." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Li excitedly turned to Shen Li and said, "Dad, why don't we just live here? Our whole family can live here, okay?" Shen Li nodded at Shen Li and said, "Sure, we can live together with Mom." Shen Li, a bit confused, said, "Okay, we can all live together." Shen Li looked at Shen Yan's happy expression, then leaned over to Jiang Yan's ear and said, "Miss Jiang Yan, when are you planning to become a real family with me? I've already prepared your dowry and betrothal gifts." Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Well, it depends on your performance." "No problem. Miss Jiang Yan, rest assured." Chapter 71. Proposal. Because the Interstellar Network is really advanced now, children don't have to go to tutoring classes in person anymore. Teachers can monitor student status in real time through projections, and students can see the teacher through projections without having to run back and forth. For those who want better conditions, families will set up a study room for their children, just like the Shen family did, which is really excessively large. The teachers the Shen family found for Shen Li are very famous professors in the interstellar community, and Shen Li's entire summer vacation schedule has already been arranged. Originally, it was a whole summer vacation with activities planned from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., including rest time. However, Jiang Yan had veto power over Shen Li's studies. When Jiang Yan learned that Shen Li's study schedule was packed, her first reaction was to refuse. She insisted on adding an additional 1.5 days of free time each week and corrected 3 hours of leisure time for Shen Li every day. This free time could be used for anything. Jiang Yan believed that children should balance learning and entertainment. They can't just study all the time, or they will easily become bookworms. The Shen family initially disagreed, but Jiang Yan opposed them. During the meeting about Shen Li's summer vacation arrangement, she threatened Shen Li with her eyes, ultimately winning with Shen Li's vote against Shen Gaohan and Shen Shenghan. However, Shen Li's homework and tasks did not decrease. Perhaps this is what it means for a rich child to have an advantage from the start. Since Shen Yan had homework and assignments every day, Jiang Yan couldn't see him often for fear of disturbing his studies. Jiang Yan would sleep until she naturally woke up. Then in the afternoon, she would revise the serious literature on ancient Earth at the Shen family, and in the evening, she would sit on the sofa with Shen Li watching variety shows or dramas. Of course, if Shen Yan finished his tasks early, he would come to the sofa to sit between Shen Li and Jiang Yan to watch variety shows and dramas together. Jiang Yan would occasionally share recipes for delicious Earth food with interstellar citizens. Jiang Yan's life was quite fulfilling, to the point that even halfway through summer vacation, she still felt like it had just begun. The other members of the Shen family also rarely came to disturb Shen Li and Jiang Yan in the small building behind the Shen family villa. Wanted to give them some alone time. In the Shen family villa, since Zhang Yan and Lin Yulian returned with Yan and Shen Li, the two had been constantly discussing what they should prepare if Yan really planned to marry Shen Li. Shen Gaohan and Shen Shenghong were helpless about the ideas of these two women, but didn't dare to speak up, so they could only sit nearby reading while listening to the passionate discussions. Zhang Yan pointed at a white wedding dress adorned with diamonds and said, "I tell you, you should like this kind of wedding dress. This white wedding dress symbolizes pure and flawless love. It looks so beautiful." Lin Yulian, not wanting to be outdone, said, "This wedding dress is beautiful, but don't you think that red wedding attire is also very beautiful? Jiang Yan is from Hua country, and ancient people there wore this. How beautiful is that? Don't you think so, son?" Suddenly being called out, Shen Gaohan helplessly said, "Everyone has different aesthetics, Mom. You and Ruo Yan should pay attention. Jiang Yan hasn't agreed to marry your son yet. Your son hasn't proposed yet. So why are you two in such a hurry?" Lin Yulian turned to Zhang Ruo Yan and said, "Rightly, aren't you planning to propose to Jiang Yan tonight?" "Yes, I'm proposing to Jiang Yan tonight. Why don't we stop discussing this and see if there is anything we need to change in the yard?" After Zhang Ruo Yan finished speaking, she stood up to go check the yard's decorations. "Ruo Yan, wait for me. I'll go with you to see if there is anything that needs changing." Lin Yulian hurriedly stood up and followed Zhang Ruo Yan, leaving Shen Gaohan and his son sighing helplessly behind them. Shen Shenghong, holding a book, said to Shen Gaohan, "We've already looked at this so many times this afternoon. Why are your mom and your wife more anxious than the people involved?" Shen Gaohan shook his head and replied, "I don't really know. Maybe it's a woman's nature. They should be the worrying mothers. Come on, Dad. Let us go down too. It should be about time." "Yeah, let us go. Don't say your mom and your wife are nervous. I'm a bit nervous too. This is much more nerve-wracking than when you got engaged." Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was playing Go with Shen Yan. Go was something Jiang Yan taught Shen Yan. But while they were playing, Jiang Yan felt that Shen Yan seemed distracted, constantly looking at the time or fiddling with his light brain. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and asked, "Xiao Yan, what time is it?" Shen Yan looked at his watch, then stopped playing Go and murmured, "It's time. Mom, let us go to the front." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and asked in confusion, "Why are we going to the front? You haven't even finished playing Go." "I don't want to play anymore. Let us go to the front now, come on." Jiang Yan was pulled to the front by Shen Yan. As soon as she arrived, she saw Shen Li in a suit standing in the yard, which was decorated with roses. When Shen Li saw Jiang Yan coming, he slowly walked up to her holding flowers, then knelt on one knee and said, Yan, I never valued love before, but because it's you, it can only be you. You made me believe in love. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to date you. But just dating is not enough for me. I want to have you, so please give me a chance. I swear I will take care of you and love you for a lifetime. Otherwise, I will be tortured to death by interstellar pirates. So can you give me a chance, Yan? Jiang Yan nodded to Shen Li and said, okay. Chapter 72. Rejected the proposal? Jiang Yan slowly took the flowers that Shen Li handed her, which were bright red roses. As she accepted the roses, she felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. However, since these flowers were given to her by Shen Li during the proposal, Jiang Yan endured the discomfort. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then handed her the ring in his hand, slowly stood up, and embraced Jiang Yan in his arms. Shen Li had dressed up meticulously for today, even buying the most expensive men's perfume in the galaxy to spray on himself. Unbeknownst to him, the fragrance made Jiang Yan feel nauseous and want to gag. This particular scent became the last straw for Jiang Yan, and in Shen Li's embrace, overwhelmed by the perfume and the scent of roses, she could no longer bear it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yan pushed Shen Li away and ran to one side, squatting on the grass and starting to gag. Shen Li was a bit confused by Jiang Yan's actions. She had originally agreed, so why did she push him away? Did she have a change of heart? Seeing Jiang Yan squatting down, Shen Li felt a pang in his heart. He thought about the flowers he had given her while holding her and felt a deep sense of unease. Even the onlookers were puzzled, especially Shen Gaoan, Shen Shenghong, and Shen Mayan, the grandfather-grandson duo of the Shen family. The flowers Shen Li was holding slowly fell from his hand, and it was evident that his expression turned sad. Shen Li took one last look at Jiang Yan and then at the carefully arranged proposal scene before walking away with a heavy heart. Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong watched Shen Li leave, knowing they couldn't continue to observe the situation, so they turned around and followed him, fearing that their foolish son and grandson might do something rash. Shen Gaoan turned to Shen Shenghong and said, "Hurry up and catch up. This kid just got rejected. We don't want him to do something crazy." Shen Shenghong nodded, and the two men closely followed Shen Li out of the Shen family's villa garden, bringing Shen Mayan along with them. At this point, only Zhang Ruoyan, Lin Yulian, and the distressed Jiang Yan remained in the garden. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian stood stiffly in place. And finally, Lin Yulian poked Zhang Ruoyan and said, "Daughter-in-law, did you feel sick and want to throw up when it happened to you?" Hearing Lin Yulian's words, Zhang Ruoyan seemed to realize something. Her eyes brightened as she tightly grasped Lin Yulian's hand and said, "Mom, do you really think so? That's great." Lin Yulian, equally excited, replied, "I think there's a high chance of it. Hurry, call that brat back right now." Zhang Ruoyan quickly tried to call Shen Li, but to her surprise, he had turned off his light brain. At this moment, Zhang Ruoyan wished she could beat Shen Li and bind him in front of Jiang Yan, especially since he was nowhere to be found. She said to Lin Yulian, "I can't get through. That brat must have turned off his light brain." Hearing this news, Lin Yulian was furious. That foolish kid never turns off his light brain, and now, at such a critical moment, he decides to shut it off. If he comes back, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. Meanwhile, Shen Li had left the carefully prepared proposal scene and went directly to the wine cellar in the Shen family villa, sitting there and continuously pouring drinks into his mouth. Shen Gaoan wanted to stop Shen Li and tell him to drink less, but he was stopped by Shen Shenghong, who felt it was better to let him drink alone for a while. They would just keep an eye on him from outside. Shen Shenghong said, "Let him stay in there for a bit. We'll just watch from the outside." The two stood at the door, watching Shen Li get drunk, both feeling heartbroken. Their son, whom they had spoiled since childhood, had basically been rejected at his proposal scene. It was undoubtedly painful for them, so they chose to stand by the door to accompany Shen Li. "Why? Why did you push me away?" Shen Li replayed the past moments with Jiang Yan in his mind, each memory bringing him pain. His thoughts were filled with the first time he met Jiang Yan, when she spoke to him, when they cooked together for Shen Mayan, and when they picked him up from school. Inside, Shen Li was getting heavily intoxicated, while outside, Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong received a call from their wives. "You need to bring Shen Li back right now. If you can't bring him back, don't even think about sleeping in the same bed tonight." Shen Gaoan, dissatisfied, replied to Zhang Ruoyan, "But dear, our son is in the wine cellar, drunk out his mind. How can you expect me to bring him back?" Zhang Ruoyan, not wanting to talk to Shen Gaoan at that moment, insisted, "I don't care. You need to bring him back now. If you can't, don't even think about sleeping with me tonight. Not just today, but for this month and the next." Shen Gaoan looked at Shen Li, who was drunk inside, then at his father, who seemed to have received similar news. The two exchanged glances and decided they had to get Shen Li out. After all, nothing should affect their sleep with their wives. Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong exchanged a look and then walked into the wine cellar, snatching the bottle from Shen Li's hands. Shen Shenghong said to Shen Li, "Stop drinking and come with me." Shen Li looked up, his eyes filled with pain, and said to Shen Shenghong, "Dad, Grandpa, just let me drink this one time. I just got rejected. Do you want me to be sober and sad?" Shen Gaoan replied directly, "Then you can be sober and sad. Even if you're wallowing in your sorrow, you can't make your grandfather and me miss out on sleeping with your mom and grandma tonight. So you'd better be sober and sad." Shen Li seemed not to have heard and staggered to his feet, grabbing another bottle of wine and opening it to drink again. The Shen family truly was the wealthiest family. The wine cellar was much larger than a basketball court and was stocked with many vintage wines, all of which had a high alcohol content. Shen Shenghong coaxed Shen Li, "Your mom and grandma are so anxious to have me bring you back. Something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they be in such a hurry? Let's go back and see, okay?" Upon hearing that something had happened to Jiang Yan, Shen Li immediately stood up, and despite being drunk, he stumbled forward. Shen Gaoan followed behind him and said to Shen Shenghong, "Looks like this is another infatuated Shen. Let's go, Dad. We should check it out too." Chapter 73. Pregnant while Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong were talking to Shen Li. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian had already walked over to Jiang Yan. Lin Yulian gently stroked Jiang Yan's back and softly asked, "Are you feeling any better now?" Jiang Yan weakly nodded and said, "I'm feeling a bit better." At this moment, Lin Yulian asked Jiang Yan, "Little Jiang, have you felt any discomfort in your body recently?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Other than feeling a bit sleepy, I don't feel any other discomfort. But today, maybe the smell of the flowers was too overwhelming and I felt a bit nauseous." Zhang Ruoyan then asked Jiang Yan, "Has your period come this month?" Jiang Yan shook her head. "No, it might be because I haven't been awake for a year yet, so my periods aren't very regular." Zhang Ruoyan continued, "How long has it been since your last period?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment, calculating the days. The last time she had her period was right before she went to participate in the survival game, which lasted half a month. And it has been a month and a few days since she returned. She concluded, "It should be almost 2 months since my last period. But my period has never been very regular." Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan exchanged glances upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, then asked her, "Did you have a moment with that silly boy before participating in the global survival?" Jiang Yan looked at the gestures Lin Yulian was making and instantly understood what she meant. Jiang Yan shook her head and replied no. As soon as she finished speaking, it seemed she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes widened in shock. Then Jiang Yan stammered, when he was at the Wasteland Ball 69873, I went to find him with Lin Juanru, but it was just that once it shouldn't be." Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan exchanged another glance and said, "It seems like it is. You should go back to your room and wait. I will find someone to bring the best interstellar doctor to check on you." Jiang Yan said to Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan, "It's too late now. I can check my pulse myself. I've learned traditional Chinese medicine since I was a child." After saying this, Jiang Yan placed her right hand on her left wrist. She could clearly feel bubbles moving through her blood vessels in her pulse. "Isn't this the pulse of pregnancy? What's going on?" Zhang Ruoyan asked anxiously from aside. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Ruoyan and blankly said, "It's been almost 2 months. But how could it happen just once?" Jiang Yan placed her hand on her lower abdomen. She couldn't feel it explicitly yet, but she still thought it couldn't be real. "How could I get pregnant just once? That is a bit too unfortunate." Jiang Yan was still in a daze when Shen Li came running over in a hurry. Seeing Jiang Yan standing there in a stupor, he slapped his thigh to snap out of it and ran towards her. However, he was stopped by his mother and grandmother before he could reach Jiang Yan. "You're grown up now. Can you stop being reckless? How can you be so reckless? You're a dad now. If you're so busy, aren't you afraid of bumping into your wife and child? Really, we can talk properly without getting physical. Otherwise, your mother and I will beat you to death." After being stopped, Shen Li was immediately scolded by his mother and grandmother. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian were afraid that the drunken Shen Li might accidentally knock someone down. At this time, Shen Muyin spoke from behind, "Grandma, I'm behind Dad." Zhang Ruoyan hugged Shen Muyin and said to Shen Li, "We're leaving first. You two can go back to your room and talk. Shen Muyin will sleep with me tonight." Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong looked at their wives leaving and followed closely behind them. As Jiang Yan and Shen Li distanced themselves, Shen Gaoan said to Zhang Ruoyan, "Honey, you don't know our son was in the wine cellar pouring high-concentration liquor into his mouth and got himself drunk. It was heartbreaking to see that scene. Why don't you care about our son and let him talk to Jiang Yan properly? He is our daughter-in-law, and my grandson has just experienced a breakup. You two still want him to talk to the person he broke up with nicely? Is there any compassion?" Lin Yulian rolled her eyes at her son and husband, then said to them, "Jiang Yan is pregnant, about 2 months along. At this time, shouldn't you be talking to her nicely? Are you going to let your grandson fight with her?" As soon as Lin Yulian spoke, Shen Gaoan and Shen Shenghong asked in unison, "When did you find out?" "Just now." Shen Gaoan said. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Don't let people worry unnecessarily." Zhang Ruoyan added, "Although we don't know why, based on their reactions. They should have just found out. These two are grown-ups, yet they don't even take a bit of responsibility." "Really?" Shen Shenghong said, "Let us go to bed. Our children will have their own blessings. When the time comes, we will take care of them. Let the young ones do what they want." Lin Yulian replied, "True. We are still here, so let the young ones do as they please. Let us go back and sleep. They can handle their own matters." Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Shen Li stood facing each other. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly asked, "Are you feeling unwell? And why did you push me away just now?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, walked up on tiptoes, gave him a quick kiss, and then stood straight to say, "I'm not unwell, it's just—" Shen Li stammered, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yan took Shen Li's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, saying, "It's just morning sickness. That smell makes me uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back." "What did you say?" "I said I'm pregnant. And I have morning sickness, and I also said I agreed to you." Chapter 74. Shen Yan's odd behavior. Jiang Yan looked at the stunned Shen Li and slowly said, "Isn't it obvious what I said? Do you want me to explain it more clearly?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and excitedly said, "You're pregnant, so you didn't refuse my proposal." Jiang Yan nodded and replied, "No, I didn't refuse you." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and directly picked her up, spinning her around. After 2 spins, he felt it was a bit inappropriate since Jiang Yan was pregnant. He didn't know if it was okay to spin her. He then put Jiang Yan down and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course I'm fine. I'm just pregnant, not a fragile doll that can't move. Besides, I'm not at the point of being unable to walk." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan with a gentle gaze and said, "Okay, I understand. My parents took Shen Yan away. Do you want to sleep with me tonight?" Jiang Yan wrapped her arms around herself and replied, "No. You can't be reckless now. I'm telling you." Shen Li flicked Jiang Yan's forehead and said, "I know we can't be reckless now. I meant that we could just go back and simply cover ourselves with a blanket and chat. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? Stop overthinking." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "I got it. Let us go back." Shen Li and Jiang Yan walked back side by side, holding hands. On the other side, Shen Yan was sitting in Shen Gaoan and Zhang Ruoyan's room, but his expression was not good. Zhang Ruoyan hurriedly called Lin Yulian and said, "Oh no, we were so focused on Jiang Yan's pregnancy that we didn't notice Shen Yan's emotions. What should we do?" "Mom." Shen Yan is just sitting there and not saying a word. On the other end, Lin Yulian frowned and replied, "You need to keep Shen Yan calm. Children tend to resist the arrival of a second child. We just need to communicate more with him. It should be fine." Zhang Ruoyan nodded and said, "I think so too. Let us try another approach with Shen Yan." Lin Yulian told Zhang Ruoyan, "Okay, your dad and I will go over in a bit. Let us take care of Shen Yan's emotions first and avoid provoking him. We'll be there soon. Wait for us to arrive before talking." Zhang Ruoyan replied, "Okay, Mom." Lin Yulian then got Shen Shenghong, who was lying on the bed, up and said, "Let us hurry and check on Shen Yan. Something seems off with him, probably due to the previous shock. We should go see him." Chapter 1. Section 1. Shen Shenghong quickly got out of bed upon hearing Lin Yulian's words and went to find Shen Yan without any delay. After being kidnapped, Shen Yan had become unusually cold. Initially, after Jiang Yan woke up, her interactions with Shen Yan were quite good, and the Shen family thought that Shen Yan had stabilized. However, once Jiang Yan became pregnant, Shen Yan's condition deteriorated. Shen Shenghong and Lin Yulian rushed to Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Gaoan's room, where they found Shen Yan crouched in the corner, silent and lost in thought. When Zhang Ruoyan saw Lin Yulian arrive, she quickly led her to Shen Yan. Observing Shen Yan's state, Lin Yulian gently said, "Little Yan, it's great-grandma. Is it because Mommy is having a little baby? But even if Mommy has a little baby, you will always be Mommy's treasure. Besides, we still have Grandpa, Grandma, Great-Grandpa, and Great-Grandma. No matter what, little Yan is our treasure." Shen Shenghong then said to Shen Yan, Yes, no matter what. Our little Yan is our treasure, so don't worry. We all love you very much." Hearing their words, Shen Yan's eyes showed a slight reaction, but the joy that used to be in Shen Yan's eyes was gone. Shen Yan coldly replied, but I'm not my mom and dad's biological child. I'm an artificially cultivated embryo. I know that. Jiang Yan was taken aback and said, that's not true. Shen Li firmly shook his head and said, Mom has only been awake for less than a year. I'm already 5 years old, and I have memories from several years ago. At that time, Mommy was still a researcher in the stars and had never met me. I already know. Lin Yulian opened her mouth, but then closed it again. Shen Li was indeed right. There was no denying that. The current situation was something that Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian had not anticipated. However, the Interstellar Child Protection Law has been protecting the child since the day of conception. Jiang Yan's child cannot be terminated, especially since the child is also a member of the Shen family. How could the Shen family bear to terminate the child? Shen Li felt lost, as a little voice inside told him that if his parents had a new baby, they would no longer love him like before. But that child would receive all of their love from the moment of birth, while he'd been kidnapped. Why? Why did that child have everything he desired from the start? Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian felt helpless upon seeing Shen Li like this, but they had to call Jiang Yan and Shen Li over. As soon as Jiang Yan and Shen Li lay down, they received a message from Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian. Jiang Yan looked at the message and said to Shen Li, let's go check on Shen Li. Auntie said something seems off with him. Could it be because of this? After saying that, Jiang Yan and Shen Li hurriedly made their way to Jiang Yan and Shen Gaohan's room, both still in their pajamas. Upon entering, Jiang Yan saw Shen Yan crouched alone in the corner, silent and staring at the ground, and her heart instantly ached. Seeing Shen Yan curled up in the corner, Jiang Yan walked over and crouched down opposite him with Shen Li. She gently called out, Little Mu Yan, what's wrong? My dear baby, if something's bothering you, you can tell Mommy and Daddy, and we'll solve it together, okay? Hearing Jiang Yan's voice, Shen Yan slowly lifted his head. But he no longer had the liveliness he once did. Tears were welling in his eyes, but wouldn't fall. Chapter 75. Then you decide whether to keep her. Jiang Yan moved closer to Shen Yan and said, it's because of him, right? He made our little Mu Yin sad, didn't he? Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan, who smiled and said to him, her smile reminiscent of the first time she spoke to him. Shen Yan nodded and replied, Jiang Yan continued to smile and said, then let's not keep him. Okay, that way, our little Mu Yin won't be sad anymore. Shen Yan didn't expect Jiang Yan to suggest getting rid of him so quickly. Was she really that eager? Shen Li and the others in the Shen family were also surprised by Jiang Yan's direct statement of wanting to get rid of the child, as it violated interstellar laws. Jiang Yan, hearing Jiang Yan's words, said to her, Xiao Jiang, this child is already protected by the Interstellar Protection Law. No hospital or doctor would dare perform a procedure to remove him. Jiang Yan casually replied, this child is still an embryo. By our calculations, without fully developed organs, he can't be considered a complete human. Moreover, it's not just Western medicine that can remove him. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine since I was young. I could find some herbs to terminate the pregnancy. Jiang Yan's nonchalant words surprised the Shen family, particularly Shen Li. However, Shen Li decided to stand by Jiang Yan's side, saying, no need, I'll help you contact the hospital. The Shen family has its own hospital. We won't get caught. Shen Yan looked at Shen Li and Jiang Yan and asked, you two aren't lying to me, are you? Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, of course not. When have I ever lied to our Mu Yan? Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and stammered, are you really letting me decide? Jiang Yan smiled and said, of course. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. If I say I'm not lying, then it must be true. Shen Yan turned to look at Shen Li, who nodded without speaking. Shen Yan asked, are you willing to let him go? Jiang Yan hugged Shen Yan and said, I don't want to, but little Mu Yan is also Mommy's child. Besides, according to our era's understanding, he's just an embryo right now, not even a person. Shen Yan held on to Jiang Yan and asked, will you blame me? Jiang Yan replied, no, you're my son. If I disagreed, I wouldn't be saying this. Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, Daddy. Shen Li, sitting on the other side of Shen Yan, said, Dad supports Mommy's idea. Whatever Mommy decides is what goes. If Mommy says you need to decide whether to keep this little brother or sister, then you think about it. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and, while patting him, said, Mommy knows what you're worried about. You're afraid that if Mommy has a baby, she won't be as good to you as before, right? Shen Yin nodded in Jiang Yan's embrace and said, "Mem, I'm not born from mommy and daddy. I didn't meet them when I was very little. Why does he get to have mommy and daddy from the moment he's born?" Jiang Yan smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, mommy and daddy will definitely treat you well. No matter if there's him or not, we're still a family. Family should talk about things like this openly and solve them together." Jiang Yan continued, after I found out I was having a little baby, I thought that if one day I'm not here anymore, there would still be someone in this world to watch over you and daddy. Even though interstellar technology is so advanced now, human life is actually very fragile. I'm not the 24-year-old I used to be. I'm afraid that if that day comes, there won't be anyone in this world with the same bloodline as you. Shen Yin looked up at Jiang Yan and noticed that, at some point, tears had begun to flow from her eyes. Shen Yin called out, "Mommy." Jiang Yan raised her hand to wipe away her tears and said to Shen Yin, "I'll leave his fate in your hands. You decide whether to keep him." Shen Yin spoke with some confusion. "Mom?" Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "At that time my mom let my brother choose whether to keep me or not. Mom said she didn't want her two children to be at odds from the moment they were born. She hoped her children could be happy and safe. Similarly, I hope my little Yin can also be happy. If this child hasn't been born yet and makes my little Yin unhappy and gloomy, then it would be better not to have him while he is still an embryo. That way, our little Yin will still be that cheerful child, right?" Shen Yin looked at Jiang Yan, remained silent, lowered his head, and thought for a long time, then raised his head to look at Jiang Yan and said, "Mom, do you want him?" Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Yin and said, "Yes, but Mom hopes that my two children can play together rather than fight. Mom also hopes you can be happy." Shen Yin looked at Jiang Yan and then said, "Mom, why don't we keep him?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and said, "Have you decided? This is not a small matter." Shen Yin nodded firmly at Jiang Yan and said, "Yes, I decided to keep him. I hope he is a younger brother, so we can protect Mom together and not let her be sad. Mom, you don't want me to be sad. You hope I can be happy in the future, and I hope Mom can be happy too. I also believe Mom wants to love little Yin less just because they're a younger brother." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and then kissed him, saying, "Oh, as expected of my good big son, it wasn't in vain to raise you. But whether I can give birth to a younger brother, Mom really can't say for sure. But whether it's a brother or a sister, Mom guarantees that Mom and Dad's love for you will be the same. Let us make a pinky promise, okay?" Shen Yin nodded. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Yin, "Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a little yellow dog." Shen Yin responded, "Whoever changes is a little yellow dog." Jiang Yan finally smiled and said to Shen Yin, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of you right away today. Mom is also a first-time mom. I can only learn to raise children like my mom. In the places I didn't do well, please guide me in the future." Shen Yin smiled with his eyes squinting and said to Jiang Yan, "Okay, then let us sleep together with Dad and Mom. Before you start school, let us sleep together with Dad and me." Shen Yin happily said, "Okay." Zhang Ruoyan, who was nearby, said with some worry, "Are you going to let Shen Yin sleep with you? How about letting him sleep with us instead?" Shen Li said to Zhang Ruoyan, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm here." Zhang Ruoyan helplessly said, "All right." Chapter 76, Heart Not That Night. Jiang Yan and Shen Li took Shen Yin and let him sleep between them. Jiang Yan held Shen Yin and said, "Before you start school, can you sleep with Mom and Dad?" Shen Yin lay in Jiang Yan's arms and shyly nodded. "Okay." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Yin, then stretched out his arms to hug both of them, saying, "I'm here too. I'll come along." Shen Yin thought that Jiang Yan and Shen Li would come back to scold him, but found that neither of them intended to scold him. Then Shen Yin asked Jiang Yan, "Mom, will we live together happily in the future?" Jiang Yan lowered her head and kissed Shen Yin on the forehead, then said, "Of course, we will definitely live happily together in the future. No one can stop our family of 3. No, now it's a family of 4. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and continued, "Dad and Mom promise you that we will never be biased towards any child because the palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. Don't worry." Shen Yin obediently nodded. However, Shen Yin might still have some concerns in his heart. Not every child naturally likes the second child. But little kids don't have bad intentions. As long as it's handled well, it's fine. Shen Li also rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, "Don't worry. Dad also promises you that he will never be biased towards the second child." Shen Yan looked at both Jiang Yan and Shen Li, who were making promises to him, then nodded and said, "I understand, Dad and Mom. I'm sorry for making you and Dad worry today. I just feel that I'm not your biological child, and he is your biological child. You will treat him better than me. I've never had my parents around since I was little. I feel a bit unwilling as to why he has the company of Dad and Mom directly, while I've only had Dad's photos and videos since I began to remember things." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan, who was crying while speaking, and quickly sat up to hold him in her arms, then said to him, "So, our little Mu Yin is feeling unbalanced, right? Actually, this is very normal. You don't need to feel sorry. Mom will come to find our little Mu Yin as soon as she wakes up. If Mom had woken up earlier, she could have taken care of our little Mu Yin earlier. Maybe our little Mu Yin Woon T have been told by other kids that he doesn't have a mom." At this point, Shen Li also got up to hug both Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, then said to Shen Yan, "If only I could pay more attention to little Mu Yin. Dad didn't know how to be a dad before. Tomorrow, Dad will go to find Grandpa and Great-Grandpa for advice on how to take care of children. In the future, Dad will definitely take good care of little Mu Yin." Shen Yan then said to Shen Li and him. Jiang Yan held Shen Yan and said, "Mom will also go to get advice from little Mu Yan's grandma tomorrow. When a little brother or little sister is born, we'll hire a confinement nanny and just let the little brother or little sister be taken care of by the nanny. At that time, we could do whatever we want, okay?" Shen Yan listened to Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, I will also learn to be a good brother. I will let the little brother or little sister have all the good things." Shen Li, hearing Shen Yan's words, held his hand and said, "So good." Jiang Yan heard Shen Yan say this and turned Shen Yan around, so they were facing each other, then seriously said to him, "No, you don't have to let the little brother or little sister have all the good things. What's yours is yours. As long as you don't want to give it, you don't have to give it. Mom hopes you want to indulge him just because he is your brother or sister. There's no need. We just need to be happy ourselves. As long as we don't hurt others. Okay?" Shen Yan listened to Jiang Yan and seriously nodded. "Got it, Mom." Jiang Yan then looked at Shen Li and said, "I'm telling you, no matter whether this child is a brother or a sister, you can't make Shen Yan do things he doesn't like. I don't want to hear anything like you are the older one. You have to let the younger one. I am telling you, that's not okay. I don't like hearing that. Shen Yan is Shen Yan. He is he. No one is born to accommodate others, not even biological siblings." Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and nodded, promising both Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, "Don't worry. It won't happen. No one will tell Shen Yan that he is the older one and should let the younger one do things. Don't worry. I promise you both." Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li and said to both Shen Yan and Shen Li, "Well, it's already late. You two should sleep. I can't stay up any longer. I'll tell you that I plan to sleep in tomorrow, so don't wake me up." Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "All right, let us sleep. No one will wake you up tomorrow. Don't worry." Jiang Yan nodded, then burrowed into the quilt, saying to Shen Li and Shen Yan, "What are you two doing standing there? Hurry up and come into sleep." Shen Li and Shen Yan quickly crawled into Jiang Yan's bed, and the three of them cuddled together to sleep. That night, Shen Li couldn't fall asleep. He lay awake, watching Shen Yan and Jiang Yan in his arms, lost in thought. Shen Yan also had a dream. In the dream, Jiang Yan was with a 2 or 3-year-old little girl who was very cute. Jiang Yan and Shen Li took the little girl to pick up Shen Yan from school. The little girl was wearing a purple dress, carrying a small bag, and holding a flower. She ran up to Shen Yan and said, "Brother, here you go. This is a flower I picked just for you, the biggest one." In the dream, Shen Yan took the flower, and the little girl opened her bag, which was filled with snacks. She stood at the school gate and said to Shen Yan, "These are all delicious treats for you, brother." Shen Yan woke up early. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Yan was still asleep, but Shen Li was already awake and had not gotten out of bed. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan after he woke up and asked, "Shu, do you need to go to the bathroom?" Shen Yan shook his head. And then Shen Li said, "Then don't get up, don't wake your mom. We don't have class today." Shen Yan heard this and replied, "Okay." Chapter 77. The family goes out to play on this side. Shen Li and Shen Yan woke up without saying a word, quietly fearing to wake Jiang Yan, who slept soundly until late morning. "You're all awake?" Jiang Yan opened her eyes and saw Shen Li and Shen Yan. Shen Yan said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, my dad and I woke up a long time ago. We just saw you were still sleeping, so we didn't want to disturb you." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and smiled, saying, "Mom will try to wake up earlier next time." Shen Yan glanced at Jiang Yan and unceremoniously rebutted, "Mom, even when you go to the Interstellar Research Institute for work, you still wake up late, and when there are no classes, you sleep until the late morning. I don't believe you'll wake up earlier next time." Jiang Yan replied, "All right, then I'll just sleep until I wake up naturally next time." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and laughed, saying, "Can't you wake up a bit earlier and set an example for kids?" Jiang Yan turned her head to the side and said, "No, let their dad be the example. I want to be a negative example." Shen Yan and Shen Li exchanged glances and smoothly changed the topic. Shen Yan said to Jiang Yan, "Mom, let us get up and have breakfast. It's already past 10 o'clock. Jiang Yan checked the time and saw it was already 10:30. She nodded and said to Shen Yan, "Let us lie down a bit longer and we can have lunch directly later." Shen Li, following Jiang Yan's lead, said, "All right. I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare lunch earlier. We can eat in a bit." "Okay." Jiang Yan nodded, noticing Shen Yan was staring at her intently. She asked, "What's wrong, little Yan? Is there something on my face that you keep staring at?" Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan, then at Shen Li, and said, "I had a dream last night. I dreamed that Mom had a beautiful little sister. Dad and Mom took the little sister to pick me up from school, and the little sister gave me flowers and snacks." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and asked, "Is the little sister pretty?" Shen Yan excitedly nodded, saying, "The little sister is very pretty, prettier than any child I've ever seen. She wore a purple dress and carried a little bag. So, Mom, can you have a little sister for me? I want a little sister." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and said, "Sweetheart, that dream and reality are the opposite. It might be a little brother instead." Shen Li chimed in, "Maybe the dream is true. It could be a little girl." Jiang Yan then said to Shen Li and Shen Yan, "Let us say it's 50-50, a 50 chance." Shen Li turned to Shen Yan and said, "See, your mom's words make no difference. Let us just open a blind box and see what we get." Shen Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "Dad, how can you be so unreliable? You want to open a blind box? Do you believe I'll tell Grandpa and Grandma about this and let them scold you?" Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and said, "Shoo, don't tell your grandparents. After we eat today, Dad will take you and Mom out to play. Where do you want to go? You can tell Dad, and he'll arrange for you and Mom to go." Shen Yan thought for a moment and replied, "I want to go to many places. I want to go to the Interstellar Mall with Dad and Mom. And I want to watch a movie at the Interstellar Cinema with Dad and Mom. I also want to explore the place where Mom participated in the variety show before. And I want to go to the zoo, the botanical garden, and the amusement park to play. I want to go to so many places with you. And when Mom has a little sister in the future, we'll take her along too, okay?" Shen Li nodded and said, "Of course. By the way, Dad has a great gift for Mom." After saying that, Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "I bought the planet you mentioned when you participated in the survival show. It's temporarily called Jiang Yan Star, waiting for you to name it." "Huh?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "Isn't that too expensive? That planet must be very costly." Shen Li smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm just a wealthy person in the whole galaxy buying a planet. It's not that expensive. This was the engagement gift I wanted to give you, but got delayed. Didn't you say you wanted to buy this planet during the variety show? So I bought it as your engagement gift. Just accept it. It's not that much money. You'll know about our family finances later." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "You're giving me such an expensive gift? I should think about what to give you in return." Shen Li smiled and said, "No need to return the favor. I already know your gift from yesterday. Now let us get up, wash up quickly, and go eat. After we eat, I'll take you and Shen Yan to see your territory." Okay. After Jiang Yan said that, she sat up and urged Shen Li and Shen Yan to get up and get ready. "You two hurry up and get ready. Then we can go play on that planet together." Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "All right." In the end, it was still Shen Li and Shen Yan who had already been ready for a while Jiang Yan had just finished getting ready. Chapter 1. Section 1. Shen Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Mom, you keep urging Dad and me to hurry up, but you're slower than both of us." Jiang Yan smiled and made an excuse, Girls have to be more meticulous when going out. Mom will try to be quicker next time. But if you find a girlfriend in the future, don't say that about her, or you'll end up single. I don't want my son to be single. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, Little Mu Yan is still young. There's no rush. Shen Mu Yan chimed in, Mom, I'm still young. Chapter 78. Officially heading to Jiang Yan, Star Shen Mu Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, Mom, let us hurry down for breakfast. I'm eager to go to the planet where you and Dad are recording the survival show. You didn't take me last time, and I really want to go. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Mu Yan and said, Okay, let us go now. We'll go down right away. Dad bought the whole planet. So why would you be afraid we can't go? Shen Mu Yan thought for a moment and felt that Jiang Yan's words made sense. Shen Mu Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, But I want to go now. I can't wait any longer. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Mu Yan, then rubbed Shen Mu Yan's little head, and finally took Shen Mu Yan's hand and said, Let's go. We can go downstairs to eat something first, and then let Dad take us to have a look together, okay? Shen Mu Yan obediently nodded, then pulled Jiang Yan and Shen Li to the restaurant downstairs for a meal. Since Shen Li and Chef Li had already agreed in advance to prepare lunch a bit earlier, Shen Li did not expect that the Shen family, who usually had meals on time, were already sitting at the dining table waiting for him an hour early. To be precise, Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian were not waiting for Shen Li, but for Jiang Yan. When Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian saw Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan coming down the stairs, they felt relieved that Jiang Yan was there. Otherwise, their precious son and grandson, Shen Li, would finally not be alone. Shen Li looked at Zhang Ruoyan and then spoke to her. We want to finish our meal and go to the planet where Jiang Yan recorded the variety show, so we asked Chef Li to prepare our meal early. Mom, you guys are having lunch quite early today, waiting in the restaurant for me to eat together. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li and said, You could take them along. If it weren't for Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan being with you, do you think anyone would want to wait here for you? Lin Yulian looked at Shen Li and said, We specifically came to have lunch with Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan. You are just an addition. Stop inflating your own importance. If you hadn't come down with Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan, you would see how your mom and I would treat you. Shen Li looked at his mom and grandma with some resentment and said, I am your own son and grandson, Mom and Grandma. You two are on the same side as me. Lin Yulian rolled her eyes at Shen Li and said, I'm sorry, but right now you are an outsider. We don't side with outsiders. Jiang Yan is here, and today there are all the dishes you love to eat. Little Mu Yan has dishes you love too. So you two should eat more. Jiang Yan found herself caught between Lin Yulian and Zhang Ruoyan, while Shen Mu Yan was caught between Shen Shenghong and Shen Gaohan. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian kept serving Jiang Yan dishes, while Shen Shenghong and Shen Gaohan kept serving Shen Mu Yan dishes. Only Shen Li was serving himself, but as he looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan, he continued to serve himself. Seeing that Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan had a good relationship with the Shen family, Shen Li felt relieved. Zhang Ruoyan spoke to Jiang Yan, how is the food today? Is it okay? Jiang Yan nodded and said, Lin Yulian heard Jiang Yan's and spoke to Zhang Ruoyan, that's good. I was worried you wouldn't find it tasty. By the way, Jiang Yan, are you planning to go to that barren planet after lunch? Although it's been bought, still be careful on the way. Also, Ruoyan and I have found a family doctor for you. You can call him Dr. Yang, and let him check you first to see if your body is fit to go to the previous planet. Jiang Yan nodded and replied to Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian, I'm fine, but I think it's better to get checked, so I can be at ease while having fun. Zhang Ruoyan nodded. Right, with today's advanced technology, we'll know the results in no time. We don't mind waiting a bit. Let's get checked and then go. Jiang Yan nodded, and then Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian served Jiang Yan more dishes. Jiang Yan couldn't finish eating, and in the end, there were leftovers. Just after Jiang Yan finished eating, she was taken by Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian to get a checkup, so that they could feel at ease and let Shen Li take Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan to the barren planet. Otherwise, Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian would not agree to let Shen Li take Jiang Yan and Shen Mu Yan along, especially considering Jiang Yan's current condition. If anything went wrong, that wouldn't be good. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's physical condition was excellent, and after the family doctor's examination, it was confirmed that both Jiang Yan and the baby were healthy and fine. This made Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian quickly feel at ease. allowing Shen Li to take Jiang Yan to the starship. However, as they were leaving, Zhang Yan and Lin Yulian repeatedly reminded Shen Li, fearing any accidents. In the end, Shen Li assured Zhang Yan, "Mom, I got it. Don't worry, I definitely won't let anything happen to them." Zhang Yan knew that her son would not let anything happen to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, but she couldn't help but want to remind him a couple of times, as if that would make her feel a bit more at ease. Shen Yan looked at Zhang Yan and walked over to her, saying, "Grandma, don't worry. I will take good care of Mommy and the baby in Mommy's tummy with Daddy. You can rest assured." Zhang Yan looked at the obedient Shen Yan and squatted down to make eye contact, saying, "It seems our little Mu Yin has grown up, but little Mu Yin also needs to take good care of himself. Okay? All right, go now. Grandma will wait for you at home. Come back quickly." Shen Yan nodded at Zhang Yan, then held Jiang Yan with one hand and Shen Li with the other, slowly boarding the Shen family starship. Shen Yan sat happily in the middle of Jiang Yan and Shen Li, swinging his little feet. Sitting between Jiang Yan and Shen Li, Shen Yan excitedly said, "Mom, how much longer until we arrive? I can't wait anymore." Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon. We can look at the stars outside first, and we'll arrive very quickly." Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Shen Yan nodded and asked, "Mom, can I sit inside and watch with you?" Jiang Yan brought Shen Yan to the window and said, "Of course, no problem at all. Come on, let us look at the stars outside together." "Okay." Shen Yan happily responded, and both mother and son leaned against the window to watch the stars outside, while Shen Li sat in the outer seat, watching Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. Chapter 79. We have arrived. Jiang Yan and Shen Yan leaned against the window for a long time. Then Jiang Yan said to Shen Yan, "We're almost there. Look, that's it." Shen Yan excitedly exclaimed, "Is that the planet? That's the one where Mommy participated in the survival variety show and Daddy bought it for Mommy. Now, rename Jiang Yan star?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and said, "Yes, that's the planet. We're almost there. When we arrive, Mommy will take you to explore. Let us see if we can make any new discoveries. How about that?" Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yan excitedly replied, "Really? There can be new discoveries? That's so cool." Shen Li said to Shen Yan, "There will really be new discoveries. This planet is quite large. And since your mom didn't have the tools when she went for the variety show last time, there are many places on this planet that she hasn't explored, so we might really find something new." Listening to Shen Li, Shen Yan's eyes were filled with determination, and he excitedly said, "Then can we go on an adventure?" Jiang Yan and Shen Li both shook their heads at Shen Yan and said, "No, you know that adventure comes with risks. If you want to go on an adventure, let your dad take you to some very safe places to explore. Don't think about going on an adventure by yourself." "I don't agree." Shen Li also spoke to Shen Yan, saying, "I don't really agree with that either, so don't think about it for now. When the Interstellar Child Protection Law no longer protects you, you can go to places that aren't so dangerous. For now, don't even think about it." Shen Yan saw that his desire to go on an adventure was directly rejected by Jiang Yan and Shen Li, so he had no choice but to obediently say, "I understand, Dad. And Mom, I won't go to dangerous places to play in the future. I promise I won't make you too worry." Shen Li nodded at Shen Yan, then looked outside and said to him, "However, we have arrived at the place where Mom participated in the survival of the wild ball last time. You can get down and take a look." Hearing Shen Li's words, Shen Yan immediately forgot about his earlier desire to go on an adventure, and, as soon as the starship arrived at the location, he quickly ran down. Fortunately, Jiang Yan and Shen Li had stopped at the place where Jiang Yan had cooked during the wild ball survival, which had a flat terrain and no dangerous elements. So they felt relieved to let Shen Yan go down to play. Once Shen Yan got down, he ran off happily, and Jiang Yan and Shen Li followed behind him, watching Shen Yan. He didn't go to any dangerous places. So Jiang Yan and Shen Li sat by the small river, watching Shen Yan play by the riverside. Chapter 1. Section 1. Jiang Yan leaned against Shen Li and said to him, "If we could always live here, it would be a pretty good choice. This place is like a paradise, with no outsiders to disturb us. This kind of life is actually quite nice, don't you think?" Shen Li held Jiang Yan and replied, "It really is nice. When we go back, I'll find a construction team to remodel this place into the way you like it. Although we can't live here all the time, we can decorate it well first, and whenever we have time, I'll bring you here." Staying here for a while is definitely possible. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Can I decorate it in the style I lived in on ancient Earth? Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, of course, that's no problem. This is your Jiang Yan star. You can decorate it however you want. Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li's words and asked, can we still change the name of this planet? Why did you name it Jiang Yan star? Shen Li replied, of course you can change it, but when we go back, I'll take you to the Interstellar Territory Bureau to get it certified. This planet doesn't completely belong to you yet. It just needs one last step. You just need to go to the Interstellar Territory Bureau for certification. At that time, you can give it a more formal name. Jiang Yan nodded and said, okay, I want to call it Nostalgia Star. Is that okay? Yes, you can call it whatever you want. Shen Li said. Shen Li actually knew what Jiang Yan was thinking. Jiang Yan just never said it. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk. People always want to return to their hometown and see their loved ones. But for Jiang Yan, all of this was impossible now. Sometimes she would sit there in a daze, saying nothing. Shen Li knew this, but never disturbed her. He would always prepare fruit for her when she finished daydreaming. Jiang Yan and Shen Li spent quite a while by the river, waiting for Shen Yan to lose interest in playing. They then took Shen Yan to explore the planet. By this time, the grapes were already gone. Jiang Yan pointed to a spot and said to Shen Yan, that was grapes. They are edible, but now they are gone. We came a bit late. When they bear fruit again next year, I'll bring you to pick grapes together, okay? Shen Yan looked at the spot Jiang Yan pointed to and saw that there were no grapes left. So he could only say to Jiang Yan, okay, Mom, let's come back together next year. Jiang Yan said to Shen Yan, yes, come with me. I'll show you many things you might not have seen before. Okay. Thank you, Mom. You're welcome. Just follow me. After saying that, Jiang Yan took Shen Yan to a nearby place they had been to before and introduced him to the things he liked, sharing some stories from the previous world. Chapter 1. Shen Yan listened attentively and then said to Jiang Yan, Mom, this place seems quite different from the outside ball, but it's really interesting here. Jiang Yan ruffled Shen Yan's hair and said, then let's come again next time. After all, it's our own planet. We can come and go as we please without any problem. Chapter 80. Targeting the top flow. Jiang Yan, Shen Li, and Shen Yan played on the planet for a while before leaving. As they were leaving, Shen Li and Jiang Yan briefly discussed how to build a simple structure for convenience when they come here for a short stay in the future. When Shen Li and Jiang Yan took Shen Yan back, Yuming had already come to the Shen family to find Jiang Yan. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Shen Li, Yuming excitedly said to them, this time, the wild ball survival has significantly increased the popularity of our Luo newspaper. Jiang Yan and Shen Li were sitting in the study. This was actually expected. Jiang Yan had arranged with the Interstellar director the next day. When Jiang Yan was teaching the whole Interstellar community how to cook, the director later approached her. And Jiang Yan directly told him to hand over all the behind-the-scenes footage to Yu Ming from Luo newspaper. Considering the revenue-generating ability, the production team handed over all the bad news to Luo newspaper, which then published everything on their website, causing the popularity of the entertainment newspaper to soar. Jiang Yan knew how this happened and calmly said to Yu Ming, isn't this a normal phenomenon? You forgot when I went to the Interstellar press conference with Shen Li last time? Don't you remember how popular your newspaper was after we went? Did you forget? Yu Ming shook his head. He hadn't forgotten. He remembered that Jiang Yan went straight to participate in a variety show, and he had to deal with the public opinion for several days regarding Jiang Yan's participation in the wild ball survival. Even the servers of Luo newspaper had crashed. No, I haven't forgotten, Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming. So now the president wants Luo newspaper to be even more popular, right? Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan's smiling face and said, sure, what do you have in mind? Jiang Yan smiled and said to Yu Ming, why don't you guess? If you guess correctly, I'll tell you. Yu Ming shook his head and looked at Jiang Yan, saying, I really can't guess. Why don't you just tell me? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and then at Yu Ming, saying, it's that the last human in the entire interstellar community is engaged to the interstellar young marshal. Do you think that news is enough? Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan and then at Shen Li, nodding excitedly. It's enough. How could it not be? Shen Li said to Yu Ming, I don't think it's enough because the last proposal wasn't complete. So I want to give her another proposal ceremony. I want everyone in the entire interstellar community to know that Jiang Yan and I are engaged. At that time, just let you come in to write the report. What do you think? Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Li and nodded vigorously, as if you're going to nod his head off. I think I will work. I will definitely report it well. This news will really shock everyone for several days. Believe me, I will. Chapter 1. Shen Li nodded and said, yes, you must report it well. Otherwise, I won't let you do it in the future. This is a big deal for Jiang Yan, me, and the Shen family. I'm leaving it to you. Yu Ming said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li. You two can rest assured and leave it to me. I will definitely write it well. I will go back and warm things up for you first. When the time comes, with this matter, the Moonfall newspaper will definitely be able to return to being a top-tier newspaper. It's not a problem for the Moon Tower newspaper to regain its peak. Jiang Yan looked at Yu Ming and said, what I want is not just for the Moonfall newspaper to return to its peak. I want it to become a top newspaper and monopolize the entire newspaper industry. Now do you understand? Yu Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Yan's ambition to be so great. This might be a bit difficult. Jiang Yan smiled and said, it might indeed be a bit difficult, but take it slow. We will definitely get there. Who am I? I'm the last human in the world. At this moment, Shen Li also spoke up, saying they will help you, and you will definitely become the top newspaper in the industry in the shortest time. Jiang Yan nodded. Then she looked at Yu Ming and said, I, like you, hold 40 of the shares in Moonfall, so of course I want it to become a top newspaper. Yu Ming stiffly nodded and said, all right. Then I will follow what you said, and we will work together to make the Moonfall newspaper bigger. Shen Li nodded at Yu Ming and said, that's for sure. I have already collected all the shares from the other shareholders of Moonfall newspaper, which means we are now your biggest shareholders, so you better work hard. Yu Ming looked at Shen Li with wide eyes. I see now. It turns out I am the chosen worker. But I am willing to be this chosen worker. I will definitely work hard, and together we will make the Moonfall newspaper a top newspaper. Let's go. Jiang Yan looked at Yu Ming and then said to him, it's not we, it's you. We make the decisions, and you do the work. Work hard. Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan and nodded, saying, got it. I will definitely work hard. You are my benefactor. The Moonfall newspaper was about to disband. Now, it actually has a chance to become a top newspaper. Jiang Yan shook her head at Yu Ming and said, no, what you said is not right. If you didn't really want the Moonfall newspaper to do well, you wouldn't be trying so hard. We are in a cooperative relationship, and you must believe that the Moonfall newspaper will definitely become a top newspaper. Let's work hard together. Yu Ming excitedly nodded and then looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Li. So what should we do now? Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming, I don't know either. What do you think, Shen Li? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and then said to Yu Ming, 3 days later, there will be a formal engagement ceremony held at home, and only the Moonfall newspaper will be invited. This will be an exclusive news story. As for how to promote it, that's up to you. Yu Ming nodded and then said to Shen Li, okay, I'm good at this. Leave it to me. Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming, we are both entrusting this to you, so you better do a good job. Let's make the Moonfall newspaper a top newspaper and take them down. Yu Ming nodded. No problem. Now that I am going to be a top newspaper, I will go back to prepare and won't stay here any longer. Jiang Yan said to Yu Ming, all right, then you can go back. The engagement of the last person in the entire interstellar world with the most handsome major of the new machine is up to you. Good luck. I believe in you. Yu Ming patted his chest and said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, don't worry, I will definitely handle this well. Chapter 81. Promotion done right after Yu Ming left. Shen Li was busy preparing invitations for the mysterious engagement with Jiang Yan 3 days later. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then called Lin Juanru. At that time, Lin Juanru was filming, because Lin Juanru had revealed that she could pilot a small interstellar warship during the survival on the wasteland. Basically, everyone in the new machine knew that she could pilot a small interstellar warship. Lin Juanru's agent had arranged a love story about interstellar battles for her, so she was currently filming a TV series. When Lin Juanru saw that it was Jiang Yan calling, she immediately answered the call. Yin Yin, why are you calling me? Do you miss me? Let me tell you, my agent found me a love story about interstellar battles, and I have already filmed part of it. Once I'm done, I will go to the Shen family to find you and hang out. You will make me delicious food. Jiang Yan listened to Lin Juanru and said, it's been almost 2 months since I last saw you, so I do miss you a bit, but I have something to tell you this time. No, it should be 2 things. Lin Juanru heard Jiang Yan's words and said anxiously, then hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Who said I wouldn't tell you? If I didn't want to tell you, would I call you?" Lin Juanru, impatient, urged, "Then hurry up and say it. You're making me anxious." Jiang Yan's words had already aroused her curiosity as a woman, and she couldn't wait to know what the news was. "I agreed to Major Shen's proposal, and I am pregnant." Lin Juanru exclaimed in surprise. "What? Is it because of that time on the wasteland 69873? Did he propose because you're pregnant?" Jiang Yan could even see Lin Juanru's surprise through the network. "It was that time, but he didn't propose because I was pregnant. Let me tell you something absurd, something even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray." Lin Juanru perked up and said, "What absurd thing? You have to tell me." "When he was about to propose to me, I suddenly felt nauseous from the smell. But at that moment, we didn't know I was already pregnant. I just smelled the bouquet Shen Li was holding mixed with men's perfume and felt very uncomfortable." "And then?" Lin Juanru urged, clearly anxious. If Jiang Yan and Lin Juanru were face to face at this moment, she could guarantee that Lin Juanru was indeed anxious. "Then, you thought I wouldn't agree to his proposal, so he went to the wine cellar to drink. It was while I was throwing up that Shen Li's mother and grandmother said I wasn't pregnant. It was only after checking my pulse that I found out I was pregnant. Then I realized that was morning sickness." Lin Juanru laughed for a long time after hearing what Jiang Yan said, and then suddenly remembered something and said seriously to Jiang Yan, "Now that you're pregnant, you must take good care of yourself. There are many people in the interstellar world who look down on the Shen family and Shen Li. You must take care of yourself and the baby, okay?" Jiang Yan nodded and said to Lin Juanru, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself and the baby. If nothing happens, I will try to minimize going out. By the way, are you currently accompanying your agent for that interstellar battle love story?" "Yes, why?" Jiang Yan said to Lin Juanru. "Do you have time 3 days later? Because I was feeling nauseous at that time. Your proposal ceremony wasn't very complete. He wants to give me a complete engagement, so there will be an engagement ceremony 3 days later. I don't have many people to invite in this interstellar world, so I thought I'd ask you if you could come." Lin Juanru immediately replied, "What do you mean if I have time?" "Of course I have time. Just send me the time and address, and I will definitely arrive on time. If I don't make it, I'll knock my own head off." "Okay, you must come." Lin Juanru patted her chest and assured, "You can rest assured, I will go find the director to ask for leave right now." "Good." After Jiang Yan finished the call with Lin Juanru, she had nothing else to do. She walked to Shen Li's room and saw a crowd of people invited for the ceremony. So many people. I only invited Lin Juanru. And I was thinking of inviting Song Liner, who participated in the variety show with us. I will send her an email. If she comes, she comes. If not, then she doesn't. I really didn't invite many people." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and stopped her, saying, "It's all right, I invited many people. So we definitely won't have an empty engagement ceremony." Jiang Yan sat in Shen Li's arms and nodded, saying, "Then I'll leave everything to you. It's getting late now, so why don't we arrange it for tomorrow? Let's take Xiao Mu Yin to sleep together first. Is that okay?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and replied, "Okay, it is indeed getting late. Just let me hold you for 5 more minutes, and then we can go get Xiao Mu Yin to sleep with us, all right?" Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li, who buried his head in Jiang Yan's shoulder, feeling her warmth. However, in less than 5 minutes, Shen Mu Yin came in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Yan sitting on Shen Li's lap, and Shen Li, with his head buried in Jiang Yan's embrace, said, "Sorry, Dad and Mom, I interrupted you. Please continue." Jiang Yan, seeing that Shen Mu Yin had caught them, hurriedly stood up and said to Shen Mu Yin, No, we need to take you to wash up." Shen Li sat on the stool, not really wanting to go, and pulled Jiang Yan's hand, saying he's big enough. Let him wash up by himself. Shen Mu Yin looked at Shen Li and shook his head, saying, "Got it, Dad. You just want to be with Mom." Indeed, parents are true love, and children are unexpected. I'll wash up first and wait for you in the room. After saying that, Shen Mu Yin went out, closing the door behind him. Jiang Yan glanced at Shen Li and said, "Stop holding on. Hurry up and wash up, then we can sleep with our son. Be quick, don't dawdle." Under Jiang Yan's urging, Shen Li reluctantly got up to take Xiao Mu Yin to wash up. Chapter 82. On the interstellar headlines again, the news of Jiang Yan and Shen Li's engagement, although it had only been 3 days, was more than enough time given the advanced interstellar technology, both for Shen Li's preparations and for the guest arrangements. However, aside from Moonfall News Agency, other news outlets could not rush in directly and had to find ways to sneak in. Because of this, Moon Ming worked even harder to promote the news. The next day, Jiang Yan woke up to see Moon Ming flooding the news. The entire Interstellar headlines were filled with news from the Moonfall News Agency. There were all kinds of stories about the last human in the galaxy and the interstellar young marshal's love story. Jiang Yan took a glance and saw that the whole headline was about her and Shen Li. She also checked the number of fans for the Moonfall News Agency, which had increased several times compared to before, and the buzz on the day of their appointment had already exceeded the hottest trending searches in the galaxy. Jiang Yan lay on the bed and said to Shen Li, who was sitting beside her reading a book, "Look, this trending topic is number one." Shen Li put down his book and replied, "It's normal. If Colonel Shen from the Shen family and the most beautiful woman in the galaxy can't trend, then who can?" Hearing Shen Li say she was the most beautiful woman in the galaxy made Jiang Yan smile, and she asked, "Then who was the previous number one beauty in the galaxy? Was she pretty?" Shen Li replied, "I don't know. I don't know her." After saying that, Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Muyan beside her and asked, "Okay then, are you hungry?" "I think I'm a bit hungry." "Shao Muyan, are you hungry?" Shen Muyan nodded and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm a little hungry. Are we going to eat?" Jiang Yan helped Shen Muyan up and said, "Yes, let's go eat. You hurry and go with Dad. You both quickly change clothes and wash up so we can go eat." Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "Okay, I'll take him to wash up first. Mom wants to see you. I'll accompany you in later." As Shen Li took Shen Muyan out, he said to Jiang Yan, who waved her hand and replied, "No need. I can go by myself. You just play with Shen Muyan." Once Shen Li took Shen Muyan out, Jiang Yan got up to get herself ready. When she went down to eat, she found that the Shen family had not eaten yet and were waiting for her. As soon as Jiang Yan came down, she saw the Shen family waiting for her and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, I'll make sure to get up earlier in the future." Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan's somewhat shy demeanor and said, "It's fine. We usually eat around this time, too." When Shen Li brought Shen Muyan down, "We're getting ready to eat. Come, sit down quickly," Zhang Ruoyan said as she pulled Jiang Yan to sit beside her and continued, "Just relax. You don't have to worry about us. We are very easy to get along with. If you encounter any problems in the future, we will support you. Just do what you want." Lin Yulian chimed in, "Exactly. Even if you're a little troublemaker, the Shen family can afford it. So just go ahead and do what you want. As long as money can solve it, it's not a problem." Listening to his mother and grandmother, Shen Li said, "Mom, Grandma, what are you teaching her?" At this moment, Shen Xinghong spoke up, "Yes. Don't spoil her. Little Jiang, if we can solve it with money, we will. If not, we can just use our power to intimidate. After all, the Shen family has power. Just rely on that." Shen Li helplessly covered his head and said, "Mom, Grandpa, don't scare her. Just do what you want. If you can solve it with money, do it. If not, we can use our influence. No matter what, you promise me you won't let anyone bully you." Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li and the Shen family and nodded, saying, "I understand. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who will be wronged. If someone bullies me, I will definitely resolve it on the spot. If I can't, I will definitely come back to tell you. And then I will trouble you to back me up." Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian, hearing Jiang Yan's words, if it weren't for their upbringing, would have slapped their chests and promised Jiang Yan, "All right, we will help you when the time comes. Just do what you need to do." Seeing the warm side of the Shen family, Jiang Yan felt a warmth in her heart. But she also knew that this was all because of Shen Li and Shen Muyan. If it weren't for Shen Li and Shen Muyan, she would just be a stranger in front of the Shen family. At this moment, Shen Gaohan began to speak. "All right, hurry up and let little Jiang finish her meal. Don't you have something to discuss with her later?" As soon as Zhang Ruoyan heard Shen Gaohan's words, she remembered that she indeed had something to tell Jiang Yan, and quickly said to Jiang Yan, "Come, let's eat first. I have some good things for you later." Zhang Ruoyan kept serving Jiang Yan dishes, and by the time Jiang Yan finished her meal, Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian had already taken her away. When they got there, Zhang Ruoyan took out a lot of cards and handed them to Jiang Yan, asking her to activate them. Jiang Yan looked at the cards in front of her, puzzled. "What are these? I've never seen them before." Chapter 1, Section 1. Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian smiled and said, "These are all dowries prepared for you." Shen Li said that in your place, there are customs regarding dowries and gifts, but since your family is not here, no one could prepare a dowry for you. Shen Li asked us to prepare more for you. We started preparing these when you finished recording the variety show. These are all for you. Take them with you. In this interstellar world, money is essential. You can keep these. The Shen family is not short on money. There's actually not much. Lin Yulian added, yes. These are all proof of properties, factories, and planets. You just need to activate them. These are all jewelry prepared for you. You should take them back. Jiang Yan looked at the pile of items in front of her and unexpectedly said, I didn't expect that these things had already been prepared since they returned, including the betrothal gifts and dowry. Betrothal gifts and dowries are no longer a thing here in the interstellar world. I didn't expect that Shen Li would know to prepare betrothal gifts and a dowry for me. Jiang Yan looked at the pile of items and said to Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian, and these things are really too precious, I can't accept them. Zhang Ruoyan said to Jiang Yan, listen to me, take them. A woman should have money in her hands. Come on, let's activate them together. In the end, Jiang Yan accepted the items. They were worth as much as a wealthy person from a medium-sized planet. Meanwhile, Shen Li, Shen Gaoan, and Shen Shenghong, the three generations, were together. Shen Li looked at Shen Hongsheng and Shen Gaoan and said, Dad, Grandpa, I plan to announce to the entire interstellar community that Jiang Yan is my fiancé, to let everyone know that Jiang Yan is mine. Shen Shenghong looked at Shen Li and asked, are you sure? No regrets. You will bear all the responsibilities. Shen Li firmly nodded and said, yes. I made my decision. No regrets. Shen Gaoan looked at Shen Li and said, this is our good child. Once you announce it, all enterprises of our Shen family in the interstellar community will know. And these are influential figures. Once you announce it, it will be sent to their networks. Shen Li nodded firmly and then confirmed it. Shen Li knew what it meant to confirm it. This was a privilege reserved for the matriarch of the Shen family. By confirming it, Shen Li was indicating he would become the head of the Shen family and take charge of all family matters. Shen Gaoan had previously told Shen Li many times, but Shen Li always avoided it with various excuses. Shen Gaoan looked at Shen Li and said, from now on, all matters of the Shen family will be entrusted to you, your grandfather, and I can finally rest. In the future, unless there are major issues, don't bother us. Just after Shen Li confirmed it, the entire interstellar community was informed that Shen Li had become the head of the Shen family. Jiang Yan and Shen Li had just made the headlines, and in the time it took to have a meal. The news of Shen Li becoming the head of the Shen family, and Jiang Yan being the last human to become the lady of the Shen family, hit the screens. In just a short time, Jiang Yan and Shen Li were trending on the interstellar headlines. Chapter 83. Childhood photos. Shen Li and Jiang Yan returned to their room, and Jiang Yan joked with Shen Li, saying, I squeeze my way out of the interstellar entertainment headlines. We are amazing. Shen Li walked over and hugged Jiang Yan, then said, it's okay. Are you, Mrs. Shen, regretting and wanting to refuse the engagement? Jiang Yan turned her head to Shen Li and said, I never said that. I worked hard to get a fiancé. Why would I want to give it up? Besides, am I supposed to run away with a big belly and a little one inside? I think that would be fine. The headlines would definitely be about the last human in the interstellar community running away with Colonel Shen's 2 children. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said seriously, Jiang Yan, promise me not to say that again. Although I know you're joking, I don't want to hear you talk about leaving me, now or in the future. You don't know how it felt when you pushed me away that day. It was like being shot by an enemy. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, I'm sorry. I promise I won't say it again. I swear. Shen Li saw Jiang Yan's serious expression and said, okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Jiang Yan nodded and then cupped Shen Li's face with her hands and kissed his thin lips. Shen Li, initially shocked, soon took the initiative. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Yan's waist. The two of them separated after a long time. After they pulled away, Jiang Yan blushed and said to Shen Li, I'm sorry. This is to compensate you. We can't continue. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's flushed face, which was charming, and then glanced at her belly, saying, hey, how come it happened so quickly? Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li's astonished expression and said, well, it can't be helped. You can't blame me. Just give birth to it. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's belly and nodded, saying, okay, let's give birth to it. Once it's born, we want it. This pregnancy is too burdensome. If we want children later, we can just use IVF. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, let us talk about it later. Right now, it hasn't even come out, and you're already thinking about IVF? I'm telling you, you must pay more attention to Shen Mu Yan's psychological state in the future. Children don't have that many bad intentions. Shen Li nodded, saying, I understand. I will pay more attention to Shen Mu Yan later. Jiang Yan couldn't help but remind Shen Li. Absolutely don't tell little Mu Yan that he has to let his younger siblings go first. Just treat the two children equally, no favoritism. Okay, I got it, Shen Li replied, then looked at Jiang Yan and carried her into his study. Once inside, Shen Li placed Jiang Yan on a chair and went to the bottom of the bookshelf to take out a thick stack of photos. He handed them to Jiang Yan and said, these are records of little Mu Yan's growth. Come on, let's take a look together. There are also photos of me when I was a child. I'll tell you, little Mu Yan is truly my son. He looks just like I did as a kid. Jiang Yan, excited by Shen Li's words, said, come on, show me. I want to see. Shen Li sat next to Jiang Yan, and they looked at little Mu Yan's photos together. At first, little Mu Yan had a smile on his face. But by the end, there was no smile left. Jiang Yan could guess that during that time, little Mu Yan must have been kidnapped. Although he was rescued, the smile had disappeared from his little face. Jiang Yan noticed little Mu Yan's change and said, was that during that time? Well, it's all in the past now. We can make up for it now. Come on, let's look at the others. Don't you think little Mu Yan looks a lot like me when I was a child? Shen Li handed his childhood photos to Jiang Yan to look at, and it had to be said that the two really looked very similar as children. Yes, but my genes are still better, Shen Li replied with a smile. Indeed, your genes are better. Chapter 84. Let us get started. Because the Shen family was incredibly wealthy, they booked all the hotels for the invited guests. That day, there were a lot of people outside the Shen family, mostly from Interstellar newspapers. However, only the Moonfall News was allowed in. Others were not permitted at all. The reporters outside were furious, their eyes nearly popping out. The reporter from Moonfall, Yu Ming, smiled at Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, let me tell you, the other reporters outside are so angry they could die. They didn't expect I could get in. They're almost dying of anger, ha ha ha. Jiang Yan replied to Yu Ming, of course, our family's business should be handled by our own people. That is the only way to be assured. As it was about to start, Shen Li was not in one place. Jiang Yan was accompanied by Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Yu Ming and said, in the future, I will trouble you with the Shen family's gossip. It's best to leave our own gossip to our own people. Yu Ming was stunned by Zhang Ruoyan's words. Because without the family's permission, there could be no entertainment reports, and without their permission, they couldn't write anything. Yu Ming, somewhat incredulous, asked, really? Lin Yulian opened her mouth and said that Xiao Li told us that you and Jiang Yan hold the same shares, which originally belonged to your family. You will definitely be more invested than Jiang Yan. The Yuluo newspaper can only help Jiang Yan do more things if it develops well, so we will help you. Yu Ming looked at Jiang Yan excitedly, feeling that she was his lucky star. A newspaper on the brink of bankruptcy has now returned to being a first-class newspaper and may even become a top player in the industry. How could Yu Ming not be excited? He excitedly said to Jiang Yan, you are my lucky star. From now on, if you want me to go east, I will go east. If you want me to go west, I will go west. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. And I will definitely not go against you. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Yu Ming and said, just listen to me. But you have to remember that Jiang Yan is the daughter-in-law of the Shen family, and you cannot cross any boundaries. Yu Ming quickly nodded and then assured Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian, I know, I was just too excited and spoke out of turn. From today on, Jiang Yan is my sister, my real sister, closer than blood. I promise I won't have any other intentions towards her. Zhang Ruoyan, hearing Yu Ming's words, nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. From now on, if there are any gossip news about the Shen family, you can publish them. You must not let us down. You need to make a Yuluo newspaper a top newspaper, so that if Jiang Yan needs help in the future, you can assist her. Yu Ming nodded and told Zhang Ruoyan, I guarantee I will complete the task. I will make the Yuluo newspaper a top newspaper as soon as possible, so that if Miss Jiang Yan and the Shen family need our Yuluo newspaper in the future, I will definitely help. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Yu Ming and said, yes, that's right, good boy. Now you can go and get busy. Did you bring enough people today? There should be a lot of gossip news today. Yu Ming nodded. Yes, I brought several people over today The others from other newspapers are all outside. All right then, you can go ahead. If there's anything the Shen family can help with, just tell me, and I will have the Shen family assist you. Yiming nodded and said, Okay, thank you, Madam Shen. If needed, I will let you know. Now I will take my people to shoot. There might be a lot of tasks today, so I won't disturb you and Miss Jiang Yan. Then I'll take my leave. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Go ahead, I won't hold you back. You can go shoot. As Yiming left, he conveniently closed the reception room on the second floor, leaving only Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, and Lin Yulian in the room. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, You look really good today. That little brat Shen Li is lucky. If he bullies you in the future, just tell me and Grandma. We will definitely stand by your side. From now on, he is an outsider. The three of us will unite as a family. Lin Yulian also said, If he bullies you, just let us know. We'll take care of him for you. However, the men in the Shen family all have one characteristic. They are afraid of their wives. So from now on, you can do whatever you want without worrying too much. We know your parents are not here. Your family and friends are not here either. But regardless of whether you can finish what you started for the rest of your life, you are our family. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian and excitedly said, Thank you, Auntie and Grandma. When I first came to the Shen family, I really just wanted to see what it was like and think about the future later. I didn't expect that we would really become a family. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Jiang Yan rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, Good girl, Grandma and I are in good health. So helping you take care of Shen Yin and the little baby in your belly will definitely not be a problem. If you want to take good care of us, just get along well with Shen Li. In fact, when you get old, you will realize that nothing is more important than having your descendants safe and sound. Jiang Yan nodded. Yes, nothing is more important than health and safety. Just like how I can't see my family anymore because I'm not healthy. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan's somewhat melancholy expression and quickly said, All right, little Jiang. Don't be sad. From today on, we are all your family. No matter if you and Shen Li are together in the future, you must remember that we are all your family. Jiang Yan nodded with a choked voice. I understand. Lin Yulian looked at Jiang Yan, who was about to cry, and quickly said to Jiang Yan, All right, let's not talk about this. Don't you and I have something to discuss? Did we forget? Jiang Yan clapped her hands as if remembering something and said to Jiang Yan, Oh, Jiang Yan, I have entrusted all these things to you. After saying that, Jiang Yan pulled Jiang Yan to the side of the table, where there were many boxes. Jiang Yan could tell at a glance that the boxes contained jewelry and the like. Jiang Yan quickly shook her head and said, No, Auntie Grandma. The things you gave me before are already very precious. I really can't accept these. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, These things were bought by us before. They looked very nice at the time, but now they are a bit unsuitable to wear. So just take them. There are also some ancestral items that are only given to the daughters-in-law of the Shen family. Now that you and Shen Li are engaged, these things are naturally for you. Jiang Yan opened the boxes on the table, which were filled with jade and diamond jewelry, clearly very expensive items. The fact that they could fill an entire table was truly beyond imagination. The wealth of rich people is something you can't fathom. Jiang Yan looked at the jade and diamond jewelry on the table and exclaimed, This is really a lot. Lin Yulian said, It's not that much, actually. Just pack these things. It's better for you to keep them yourself. You can save them for whatever kind of daughter-in-law in the future. After all, these things won't change if you just keep them. In the end, Jiang Yan accepted the jade and diamond jewelry and felt as if she had suddenly become a wealthy woman. It felt less like getting married and more like being married off, bringing a lot of money with her. So this is how rich families marry off their sons. Jiang Yan and Lin Yulian said to Jiang Yan, That's right, just accept them. Now that we have money, you won't have to worry about what others think. Just keep these things for yourself. Jiang Yan nodded. I will say okay, and I will keep these for little Mu Yan's future wife. At this moment, Jiang Yan joked, You're only keeping these for little Mu Yan's wife? What if you have a son later? Jiang Yan touched her belly and said, I want to have a girl. A boy and a girl would be just right. Lin Yulian said, A boy and a girl make a good pair, how nice. But the genes of the Shen family, I really don't want to say anything. Jiang Yan asked in confusion, What's wrong with the genes of the Shen family? Lin Yulian replied, The genes of their family can't produce girls. Jiang Yan, somewhat puzzled, asked, No way. Isn't there a 50 chance? Lin Yulian continued, I had 3 boys, your aunt had 2 boys. 5 of them are boys. Although Shen Yin was genetically engineered, He is still a boy, making it 6. Huh? 6 boys and not a single girl? Jiang Yan exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. She had never met the other boys and was somewhat confused. Then why haven't I seen them? Lin Yulian slowly explained, I had 3 boys, one was assassinated, and another died on the battlefield. Your aunt had 2 boys, one was Shen Li, and the other had health issues at birth and didn't survive. So, they only have 1 child in each generation now. Jiang Yan said these words, then shyly apologized. I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to say that. I really didn't know. Zhang Ruoyan ruffled Jiang Yan's hair and said, It's okay, child. The past is the past. Let's just let it go. The important thing is that our family is doing well now. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Mem, I understand. Zhang Ruoyan said to Jiang Yan, Yes, we're doing well. But Jiang Yan, how about we go to the doctor later to check if it's a boy or a girl? Although there are regulations in the galaxy that we can't open the door for a girl, we can still check at our own hospital. Jiang Yan shook her head and said, How about we just open a blind box? Whether it's a boy or a girl, let's leave it to fate. Whatever we get, we get. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoyan and Lin Yulian spoke up. I think that's a good idea. Let's open a blind box. Whatever we get is what we get. Zhang Ruoyan then said to Jiang Yan, Come here, let me put some lipstick on you, and then we'll wait a bit before going down. Jiang Yan nodded, okay. When Jiang Yan went down, she heard the host's voice. The joy of the 2 families is shared with everyone. Congratulations on the engagement. The most beautiful you, the best him, full of joy, together to old age. In the name of love, with the rest of life as the deadline, I wish Mr. Shen Li and Miss Jiang Yan a happy engagement. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li on the stage. And Shen Li also looked at Jiang Yan as he slowly walked over. When Jiang Yan reached him, Shen Li finally spoke. This time, no one will stop my proposal. Right? Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, but the audience was surprised that Shen Li had proposed to Jiang Yan once, and someone had interrupted. Who was that person? How are they so powerful? Today is the end of your single life and the beginning of your happiness. Of course, today is also the end of my single life. From now on, we will accompany each other for life, never abandoning each other. Okay. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Shen Li hugged her tightly. He then leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and whispered, From now on, you are mine, and no one can take you away from me. Yes, from now on, I am yours. From today on, we are a family. While Jiang Yan and Shen Li were whispering sweet nothings to each other, they didn't pay any attention to the host's words. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this beautiful moment of revival and spring rain, Miss Jiang and Mr. Shen Li welcomed the spring of their love. On behalf of the male side's friends and all family members, I sincerely congratulate them on their beautiful union. At this moment, Lin Junru started to cheer, Kiss, kiss. Then everyone began to cheer, Kiss, kiss. Jiang Yan listened to the sound around her and smiled at Shen Li, saying, How about we share a light kiss? Okay. Shen Li leaned in and kissed Jiang Yan gently, then said to the people around, all right, no more cheering. Everyone enjoy the food and fun. Jiang Yan looked around at the guests, all of whom were powerful people in the galaxy. Shen Li hugged Jiang Yan and asked, What's wrong? Jiang Yan shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I just suddenly feel like I've grown up. Suddenly becoming your wife and the mother of 2 children makes me feel like I've grown up all at once. Shen Li's hand was around Jiang Yan's waist as he said, Yes, it feels like we've grown up all of a sudden. We are already parents of 2 children. Yeah, time really flies. Chapter 85. The uninformed Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, Yes, now we are also parents. If we wait for the child to be born, we won't have much time left. So let's go out and have fun. Wherever you want to go, we can go. I've asked for leave from the army and can spend quality time with you. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and excitedly said, Really? Shen Li replied, Really? I will spend this time having fun with you. Jiang Yan nodded. Let us bring Xiao Mine along. We should all go out together. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, Okay, let's wait a bit. Once the banquet is over, we will go out. I've already had everything prepared. Jiang Yan looked at the guests around her. There were still many people. However, she thought they probably wouldn't come to her or Shen Li for anything. So she nodded at Shen Li and walked over to Shen Mayan to tell him the news. She told Shen Mayan to see if there was anything special he wanted to bring. Shen Mayan looked at Jiang Yan and excitedly said, Mom, are we leaving soon? Yes. Dad said once the guests are done, we will leave. Go see if you have anything special you want to bring. We could take it along. Shen Li shook his little head and said to Jiang Yan, I don't think I have anything special I want to bring. I just like going out to play with Dad and Mom. If you take me out to play, I think just bringing some daily necessities will be enough. Jiang Yan patted Shen Li and said, then Dad will definitely have prepared the daily necessities, so we don't need to bring them. So later, where do you want to go? Shen Li thought for a moment and slowly said, I don't have any particular place I want to go, but I want to command a starship like Dad. So, it would be great if we could visit somewhere related to starships. Jiang Yan said to Shen Li, let's ask Dad about it later and see if he can take us to visit. Shen Li excitedly nodded and then seemed to think of something, lowering his head and saying, okay, Mom, I'll wait for you and Dad in the back. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and asked with some confusion, why do you want to wait in the back for me and Dad? Come with us. Shen Li raised his little face and said in a muffled voice, I just heard an aunt say that Mom has only been awake for a year. How could she have a son my age? She said that once Mom has her own son, she won't be good to me. She said that her own son is definitely better than me, the one who was picked up. But Mom, you promised me that you would treat both of us the same, but I still feel a little unhappy inside. I want to go to the back to digest this. Seeing Shen Li like this, Jiang Yan angrily hugged him and rushed over to grab the microphone from the host. Jiang Yan rushed over, and the sound of her hitting the microphone attracted everyone's attention. She looked at everyone and spoke into the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Yan. That aunt who just talked to my son, why is your mouth so smooth? What did you say to a little child? You said that once I have my own child, I won't be good to Shen Li. How embarrassing. Truly sorry. Shen Li is my own son. Our own son. If you don't believe it, why don't you take our hair for a paternity test? Jiang Yan looked at everyone in the audience and continued. What do you mean if I'm pregnant, I won't be good to my own son? I'm sorry, I am currently pregnant. Why don't you ask my son? Ask him how I dealt with this? Or let's wait and see. If you have a problem with me, then come at me. Don't play behind my back with your tricks. If you can't play fair, then don't play. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Li also understood that someone had said something to Shen Li, which made Jiang Yan so angry. Shen Li walked over with a dark expression and said into the microphone, yes, Jiang Yan is indeed pregnant. But how to handle the relationship between the two children is a matter between us as a couple in the Shen family, and has nothing to do with an outsider. Since it has nothing to do with you, why say things to a child that shouldn't be said? Is the quality of people coming out of the star families nowadays so poor? I did not propose to Jiang Yan because she was pregnant. I only found out about the pregnancy after I proposed. I held this event today to let everyone in the galaxy know that Jiang Yan is the love of my life. So please do not try to sow discord within our family. Hearing Shen Li and Jiang Yan say this, the members of the Shen family realized that an ignorant woman had made nonsensical remarks to Shen Yan, which was why Jiang Yan was so angry. At this moment, Zhang Ruoyan spoke up, saying that they would find out who that ignorant person was, as she wanted to see who had the audacity to provoke their family's relationship. The Shen family was very united, and they were all extremely angry when they learned that someone had said inappropriate things. The Shen family's fierce protection of their own is well known throughout the economy. How could anyone dare to meddle in their affairs? At this time, a woman in a purple dress with a very decent makeup was sitting in the audience, looking grimly at Jiang Yan. She did not expect that this matter would be brought to the forefront. Jiang Yan wanted to make it clear to everyone that Shen Yan is her biological son, and she felt very sad seeing how cautious Shen Yan was. Such a small child had never had his parents by his side, and now that they were with him, he was being provoked, causing him to be so careful. Jiang Yan and Shen Li brought this matter to the surface to tell Shen Yan that he would always be their child, and that both Jiang Yan and Shen Li would treat him well, hoping he could be happy in the future without being so cautious. Jiang Yan stood above, looking at the people below, and mockingly said, how dare you say you can't bear it? Are you hiding like a turtle? Let me tell you, he is my biological son. Since I dare to say it, I am not afraid of your investigation. If you want to sow discord, then you need to provide some evidence. Do you think that just because he is my biological son, I won't treat him well? But have you ever thought about what it means to be my biological son? If not, we can find a machine to test it. Since the technology in the galaxy is so advanced, it can produce results in less than a minute, right? At this moment, Lin Yulian spoke up and said, I think that's fine. There's so many people here today. Why don't we ask for a machine to check it? So we don't have to worry about the Shen family cheating? Jiang Yan responded, come on, let's check it right now. The attendees of the event were all wealthy or powerful individuals in the galaxy, and they arranged for the machines to be delivered to the Shen family's garden. The time required for interstellar transportation and testing is not long, so while waiting, the Shen family members began to check the surveillance footage. They soon identified the woman in the purple dress, Sun Wanner, who did not expect the Shen family to act so decisively and expose her on the spot. Sun Yong, Wanner's father, watched his daughter gossiping about the Shen family and felt like he could choke her to death on the spot. The most embarrassing situation would be to gossip behind someone's back and then be publicly exposed. Jiang Yan looked at Kong Wanner without saying a word, waiting for the machine to arrive to check the biological relationship. Hitting back must be justified. It hurts more when backed by evidence. Jiang Yan understood this principle and continued to wait for the testing machine to arrive. Fortunately, interstellar transportation is fast. Just after the person was exposed, the machine was delivered. Jiang Yan looked at the machine and smiled at Sun Wanner, saying, Miss Sun, let's check it right here. Thank you for treating us. All the guests attending are from the Shen family, and I believe they won't tamper with the machine. So let's check it now. Will you do it? Or should we find a professional? Sun Wanner looked at Jiang Yan, who was so confident, and thought to herself, how could Jiang Yan have a child as big as Shen Yan after waking up for just a year? Shen Yan must be the child of Shen Li and someone else. She was adamant that Shen Yan was not Jiang Yan's child. Unfortunately for her, she didn't know that Shen Yan was indeed Jiang Yan and Shen Li's child. All right, let's find a professional, Sun Wanner said that way. Miss Jiang won't have any objections. Jiang Yan replied, of course I won't have any objections. How could I have objections? Let's go. After a professional machine operator arrived, they cut a small amount of hair from Jiang Yan and Shen Yan and placed their hair into different machines. Four machines were brought by the attendees of the banquet, and all four machines had hair samples from Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. At this time, Kong Wanner was nervously watching the operator, fearing that there might be any mistakes. However, the professional operators would not make mistakes, which didn't help Kong Wanner feel any better. Let's wait. The results will be out soon, Jiang Yan said cheerfully, looking at Kong Wanner, who was not as nervous as she had imagined, but showed a calm demeanor instead. Kong Wanner still thought Jiang Yan was just bluffing. The results soon came out, and all four machines showed that Jiang Yan and Shen Li were indeed biological mother and son. The first chapter showed Kong Wanner looking at this news in disbelief and saying, this is fake. It must be fake. You only woke up a year ago. How could you have a child over 5 years old? These machines must be faulty. The attendees, who were all wealthy and powerful individuals in the galaxy, responded to Kong Wanner's claims. What? Do you think we're faking this? Although our family isn't a top-tier family in the galaxy, we are at least a first-rate family. We wouldn't go so far as to fabricate something like this. What benefit would it bring us? Kong Yong, is your daughter really this poorly educated? When did you teach her to speak nonsense in broad daylight? Kong Yong felt that the situation was beyond his control. He slapped Sun Wanner and then apologized to Jiang Yan, saying, I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. My daughter is not very bright, and on such an important day, she said some inappropriate things to your son. I am truly sorry. And to everyone, please don't take it to heart. She just isn't quite right in the head. Kong Yong was not foolish. He had more than one daughter. He had 2 illegitimate daughters and a son outside. If Sun Wanner caused trouble, so be it. However, he had already offended the Shen family today. If he let things go on, he might offend other families as well. He had worked hard to build his career to this point. He could not let it be ruined. Sun Wanner, in disbelief, looked at Kong Yong and said, you actually dared to hit me? You are my father, and you don't stand by my side? You want to push me out? I'm not crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Jiang Yan watched this scene without sympathy and slowly said, whether she's crazy or not, I believe we all know in our hearts. One should think before speaking. Shen Li remained silent, merely watching Kong Wanner coldly. Kong Wanner looked at Shen Li and said dreamily, Brother Shen, have you forgotten? When I was in middle school, I was surrounded by a group of delinquents outside the school, and they stripped me of my clothes. It was you, who was in high school, who drove those delinquents away. You even took off your clothes to cover me and told me to be careful next time. Have you forgotten? Brother Shen, You should know that besides your parents and grandparents, I'm the only one who will treat you well in this world. He is a person from 300 years ago, so he must be carrying the zombie virus. Don't be fooled by him. He definitely has issues. Jiang Yan looked at Kong Wanner and suddenly felt that what Kong Yong said about her having problems was true. Isn't this just a pure infatuation? According to your reasoning, Shen Li has saved so many people. Shouldn't everyone be like you? So who is the one who truly treats Shen Li well? Hurry up and take her away. Annoying. Shen Li looked at Kong Wanner and then spoke. I only couldn't stand a group of people bullying a little girl, and I have no other intentions. You might have misunderstood, but right now, I only like Jiang Yan. I will only marry her in this life. Today's incident cannot just be brushed aside. The Shen family will henceforth terminate all business activities with the Kong family. Kong Wanner struggled and said, But brother Shen, you can't treat me like this. I'm the one who treats you the best. Shen Li coldly replied, Security, take her away. Chapter 87. Just a little interlude, it's already like this. And Kong Wanner struggled to say to Shen Li, Brother Shen, no, Colonel Shen, you can't marry Jiang Yan. She's just a jinx, a disaster. She will bring bad luck to you. Hearing Kong Wanner's words, Jiang Yan, who was already angry, became even more furious. Yes, I am a jinx, but unfortunately, I am the only jinx in the entire galaxy because I am the last human left in the galaxy. So Miss Kong, if you have objections, you should go find the Interstellar government. Ask them why they didn't kill me while I was asleep if I am a jinx? Huh, we don't even know who the real jinx is. Jiang Yan continued to look at Kong Wanner and then smiled at her, saying, You think that by disrupting the engagement banquet of the Shen family today, you are impressive and awesome? How about we wait and see who the real jinx is? Kong Wanner looked at Jiang Yan and seemed to want to say something, but was directly interrupted by Shen Li. Shen Li looked at Kong Wanner and coldly said, Why haven't you taken her away yet? What is the point of letting her stay here? When Shen Li said this, the security guards quickly approached, and 2 or 4 of them dragged her straight to the entrance of the Shen family villa, showing no mercy as they threw her onto the ground. One of the guards, while throwing Kong Wanner to the ground, said, I don't know how this woman can be so arrogant, so proud and reckless. Another guard, whose skin was slightly yellow, replied, Seriously, so arrogant and reckless. Miss Jiang Yan has been very kind to everyone since she came to the Shen family, and she has contributed to interstellar history, even teaching people how to cook for free. Another slightly shorter guard chimed in, Exactly. Miss Jiang Yan is so beautiful. How could she be compared to Miss Kong? I don't know how she has the nerve to poke around in the relationship between the young master and young Master Shen. No wonder Miss Jiang Yan got angry on the spot. Miss Jiang Yan came to the Shen family to take care of the young master, and she still dared to poke around in the relationship between the young master, Miss Jiang Yan, and young Master Shen. No brains. The last guard said, She deserves it. We shouldn't give such a person any face. All right, let's return to our posts and keep an eye on her. We can't let her slip back in. If she slips back in, we're done for. The other 3 guards quickly agreed. No problem, let's head back. She probably won't dare to go back in anyway. We just need to keep an eye on her. Outside, after being thrown out, Kong Wanner lay on the roadside, glaring fiercely at the entrance of the Shen family villa. Jiang Yan, just wait. I will repay you for this support one day, Kong Wanner thought to herself. Unfortunately, she might not have that chance in the future. Outside, Kong Wanner lay at the entrance while the people inside continued on without being affected by her at all. After Kong Wanner was thrown out, Jiang Yan stared at Shen Li for a long time before saying, Can you not flirt around? Next time you save someone, remember to cover your face, so that some average women won't come to bother you. Got it? Shen Li obediently nodded at Jiang Yan and said, I saved her because she was surrounded by a group of young people. Seeing that a little girl was about to lose her innocence, I went to help her. If he hadn't mentioned it today, I probably wouldn't have remembered. I've saved so many people, and thankfully not everyone is like her. Otherwise, it would be so annoying. Zhang Ruoyan quickly chimed in, saying, This child Shen Li is like to be a hero, saving beauties since he was young. As long as he sees someone in danger needing help, he wants to help, but who knew it would be just an average woman? All right, Xiaoyan, leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it well. She won't be able to show her face in front of you again. Hearing Zhang Ruoyan's words, Jiang Yan nodded and said no more. It was good to leave this matter to Zhang Ruoyan. After all, How could a woman like Kong Wanner say something like this at someone else's engagement? Who wouldn't be annoyed? After getting Jiang Yan's approval, Zhang Ruoyan's eyes turned cold as she thought about how to resolve this. Zhang Ruoyan thought that this time, she needed to make an example out of her, letting everyone in the galaxy know that Jiang Yan is the daughter-in-law the Shen family has recognized. Irrelevant people should keep their distance. If all kind of people could come in, wouldn't that be a headache? Zhang Ruoyan then looked at the guests and said, I sincerely apologize to everyone for this incident. We were also very surprised. The people attending this time were all carefully selected by us, and we didn't expect such a situation to arise. We will handle this matter well. I truly apologize, and please don't take it to heart. Everyone should eat and drink as they please. This incident really embarrassed the Shen family, and the Kong family was done for. Zhang Ruoyan later directly had someone escort Kong Yong out as well. If they couldn't even manage their own daughter and couldn't distinguish what to say and what occasion, such people the Shen family didn't want to see in the future. The attendees were all prominent and wealthy individuals with power and influence, and they knew it was the Kong family. This time they were truly finished. To say such reckless things at someone else's engagement and criticize the young mistress in front of so many people. Most of those present were leaders of powerful factions in the galaxy, each a sharp-minded individual. Kong Yong had already been escorted out now. It was feared that by the time this banquet ended, the Kong family would go bankrupt. The people present had no intention of offending the Shen family for the Kong family. There was no need at all. The Kong family and the Shen family were two different classes of people. For the Shen family to deal with the Kong family was as easy as crushing an ant. Besides today's incident, the people present would not offend the Shen family for the Kong family, so the Kong family was truly finished. As for Kong Valnat, even if she didn't go to a mental hospital, she would never marry a wealthy man in this lifetime. But this was all Kong Wanner's own doing. She had no one to blame but herself, right? Chapter 88. Let's go since Shen Li originally planned to take Jiang Yan out to play after this ended. And with the incident involving Kong Wanner, Jiang Yan and Chen Lin left early, along with little Shen Yan. Jiang Yan sat on the Shen family's private spaceship and said to Shen Li, your son wants to learn about interstellar battleships. He wants to command interstellar fighters like you in the future. How about we take him to learn about interstellar battleships? You see where would be suitable for him, and we can take him around. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan, then rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, Little Yan, do you want to drive advanced battleships in the future? Okay, then Dad will think about it and take you to see where we can learn about interstellar battleships. Shen Yan nodded and then said, Thank you, Dad and Mom. Mom, do you have any places you want to go? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then looked at Shen Yan seriously and said, Mom doesn't seem to have any particular place she wants to go. Anyway, wherever we go, I will accompany you to learn about interstellar battleships. I don't know much about this either, so I will go with you to broaden my knowledge. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yan excitedly said, Yes, let's go see together. Dad, have you thought about where to take Mom and me to learn about interstellar battleships? Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and then at Jiang Yan and said, As for interstellar battleships, if we go to the museum, we can only see pictures because the current 3D technology is particularly good. Just scanning can show the internal structure, so the museum only has pictures, no physical exhibits. This is to prevent some people from scanning and then making civilian battleships. Shen Yan's little face fell upon hearing Shen Li's words and said, But I want to see it now, Dad. Are there other places we can go? Shen Li picked up Shen Yan, placed him on his lap, and looked at Shen Yan. Of course there are, but you can only see them in the military. I can take you to the military to have a look. We can also test your mental strength to see if you can drive an interstellar battleship. Jiang Yan and Shen Yan listened to Shen Li's words and both looked at him with the same puzzled expression. What is mental strength? I've never heard of it before. Dad, can I test my mental strength too? Isn't that only required when entering military school? Shen Li looked at the mother and son and explained to them, now mental strength is starting to be used in interstellar travel, but it's still in the exploratory stage. So the application of mental strength is not widespread. However, driving economic battleships requires mental strength to reach a certain standard. Otherwise, your mental strength will not be able to drive interstellar battleships. This was realized during the development of interstellar battleships. So testing mental strength is necessary to drive interstellar battleships. If your mental strength is insufficient, you cannot be a commander of interstellar battleships. The mental strength required for driving interstellar battleships is different from that of small interstellar fighters. For example, small interstellar fighters like Lin Jun and Ru Jia only need 1 or 2 people to operate them simultaneously. But interstellar battleships are different. The difficulty is much higher, so the requirements for mental strength are very strict. When we go today, we could just test little Mu Yan's mental strength. Mental strength can increase a bit later on. The reason we don't test children's mental strength is that it's still in the early developmental stage, so it doesn't have much meaning. Since we're going anyway, testing it won't hurt. Jiang Yan, who had been awake for a year, had never heard of mental strength. This was her first time hearing about it today. Then Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "Can I also test my mental strength when Shen Li does? I'm very curious about how much mental strength I have." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Sure. I'll talk to the person in charge of interstellar battleships to give you a test too. Testing mental strength doesn't require much. Then I will take you to the interstellar military to see interstellar battleships." Okay. Jiang Yan and Shen Li both nodded vigorously at Shen Li. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "All right, then I will take you to the interstellar military to see interstellar battleships. Let's head to the interstellar military now." Shen Li happily jumped down from Shen Li's lap and bounced to Jiang Yan's side, excitedly saying, "Great, Mom. We can test our mental strength together." "Dad, is your mental strength very high?" Shen Li looked at Shen Li sitting across from him and Jiang Yan and said, "Of course. Otherwise, how could Dad command such a big interstellar battleship? Dad's mental strength is at the highest level. I'll take you to see it later." Shen Li asked Shen Li, "What levels of mental strength are there?" Shen Li replied, "The highest level is level S. A child's mental strength may not be very high now, but once they reach adulthood, their mental strength will stabilize and be much higher than it is now. So if your mental strength isn't very high when you test it, don't worry too much, because children will continue to develop their mental strength as they grow." "Got it." Shen Li obediently nodded and said to Dad, "Okay, I understand, Dad. I won't worry. Let's just treat this as a preview." Jiang Yan suddenly asked Shen Li, "Did you test your mental strength when you were a child?" Shen Li nodded and said, "I tested it once when I was 8. It was just at the beginning, and then I increased my mental strength a bit through training. Now it should be at a medium level." "Can mental strength still increase later on?" "Yes, mainly because children grow quickly, but once you reach adulthood, it's not particularly easy to increase mental strength." Chapter 89. Visiting Shen Li took Jiang Yan and Shen Li to the interstellar battleship location quickly. Shen Li got off first and said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "All right, we have arrived. Let's get off." Jiang Yan held Shen Li's hand and said to him, "Okay, let's go." Shen Li was a bit awkwardly pulled by Jiang Yan, then followed her down. After they got down, Shen Li looked at the super large interstellar battleship factory in front of him and said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "Dad, Mom, this place is really big. I want to work here in the future. I will work hard, and I want to come here like Dad and become a young commander of interstellar battleships." Jiang Yan gently stroked Shen Li's hair and said to him, "Good. We will definitely be able to come here in the future. Look at how amazing your dad and I are. You will definitely be fine. We're just here to see the situation and get a feel for it." At this time, Shen Li also said to Shen Li, "This time we are just going in to take a look. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We will wait until your mental strength increases and then test it. This time is just for fun. Just enjoy it." Hearing Jiang Yan and Shen Li's words, Shen Li obediently nodded and said, "I understand. Then let's go in together. I can't wait to see what's inside. Let's hurry in." Okay, let us go in right now. There are so many things inside. We will find a guide to explain it to you later, okay?" After Shen Li finished speaking, he held Shen Li's hand, letting him walk between himself and Jiang Yan and the family of 3 headed toward the military's Interstellar Battleship Research Institute. Hearing Shen Li's words, Shen Li excitedly said, "Okay, of course, no problem. I will definitely listen carefully." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, then turned to Shen Li and said, "Let me tell you, this is the first time I've seen him so excited. Today, I also found out for the first time that he is interested in interstellar battleships. I didn't know before. It seems that I'm not a qualified mother yet. I should pay more attention to what he likes in the future. I want to be a good mother." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, then at Shen Li and said I might not have paid much attention to him before either, but this is my first time being a dad to someone else. Xiao Yin, I promise I will definitely pay more attention to you in the future. And I will be a good dad, just like mom is a good mom. Our family of 3 will be happy every day. Shen Yin nodded excitedly, looking at Shen Li and then Jiang Yan and said, that's great. As long as our family is happy and joyful in the future, that's my biggest wish right now. Jiang Yan and Shen Li, hearing his words, felt they had owed their child a lot, and they made up their minds to compensate him well in the future. Suppressing the sadness in their hearts, Jiang Yan said to Shen Yin, our family will be well in the future. Now let's go inside and take a look. Otherwise, it will get dark. Let's go. Due to Shen Li's identity, professional guides quickly arrived at the Interstellar Battleship Research Institute to show Shen Li and Jiang Yan's group around. Hello, I'm the guide for this visit. Just follow me. Jiang Yan nodded and said, okay. She then followed the guide. The guide pointed to a wall and began, this is the development of interstellar battleships. To put it simply, during humanity's expansion, due to the lack of complete weapons, interstellar battleships were gradually discovered. After the discovery of interstellar battleships, it became apparent that people's mental strength was insufficient. So the formation of interstellar battleships was quite weak. This wall has written some simple information about that time. You can take a quick look, and then I'll take you inside to see. Jiang Yan and Shen Li's group looked at the information on the wall, which mainly detailed the development of star stations, going through several twists and turns. In fact, there wasn't much substantial information written on the wall. It was merely meant to encourage themselves. Jiang Yan found it not very interesting, but Shen Yin was particularly interested. Shen Li held Shen Yin and read the information aloud. Dad, it turns out that the development process of interstellar battleships was so full of twists and turns. I used to think it was discovered naturally without any setbacks. Now I realize I was thinking too simply. Guide Annie, can you take us to see the interstellar battleship machines? I want to take a look, okay? The guide replied to Shen Yin, of course. I'll take you through this corridor, and then you'll see the earlier machines. The current machines are classified and cannot be shown to you, but you can see the earlier machines. Shen Yin obediently nodded and said, I know this. Thank you. Guide Andy. You're welcome, little friend. You're very well behaved. Come with me. Then Jiang Yan and Shen Li arrived at the machine room of the interstellar battleship. Since this was a military research institute, there weren't many previous battleships. This battleship was just a model, merely for display. The main focus of this Interstellar Battleship Research Institute was still on researching new types of interstellar battleships and their functions, as well as development in other areas. However, this institute had specialized equipment for testing mental strength, and since Shen Li and Jiang Yan were there, it was a good opportunity to test Shen Yan's mental strength to see if he was suitable to be a pilot of an interstellar battleship. Shen Yin looked at the interstellar battleship model in front of him and said to Shen Li, Dad, this looks so cool, but it's not as good looking as yours. It feels like it's always missing something. Shen Li replied, of course, this interstellar battleship is just a model. It's merely here for display, so it can't compare to the real one. We're just here to take a look today and also to test your mental strength. Shen Yin looked up at Shen Li and asked, Dad, can we start testing my mental strength now? I feel a little nervous. Shen Li looked at the guide and said, can you please have someone here test her mental strength? He checked to see if the staff responsible for mental strength testing was still working, and if so, could they come over to help us? Chapter 90. Testing mental strength. The guide replied to Shen Li, sure, Colonel, I'll check for you. If the person testing mental strength is still here, I'll have them come over to test. Please rest in that lounge area for now. I'll get back to you shortly. Shen Li nodded at the guide and said, okay, thank you for your help. Let's go rest for a bit. After Shen Li finished speaking, he took Jiang Yan and Shen Yin to the nearby lounge area to rest. Then he said to Shen Yin, let's relax a bit here. You can't be too nervous when testing your mental strength. If you're too tense, it will lead to inaccurate results. So just relax. We're just here to try it out. You're still young, and you'll definitely have more chances to grow, so don't pay too much attention to the results this time. Just take it easy. Shen Yin listened to Shen Li's words and said, Dad, I want to relax too, but I'm really nervous right now. I can't help it. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and said, come on, take a deep breath with me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Shen Yan followed Jiang Yan's instructions and obediently sat there, taking deep breaths. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and asked, "How about now? Do you feel much better? Not so tense anymore?" Shen Yan nodded and said, "I really do. I'm not as tense now as I was before. If you feel nervous when testing your mental strength later, just take a deep breath first when you go on stage. That way you won't be so nervous. There's really no need to be tense. We're just here to try it out. Look, Dad has leveled up his mental strength, so you definitely won't be too far behind. This is called genetic inheritance. With Dad's genes, you won't be lacking." After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yan felt completely relaxed and nodded, saying, "Okay, Mom. I'm not that nervous anymore." While Shen Li's family was talking, the guide brought over the person responsible for testing mental strength. "Colonel Shen, this is Technician Li, who specializes in testing mental strength. He hasn't finished work yet, so I brought him over to test for you." Jiang Yan thanked the guide and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Technician Li looked at Shen Li and said, "Hello, Colonel Shen. I'm the specialist in testing mental strength. Who are we testing today?" Shen Li replied, "We're mainly testing my son's mental strength this time because he mentioned he wants to pilot an interstellar battleship in the future. We came to see how his mental strength is. Also, I'd like to test my fiancé-E's mental strength as well." Technician Li looked at Jiang Yan and asked Shen Li, "Madam, what is the purpose of testing your mental strength?" Jiang Yan, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I just know that Shen Li has a high level of mental strength, and since my child also wanted to test, I thought I'd join in to see what my mental strength level is. I don't plan to use it for anything. I'm just curious about my mental strength. If it's convenient for you, can you help me test it as well? If not, that's fine. I'm just curious." Technician Li listened to Jiang Yan and said, "No problem. This mental strength test will be quick and easy. It's very convenient. If it weren't for the colonel, you all can just follow me." Upon arriving at the testing area, he asked, "Who should test first, the little friend or the young lady?" Shen Li, Jiang Yan, and Shen Yan closely followed the technician to the place where they would test their mental strength. Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and suggested, "Why don't you go first and test your mental strength? We are young boys, and we should take the lead. You can go ahead and test your mental strength first." Shen Yan nodded seriously and said, "Okay, Dad, I'll go test my mental strength first. I am a boy, and I need to take the lead for Mom. Otherwise, how can I protect Mom and my younger siblings in the future?" After Shen Yan sat down, Jiang Yan took out a helmet-like device and placed it on Shen Yan's head. Then she said to him, "All right, good boy, relax and don't be nervous. Think about the most beautiful scenery you've ever seen, or if there's something special you want to accomplish." After a moment, she continued, "When you hear a beeping sound in 5 seconds, you can leave." Shen Yan obediently replied, "Okay, thank you, Uncle. Can we start now?" "Yes, let's begin. Don't move or speak. Just think about what you really want to accomplish or the most beautiful scenery you've seen," Jiang Yan instructed. Shen Yan closed his eyes and thought about his biggest aspiration. Below, Jiang Yan and Shen Li were nervously watching, afraid something might go wrong. Soon, they heard the beeping sound, and the technician, Li, said, "All right, little friend, it's over now. You can get down and see your mental level. You have a lower-level mental strength, which is quite impressive. Your mental strength is really good." Jiang Yan praised Shen Yan, who felt a bit shy from the compliment. Then he turned to Jiang Yan and said, "Mom, why don't you test your mental strength too? I really want to know what your mental strength is." Jiang Yan nodded and said to Technician Li, "Then please help me test mine as well." Li replied, "Sure, it's a simple task. Just think about what you most want to do, and when you hear the machine beep, you can open your eyes." As Jiang Yan put on the helmet, she thought about her biggest aspiration or the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen. The thing she most wanted to do was no longer possible. What she truly longed for was to go home, but now it was a world 3,000 years later, and she knew she could never return. In her heart, the most beautiful scenery she had seen was the photo taken by the Yalu River with her family. How happy they were back then. Now, even though she had the company of mystery and other things, she could never return home, which was a scar in Jiang Yan's heart that would never heal. The helmet she wore sensed Jiang Yan's mental changes and detected her mental strength rising steadily. It climbed up to the upper level and continued to rise. Chapter 91. Extraordinary mental strength. Jiang Yan was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She was just continuously recalling the events she had experienced on Earth. Her mind was filled with memories of her parents and brother, but she realized she could never return to that world. She thought to herself, Mom and Dad, I'm doing well now. I'm already a mother myself. I'm raising my child like you did, but I will never have the chance to see you again. As she thought about this, tears streamed down her face, and the helmet sensed her mental strength continuing to rise, suddenly reaching the peak level without stopping. However, the highest mental strength recorded was only at the upper level, and no one had ever exceeded that. Jiang Yan's mental strength kept increasing, reaching the peak of the test, and the machine emitted beeping sounds due to the pressure of Jiang Yan's mental strength. Technician Li had never seen such a situation before. He turned off the sensing device and walked to Jiang Yan, saying, Miss, your mental strength has been tested. You can come down now. Jiang Yan heard Li's voice and slowly opened her eyes, inexplicably recalling the previous world. Shen Li quickly approached Jiang Yan as she came down, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and asked, Did something unhappy come to mind? Why are you crying? Shen Yan also hurried over to comfort Jiang Yan, asking, Mom, what's wrong? Did testing your mental strength make you feel uncomfortable? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yan, then slowly shook her head, saying, No, I just thought of my parents and brother while I was up there, and some past events, so I couldn't help it. At this moment, Technician Li explained, Thinking about what you most want to do can help test the accuracy of your mental strength, which is why we let people do that. Jiang Yan looked at Li and said, I know, this is my own reason, and it has nothing to do with you. So, Technician Li, how is my mental strength level? Li pointed to the testing device behind him and said, It's at the top level, possibly even higher than that. But the interstellar community recognizes the upper level as the highest. However, your mental strength is extraordinary. The mental strength assessment chart might need to be revised. The fact that Jiang Yan's mental strength was higher than the upper level was unexpected, but to her, the exact number didn't matter much. She was just curious about her mental strength. Jiang Yan told Technician Li, There's no need to revise the mental strength assessment chart. I'm just here to accompany my son to have fun testing our mental strengths. Chapter 1. Section 1. Technician Li seemed reluctant to let Jiang Yan leave and tried to persuade her, saying, Miss Jiang, your mental strength is so high that you could easily pilot an interstellar battleship. Why not give it a try? With your mental strength, you would surely be specially recruited. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, Thank you for your kindness, but I have no interest in piloting interstellar battleships. Besides, I'm pregnant now and can't study piloting. After I give birth, I will have to take care of my 2 children, and I might not be able to focus. But still, thank you for your kind offer. Seeing Jiang Yan's firm attitude, Technician Li slowly said, Okay, I understand. At this time, Shen Li said to Technician Li, Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just come find me at the Shen family. Today's test results were just due to the machine being inaccurate. Technician Li could only nod and say, Okay, I understand. Although he wanted to persuade her to stay, he had no choice but to agree since Shen Li had said so. However, if Technician Li faced difficulties in the future, Shen Li would still help him once. Shen Li then looked at Shen Yan and asked Technician Li, So, how is Shen Yan's mental strength? Technician Li picked up Shen Yan's data, looked it over, and said to Shen Li and Jiang Yan, The child's mental strength is already quite good, surpassing 95 of children at the same stage. However, if he wants to pilot an interstellar battleship or command one, it might be a bit challenging, because mental strength level and ability are 2 completely different things. But I think you two, Colonel Shen and your wife, don't have to worry too much. Your genes are strong. The child is still young, and his mental strength can still grow. If you pass down your genes, whichever one it is, he should have no problem piloting an interstellar battleship in the future. However, becoming an interstellar commander might be a bit challenging. Hearing Technician Li's words, Jiang Yan asked, Is there any way to help improve mental strength? Technician Li thought for a moment and then spoke to Shen Li and Jiang Yan. There are indeed some things. It's beneficial for children to eat more nutritious fruits during their growth and development, and there are plans to enhance mental strength, which involve gradually training the speed of memorization in a short period. As for other miscellaneous methods, they might exist, but their credibility is not very high, as current research on mental strength only applies to interstellar warships, not other areas. The requirements for mental strength in interstellar warships are not very high, except for large warships with high density that have particularly high demands. Jiang Yan listened to Technician Li and said, "Thank you. We can try this when we get back." Chapter 1, Section 1. Shen Yan also spoke to Jiang Yan and Shen Li. "I will work hard to improve my mental strength when I get home because I want to command an interstellar warship like Dad." Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, "Of course, there is no problem. But did you hear what Technician Li said? Technician Li mentioned that your mental strength can only operate interstellar warships, not command them. So when we get home, Dad will work with you to formulate a plan to enhance your mental strength. If we complete it on time, there will definitely be no problem. Our little Muyan's genes are definitely fine. Just look at Dad's mental strength, and Mom's is even higher than Dad's. We just need to put in a little more effort." Shen Yan listened to Shen Li and nodded firmly, then said to Shen Li, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely complete it well. I will work hard to raise my mental strength to the level of Mom's, and I want to have extraordinary mental strength." Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Yan's little head and said, "Okay, we can definitely do it. Our little Mu Yan is the best. Dad and Mom believe you can do it. We will work hard together." Shen Yan listened to Jiang Yan and then said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "Thank you, Dad and Mom." Chapter 92 became an unreachable planet. After Shen Li and Jiang Yan said goodbye to Shen Yan and Technician Li, Shen Li took Jiang Yan and Shen Yan to the next place for fun. Sitting on the interstellar spaceship, Shen Li started looking at how to enhance mental strength with Shen Yan. Jiang Yan originally thought to let Shen Yan play happily for a few days, but she remembered that Shen Yan is a child of the Shen family, which is a prominent family in the entire interstellar community. Since Shen Yan is a child of the Shen family, he definitely cannot relax. So Jiang Yan decided to let Shen Li be the strict father, while she would just play with Shen Yan, as children need a balance of work and rest. Jiang Yan sat next to Shen Li, watching him search for information online while quietly observing him without speaking. Shen Li felt Jiang Yan looking at him and said to her, "What's wrong? Are you a bit bored?" Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "It's fine. I just wanted to see what you were looking at. Is that okay?" Shen Li said indulgently, "Of course, no problem. You can watch as long as you want. By the way, do you have any thoughts on where we should go next?" Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "No, I don't have any thoughts. Since you're going with me, it doesn't matter where we go." After thinking for a moment, Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, "How about I take you to see Earth?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said to Shen Li, "Really? Can we really go see Earth?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's excited expression and slowly said, "We can, but..." Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "But what?" Shen Li continued, "When humanity migrated, the Earth's environment had already collapsed, and many things were left behind on Earth. Now, Earth has no atmosphere, and various pollution is very severe, so we can only observe it from a distance with an interstellar telescope. Do you still want to go?" After saying this, Shen Li observed Jiang Yan's expression, knowing that Earth's environment had long been damaged, and now it is the planet with the most severe pollution in the interstellar community. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and firmly said, "Yes, why not? Even if it's just to see it through an interstellar telescope, I still want to go. Even if it's just for a glance, I want to see it. Please take me there." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and nodded. "Okay, but we can only observe from a distance with the interstellar telescope." Jiang Yan nodded. "Okay, no problem." Shen Yan curiously asked Shen Li, "Dad, why can't we go in and take a look? The interstellar technology is so advanced now. Wouldn't it be safe to go see it?" Shen Li shook his head and replied, "The Earth of the past was very beautiful, but later the environment was destroyed. After the atmosphere was damaged, the ecological environment deteriorated, and humanity had to migrate. However, when humans left, they left behind billions of tons of garbage on Earth. It's been a long time since then, but the decay is very serious." Jiang Yan felt uneasy upon hearing Shen Li's words. She thought about the beautiful planet she once lived on, now only capable of being observed from afar, and it was severely decayed. Why weren't the interstellar people trying to remedy this? Shen Li saw Jiang Yan's expression and hugged her, saying, "They are already trying to remedy it. Thousands of robots have been sent to clean up, but the project is vast and cannot be completed in just a few hundred years. The interstellar government is working hard to fix it. Shen Yan was also somewhat incredulous upon hearing this news. Just when he wanted to ask something else, he was stopped by Shen Li. Jiang Yan's mood was already easily affected due to her pregnancy, and upon hearing this news, it was clear that she was not feeling well. Shen Yan noticed that Jiang Yan was feeling very sad, so he quietly stood next to her without saying a word, just looking at her. Shen Li held Jiang Yan and kept comforting her. It's okay, don't be sad. The Interstellar government is already working on it, and I believe it will get better in the future. We still have a long way to go. Here, wipe your tears and don't be sad. Shen Yan quickly handed a tissue to Jiang Yan and said, Mom, don't be sad. If you are sad, little Mu Yan will feel heartbroken. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and gently touched his little hand, saying, Mom is not sad, just a bit heartbroken. I feel a bit melancholy thinking about how beautiful and lovely the planet used to be and how it has become like this now. Let's talk about the time before the planet was lost. Jiang Yan got off Shen Li and let Shen Yan sit between her and Shen Li. She said to Shen Yan, in the past, this planet had many beautiful landscapes, and each country had its own unique scenic features. Every place was different. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and softly told him what the world was like before. She just wanted Shen Yan to know what the world was like before. Jiang Yan didn't want the beauty of Earth to be known only by herself. While Jiang Yan was speaking, Shen Li was looking out the window, and once they arrived at the destination, Shen Li guessed and softly said to Jiang Yan, We have arrived. I will adjust the interstellar telescope. You can stand in front and take a look. Jiang Yan nodded, and she kept watching Shen Li as he set up the interstellar telescope for her. After that, Shen Li turned to Jiang Yan and said, Okay, you can come over now. Even though it was only a few steps away, Jiang Yan felt as if she had walked a long, long way. The place she used to live in every day had now become an unreachable planet. Chapter 93. Looking at Earth again, Jiang Yan slowly walked toward Shen Li. Each step feeling heavy, Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, It's okay, just come over and take a look. I've already adjusted it. You don't need to adjust it again, just look directly. Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li and said, Okay, I understand. She stood beside Shen Li and slowly looked through the lens of the interstellar telescope. When Jiang Yan looked into the lens, she found that the originally blue water planet had now turned into a pitch-black sphere, and even through the interstellar telescope, she could see the black markings on the planet. Jiang Yan spoke heavily, so its changes are so drastic. It really has become something else. Jiang Yan felt a bit heavy-hearted. After all, the Earth, where she had lived with her parents and so many others since childhood, had now become like this. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. Jiang Yan was indeed feeling a bit sorrowful. She spoke with a heavy tone. It really isn't suitable for human habitation now. Shen Li hugged Jiang Yan and said, In the past few hundred years, the county government has continuously sent robots here to clean up the garbage. I believe that one day it will return to its original state. Even if it can't fully return to its former self, its environment will slowly improve, becoming a place suitable for human habitation. Jiang Yan nodded and said, I know. I just have some indescribable feelings seeing this scene. Actually, I'm already very happy to see it. It's just that seeing it like this makes me a bit sad. But I also remember that the interstellar government will restore it to its previous state, even if it takes a long time. I hope it can return to how it used to be. Shen Li assured her, It will definitely return to its original state. At this moment, Shen Yan also spoke to Jiang Yan. That's right, Mom. Everything will pass. I believe this planet will definitely become better in the future. Jiang Yan nodded and replied, Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, Because its pollution is too severe now, we can only watch from here. But I can promise you that if there's a chance to come back in the future, I will definitely bring you here. The interstellar government is also investing in the restoration and garbage processing of this planet, and when the time comes that we can stand on this planet, I will definitely bring you here. Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li's words and excitedly said, Okay, that would be great. I hope I can stand on Earth again in my lifetime, even if it's just for a little while. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, That day will come. It will definitely come. When that day comes, we will stand together in the place where you once lived and have a look. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Okay, Shen Li, I want to sit over there by myself for a while. Please take care of Shen Yan. Shen Li replied, Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Shen Yan. How about we go over there to accompany you? At this moment, Shen Yan chimed in, Yes. Mom, Dad, and I will accompany you. We promise we won't talk or move around. We'll just be with you. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yin and ultimately compromised. Then Shen Li and Shen Yin sat quietly next to Jiang Yan without saying anything. In fact, both Shen Li and Shen Yin understood the significance of Earth in Jiang Yan's heart. It wasn't a material attachment, but a spiritual one. If there were still people from 300 years ago, like Jiang Yan in the interstellar realm, they would have the same feelings as Jiang Yan upon seeing Earth in its current state. So Shen Li and Shen Yin just sat beside Jiang Yan, creating their own little world, watching Jiang Yan without speaking. They knew Jiang Yan needed a quiet environment to calm her emotions. The father and son sat beside Jiang Yan for over an hour before Jiang Yan slowly stood up to look at the two of them. Jiang Yan asked, "Have you two just been sitting here the whole time, not moving at all?" Shen Li simply shook his head and remained silent. Shen Yin spoke up, "Because we are family, right? Dad and I are the men, and men have to protect Mom. We're here to accompany you. We won't leave." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yin and said, "Our little Mu Yin has grown up. Now he's become a little man who knows how to protect his mom." "That's great." Shen Yin, a bit shy, smiled and said, "Of course I have to protect Mom, because Mom is the closest person to me." Jiang Yan picked up Shen Yin and sat back down in her seat on the interstellar spaceship. "All right, I'm done. I've decided to talk about Earth's past in many ways to the interstellar citizens. I want to let more people know what the previous world was like. So I will tell everyone in the entire interstellar community about the lives of humans who lived on Earth before. Is it different from what they imagined? I want more people to understand the Earth of the past and the civilizations that existed there. Although I don't know much myself, I want to use my own strength to add a stroke to the history of the past. Even if that stroke is very faint, I still want to use my own strength to let more people understand the world that existed before." Shen Li and Shen Yin quietly sat in their seats, listening to Jiang Yan. Shen Li, as the first to respond to Jiang Yan, said, "If you need any help later, be sure to let me know. I will definitely drop everything to help you." Shen Yin looked at Shen Li and expressed his agreement, then quickly said, Mom, I can help too. I will tell my classmates and let them tell their parents. I want to help you too." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yin and slowly said, "Okay, thank you, little Mu Yin. If I need anything, I will let you know." Shen Yin nodded and said, "Okay, Mom, you have to tell me." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Yin and said, "Okay." Chapter 94. Going back when Jiang Yan sat there quietly by herself, she was actually thinking about a lot of things. However, seeing this scene made Jiang Yan's heart ache. Yet, she had a very strong desire to tell the current interstellar citizens about the world she had lived in before, to let them know that the previous world was very good. Jiang Yan then said to Shen Li, "Let's go back. I want to go back. I'm sorry. I just don't feel like playing anymore." Shen Li rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, "It's okay. When you feel like it next time, we can come out to play together again. We came out to have fun. We can't let you be unhappy while playing. Since you want to go home, then let's go back." Shen Yin looked at Shen Li and then said to Jiang Yan, "Let us go home together, Mom. As long as I'm with Dad and you, I'm happy doing anything. Plus, Dad and Mom already took me to test my mental strength and to see the interstellar achievements, so I'm already very satisfied. Let's go home first." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yin and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't seen what Earth looks like since I woke up. I was full of expectations, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. We had planned to come out to play, but because of me, we ended it early." Shen Li smiled and said, "It's okay. We just wanted to come out as a family. Even if we don't go out, being together as a family is enough. Going out to play is secondary. The most important thing is that we are together." Shen Yin nodded and said, Yes. The most important thing is that we are together. In the past, I could only listen to other kids talk about how their parents took them out to play and how their parents cooked and studied with them at home. I used to be very envious. But now I don't envy anymore because I have the best mom and dad in the world. When I'm feeling down, you all understand me. Mom, when you're feeling down, I will understand you too. Shen Yin walked over and continued speaking to Jiang Yan. And I want to go back to improve my mental strength. I haven't studied for several days, and I'm a bit worried if I can finish my schoolwork. So let's go home together. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and Shen Yin, then nodded and said, okay. After that, Shen Li operated the starship, setting its course to the Shen family's villa. When Jiang Yan and Shen Yan got off the ship, the Shen family members were already there waiting for them. After setting the interstellar trajectory, Shen Li sent a message to Yan, saying that Shen Li and the others were coming back and asking her to prepare some good food for Shen Yan and Jiang Yan. Yan had been waiting there for a long time, and when Shen Li, Jiang Yan, and Shen Yan returned, she quickly walked over to Shen Li and said, "I've prepared everything you wanted. Is Xiao Yan's mental strength level that high? That's amazing. Much better than your dad when he was young. Mom said you need to improve your mental strength through hard work, and I've already told Grandma what you need. Grandma has already sent the things over. Do you want to go see them with Dad first?" Shen Yan looked at Shen Li and then at Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, Grandma, then I will go see with Dad. I want to pilot a starship or command a starship like Dad in the future, but people inside said my mental strength can only support 10 starships. But commanding a starship is a bit difficult, so I want to improve my mental strength a bit more so that I can command a starship in the future." Jiang Yan listened to Shen Yan's words and squatted down to his height. She said to Shen Yan, "Our little Yan will definitely be able to do it. No problem at all. Your dad told me on the way that I've prepared everything you might need. So go check it out with Dad now." Shen Yan actually wanted to go, but he looked at Jiang Yan. He knew that Mom was feeling down earlier, and he actually wanted to accompany Jiang Yan, just like she always stayed by his side when he was feeling down. "Okay, thank you, Grandma. Can I wait a while before I go see? I want to stay with Mom." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Sure. The things are already placed in that room next to you. You can go whenever you want." Jiang Yan said to Shen Yan, "If you want to go, just go. You don't have to stay with me. You've already come back. I'm fine." Shen Yan nodded and then went with Shen Li to see the things needed to improve his mental strength. Jiang Yan's efficiency was really fast. She had brought back almost everything related to mental strength, whether it was usable or not. Outside, Jiang Yan took Jiang Yan to sit in the pavilion in the garden, where afternoon tea and snacks were laid out. Jiang Yan said to Jiang Yan, "Seeing the Earth from before turn into what it is now, it must feel really bad inside, right?" Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Yes. The place where I used to live, when I see it again, has turned into ruins. It still feels something inside." Jiang Yan said to Jiang Yan, "Indeed. The planet we used to live on suddenly became a ruin. It's really heartbreaking. Xiao Jiang, the place I lived before was also very good. But later, because of the invention of a certain drug, the entire environment deteriorated, so the planet is now sealed. I understand how you feel." Shen Li was worried you might not be able to cope, so he specifically told me to come back and talk to you. Jiang Yan smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "Thank you, Aunt, I'm fine. I want to write a book about what I know, or use various forms to let everyone in the galaxy know what my previous world was like. I want the people in the galaxy to understand more about our era. I don't want the people in the galaxy to only know that there was a person from 300 years ago who lived in this era. I want them to know what the world was like 3,000 years ago. But I still don't know how to let everyone in the galaxy know what the previous world was like." Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yan, "It's okay. These are all small problems. I'll help you think of something. We can figure out together." Chapter 95. Anyway, it's all research institutions. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yan didn't say much to Jiang Yan, but instead returned to her room. She stayed alone in her room for a long time, and finally, she called Professor Wang's communication device. On the other end, Professor Wang was sitting and researching. When he saw Jiang Yan's call, he picked it up and said to her, "Xiao Jiang, why did you call me just now? Are you thinking of coming back to work?" Jiang Yan said to Professor Wang, "I'm really sorry, but I might not return to my previous workplace for a while." Professor Wang understood and said, "I know you're not married to Colonel Shen. So according to the Interstellar Child Protection Law, you are now half a guardian of Shen Yan. Since Shen Li goes to the army every day, it's normal for you to stay in the interstellar capital." Jiang Yan responded, "Professor Wang, I'm not half a guardian of Shen Yan. I'm his full guardian. In fact, I really am his biological mom." Professor Wang was surprised and said, "Oh, is that so? What are your plans now?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and slowly said to Professor Wang, "I just want to see what Earth looks like. To be honest, it's really heartbreaking. So I was thinking of letting everyone in the galaxy know some history of Earth from before. I want the people in the galaxy to understand a bit more about that. But now, for some reason, I want him to attend elementary school here. Isn't the education here better than over there? And another reason is that I'm pregnant. It might not be ideal for me to go back and forth. When Professor Wang heard this, he understood Jiang Yan's situation and said, "It's okay. Just take care of yourself and the baby. Besides, there are regulations in the Interstellar Protection Law, so your job won't be lost." Jiang Yan continued, "But I also want to do something while staying in the Shen family. I don't want to just be idle. I want to do something to help the interstellar citizens understand a bit more, even if it's just a little, about what happened before." At this point, Professor Wang understood Jiang Yan's intentions and thought for a moment before saying, "How about this? I can come to work here, and then you can come over and work with me. We can work together." Jiang Yan asked, "You want to come over?" Professor Wang replied, "Yes, I can transfer. I was offered a transfer before, but I was too lazy to move. Now I can transfer over. When I go over, you can come with me, and we can work together." Jiang Yan slowly said, "Work together with you? I can just assist. How can I work alongside you? You're a professor." Professor Wang casually replied, "Don't say working alongside me. I could even assist you. Your understanding of the previous era is much more than ours. You can totally direct me to work." Jiang Yan awkwardly smiled and said to Professor Wang, "Then it's settled. When you come over, please call me, and we can go together, okay?" "No problem." Jiang Yan then asked, "Professor Wang, when do you think you'll come over? I need to prepare." Professor Wang thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yan, "I still need to do some handover work here, and then I need to arrange some time over there, probably about half a month. I will send you the exact time then." Jiang Yan nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you, Professor Wang." After speaking, Jiang Yan hung up the holographic call. She calculated that there was still half a month left. What could she do in this half month? As Jiang Yan thought about it, she lay down on the bed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she lay down, she felt sleepy and fell asleep. By the time Jiang Yan woke up, it was already midnight. When Jiang Yan woke up and saw that it was midnight, she stood up, surprised that she had slept so long. However, she couldn't sleep anymore and felt a bit hungry, thinking about going down to find something to eat. As soon as Jiang Yan opened the door and walked into the corridor, she noticed that the light in Shen Li's room was still on, and the door was also open. Jiang Yan slowly walked over, peeking into Shen Li's room. Just then, Shen Li, sensing the movement outside, looked up and saw Jiang Yan peeking at the door. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, "What's the matter? Did you wake up? Are you feeling better now?" Jiang Yan pushed the door open and walked slowly towards Shen Li, saying, "I feel better after waking up. I'm just a bit hungry, so I was thinking of finding something to eat. Then I saw your study door was open, so I thought I would come and see if you were asleep." Shen Li reached out to pull Jiang Yan into his arms and said, "Are you a bit hungry? I have some snacks made by the chef here. Why don't you eat a couple first, and I'll have him get up and make you something more." Jiang Yan sat on Shen Li's lap, picked up a snack from the table, and said to Shen Li, "I am a bit hungry. I'll eat some snacks first. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and replied, "I'm not sleepy yet. I was thinking when I called you this afternoon, there was no sound. So I wanted to check and found you were asleep. I thought if you fell asleep tonight, you would wake up, and since I'm not sleepy now, I wanted to wait for you in case you woke up so I could keep you company." Jiang Yan asked Shen Li, "What if I sleep until dawn? Are you going to sit here all night?" Shen Li shook his head and said, "Of course not. I'll sleep on the sofa in your room. I just happened to have something to do, so I didn't get to sleep." Chapter 1, Section 1. Jiang Yan looked up at Shen Li and asked, "Can you finish your work now?" Shen Li nodded and said, "I've finished. Do you want to eat? I can go wake Chef Li to make you something." Jiang Yan shook her head and said, "No need to trouble Chef Li. I can do it myself. His cooking isn't as good as mine. I'll help you cook for the night, and we can have a late-night snack together." Shen Li nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go with you to have a late-night snack. Let us go downstairs." Jiang Yan nodded and then said to Shen Li, "Professor Wang will probably come to this Interstellar Research Institute in half a month, and I want to work with him here. Is that okay?" Shen Li nodded and said, "Sure, but I have one request. You need to take care of yourself. I'm not worried at all. The Jiang family is here, so I feel at ease with you staying here." "Actually, Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Actually what? Don't you want me to go out to work?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, "No, I just want to say that a research institute is still a research institute. You can go to any research institute you want. Anyway, the big research institute of the Shen family has some investment. You can go to whichever research institute you like." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and slowly said, "Okay then." Chapter 96. Discussing marriage. Jiang Yan followed Shen Li into the kitchen. When she opened the refrigerator, she found another refrigerator next to the original one, filled with fresh ingredients. Jiang Yan opened the extra refrigerator and said to Shen Li, "Why is there an extra refrigerator here? These ingredients are so fresh." Shen Li stood next to Jiang Yan and said, "This one is prepared for you. Remember when we were surviving in the wilderness? You would cook some food yourself, right? Originally, our big refrigerator was enough. But my mom said that the big refrigerator should only hold commonly used ingredients. This small refrigerator is filled with ingredients you used during our wilderness survival, specifically set aside for you. Also, if you need meat, it's in a freezer over there. My mom said to set up another kitchen for you to use, so you can fully utilize it." Jiang Yan hurriedly said, No, one kitchen is enough. There is really no need to make another one." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan's refusal and said, "Then I'll have someone prepare a smaller set of pots, pans, and utensils for you." Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "A smaller set? So how many sets did you prepare?" Shen Li said, "My family prepared 3 sets of everything in the kitchen. My mom said to set up a separate kitchen for you to use. And when we get married and move into the wedding house, there will be 1 set for the wedding house, and another set is for my army." Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li and said, "Actually, I can use regular utensils. Although I can't say my cooking skills are excellent, I can still make delicious food with regular utensils, considering my level is still there. What do you want to eat? How about we make some tomato and egg noodles?" Jiang Yan looked at the 2 refrigerators in the kitchen and saw tomatoes and eggs. Shen Li nodded and said, "I'm fine with that. I'll assist you while you cook." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay. So, can you wash the tomatoes and crack the eggs? I'll go check what else is in the refrigerator to see if there is anything else I want to eat." Shen Li said, "Okay, I'll wash the tomatoes and crack the eggs. You go look and take out whatever you want to eat. Oh, by the way, there is a lot of meat in the freezer over there. There is a small light board next to the freezer. If you want something, just tap it to have it delivered." Jiang Yan nodded, then walked over, opened the freezer, and found a lot of seafood like Boston lobsters and king crabs. She picked out a few seafood items and said, "Are we going to eat this? Then I'll make a sauce and cut it up to eat." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "I also want to use this for slicing." As Shen Li was about to take it from Jiang Yan, she said, "Okay, I'll wash it and slice it." Jiang Yan pushed the seafood away and said to Shen Li, "I'm not slicing it. I think this seafood is suitable for making a seafood soup. I want to make a seafood soup for everyone to drink together tomorrow morning. Will everyone drink the seafood soup? Is there anyone allergic to seafood and want to drink it?" Shen Li thought for a moment and replied, "No, you can rest assured and cook." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "All right, then I'll get to work. I'll make a seafood soup to try. My mom used to make seafood soup for me, but I haven't made it for a long time, so let me see if my cooking skills are still there." Shen Li nodded, took the seafood that Jiang Yan had picked, and started cleaning it, saying, "I've washed the tomatoes and eggs. You go cook the noodles. I'll handle the seafood cleaning. Stay away, or else your hands will smell like seafood, and you'll have to wash them again." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "Okay, then I'll go boil the noodles." After Jiang Yan finished cooking, she also simmered some seafood soup, and then she and Shen Li sat down at the outdoor dining table to eat. "How about trying my tomato and egg noodles? My cooking isn't too bad, right?" Shen Li picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, then said to Jiang Yan, "It's really delicious, quite good. Looks like I've married a wife with excellent cooking skills." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "It's okay, I was a bit lazy today, so the late-night snack is a bit simple. Next time, I'll make you a proper late-night snack, and then you can see what my true cooking skills are." Shen Li was eating and then said to Jiang Yan, "All right, next time, let you make me a real late-night snack." Jiang Yan nodded and said to Shen Li, "If I fall asleep next time, don't wait for me. Look at the time, and you're still here waiting for me to wake up. Aren't you just waiting for me to sleep? If I don't want to come, will you have to wait almost the whole night?" "Really?" Shen Li nodded and said to Jiang Yan, "I know. I was just afraid you would wake up in the middle of the night and thought I would read for a bit while waiting for you. But if I don't get up, then you plan to wait all night?" Listening to Jiang Yan, Shen Li said, "Then so be it. There is nothing I can do. After all, you are my wife." "We aren't even married yet," Jiang Yan replied. Shen Li smiled and said, "We are engaged. Shouldn't we discuss when to get married?" Chapter 97. Go to Shen Mine's room to sleep. Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Li, "So, when do you want to get married?" Shen Li shook his head and said, "You decide. Whenever you say is when it will be." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, scanning him up and down, then slowly said, "Really? Is it really up to me?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Yes, you decide. Whenever you say it will be. But we must get married. I have no objections to anything else." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, then touched her not yet showing belly, and said, "How about we wait until the baby is born? Then we can have Xiaomu Yin be our flower boy together. What do you think? Let the child participate in our wedding. Since we already have one, we can have both participate." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said indulgently, "Okay, you decide. Then we'll have the two kids be our flower boys." Hearing Shen Li agree, Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief. She thought Shen Li might disagree, but she didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and chuckled. Shen Li said to her, "Stop laughing. Finish your meal. Then let us go to bed and rest for a while. There is still some time until dawn. After we finish, we can rest a bit." Jiang Yan nodded, then looked at Shen Li's dark circles and said, "Are we sleeping at your place or mine? I want to be with you. Actually, I don't really want to sleep with you. It's just that the baby wants to sleep together." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said slowly, "Is it just the baby who wants to sleep with me?" Jiang Yan nodded firmly and said, "Yes, it's the baby who wants to sleep with you, not me wanting to sleep with you." Seeing Jiang Yan's joking expression, Shen Li didn't expose her and said, "Then ask the baby where they want to sleep." Jiang Yan closed her eyes and pretended to ask, "Baby, do you want to sleep in Daddy's room or Mommy's room?" Then Jiang Yan opened her eyes and said to Shen Li, "She said she wants to sleep with Shen Mayan. Come on, didn't we agree before that we would let Shen Mayan sleep with us until the summer vacation ends? How about we go to his room to sleep? His bed is big enough for us to sleep together." Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and reluctantly nodded. In fact, Shen Li still wanted to sleep with Jiang Yan, but as a dad, he had to listen to the mom, which was a principle his father and grandfather personally taught him, saying this is the truth for married men. "All right, let us go take a nap there, then we'll get up in the morning to eat and let Shen Mayan do his homework." Chapter 1. Section 1. Jiang Yan said to Shen Li, "Okay, no problem. This is a pleasant decision. Tomorrow, let him study. It's been a long time since he studied. It's time to study. You be the strict father, and I'll be the kind mother." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and pretended to be angry, saying, "I see you just want to be a kind mother. Shoo, do you know there is a saying in our country called seeing through but not saying through? How come you said it out loud? Isn't that good fortune? Next time, you have to remember to see through but not say through. Okay?" Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, who was seriously talking nonsense, and nodded, saying, "Got it. Next time I will definitely see through but not say through." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "Not bad, not bad, truly a teachable child. Let us sneak over to Shen Mayan's bed. Be careful not to wake him up." Shen Li nodded and said, "Got it. I will be careful and try not to make any noise." Then Shen Li and Jiang Yan sneaked into Shen Mayan's room and found him sleeping with a doll. Jiang Yan made a shushing gesture to Shen Li, then gestured for him to go to Shen Mayan's side. After receiving Jiang Yan's gesture, Shen Li went over first. Once there, he took Shen Mayan into his arms and gestured to Jiang Yan. Shen Li lifted the blanket, signaling Jiang Yan to come in. Seeing Shen Li lift the blanket, Jiang Yan immediately crawled in. Once inside, Jiang Yan looked at Shen Mayan's sleeping face and said softly to Shen Li, "This little face has such good skin, just like me." Shen Li nodded and looked at Shen Mayan's face, saying to Jiang Yan, "This little face is really good looking, just like me." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, "No matter how good looking, there is also part of my genes in there, okay? If it weren't for my half of the genes, how could he be so cute?" Shen Mayan opened his mouth and said to his childish dad and mom, "That means I will still grow up, inheriting the strengths of both daddy and mommy." Jiang Yan and Shen Li, hearing Shen Mayan's words, said to him, "Baby son, why are you still awake? Did we wake you up when we came in? Next time, we won't come in so late." "I'm sorry. I was going to come in and sleep with Daddy. Didn't we say we would sleep together until school starts? I thought sneaking in wouldn't wake you up, but I didn't expect it to wake you up." Shen Mayan listened to Jiang Yan and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, it's just Daddy and Mommy. It doesn't matter. I was just kidnapped while I was sleeping before. Every time I fell asleep, they would wake me up, but it's much better now." Hearing Shen Mayan's words, Jiang Yan felt heartbroken and said, it's okay, baby son, everything is in the past. Now you have Daddy and Mommy to protect you. We will never let such things happen to you again. Shen Li, in Jiang Yan's arms, said to Shen Li, Daddy, will you protect Mommy and the little brother or sister? I'm not scared anymore. I want to learn to be like Daddy. I will also protect Mommy and the little sister. If it's a brother, then he can join me in protecting Mommy. Jiang Yan listened to Shen Yan's words, then hugged Shen Yan tightly and comforted him, saying, Mommy doesn't need to protect someone who's already been hurt. Mommy will take good care of you. I didn't do well before, but now I will definitely protect you. Shen Yan nodded at Jiang Yan and said, Okay, Mommy, but now I'm a little man, and little men need to protect their mothers. Of course, if Daddy needs my protection too, I will protect him as well. Shen Li rubbed Shen Yan's little head while lying in his wife's arms and said, Daddy doesn't need your protection. You're the son, and I'm the father. How could a father need protection from his son? Jiang Yan listened to the conversation between the father and son, and then said to both Shen Li and Shen Yan, All right, little man and father. Little man, hurry up and sleep. I made some delicious seafood soup that has already started cooking. You could drink it directly tomorrow morning. You should also hurry up and sleep. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she kissed Shen Yan's little head, which made Shen Li feel it was unfair. I want one too. You can't be biased. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and gave him a kiss, saying, all right, now everyone go to sleep and don't talk. Good night. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. Chapter 98. The two children participate together the next day. Jiang Yan still woke up the latest. She surprisingly woke up later than Shen Li, who had stayed up most of the night. When Jiang Yan woke up, she saw that Shen Yan and Shen Li were already dressed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yan said, Why didn't you wake me up when you got up? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, Since there's nothing to do today, it doesn't matter if we wake up a bit later, so we just let you sleep in. At that moment, Shen Yan climbed onto the bed, lay down beside Jiang Yan, and whispered to her, Actually, Daddy said to let Mommy sleep a little longer, so he didn't let me wake you up. Jiang Yan hugged Shen Yan and said to him, Next time, when you see it's time to get up, you come and wake Mommy up. We shouldn't listen to Daddy. When it's time to get up, we have to get up. We can't stay in bed. Shen Yan nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Mommy, next time when you sleep in too late, I'll wake you up. I want to wake you if it's not too late. I want you to rest well. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and felt that what she just said had been in vain. Then she changed the subject and asked Shen Yan, Have you two tried the seafood soup I made? How does it taste? Shen Li shook his head and said, No, we were waiting for you to drink it together. Just now, little Mu Yin and I were saying that if you didn't wake up soon, we'd leave a bowl for you and go down to drink it first. Now that you're awake, let's all go down together. Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly got up to get dressed and said, Let's go, we need to hurry down. When Jiang Yan went downstairs, the people in the Shen family were just getting up from the sofa and moving to the table. Jiang Yan hurriedly followed and sat down at her place. After Jiang Yan sat down, the female housekeeper brought the food to the table. There was the seafood soup made by Jiang Yan, perfectly portioned into bowls for everyone, along with several dishes prepared by Chef Li in the morning. Zhang Ruoyan tasted the seafood soup made by Jiang Yan and said to her, Little Jiang, your seafood soup is really good. It must have been simmering for a long time. Jiang Yan nodded and said, It simmered for about 5 hours. At this moment, Lin Yulian said to Jiang Yan, You don't need to simmer it in the middle of the night. It's too tiring. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, It's not tiring, Grandma. I got up last night when I was hungry and made some tomato and egg noodles, and I simmered the soup while I was at it. Shen Li helped wash it. I just handled a little bit. It wasn't troublesome. Next time, I can make it for lunch or dinner. Lin Yulian listened to Jiang Yan and said, Next time, if you wake up at night and want to eat something, just call Shen Li. Let him help you make it. We just need to eat. Okay, I understand, Grandma. Next time I feel hungry at night, I'll order Shen Li to help me. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan and said, That's right. Just call Shen Li when you need something prepared. By the way, do you have any plans now? As you mentioned yesterday? Jiang Yan replied to Zhang Ruoyan, I want to take a temporary job as an interstellar researcher. I've already spoken with Professor Wang from Shen Li's unit. We agreed to work together when he comes to take over. Zhang Ruoyan asked Shen Li, Is it still Professor Wang from before? But if you go to work now, won't it be a bit dangerous? Jiang Yan smiled and said to Zhang Ruoyan, I will be careful. I told Professor Wang that I will come in a bit later and leave a bit earlier. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li and saw that he had no objections, so she could only agree. She thought that if it came to it, they could just pay more money to the Interstellar Research Institute. As long as money could solve the problem, it wouldn't be a problem. All right, just be careful. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. If you ever feel uncomfortable at work, we can just stop. The Shen family can still support you. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. I know. I will pay attention to my health. If I feel unwell, I will pause my work immediately. Work can be done anytime. There's no rush. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan with satisfaction and said, That's good. Just make sure to take care of your health. Okay? By the way, little Jiang, although you and Shen Li are already engaged, have you two decided when to hold the wedding? Jiang Yan and Shen Li exchanged glances, and Jiang Yan signaled Shen Li to speak. Shen Li cleared his throat and said to the Shen family, We plan to wait until the child is born and have the two of them serve as flower girls together. The wedding will probably be postponed. Lin Yulian heard Shen Li's words and said, When the child is born and the two kids serve as flower girls. Won't you have to wait until the child is born and then get married in 2 years? Are you planning to get married in 3 years? Shen Li nodded and said, Yes, we have discussed it. The two kids will participate in our wedding together. Chapter 99. The Shen family daughter-in-law only needs to spend money. Zhang Ruoyan and the Shen family saw that both Jiang Yan and Shen Li agreed, and they could only accept it. After all, it was the marriage of Jiang Yan and Shen Li, and since the couple had made their decision, what could they say? Zhang Ruoyan slowly said, Since you two have decided, just make sure to invite us to your wedding. Shen Li said to Zhang Ruoyan, Mom, what do you mean? Are we not going to invite you to our wedding? Zhang Ruoyan replied without hesitation. Wasn't it you who always said before that you would just find a wife and get the certificate? Shen Li scratched his head and said a bit shyly, That was because I hadn't met the right person before, but now I have, Mom. Let's not talk about the past. Zhang Ruoyan smiled at Shen Li and said, All right, Mom won't mention it anymore. Now hurry up and drink the seafood soup Jiang Yan made. Do you have any plans? After saying this, Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan and asked, Have you made any plans? Jiang Yan replied, No. I don't have any plans for now. I just thought that after we finish eating, I would let Shen Li take a break since he went to bed a bit late last night. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li and then asked Jiang Yan, Did you sleep well last night? You were up in the middle of the night making soup. Jiang Yan nodded at Zhang Ruoyan and said, I slept well last night. Because I went to bed relatively early yesterday, I woke up for a while in between, and after having dinner, I went back to sleep. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan and said to her, Oh, as long as you sleep well, it's fine. You don't need to worry about Shen Li. If he didn't sleep well, that's his own issue. If he didn't sleep well, he should go to bed early tonight. In a bit, I'll take you all to the Interstellar government to register the information for the baby in your belly. Jiang Yan, listening to Zhang Ruoyan's words, asked in confusion now, Isn't it too early for the baby to be registered? Isn't it a bit premature to do it now? Zhang Ruoyan shook her head and said to Jiang Yan, It's not early. It should have been done already. I thought Shen Li had taken you to register already. I didn't realize until yesterday when we were paying the population tax that our little family only has 3 members. The two of you should pay a bit more attention. Jiang Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I didn't know. I thought a baby this small didn't need to be registered. I thought it was before when the baby is born. We just take them to register at home. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li and slowly said to him, Xiao, Jiang doesn't know. Don't you know either? After Zhang Ruoyan finished with Shen Li, she turned back to Jiang Yan and said, It's okay. Now you know. Let us tidy up a bit, and then I'll take your mom to register the household. Little Mu Yin can go with grandma and mom and dad, okay? Shin Mu Yin, hearing what Zhang Ruoyan said, nodded and said to her, Okay, I'll go with mom and dad to register for my little sister. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Mu Yin and laughed, saying, What if it's a little brother? Shen Mu Yin thought for a moment and said, Then it'll be a little brother, but I prefer a little sister. Maybe if I call enough, it will become a sister. Everyone at the table laughed at Shen Mu Yan's words. Jiang Yan said to Shen Mu Yan, That is up to luck. Mom also hopes for a girl. Now, quickly finish the last bowl of soup, and then we can go together. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she picked up Shen Mu Yan's small bowl and fed him with a spoon. Shen Mu Yan felt a bit shy and said to Jiang Yan, Mom, I can do it myself. I'm already a big kid. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Mu Yan and slowly said, All right. Our Shen Mu Yan is already a big kid. It's Mom who forgot. I'll remember next time that big kids can eat by themselves. Shen Yan nodded at Jiang Yan and said, yes, I'm a big kid now. I can eat by myself. After Shen Yan finished eating, Jiang Yan and Shen Li quickly tidied up, then took Shen Yan along with Zhang Ruoyan to the Interstellar government to register for the baby. While sitting on the spaceship, Zhang Ruoyan explained to Jiang Yan, the interstellar population is now very large. Although there are many planets, the population is already saturated. Moreover, interstellar medicine is very advanced, and many people can live over 100 years without issues. However, the birth rate is now significantly lower than the death rate, and many children born have some deformities due to radiation exposure. But if we don't give birth, the birth rate will be even lower. In the backward areas of the universe, people are crazily giving birth to deformed children, so when pregnant, we need to go to the interstellar government to pay the population tax. However, this tax includes everything for the child in the future and is actually quite cost-effective. This is mainly aimed at those who already have some deformities and continue to give birth to deformed children. Jiang Yan listened to Zhang Ruoyan and slowly said, all right, now I understand. Zhang Ruoyan continued, it's okay. This little money isn't a big deal for the Shen family. Just pay it. Later, we'll test the baby's health and can register for the household. Shen Yan registered much earlier than this. Jiang Yan heard this and said to Zhang Ruoyan, what was it like when Shen Yan registered? At that time, Shen Li and I weren't by his side. Zhang Ruoyan, noticing Jiang Yan's worry, said, what's the big deal? This is something the interstellar government has agreed to with our Shen family. It's just a matter of spending money. Xiao Jiang, remember that anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. The Shen family isn't short on money. Spend freely. You can't possibly spend it all. And even if you do, so what? Let the men of the Shen family earn money. We just need to spend it, right? Good son of mom. Shen Li, hearing his mother finally talking to him, said to Zhang Ruoyan, yes, the daughters-in-law of the Shen family just need to spend money. Spend freely. All my money is yours. Zhang Ruoyan, hearing Shen Li's words, gave him a thumbs up and slowly looked at him, saying that's the way to do it. Shen Li, your earnings are meant for your wife and children. You need to work hard. You're no longer the person who eats enough for the whole family. Now, you're a family man, so you need to be careful. Shen Li nodded at Zhang Ruoyan, and then looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Yan, saying, I understand. I'm now a family man. I will be careful. Chapter 100. Registering the household. Soon they arrived at the place. Zhang Ruoyan called Shen Li, Jiang Yan, and Shen Yan to go inside the interstellar government, and immediately a robot came over to Jiang Yan and Shen Li and said, hello, I am Interstellar Government Robot Butler number 52. What business do you have at the Interstellar Government? Zhang Ruoyan said to the robot, first, we need to do a deformity test for the baby in the belly, then take us to register the household, and then go pay the population tax. After hearing Zhang Ruoyan's words, the robot said, first, deformity test. Please have the child's father and mother proceed to the second floor of the administrative building for the preliminary test. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, and together they followed robot number 52 to the second floor of the interstellar government. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped onto the second floor, she was stunned. On the second floor of the interstellar government, there were only a few people who looked normal, while others had various strange features. Having mismatched eyes was considered normal. Some people had 2 hands growing on one arm, or an ear growing on the back of their necks. There were even people with 3 arms and 3 legs. Jiang Yan stood in place and said to Shen Li this. Shen Li tightly embraced Jiang Yan and whispered in her ear, these are the deformed people in the interstellar realm. This is already considered low on the deformity scale. Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li's words and suddenly understood why having children required such extensive measures. So that was the reason, to reduce the number of deformed people. Ah, I see. No wonder registering for a baby is so complicated. Shen Li held Jiang Yan's hand and said, yes. At this moment, the interstellar robot No. 52 scanned Jiang Yan and Shen Li. Then it said, initial monitoring of the male, deformity level less than 1%. Monitoring of the female, deformity level 0. Now preparing for secondary monitoring. Please wait. Because the robot's program was set, everyone on the second floor heard what was just said, and Jiang Yan and Shen Li felt all eyes in the room focused on them. Shen Yan hurriedly said to Shen Li and Jiang Yan, Mom, Why is everyone looking at us? Should we leave quickly? Jiang Yan picked up Shen Li and said to him, "Come here, Grandma will hold you. It'll be over soon. Put your head on Grandma." Shen Yan rested his little head on Jiang Yan's shoulder, and she said to Shen Li and Jiang Yan, "I'll take Shen Yan out first. You two wait here and come find me on the third floor in a bit. I'll be waiting for you with Shen Yan on the third floor." Jiang Yan nodded at Jiang Yan, then turned to Shen Yan and said, "Little Yan, be good and follow your grandma. Mom and Dad will come to find you soon, okay?" Shen Yan obediently nodded and said, "Got it. Dad and Mom, I will be good. Then Grandma and I will go first." After Shen Yan left, the interstellar robot No. 52 said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "Please proceed to the corridor ahead for the preliminary genetic deformity test." Jiang Yan and Shen Li followed robot No. 52 to the corridor, which could only accommodate 2 people and the robot. As soon as Jiang Yan and Shen Li stepped in, the robot said, "Program initiated." 2 hovering scanning machines then scanned Jiang Yan and Shen Li from top to bottom. The final results were announced by robot No. 52. The male's gene deformity inheritance rate is less than 5, and the female's is less than 0.001. The test data is excellent. Please follow me for the final genetic test. Once completed, you can register the household. Jiang Yan and Shen Li followed interstellar robot number 52, and Jiang Yan asked, "How is this genetic deformity inheritance rate calculated? I'm a bit worried now." Shen Li shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Let's go in and see. We'll find out then." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, let's follow this little robot inside." Once inside, it was no longer just a pure machine test. There were 3 staff members present. The staff looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Li and said, "We have received your preliminary test data, which is quite good, especially for the female. It has reached a level of complete non-inheritance. Now we will conduct the final test. Please lie down on the bed." Professionals will conduct the test together. Jiang Yan and Shen Li lay down on the bed as instructed. After lying down, they heard a slight sound near their ears, and aside from that, there were no other sensations. About 3 minutes later, the staff said, "All right, you can get up now." After Jiang Yan got up, she quickly asked the staff, "How is it? What are the results?" The staff smiled and said to Jiang Yan, "The result shows a small probability of deformity between 1 to 2. If any issues are found, interventions can be made later. There is no major problem. Here is your document, and you can go to the third floor to register." Holding the document, Jiang Yan finally felt relieved and said to Shen Li, "Let's go register the baby's household." Shen Li and Jiang Yan took the document upstairs and found Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan and Shen Li, then nervously asked, "How was it? What are the test results?" Jiang Yan replied, "Not bad. The deformity inheritance rate is only between 1 to 2. They said interventions can be made later, but they also said they were a bit worried about me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt reassured and said to Jiang Yan and Shen Li, "It's okay, don't worry. Besides, this is a small probability, and interventions can be made later." Shen Yan had a deformation inheritance rate of 6 when he was little, but he is fine now, right? You need to keep a good mood, otherwise, how can it work? All right, let's hurry up and register. After we finish registering, we'll go pay the taxes. Okay, let us go register the household. Interstellar robot number 52 will guide you, said Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan and Shen Li closely followed robot number 52. The most troublesome monitoring was already done. Registration only required a quick glance at the information on a piece of paper, and soon their household registration was complete. They would come back later to fill in names and information after the baby was born. The subsequent tax payment was even simpler. They just needed to scan with a light brain, and the tax was paid. Chapter 101. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chit-chat. Jiang Yan saw that the process was completed quickly and said to Shen Li, "This is really convenient now. Don't you think it would be great if someone could come to collect taxes at home?" Jiang Yan replied, "There is such a service. Since you two didn't register the household, I thought it would be better to pay together later. After all, I came with you." Jiang Yan said to Jiang Yan, "It really is quite convenient now. So what should we do now? Go home." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and then at Jiang Yan, saying, "Mu Yan and I will go along with whatever you decide. Just tell us where to go." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Son, listen to your mom. Why don't you two go back first? I'll go shopping at the Interstellar Mall with little Jiang Yan." Shen Li and Shen Yan immediately expressed their dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Shen Yan tugged at Jiang Ruoyan's hand and said, "Grandma, can you take me with you and Mom, please?" Seeing her little grandson say this, Jiang Ruoyan could only agree. Then she said to Shen Li, "How about you either go back first or wait for us in the car? We'll go shopping. Didn't you always hate going shopping with us before? You could take a break." Shen Li said to Jiang Ruoyan, "No way, Mom. I'll go with you. I see that you need someone to carry things. So let me help you. I'm strong." Jiang Ruoyan smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "Look at him. He used to refuse to go even when I called him during military school, saying it was a hassle to shop with women. He always went out with friends instead of going with me. Now he actually wants to go shopping at the Interstellar Mall. It's a miracle." Shen Li, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "That's because you were still young back then. All right, Mom. Aren't you supposed to go shopping with Jiang Yan? Why aren't you going yet? Let us hurry up." Shen Li was afraid Jiang Ruoyan would say something about his childhood to Jiang Yan and Shen Yan. So he urged Jiang Ruoyan to go shopping at the Interstellar Mall quickly. Jiang Ruoyan understood her son's thoughts but pretended not to notice. She continued to speak to Jiang Yan. "Let me tell you, Shen Li was quite popular with girls when he was little. But this kid always kept a cold face. I remember one time when my best friend's daughter touched Shen Li's things, he scolded her to tears. I'm telling you, if this kid dares to treat you like that in the future, just tell me. I and Grandma Shen will take a stick and beat him up." Jiang Yan listened to Jiang Ruoyan's words and said to Shen Li, "I didn't expect you to be like this. Shen Li, when I first woke up, you were able to speak nicely to me. It must be because of our little Mu Yan. Otherwise, would you have scolded me to tears too?" Shen Li shook his head and said, No, I never thought that. All right, let us go shopping first. It's been a long time since I've gone shopping with little Mu Yan, hasn't it? Let us go. Dad will take you shopping. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you." Shen Yan said to Shen Li, "Thank you, Dad, but I don't really want anything. You, Mom, and Grandma, and Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma have already bought me so many things that I can't use them all." Shen Li looked at Shen Yan and was unsure if the kid was smart or silly. Jiang Yan said to Shen Yan, "All right, let us go to the toy store and take a look." Shen Yan turned to Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, let us go to the toy store and buy some toys for little brother or little sister." Jiang Yan ruffled Shen Yan's little head and said, "Good. Then you pick some toys that they can play with, preferably ones without fur or sharp edges. This way, they won't poke the little brother or sister or get fur in their eyes. Grandma and I will help little Mu Yan pick some toys. Okay?" Shen Yan heard what Jiang Yan said and nodded at her, saying, "Okay, Mom, I will go over there with Dad to take a look. You guys can stay here." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan and said, "Sure, you and your dad go over and pick something out. I'll go over there with Mom." Jiang Yan said she would go with Jiang Yan to look around, and she linked her arm with Jiang Yan's. The two of them walked arm in arm, chatting casually while picking out toys. Let me tell you, I feel that Shen Li is, just as you guys said, lacking in emotions, especially love. Since childhood, he has always had a cold face towards people outside of the family. His father and I are worried that Shen Li might not find someone to marry in the future. We even set him up for blind dates, but to avoid us, he directly enrolled in a military school. After enrolling, he was hardly seen and went straight to complete missions, starting as a soldier, and now he has become a colonel. Shen Li has paid a lot for this. He got injured while suppressing pirates. You don't know how worried Shen Li's father, and his grandparents were, due to the power of the Shen family. The Interstellar government had no choice but to give Colonel Shen Li a title and extract his sperm and your eggs to give birth to Shen Yan. After Shen Yan was born, we protected him well, but there were still issues. When Shen Li woke up, he immediately went to Shen Yan, which led to Shen Yan seeing his dad for the first time being pushed into the operating room. But fortunately, you woke up. You don't know that if it weren't for you, Shen Yan and Shen Li might have both ended up lonely in the future. Jiang Yan listened to Jiang Ruoyan and felt a bit uncomfortable. It turned out that both of them had such a difficult time. Jiang Yan said to Jiang Ruoyan, "Annie, you could just leave Shen Li and Shen Yan to me in the future. I will take good care of them, and nothing will happen. Don't worry, I will look after them well." Jiang Ruoyan nodded at Jiang Yan and said, "I'm telling you this not to ask you to take care of the two of them. Jiang Yan, you are a good girl, and I know you will take good care of Shen Li, Shen Yan, and the baby in your belly. I've always had high hopes for you. Just chatting with you. Shen Li said he wants to propose to you when you return, and then you found out you were pregnant." Shen Li and Yen were both staring at you like gatekeepers, especially Shen Li, who was afraid something would happen to you. Seeing how nervous he was, I couldn't bear to interrupt him. Jiang Yan smiled at Zhang Yin and said, maybe he's just too nervous. Zhang Yin looked at Jiang Yan and said, however, there's a saying that one cannot have two different personalities in the same bed. That is why Shen Li's father and I feel at ease handing over the Shen family's business to him. You two should enjoy yourselves now. And after you get married, we will hand over the entire Shen family's business to you as a couple. At that time, Shen Li's father and I can finally relax. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Yin and said, then how about Shen Li and I get married a bit later? You can directly hand over this responsibility to Shen Yen, since the Shen family will eventually be passed on to him. Letting him adapt in advance wouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Yin shook her head and said, Shen Yen is still young. Let's talk about this after you get married. Also, let me tell you, Shen Yen couldn't tell boys from girls when he was little. There was once. Chapter 102. Returning home while Jiang Yan and Zhang Yin were chatting. Shen Yen and Shen Li had already bought what they needed and were standing behind Jiang Yan and Zhang Yin. Shen Yen looked at Zhang Yin with a resentful expression and said to her, Grandma, can't you say that I was obedient and well-behaved when I was little? I'm embarrassed in front of Mom. Grandma, I'm really angry. Zhang Yin looked at Shen Yen's aggrieved little face and said, all right, Grandma knows now. Grandma shouldn't have told Mom. I forgot that little Yen is a big kid now and needs to save face. Grandma won't say it again in the future. Will you forgive me? Shen Yen then put down his pouting lips and said to Zhang Yin, okay, Grandma, since you won't say it again, let us just pretend it never happened. Look, this is the toy I picked for my little brother and sister. Jiang Yan looked at the rubber toys Shen Yen picked and said, little Yen picked really well. It seems you will be a good big brother in the future. She continued, look, those were all picked by Mom and Grandma for you. Although Mom and Grandma are talking, they also picked a lot of toys for little Yen. Shen Yen looked at the basket of toys behind Jiang Yan and said, you and Grandma just picked whatever you saw, right? You two were too busy talking. Jiang Yan rubbed Shen Yen's little head and said, be good. You should know a saying. A good friend doesn't expose the truth. So, don't reveal to Mom what I said. Shen Yen looked at Jiang Yan and nodded, then said to her, I got it, Mom. I will pay attention next time. At this moment, Shen Li spoke to Jiang Yan and Zhang Yin, I'll go settle the bill. And shall we go to other places for a walk? Zhang Yin said, sure, let us go to the clothing store next door. Our little Yen needs some new clothes, right? You guys go ahead. I'll rest in the car for a bit. I'm getting old and don't want to move around. I'll wait for you in the car. Don't rush. Take your time. Jiang Yan heard this and said to Zhang Yin, then let us go back together and find a family doctor check on you. We can come again next time. Shen Li also said to Zhang Yin, how about we head back first? We can come again next time. Zhang Yin looked at her son, whose intelligence had developed, but not his emotional intelligence, and thought about wanting to stuff him back in her belly to raise him again. She could only hint to Shen Li with her eyes, but it seemed Shen Li didn't realize anything. Jiang Yan noticed Zhang Yin's gaze and sensed that she wanted to create an opportunity for herself, Shen Li, and Shen Yen as a family. But Shen Li seemed oblivious, and finally, Shen Yen said to Shen Li, Dad, Grandma wants us three to have fun together. Not because she is not feeling well, right? Why don't you understand? I already know. Zhang Yin looked at Shen Li and said, it's my fault. I was too strict with you when you were young, only letting you study, which made you forget about emotional intelligence. Jiang Yan said to Zhang Yin and Shen Li, it's getting late. How about we go buy a few pieces of clothing for Shen Yen and then find a restaurant to eat before heading back? If we go back now, they will have already finished eating. Zhang Yin said, I think that's a good idea. After eating, we can all go back together. Let us first buy Shen Yen a few nice outfits, and then we'll see if there's a restaurant we can go eat at. I'll go tell them that we want to be going back for lunch, so no need to wait for us. We'll go home after we finish eating. Jiang Yan nodded, and then Jiang Yan, Shen Li, Zhang Yin, and Shen Yen went to the largest store in the Interstellar Mall to look at clothes. Shen Yen truly inherited the advantages of Jiang Yan and Shen Li. At such a young age, he looked fair and clean, and everything he would look good on him. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yen, constantly holding up clothes to compare against him, and said, this looks good. This one too, and this one. Son, which one do you like? I think you'd look good in all of these. Take a look at which one you prefer. Jiang Yan quickly ran her hand over a row of clothes and told the salesperson, just take them all. Pack this one, and this one that I picked out. Jiang Yan was taken aback by Jiang Yan's generous actions and quickly said, isn't that a bit too much? One a day, and he wouldn't be able to wear them all in a month. Jiang Yan said nonchalantly, it's fine, money is not an issue. Jiang Yan shook her head and said, waiter, we only need a few items, not everything. Children grow quickly, and they wear school uniforms to school, so they won't wear their own clothes for long. Let's buy less, or it will be a waste. Shen Li also nodded and said, just those few items. If they don't like them later, we can buy new ones. We can't buy so much at once. They won't be able to wear it all. After settling the bill, Shen Li took Jiang Yan, Yan, and Shen Yan to a popular restaurant nearby for a meal. While eating, Shen Yan turned to Jiang Yan and said, Mom, your cooking is still the best. Let's eat at home next time. This isn't good. Jiang Yan responded to Shen Yan, okay, then let's head back home. Mom will make you something delicious tonight, all right? Shen Yan happily replied, all right. Chapter 103. Interstellar Research Institute. After Jiang Yan finished registering the children's household registration and returned home, she soon received a call from Professor Wang. Little Jiang, I'm going to the headquarters of the Interstellar Research Institute tomorrow. I've informed the people at the headquarters about your situation, but considering your current health, I won't assign you too many demanding research tasks for now. If you go over, you could just work with me on a project. Once you've given birth and recovered, you'll be able to handle things on your own at the Interstellar Research Institute. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Jiang Yan listened to Professor Wang's words through the holographic communicator and replied, thank you, Professor Wang. I'm very satisfied with that for now. We'll discuss things later. I might not stay here forever. I may go explore other places. We'll see about that then. Are you leaving tomorrow? Professor Wang said, yes, I'm leaving tomorrow. We'll go together. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Interstellar Research Headquarters, and then we can report in together. Jiang Yan nodded and said to Professor Wang, all right, what time do you think I should come over tomorrow so we can go in together? Professor Wang thought for a moment and said, how about we meet at 9:30 tomorrow morning? We'll report in, tidy up our things, and briefly understand the tasks. It should be about time to finish work. Jiang Yan nodded and replied, okay, no problem. Let's meet at the entrance of the Interstellar Research Institute at 9:30 tomorrow morning. After confirming with Professor Wang, Jiang Yan hung up the phone and turned to Shen Li, saying, I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Professor Shen said that considering my situation, I won't be assigned very tiring tasks for now. Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and said, that's normal. Usually, if a woman is pregnant, her workload is reduced by half, and her salary doesn't decrease. So you shouldn't be too busy over there, but you still need to take care of your health. You know? Jiang Yan nodded and said, I know. I'll definitely take care of myself. You don't have to worry. I'll take good care of myself and the baby. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan, pulled her into his arms, and said, you know, if you didn't want to work at the Interstellar Research Institute, I definitely wouldn't have let you go. I'd have let you stay home and do nothing. But you want to work? Jiang Yan replied, isn't the Interstellar Research Institute in the capital of the Interstellar? Isn't your family also in the capital? The way you're saying it makes it sound like I'm going far away and won't keep in touch with home. You made me want to send a signal, okay? Shen Li smiled at Jiang Yan and said, I'm not a heartbreaker, but I'm a heart thief. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, who is the heart thief here? It's obviously you. Don't get it wrong. Shen Li chuckled and said, all right, I admit I'm the heart thief. You're the one who let me steal. Jiang Yan said, yes. But when I go to work, you could take good care of Shen Yan, right? Since you're not going to the Interstellar Army, if you're free, spend more time with Shen Yan and play with him, okay? Shen Li assured Jiang Yan, I know. Don't worry, I will take good care of Shen Yan. But since you're going to the Interstellar Research Institute tomorrow, shouldn't you organize your things now? That way, you can sleep in a bit longer tomorrow morning. Jiang Yan replied, right? I need to see if there's anything I need to prepare. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I might really forget. Saying this, Jiang Yan got off Shen Li and went to her room to find the clothes and items she needed for tomorrow. After she was done, she took Shen Yan to find Shen Li to sleep. The next day, Jiang Yan got up early to get ready. By the time Shen Li and Shen Yan were up and ready, Jiang Yan was still groggy. When Shen Yan woke up and saw Jiang Yan all prepared, he said, "Mom, you got up really early today. It seems that since you're going to work, your state is different. Mom, you have to come back early to play with me today." Jiang Yan kissed Shen Yan on the head and replied, "Okay. Mom will try to come back early today to play with our little Mu Yan." Shen Yan nodded and slowly said, "All right. I'll be good today and listen to Dad. Mom, you have to come back early." Jiang Yan reassured him, "Don't worry. Mom will be back early today. Just be good." At that moment, Shen Li was also dressed and turned to Jiang Yan, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Interstellar Research Institute headquarters. Let's go now." Jiang Yan checked the time and realized it was indeed time to leave. She said to Shen Li, "Okay, let's go." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Shen Li helped her carry her things and personally drove her to the Interstellar Research Institute headquarters. They happened to see Professor Wang waiting there when they arrived. Shen Li greeted Professor Wang before leaving. After Shen Li left, Professor Wang turned to Jiang Yan and said, "It seems that your relationship with Shen Li has become much closer since you left." Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Of course. We're already engaged, and we have a second child. How can our relationship not be close?" Professor Wang responded, "That's true. Who would have known how things would turn out? Let me tell you, the Interstellar Research Institute is the leader of all interstellar research. Once you're in, there will be plenty of work to do. But don't worry. I've talked to the people inside. You can first work with me on the project, and the workload won't be too heavy. We'll discuss the future after your baby is born." Jiang Yan said to Professor Wang, "Okay, I've got it, Professor Wang. Let's go in now." Professor Wang nodded and replied, "All right, let's go in now." Chapter 104. Endorsement. Jiang Yan and Professor Wang entered the Interstellar Research Institute, and as soon as Jiang Yan walked in, she saw a lot of automated areas. However, the further they went inside, the less automation there was. Professor Wang went straight to the top floor. He knocked on the door at the top, and a voice came from inside, "Come in." Professor Wang took Jiang Yan in, and they saw a man in his 40s sitting on a sofa, looking Jiang Yan up and down with his eyes. Jiang Yan disliked this gaze, so she returned the favor and scrutinized the man. The man looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Hello, I'm the director of the Interstellar Research Institute. My name is Ji Wufeng." Jiang Yan looked at Ji Wufeng and replied, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yan." Ji Wufeng spoke to Jiang Yan, "I know you, the last human in the entire galaxy. I would like to express my gratitude for your contributions to interstellar research during your time at the Interstellar Research Institute, and welcome you to our institution." Although Jiang Yan didn't understand why Ji Wufeng spoke to her this way, she politely replied, "No need to thank me. I understand the principle of artificial intelligence assisting humans, and I am very grateful to Dean Ji for allowing me to work at the Interstellar Research General Institute." Ji Wufeng smiled and said to Jiang Yan, "It's nothing. It's what a talent should do." "Miss Jiang Yan, what you discussed at the Interstellar Seminar was very useful for interstellar research. However, you know that interstellar research relies on fairness and justice. Were your statements at the seminar completely fair and devoid of personal bias?" Jiang Yan smiled back and said, "Yes, what I said at the seminar was true. I understand that historical research requires a fair and just attitude, so everything I discussed at the seminar reflected the situation at that time. And I assure you that there was no personal bias involved." Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Ji Wufeng finally felt relieved. As the greatest fear in historical research is the mixing of personal feelings, especially regarding a history that no one knows. If Jiang Yan had personal motives, it would be difficult for future generations to uncover them, because only Jiang Yan knew what that history was truly like. Jiang Yan understood Ji Wufeng's concerns and said, "Dean, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that I might have personal biases in my research, which could lead to an inaccurate history. But rest assured, I will take responsibility for what I say. What I want to do now is to tell the entire galaxy about our previous world. So I will not have personal motives while completing my work. You can trust me on this. I, Jiang Yan, always keep my word." With Jiang Yan's assurance, Ji Wufeng felt at ease, as historical research demands fairness and justice, free from emotional involvement. Ji Wufeng then said to Jiang Yan, "Great. Then I warmly welcome you and Professor Wang to work at the Interstellar Research Institute headquarters." After Ji Wufeng finished speaking, he looked at Professor Wang and said, "Professor Wang, this research project is on the 19th floor, and your office has already been prepared. Miss Jiang Yan, your office is next to Professor Wang's, and considering your health. Yours is a bit more inward so that no one will disturb you. Also, your current workload is not heavy, so please take care of your health. It is the most important. Professor Wang replied, Okay, thank you, Dean. Jiang Yan also said to Ji Wufeng, Thank you, Dean. Ji Wufeng looked at Jiang Yan and Professor Wang, then said, You can now go take a look at your offices and organize your things. By the way, the entire 9th floor is your office space. The people inside can move around freely, just don't go too far. Professor Wang and Jiang Yan nodded to Ji Wufeng. And then Professor Wang took Jiang Yan to the 19th floor of the Interstellar Research Institute headquarters. When they arrived, they found that everyone was busy with their tasks. In the center of the 19th floor, there were some items from Earth, and the staff were translating these items. They did not notice that Jiang Yan and Professor Wang had arrived. Jiang Yan saw a staff member holding a fragment of paper and projecting it, discussing it with others. Jiang Yan took a closer look and recognized it as the Peepa Xing she had studied in middle school. She began to recite it. On the streets of Xiwenyang, sending off guests at night, maple leaves and reeds whispering in the autumn chill, the director dismounts to greet the guests at the boat. Who weeps the most in the seats? The green shirt of Sima of Jiangzhou is wet. Jiang Yan recited it from memory, as she was very familiar with it, having been punished by her teacher for whispering with her deskmate while the teacher was explaining the text. One of the researchers wearing glasses asked Jiang Yan, Are you sure this is correct? Jiang Yan nodded and said, Yes, this is a must-memorize text from high school Chinese class in Huagua. I was even punished by the teacher for copying it, so I definitely remember. The researcher with glasses replied, But this is an ancient text of Huagua, and there were no high schools back then. How do you know? Jiang Yan patiently explained to the researcher, This is indeed an ancient text of Huagua, but later, Huagua included it in the must-know list, so I learned it. I also know what the translation means. If you want, I can explain it to you. At this moment, Professor Wang said to Lin Mu, this is Jiang Yan. You can trust what she says about the previous materials. Lin Mu, the glasses-wearing researcher, said, I'm sorry, but could you please write this in Interstellar script? Jiang Yan smiled and replied, Of course, no problem. Just give me a piece of paper, or I can write it directly on a light brain, and you can take a picture. Professor Wang said to Jiang Yan, Write this in the characters used in Huagua at that time, and then translate it directly on the light brain. Jiang Yan nodded, quickly finished writing, and also completed the translation on the light brain. She then said to Professor Wang, I can't write the characters from that era, so I didn't write them. Professor Wang nodded and said, Okay, no problem. Chapter 105 just arrived and already working overtime after Jiang Yan finished. She said to Lin Mu, Is there anything else? If you see any more of these characters, please send them to me. If I see them, I will translate them. For Jiang Yan, translating these materials was just a matter of convenience, and she was eager to translate more as she hadn't seen the characters from her previous life for a long time. Lin Mu nodded and said, Yes, there are plenty more. Jiang Yan replied, Then please help me find some more later, but just give me a little each day. If you bring too much, I won't be able to translate it all. Lin Mu nodded and then said to Jiang Yan, You're Miss Jiang Yan, right? I saw you on Interstellar Entertainment News before. It's amazing that you can recognize what this says. Jiang Yan smiled and said, It's not that amazing. It's just that this is my old script. I still recognize it, just like you all recognize Interstellar script. When I was at the Interstellar Research Institute branch, I didn't understand Interstellar script at all and drove Professor Wang crazy. Right, Professor Wang? When Professor Wang heard Jiang Yan mention him, he said to the researchers around, That's true. When she first came to the branch, she could only help me differentiate the characters and couldn't do anything else. Fortunately, she learned Interstellar script later and picked it up quickly. It's all about practice. Jiang Yan smiled at Lin Mu and said, Exactly, it's all about practice. I can only recognize the Interstellar script I know. If you give me a rare character, I want to know it. Well, now everyone should get back to work. Professor Wang and I will go organize our things. Professor Wang added, Everyone should get back to work. I'll call you later for a small meeting. Now, Jiang Yan and I will tidy up our things. Everyone, please get back to work. After Professor Wang finished speaking, everyone returned to their tasks. And Jiang Yan hurried to her office to organize her things. Jiang Yan's office was larger than Professor Wang's. Jiang Yan was initially a bit shy, but Professor Wang said he didn't have much to do and could go to the small office. letting her feel at ease in the big office. Jiang Yan would be translating all day, and there would definitely be no shortage of work. Moreover, Professor Wang knew that Jiang Yan disliked trouble and preferred peace and quiet. So, he let her stay in the big office, and Jiang Yan didn't refuse and began organizing. Sitting in the office chair and looking out at the scenery, Jiang Yan felt invigorated. She thought today was a day full of energy. She asked Lin Mu to bring her the materials, not expecting him to hand her an entire stack. Lin Mu placed the items on the coffee table and said to Jiang Yan, "These are just a small portion of what was sorted out from the 19th floor. The rest will be sent to you once I finish organizing." Jiang Yan glanced at the items on the table and slowly replied, "I understand, but I might not be able to finish translating all of this right now. It might take some time. Are you in a hurry to use it? If not, could you help me find the urgent items first? I'll look at those for the reporters first. The less urgent ones I can take my time with. Does that work for you?" Lin Mu replied, "The urgent items are only a small part of what's here. You can take your time with the rest. No need to rush." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll send them to you once I'm done." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Lin Mu left, and she began translating the stack of materials on the table frantically. This year, the speed was actually quite fast because these materials were indeed texts from their era, making them not difficult to translate. However, there were just too many items, an entire stack. Even with Jiang Yan's speed, it took her the whole day, and by the time she finished, it was already time to get off work. Professor Wang knocked on the door and said to Jiang Yan, "It's time to go. Your workday is over." Jiang Yan looked at the few paper documents left on the table and said to Professor Wang, "Why don't you go first? I'm almost done with this. I want to finish it up." Professor Wang looked at the stack of documents on the table and asked Jiang Yan, "Do you need help with the remaining items? How long do you think it will take to finish?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "There isn't much left. Just a few sheets of paper. I can finish it up and then leave. It should take about 20 minutes. You can go ahead. I'll wait here a bit longer." Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you a little while. By the way, the people on the 19th floor said they're going out for dinner tonight. Do you want to join?" Jiang Yan smiled and said to Professor Wang, "I think I'll pass. You all enjoy yourselves. Once I finish this, I'll head home. Maybe next time we could go together." Hearing Jiang Yan say that, Professor Wang didn't insist and said, "Okay, then I'll leave first. Make sure to go home early. Send me a message when you get back." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, Professor Wang, I got it. You can go." After Professor Wang left, Jiang Yan sat back down in her office and continued organizing the materials, finishing it up in half an hour. Once she was done, Jiang Yan grabbed her small bag and walked towards the entrance of the Interstellar Research Institute. As she reached the entrance, she saw the Shen family's car already parked there. Just as she arrived, Shen Li noticed her and got out of the car, saying, "Why are you out so late? Did something hold you up?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "I was just organizing some materials. I wanted to finish it before leaving, so I ended up half an hour late. Sorry for keeping you waiting." Shen Li shook his head and said, "I just got here too, so I haven't waited long." "Did you start working overtime as soon as you arrived today?" Jiang Yan responded, "No, it's not like I started working overtime right away. I just saw the texts from our era, and they need to be translated manually. No one else can do it, but I can, so I was translating." Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and said, "Then don't rush. Take your time with the translation." Jiang Yan shook her head and replied, "I volunteered for overtime because I haven't seen those texts in a long time. When I saw them, I was really excited and wanted to translate them so more interstellar people could know that our era had many excellent works. I want them to understand the meaning." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and ruffled her hair, saying, "I understand your feelings. But when you work overtime, you need to pay attention to your health. You can't keep working all the time." Jiang Yan nodded and promised Shen Li, "I know, I'll work overtime in the future. I'll just keep the remaining items for later. I was just too excited to see them today. Let us go home." Shen Li took Jiang Yan's hand, and they got into the hover car to head home. "Did Shen Yan listen to you well today? How did he perform?" Jiang Yan asked Shen Li while enjoying the fruits he had prepared for her in the car. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and handed her the water he had prepared, saying, "He performed well today. He learned some new knowledge and worked on strengthening his mental power. Overall, he did quite well." While sipping her drink, Jiang Yan replied, "He truly is our son. I need to praise him when we get back. Kids need encouragement to do better. You can't always be strict with him. You need to praise him more, okay? Shen Li answered, I know, don't worry. I'll try to praise him more in the future. The two of them chatted for a while in the hovercar before arriving at the Shen family's villa. Once they arrived, Jiang Yan got out first and saw Shen Yin waiting at the door for her. As soon as Shen Yin saw Jiang Yan get out of the car, he ran over and said, Mom, you're finally back. I missed you so much while you were at work today. I'm going to study hard from now on. Jiang Yan picked up Shen Yin and walked towards the living room. Oh, really? Then tell Mom what you learned today. Do you want to eat something delicious tonight? Mom will cook for you. Shen Yin, being held by Jiang Yan, replied, I learned math and physics today. This afternoon, I also worked with Dad on strengthening my mental power, but I don't know if it helped. I think it should be useful. You don't have to cook tonight. Grandpa and Grandma asked Chef Li to make dinner for them. All right, we understand. Mom, one tea cook tonight. When Mom has a day off on Saturday and Sunday, I'll make lots of delicious food for our little Yin, okay? Jiang Yan said, while putting Shen Yin down. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Yin kissed her on the cheek and said, okay, when Mom goes out, she can cook for me. As Jiang Yan entered the living room with Shen Yin in her arms, Zhang Ruoyan saw them and hurriedly ran over. Zhang Run anxiously said to Jiang Yan, come on, Jiang Yan, let me hold him. Come here, Grandma wants to hug Yin. Shen Yin replied, but I want Mom to hold me. Mom hasn't hugged me in a long time. Jiang Yan smiled at Zhang Ruoyan and said, it's all right. I can hold him. Zhang Ruoyan said to Shen Yin, little Yin, when Mommy is holding you, don't move around, okay? What if Mommy drops you? After saying that, she turned to Jiang Yan and said, and you, it's fine to hold him now, but when your belly gets bigger later, you shouldn't hold him anymore. What if something happens? Jiang Yan replied, I understand, when my belly gets bigger, I won't hold little Yin anymore. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin said to Jiang Yan, Mom, how about I get down? What if I mention the brother or sister in your belly? Jiang Yan smiled and said to Shen Yin, it's okay. Mommy believes you one tea kick around. I'll put you down after I go to work, and we can sit on the sofa and play for a while, okay? Shen Yin obediently nodded and said, okay, I'll be good and one tea move around. Mommy, just put me on the sofa and then let me down. Zhang Ruoyan watched as Jiang Yan took Shen Yin off the sofa, finally feeling relieved. At this moment, Zhang Ruoyan was probably thinking about finding a chance to remind Jiang Yan about what to pay attention to during pregnancy. Not just Jiang Yan, but also Shen Li should be informed. Just as Jiang Yan and Shen Yin sat down on the sofa, Shen Li came over. After arriving, he directly sat down next to Jiang Yan. Seeing Shen Li sit down, Zhang Ruoyan asked, Xiao Li, do you have anything to do these days? Shen Li looked at Zhang Ruoyan and slowly replied, no, Mom, I don't have anything to do these days. Why? After hearing this, Zhang Ruoyan said, if you don't have anything to do, come in my room. I have something to tell you. And Jiang Yan, if you have nothing, you can come over with Shen Li. I'll talk to both of you. Jiang Yan and Shen Li nodded, thinking that since they had free time these days, they would go find Zhang Ruoyan to see what she wanted to discuss with them. Zhang Ruoyan was just going to tell Shen Li and Jiang Yan about the things to pay attention to during pregnancy. It wasn't anything serious. Jiang Yan and Shen Li went to listen for a few days. During these days, Jiang Yan slept with Shen Li and Shen Yin at night. And in the morning, Shen Li would drop Jiang Yan off at the entrance of the Interstellar Research Academy for work. In the afternoon, he would drive the hover car to pick Jiang Yan up after work. Chapter 107. Interstellar History Press Conference. Jiang Yan, as usual, was sent to the Interstellar Research Academy by Shen Li in his hover car. Like every Monday, representatives from each floor went to the headquarters for the morning meeting. However, the 19th floor was an exception. Jiang Yan and Professor Wang attended together. The original person in charge of the 19th floor was Professor Wang, but Jiang Yan, being the last human in the entire interstellar realm, had very important opinions. During the morning meeting, Jiang Yan was also able to pinpoint some issues directly, so it was just Professor Wang and Jiang Yan who attended for the 19th floor. Ji Wufeng, as usual, talked about the tasks for the week at the Interstellar Research Academy, then looked at Jiang Yan and said, this time our Interstellar Research Academy will hold a press conference with the Interstellar newspaper. The purpose is to let more people understand the previous history. Does anyone have any other views or opinions on this? The person in charge of the 17th floor replied, I think for this topic, we can choose some interesting and vivid events to attract the public's interest. The person in charge of the 28th floor continued, I agree with the 17th floor's opinion. In the past, we usually chose broader topics, which are more framework-based, making it hard to attract the interest of interstellar citizens. That is why not many people watched our press conference in previous years. Only some professionals paid attention. The person in charge of the 33rd floor also spoke up. I think this issue really needs attention. Since our goal is to let interstellar citizens understand and learn about interstellar history, we should approach it from a resonance perspective. That would help a lot. The person in charge of the 42nd floor said, I also think so. Let's invite some good-looking people this time, and send some younger individuals to see if we can raise the interest level. At this moment, Jiang Yan spoke to the floor representatives, well, I think I can help. Once you choose the topic, I can also assist in writing the press release. Ji Wufeng looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of Miss Jiang Yan's appearance? I think she looks quite good. The person in charge of the 42nd floor looked at Jiang Yan and said, I also think so. Miss Jiang Yan is definitely more beautiful than the first beauty of our star level. Once these words were spoken, the representatives from other floors all agreed, and Ji Wufeng slowly said, Then how about we replace the spokesperson this time with Jiang Yan? Does anyone have any objections? If so, please speak up. At this moment, Professor Wang, who had been silent, spoke up. I think it's fine, but in previous years, the press conference lasted for several days. I believe this might be a bit too much for Jiang Yan's body. Ji Wufeng listened to Professor Wang and thought for a moment, then said to the floor representatives, Indeed, in previous years, our press conferences were held for 7 consecutive days, and the intense mental strain is not suitable. Jiang Yan actually wanted to fight for this opportunity, as it could help more people understand what the previous world was like. She still hoped to let more interstellar citizens learn about the past history. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and then said to Ji Wufeng and the floor supervisors, I think since we're discussing interstellar history, we should talk about the history of each stage. Isn't it 7 days? We can divide it by days. I can talk for a few days. Everyone's preferences are different, so each person can handle their own stage. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Ji Wufeng felt it made a lot of sense. The previous press conferences were the most troublesome times for the Interstellar Research Academy, because not many interstellar citizens attended. Those who did were mostly professionals in the field of interstellar history, and even the number of applicants was high. Therefore, during the explanation, it inadvertently leaned towards them. This time, it was indeed time to shift the thinking direction. Ji Wufeng thought for a moment, and then said to the floor representatives, I think we can assign one person to speak each day about different stages of history, and we should also pay attention to the focus of the students' exam questions. Then everyone looked at the stages, and each floor representative was in charge of the chronological order, so everyone would elect someone good-looking from their floor. Is that okay? The floor representatives all nodded at Ji Wufeng. Then Ji Wufeng said to everyone, So this time, will we still use the previous newspaper? The floor representatives were actually not interested in this. The viewership was already low, and it didn't matter what newspaper it was. At this moment, Jiang Yan raised her hand and said to Ji Wufeng, I think the Yu Luo newspaper will be fine. Can we use the Yu Luo newspaper? I have shares in the Yu Luo newspaper, and Yu Ming will definitely do a good job. What do you all think? Ji Wufeng looked at Jiang Yan and said, We shouldn't let the benefits flow to outsiders, right? Jiang Yan nodded and replied, Yes, we shouldn't let the benefits flow to outsiders. What does everyone think? Ji Wufeng looked at the heads of various floors and then spoke to Jiang Yan. Then let's go with the Moonset newspaper. You let Yu Ming come find me tomorrow, and I'll discuss it with him. This seems like a lucrative opportunity, but the conversion rate is actually very low, so it could be said to be a thankless task. And there's no traffic. Jiang Yan looked at Ji Wufeng and then said to him, You put me first, the last pure human explanation in the entire star universe. Let's see if there's any traffic. Ji Wufeng thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Yan, Indeed, anything related to you has never lost its popularity. It seems I really have to put you first. The pressure is a bit high, so you must take care of your health. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family member will tear down my building. Jiang Yan replied, I understand. Don't worry. I will definitely take care of my health. So it's settled. We'll use the Moonset newspaper. Ji Wufeng looked at Jiang Yan and then said to the heads of various floors, Then it's decided on the Moonset newspaper. As for how to select the speakers, Each floor will choose their own, and then give me the list. After Ji Wufeng finished speaking, the heads of various floors returned to their respective floors to arrange matters. Because this history is divided into different phases, they will discuss it by major phases. This means several floors need to select one person to talk about the history of that phase. As for Jiang Yan, from the 11th to the 20th floor, she mainly talked about the situation on Earth at that time, which was the most straightforward, so the main speaker for the first phase is undoubtedly Jiang Yan. However, for the other 6 phases of interstellar historical development, Jiang Yan really knows nothing and is powerless. Therefore, she does not know who the candidates are for the other 6 phases of interstellar historical development. Regarding the decision for Earth's history to be Jiang Yan, she began to discuss some aspects of material selection with Professor Wang. Professor Wang said to Jiang Yan, "Actually, I've talked about the history of Earth before in a conference, but it was a press conference where you could see the bullet screen feedback from the interstellar audience. However, it might have been too dry and uninteresting before. So at that time, the bullet screen comments from the interstellar audience were mostly academic discussions, and the original intention of the Interstellar Historical Press Conference has changed." Professor Wang continued, "It's become a common discussion of academics, and the topics chosen were also focused, as many were students from advanced historical industries, which is particularly many students. So they also discussed some exam highlights." Huh? Hearing Professor Wang's words, Jiang Yan was stunned. She really has no way regarding the exam highlights. The interstellar history she knows about Earth is incomplete. Among these incomplete parts, she needs to find some focal points to serve as exam questions. "Professor Wang, I really have no way to do this. I haven't taken an exam here, and I'm not clear about the exam highlights here. What should we do?" Professor Wang listened to Jiang Yan and acknowledged that this was indeed the case, as they hadn't gone through the interstellar exam either. Then Professor Wang said to Jiang Yan, "It's okay, I can first find the history books about Earth from the clean history and let you take a look. If you need to add anything, you can do so, and then we can complete the focal points together." Jiang Yan said to Professor Wang, "Thank you. Do you know when the students studying ancient Earth history will have their exams?" Professor Wang thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Yan, "About 4 months from now, a little over 4 months. Jiang Yan suddenly smiled and said to Professor Wang, "Professor, the current materials regarding ancient Earth research are incomplete. Moreover, some parts may even be incorrect. Are we really going to let these students take an exam on incorrect material?" Professor Wang, hearing Jiang Yan's words, asked in confusion, "So what do you want?" Chapter 1, Section 1. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "So, I think for this exam, I could go to the new historical research group to set the questions for them." Professor Wang said to Jiang Yan, "You won't make it too difficult for them, will you?" Jiang Yan responded, "It shouldn't be. Once this press conference is over, I can discuss with the historical department at the Interstellar Education Bureau about setting questions for these students. History is always developing, and they should adapt." Professor Wang looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Indeed, once this is over, you can contact the Interstellar Education Department." Jiang Yan nodded and said to Professor Wang, "Then please help me with some books about Earth, and let me see the focal points of those students' materials so I can inform them later." Professor Wang nodded and said, "All right, no problem. You can look at the general history of interstellar history regarding Earth here, and I'll go out to help you find the books." After Professor Wang left, Jiang Yan began to browse through the interstellar history books that had been sitting in the corner. She found that the interstellar history book divided Earth's history into 3 parts: ancient history, war history, and modern history. As she looked, she suddenly realized why the research on Earth's history was always lagging behind. It was simply too incomplete. Jiang Yan could only take out paper and a pen from the drawer, jotting down the missing parts bit by bit. Because there are only a few days left until the Interstellar Research History Press Conference, less than a week. So Jiang Yan could only mark the parts that were indeed correct and write them down in her notebook. Fortunately, there was still time to prepare for this research release. This time frame was enough for her to prepare thoroughly, ensuring that the press conference wouldn't be too rushed. By the time she finished work, Jiang Yan took several books and her notebook home. When Shen Li came to pick her up, he saw the things Jiang Yan was carrying and quickly took them, asking, "Why are you carrying so much today? Are you going to work late, or are you taking them home and not bringing them back?" Jiang Yan cheerfully replied, "I told you that in a few days, The main hospital will hold the press conference for the interstellar history, and we need to find people to speak in phases. I'm the speaker for the first phase, so I need to prepare thoroughly. I want all-star citizens to know more about interstellar history before, so I have to prepare well. That's why I brought these back. I'll be working extra hours these days. Seeing Jiang Yan's happy expression, Shen Li said, "All right, you can prepare when you get back, but you can't prepare too late. Otherwise, I will force you to rest." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "I know. I promise I won't work too late. I will sleep on time, so don't worry." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and nodded, saying, "Okay, then I will just sit next to you and watch you." "All right, then you can sit next to me and supervise me," Jiang Yan replied. Shen Li pulled Jiang Yan's hand and said, "Sure, no problem. I'll supervise you to sleep on time and to prepare your work seriously." Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, "Okay, no problem. Let's hurry home. The sooner we get back, the sooner I can start preparing. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if I'm not ready for the Interstellar History press conference." Shen Li pulled Jiang Yan and said, "All right, let's go home." Chapter 109. Starting the Interstellar History press conference. Fortunately, Jiang Yan is a time traveler. She may not know the previous history very well, but as a liberal arts student, her grasp of history won't be too poor. Jiang Yan carefully flipped through the previous interstellar history books about Earth, and the next day, she communicated with Yueming early in the morning to promote the event in advance. Jiang Yan was worried that there would be a lot of people coming to listen. 30 minutes before the Interstellar History Conference began, Jiang Yan was preparing in the back. Shen Li handed her a cup and said, "How is it? Don't be nervous. Relax." Jiang Yan took the cup from Shen Li and took a sip, responding, "I know, I'll relax. Just leave it to me later." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and placed a hand around her waist. Due to her pregnancy, Jiang Yan wore a more loose and comfortable dress for this conference. At 5 months along, she didn't appear to be showing yet. Shen Li said to her, "Be careful later. Shen Yan and I will be watching you backstage, so don't worry." At that moment, Shen Yan also came over to Jiang Yan, saying, "Yeah, Mom, you mustn't be nervous." Jiang Yan looked at Shen Yan, ruffled his little head, and said, "Don't worry, Mom's not nervous. The one who should be nervous isn't me." She said this with a mysterious air, not revealing much to Shen Yan. Shen Li, curious, said, "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing who gets nervous." Jiang Yan replied, "Just wait and see." Shen Li said, "Okay, I got it. But now, you need to get ready to go on stage. Otherwise, you'll be anxious later." Jiang Yan stood up, lifted her dress, and said to Shen Li and Shen Yan, "I'll head out now. Remember to watch my performance." Shen Li nodded and said, "Okay, got it." Shen Yan also encouraged Jiang Yan, "Okay, Mom, you can do it. I believe in you." With the encouragement from Shen Li and Shen Yan, Jiang Yan headed towards the venue of the Interstellar History Conference. As she arrived, the trial speech was just beginning, and Yueming was already delivering the opening remarks. "Hello, Interstellar friends. I am Yueming from the Moonfall News Agency. Welcome to this Interstellar History Conference, co-broadcasted by the Interstellar Research Institute and the Moonfall News Agency. Thank you to all interstellar citizens for watching." Yueming, dressed in a suit with a crystal brooch, appeared very charming. The comments on the screen were urging Yueming to invite Jiang Yan on stage. Yueming noticed the comments and read aloud. "It seems everyone is looking forward to the interstellar history presentation by Jiang Yan, the last human in the entire interstellar realm." He continued, "Now, let us invite Miss Jiang Yan to explain the history of Earth in interstellar history." As Yueming finished speaking, Jiang Yan gracefully walked out in her dress. Although the dress was somewhat loose, it looked beautiful on her. When the audience saw Jiang Yan, the comments were filled with praise for her appearance. Jiang Yan walked towards Yueming and the interstellar citizens, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yan, the last human in the entire interstellar realm. I believe no one understands the previous history better than I do in this interstellar age." Yueming responded, "Indeed, no one in this interstellar era understands the history of the previous world better than you, so it's fitting for you to give this explanation." "Thank you, Miss Jiang Yan, for taking on this explanation. Now the Moonfall News Agency will provide a live broadcast for interstellar citizens. Please proceed to the podium, Miss Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan nodded at Yueming and walked to the podium. Under the lights, her purple dress looked even more stunning. Once at the podium, She projected her speech outline into the air. Looking at the hundreds of pages of material, she began, "This is an outline I prepared. It contains everything I have learned before. I can assure you that it is very objective, with no personal bias. If I have my own opinions, I will specify them separately, so feel free to take screenshots of this summary." Jiang Yan pointed to the outline and said, "Now I will start. This history differs significantly from what is recorded in previous interstellar histories, so students preparing for exams should pay attention, especially those studying ancient Earth in the interstellar history major. This might overturn what you've learned." Now, some might be curious why this will overturn previous studies in interstellar history. Of course, some will be, and some won't. So let me explain. After finishing her introduction, Jiang Yan flipped to the next page of her outline and paused to look at the comments, which were filled with question marks. Noticing this, she calmly said, "Previously, interstellar history divided Earth's eras into ancient, modern, and contemporary. This division isn't entirely problematic, but the time frames are incorrect. Interstellar history classifies ancient history up to the First World War, modern history up to the crisis on Earth, and contemporary history as the time when environmental crises arose until humanity left Earth. This classification of time is very incorrect. In the beginning, Earth had dinosaurs, and after a period, we entered the Ice Age, leading to their extinction. The subsequent era lasted a long time until cells began to appear and evolve into various forms of life, including humans. Humans actually evolved from apes, starting with the cave dwellers during a matriarchal society. This process took thousands of years, leading to ancient history, which transitioned to modern history with the discovery of the steam engine, and then to contemporary history with the world wars, continuing to the present. Thus, I assert that this division of time is incorrect. This means that the history of this period is chaotic. I have seen the modern history in later interstellar histories, which is more comprehensive. However, I can't say how comprehensive it really is since I wasn't there, so I might not be very detailed in the later parts. I hope you all can be forgiving. If you have questions, just send in the comments. I'll be watching. Now, let us get started. Jiang Yan then began her presentation. At first, she was a bit nervous because this was interstellar history, and she couldn't afford to make mistakes. Therefore, she spoke very carefully. Jiang Yan was also concerned that her explanation might not be engaging enough to capture the interest of the interstellar citizens. In reality, she was doing great. She just didn't realize it. The interstellar citizens noticed her nervousness and began encouraging her in the comments not to be nervous. Seeing the supportive comments helped Jiang Yan gradually find her rhythm. She even interacted with the audience in the comments. As Jiang Yan continued her presentation, the audience became more engaged, and she herself became absorbed in her explanation. She accidentally exceeded the scheduled time. She originally planned for 3 hours in the morning, for in the afternoon, with a 2-hour break in between. However, she ended up speaking for over 9 hours. By the time she finished, the number of viewers had increased several times compared to the beginning. When Jiang Yan concluded, the comments were filled with requests for her to present again the next day, with many expressing their enjoyment of her explanations. So this is what history was like. It's really fascinating. I wish I could live in the previous world. Jiang Yan will continue to speak tomorrow, right? If she doesn't speak, I won't come to listen. I originally came to listen because of the last human in the galaxy. If she doesn't speak, I won't listen. Jiang Yan looked at the bullet comments and then explained to them that there will be someone speaking tomorrow. Today, I only talked about Earth's history. If you want me to explain the later interstellar history, I can't do that either. How can I explain it correctly? The later speaker will have a very exciting explanation. Everyone can listen to it. It's also very vivid. All right, today's explanation ends here. The speaker is Jiang Yan. Thank you all for listening. Thank you again for coming to listen. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she went off the stage and slumped onto the sofa backstage. Jiang Yan turned to Shen Li and asked, "How was it? How do you think I did? Was it okay?" Shen Li sat beside Jiang Yan and rubbed her legs, saying that today's explanation was very good, and he had paused for a long time while listening. He thought Jiang Yan's condition was great today, and he even helped her look at the bullet comments, which were all praising her for doing well. So, her efforts weren't in vain. Jiang Yan proudly tilted her head and said to Shen Li, "Of course I did well. Otherwise, how could I live up to being the last human in the county?" Shen Li replied, "Yes." Chapter 1. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and said, I really feel tired today. Although I sat on a stool to talk after moving it. It really consumed a lot of brain cells. I feel like it will take several days to replenish them. Shen Li listened to Jiang Yan and replied, Then I'll have Chef Li prepare some brain-boosting food for you when we get back. You should eat some. Jiang Yan nodded and said to Shen Li, I think it's a good idea. I really need to eat something to boost my brain. Shen Li, I can't think straight right now. Why don't you wait a moment? And after the people leave, you can carry me to the hover car, and we can go home together. I don't want to walk at all right now. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, Are you feeling a bit tired now? Should I take you back? Jiang Yan asked Shen Li, Aren't there a lot of people outside now? Will there be traffic? Shen Li smiled and reassured Jiang Yan, No, don't worry. Come on, I'll carry you back. Jiang Yan obediently nodded at Shen Li, who then princess carried her and turned to Shen Yan, saying, Let's go, son. The two of us will take Mom home to rest. Mom is a bit tired from talking today, so we should go home together. Shen Yan knew that Jiang Yan was a bit tired today and said to Shen Li, Okay, I'll follow behind you, Dad. You take Mom back. When Shen Li picked up Jiang Yan and got onto the hover car, Jiang Yan had already fallen asleep in Shen Li's arms. Shen Li carried Jiang Yan back and laid her on the bed. Shen Yan didn't stay by Jiang Yan's side to rest this time. He went back to his room to sleep, afraid of disturbing Jiang Yan's rest. Jiang Yan slept until noon the next day before waking up. After waking up, Jiang Yan touched her belly and went down to the living room. At this time, the Shen family had just finished eating and were talking in the living room. When they saw Jiang Yan up, they quickly said to her, Xiao Jiang, I had Chef Li make your favorite sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, and rice. And he also made you seafood congee. You should eat the seafood congee first to settle your stomach, and then eat the others. Don't eat too quickly. You just woke up. Jiang Yan replied to Zhang Ruoyan, I got it. Thank you, Annie. I'm indeed a bit hungry. I woke up because I was hungry. Maybe I was too tired from talking yesterday. I've rested enough now, and after I eat, I'll be the energetic me again. Zhang Ruoyan responded, Okay, then you eat first, and after you finish, you can return to being the energetic Jiang Yan. You know, after your speech yesterday, the entire history of the galaxy has been overturned. Now the entire research base is full of people looking for literature, trying to overturn your conclusions or their previous conclusions. There are many contradictions, but under your explanation, they can be discussed. However, there are still some aspects that haven't been addressed yet, and they may need your help later. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I understand. The history of the galaxy isn't very complete. What I spoke about was just my previous understanding of history. So their history might not connect, but some things can still be connected, so when I look into it later, I can piece it together. Now the entire history of the galaxy has been overturned, and they are busy. Chapter 111. Everyone is here to find Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and then smiled at Shen Li, saying, It seems the students in the Interstellar History Research Program have a lot on their plates. Do you think they will hate me? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and understood what she meant. The entire history of the galaxy regarding Earth has now been overturned. The students at the Interstellar Research Institute, not to mention the students of interstellar studies, even the teachers and professors are now studying the correctness of what Jiang Yan said. It's not that they don't believe it, but they still need to research it. After all, this is a big deal, not just a trivial matter, and they need to study it to feel more assured. Shen Li slowly said to Jiang Yan, Don't worry, who dares to mess with you? The Shen family won't let them get away with it. Do they really think that I, Colonel Shen, and the Shen family are just sitting around? Just focus on doing what you want to do, and leave the rest to me. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and slowly replied, I understand. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble. But if trouble comes my way, I won't back down. I will fight back, okay? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, Okay, I know. We are not afraid of trouble. You can do whatever you want. I will support you. Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li and said, I know, I want to go see the Interstellar Research Group. I can't let the people studying the Earth's interstellar history write some sloppy answers. That would be very incorrect for the history research room. How can I get in touch with them? I don't even know how to, and the current historical data isn't clearly organized. Shen Li rubbed Jiang Yan's head and said, It's okay. I believe the Interstellar Research Group will come looking for you. They will be busy later. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, What busy work? I'm in an administrative position. I don't have to do anything physically. I just need to use my brain. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, I know you want more people to understand the history of your time, but you still need to take care of your health. Okay? Jiang Yan smiled and replied, I know, I definitely know. My health is my own. I will take good care of it. Health is the most important. Without it, what can I do? Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, as long as you know. Come on, let's go out for a walk. Jiang Yan nodded and said, okay, let's go. As soon as Jiang Yan and Shen Li walked out of the Shen family's main door, several interstellar spaceships had already parked at the entrance. Jiang Yan and Shen Li looked at the interstellar spaceships at the door and slowly said, wow, did they come so quickly? It shouldn't be so soon, right? I don't think it should be. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, I think they are here to find you. Why don't you go take a look? Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li, and the two of them walked towards the interstellar spaceship at the door. The people who got off were all old men with white beards and white hair, and when they saw Jiang Yan, they couldn't care less about etiquette or appearances, and walked straight toward her. One of the newcomers in a brown outfit said to Jiang Yan, You are Jiang Yan, right? I'm from the Interstellar History Research Team, and I came to discuss what you said at the press conference yesterday. Before the old man in the brown outfit could finish, another old man in a blue outfit interrupted. Go away, Jiang Yan is not yours. She's from the Interstellar Research Institute. Wait until I finish speaking before you come over. Don't be so annoying. The man in the brown outfit, clearly angry, replied, Old Tang, don't go too far. I'm telling you. Old Tang, unfazed, said it doesn't matter. Old Lin, she is mine, so you can step aside. Hearing this, Shen Li coldly said, She is mine, not yours. Professor Lin, be careful with your words next time. Jiang Yan is my fiancé. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li's childish behavior and then addressed Professors Tang and Lin. Are both of you here to see me? Both old men nodded and replied, Yes, we are here for you. Seeing the people following these two professors, Jiang Yan slowly said, Since you all are here for me, why don't we go inside to talk? We can't just stand outside. Professor Tang nodded and said, All right, let's go in then. Sorry for the disturbance. Shen Li said to Tang, It's fine. Come with me. I'll find you a meeting room where you won't be disturbed. After saying that, Shen Li took Jiang Yan and walked out first. Chapter 112. Passionate discussion as Shen Li and Jiang Yan led Professors Tang and Lin. They happened to see many professors from the Ancient Earth Research Institute coming in. Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Gaoan quickly came out to greet them. But these experts in ancient Earth history had no extra thoughts to talk to Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Gaoan. Professor Lin addressed them recently. We have caused a lot of trouble, and we really feel bad about it. We will send gifts when we return, as we came here too hastily, and we are really sorry. Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Gaoan hurriedly waved and said, No, we are really happy and honored that you came. Zhang Ruoyan had already guessed that these people came because of Jiang Yan, but still asked, Why are you here? Professor Tang directly replied, Because of your daughter-in-law's speech yesterday. We are here to find Miss Jiang Yan. We know she is at the Shen family, so we came without permission. We are really sorry. Zhang Ruoyan quickly said, It's okay. Have you all eaten? If not, I can ask our chef to prepare a meal for you. Professor Lin waved his hand. No, we don't need to eat. We're just here to discuss the history of the stock market, and we will leave after that. Don't mind us. You all go about your business. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoyan quickly told Shen Li, Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and take the professors and Jiang Yan over. By the way, everyone should pay attention to resting and not overwork yourselves. After finishing, Zhang Ruoyan gave Shen Li a look, indicating him to take good care of Jiang Yan's health. Shen Li nodded at Zhang Ruoyan and then took the professors to the Shen family's conference room. After entering, Professors Lin and Tang said to Jiang Yan, Come, Miss Jiang Yan, you can sit in the main seat. Jiang Yan looked at the spacious conference room, which only had one seat, and quickly shook her head. No, I can sit on the side. I really don't need to sit there. Professor Tang said to her, You can sit there. Old Lin is from the Interstellar History Research Team, and I am from the Interstellar Research Institute. We can sit on both sides, so we can all hear what you're saying clearly. Seeing this, Jiang Yan nodded and said, All right, I will temporarily sit here. Now everyone, please take your seats. Shen Li did not sit down. After everyone was seated, he said to the interstellar professors, You can talk here. I will come to bring you food when it's time to eat, and you can take a break. Jiang Yan was the first to express her agreement to Shen Li. Professor Lin said, No need, we're not hungry. Shen Li replied to Professor Lin and the others. Even if you're not hungry, you still need to eat. All right, when you finish discussing, I will come to bring food, and then you can all take a break. Okay, I'm leaving now, so I won't disturb you. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Yan and said, and you, take care of your health, all right? Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li. Don't worry, I know my limits, and I will take good care of myself. Once Shen Li left, Jiang Yan addressed Professors Tang and Lin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is not something that can be finished in a short while, so when the time comes, we should still take a break for a meal. Professor Tang said, It's fine. We have nothing to say. We do not need a break. We are in great health. However, Jiang Yan looked at them and said, But I need a rest. I stayed up very late preparing, and I haven't rested well. If I don't rest well, the Interstellar Child Protection Law will come to me for accountability, so everyone should eat when it's time and take a break. After resting, we can continue. After Jiang Yan said this, Professors Lin and Tang understood the situation and said to her, Okay, when it's time, we will take a break. We still need to take care of our health. Jiang Yan slowly said, I really feel very sorry. If it were just me, it would actually be fine. So let's start now. Where should I begin? Professor Lin replied, Anywhere is fine. You speak, and we will listen. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan said, Then I will start. I will talk about what is in the textbooks, but there are many historical aspects I actually don't know, so I can only provide a general overview. The specifics still rely on everyone's research. Professor Tang said to Jiang Yan, That's right, history is always developing. Our study of history is to validate the past or to overturn it. Jiang Yan said, All right, then I will start. Let us first talk about human history. Previously, the Earth's tectonic plates were united, but later the continents collided and split into 7 plates. Jiang Yan began to share what she knew little by little, and Professors Lin and Tang listened very attentively. Jiang Yan explained in great detail, sharing everything she knew, but the previous history was indeed extensive, and Jiang Yan spoke very thoroughly. Before they knew it, Shen Li came back with mechanical servants who quickly brought the food over. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, Let's go eat. I've brought your meal over. Let's eat in that small room over there, take a short break, and then come back to continue. Is that okay? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and nodded. Sure, let's go over together. Jiang Yan stood up and said to Professors Tang and Lin, Well, I'm going to eat and take a break now. Someone will come and clean up after you finish eating. After you finish, everyone can review, and we can continue later. Professors Lin and Tang felt they might need a break and nodded to Jiang Yan. Okay, go rest with Shen Li. We will review here by ourselves. After Jiang Yan said this, she went with Shen Li to the room next to the conference room. As soon as Jiang Yan entered, she saw a lot of delicious food laid out on the table. Shen Li said to Jiang Yan, These are all specially prepared for you. There is also a small bed over there. You can take a simple rest for a while and then continue. Jiang Yan nodded at Shen Li. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yan and Shen Li rested on the bed for a while before Jiang Yan continued on to the conference room, where the eager professors were waiting for her explanation. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's knowledge of history was quite good. Otherwise, it would have been hard to cope. Even so, she had only managed to finish the rough framework of history. And by the time she was done, the Interstellar Research meeting had just concluded, taking 6 days to cover just the basics. Professor Lin spoke to Jiang Yan, saying, Indeed, there might have been a lack of content previously, and the division of eras is also incorrect. I think we need to revise the textbook as soon as possible, because every year there are graduates from the Interstellar History and Ancient Earth majors. Delaying the revision will lead to more mistakes, so it needs to be done early. Professor Tang then chimed in, I believe we should first revise the entire history of interstellar Earth. This material is accessible to all interstellar citizens, and we must consider how to prevent the spread of incorrect ideas. Seeing the two professors arguing, Jiang Yan felt a bit helpless because both of their points were equally important, but she was just one person and everyone wanted her to help. Additionally, she was 5 months pregnant, which inevitably distracted her and slowed her work efficiency. This was the reason for the argument between the two old men. Both professors wanted Jiang Yan to join their group, fearing that the other would take her away. Chapter 113. Decision. Jiang Yan looked at Professors Lin and Tang and said apologetically, I'm sorry, professors, but I can't join you because my current situation is not suitable for high-intensity work. I can continue my work at the Interstellar Capital's Interstellar Research Institute. But I can't complete the historical research on ancient Earth all at once. I can only do it bit by bit, which won't be very efficient. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Professor Tang excitedly said, Yes, let's work at the Interstellar Research Institute. I understand you moved from another Interstellar Research Institute. I can help you with the work. Jiang Yan looked at Professor Tang and slowly replied, I think the research on the history of ancient Earth cannot be completed in one session, so it shouldn't be rushed. If you trust me, we can first research the framework I've outlined, and then I can fill in the details. Once that's sent out, it can serve as the exam for this group of interstellar research students specializing in ancient Earth history. After all, the young talents will be the mainstream of future times, and we should let them complete this exam first before continuing the editing. Preparing it now would indeed be challenging. But aren't there people from the Interstellar Research Institute and the Interstellar History Group here? We can work together to help these students pass their exams. Professor Tang, hearing Jiang Yan's suggestion, wanted to argue further and said, the number of students this time is less than the number of interstellar citizens. Many interstellar citizens are eager to learn about the history of Earth from your lecture. We should let them complete their studies first, so the entire interstellar citizenry can officially understand what the previous world was like and how wonderful it was. Jiang Yan nodded. Professor Tang's point was indeed reasonable. The number of students in historical research was few, making it a niche subject. The interest of interstellar citizens had been piqued, and if it could be further stimulated, it would greatly benefit the promotion of interstellar history. Jiang Yan addressed Professor Tang, saying, while that makes sense, the younger generation must have ideals for the nation and the nation to have hope. They will always be the driving force of the country, and they will be engaged in economic and historical research in the future. We can't let them study with incorrect history. That would be detrimental to the development of interstellar history. Besides, we are here, right? After the students finish their exams, we can work on the details together. This way, we can focus our energy on one thing. I think we should let the students finish their exams first. That would be better. What do you think? Professor Lin, being part of the Interstellar Education Research Group, naturally felt it was important for the students to take their exams first. I think we should let the students complete this exam first and then edit the interstellar history. Old Tang, our Interstellar History Research Group, has a wealth of experience. We can try to combine our efforts. What do you think? Let's have the students finish their exams, and then this group of old folks from the Teaching Research Group, will fully support you in completing your research. Professor Tang, despite his initial hesitation, was swayed by the discussion and nodded in agreement with Professor Lin, saying, Okay, then we will do our best to cooperate with you during this 4-month period. After the students finish their exams, we will work together to organize the interstellar history and ensure that more citizens have access to it. Professor Lin, knowing that Professor Tang would agree, smiled and reassured him, Don't worry, after the students finish their exams, I will do my best to help you. Everyone from our historical research group will come to assist. Jiang Yan looked at Professors Lin and Tang and said, If we allocate our tasks reasonably, we should be able to complete the students' teaching materials within a month. Then we can hold a live class about the exam points and let the students take their exams first. After all, the students will be the ones researching history in the future, and their understanding must be accurate for history to be correctly represented. Professor Lin nodded, acknowledging the validity of her point. He then said, I think that sounds good. I will arrange for people to rent an office here, and we can start organizing the teaching materials. Professor Tang looked at Professors Lin and Jiang Yan and remarked, Do you really need to rent a place? The Economic Research Institute is so large. Can't we free up a floor just for us? Besides, the rented place may not meet security requirements, and these materials are for the students. After considering it, Professor Lin agreed that it made sense. Since the teaching materials, exam questions, and designs must maintain a certain level of confidentiality, renting a place outside may not provide the same security as the Interstellar Research Institute. So, it was better to stay at the Interstellar Research Institute, where the security and confidentiality were very good, eliminating concerns about leaks. That would be a bit troublesome, but the confidentiality requirements are indeed very strict. The Interstellar Research Institute is better suited. So, let's hold our research at the Interstellar Research Institute. Old Tang, could you help us find a floor to use? Once we finish, We can continue editing the interstellar history for the students after their exams, Jiang Yan said. Professor Tang nodded and replied, Indeed, we should find a floor with good security. Whether it's for researching the interstellar history textbooks or our future research on interstellar history on Earth, the confidentiality requirements are indeed very high. I'll have someone look into it when I get back. If that doesn't work, we can add 2 more security measures. Professor Lin responded, That's true. Please prepare and bring your materials over as soon as possible. Let me know when you can get it done quickly. We need to get started because the students' exam time is ticking and they only have 4 months left. The focus will also be on preparing the exam questions and key points. Professor Tang thought for a moment and then said to Professor Lin that the empty floors are actually quite easy to find. With a little tidying up, they can free up a floor. However, the security system still needs to be installed by someone, which might take about 2 days. Professor Lin then spoke to the professors of the Interstellar History Research Group around him, saying that everyone should go back and tidy up their things, and that they would head to the Interstellar Research Academy in 2 days. After Professor Lin finished speaking, the professors of the Interstellar History Research Group began to head back. I also wanted to go back to prepare some things and inform my family about the situation. In the end, only Professor Lin and Professor Tang remained. Then, Professor Lin and Professor Tang turned to Jiang Yan and asked, So, when can you come? Without you, we won't know if our research is correct. We still need someone to guide us. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, I don't dare to say. I just know a bit more about that era, because I lived in it. We can study together later, after the History Research Group visits this week. I will come over. Professor Lin said to Jiang Yan, All right, I will go back and tidy up the floor and add the security system. For the next few days, you should rest at home and wait until everything is ready at the Interstellar Research Academy before you come over. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Okay, I understand. I will rest at home for the next few days and think about the framework myself, and then we can discuss it together when I arrive. Professor Tang said to Jiang Yan, All right, no problem. Professor Lin and I will go back to prepare first, and when we're done, we will let you know, and then you can come over. Jiang Yan then asked Professor Tang and Professor Lin, Okay, I will come over later. Do you want to stay for a meal, or are you leaving now? Professor Lin replied, Let's leave now. We're a bit anxious and time is tight. We should go over and organize what we discussed today. Otherwise, what if something goes wrong later? You don't need to see us off. You talked for so long and should be tired. So just go back and rest. Jiang Yan nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 114. Keeping it from her, after Professor Tang and Professor Lin left, Jiang Yan returned to her room, where Shen Li happened to be in the adjacent study making a call on his holographic communicator. Jiang Yan quietly walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Shen Li, watching him on the phone. After a while, Shen Li frowned slightly while on the call, glanced at Jiang Yan, and finally said to the person on the other end, Okay, I understand. He then hung up and sat down beside Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and asked, What's wrong? Is there something going on? Do you need my help? I can assist you. Shen Li shook his head and said, Actually, there's nothing much. It's just that my leave is over, and I have to return to the army. Also soon? Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and he replied cheerfully when I got engaged. My superiors approved about a month of leave for me, and since I haven't taken a break for the past few years and have been on this assignment, that's how the leave accumulated until now. Jiang Yan listened to Shen Li and said, Oh, I see. Will you be able to come back when I have the baby? I want you to be here. Shen Li nodded and assured her, I will definitely be back. I promise. Jiang Yan said, You must come back. Otherwise, I will remarry with your 2 children in front of you to make you mad. Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and slowly said, Just from that statement, I will definitely rush back when the time comes. If you really remarry, I would be furious. Jiang Yan smiled at Shen Li, saying I won't remarry. I'll stay at home. Just me and the little ones waiting for you. You have to come back early. Shen Li assured her. I promise I will come back safe and sound. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li and slowly asked, When do you have to leave? He thought for a moment and replied, Tomorrow. I'll leave early in the morning. Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, feeling a bit reluctant, but said, I understand. I'll come to see you off. Have you told Uncle and Auntie? Shen Li shook his head and said, Not yet, but I'll go down and tell them later. Jiang Yan nodded and placed her legs on Shen Li's lap, saying, Then wait a bit before you go down to tell them. Let us stay here for a little while, okay? Shen Li skillfully began to massage Jiang Yan's legs, and she said, "All right, let's sit here for a while. After I leave, you must make sure to rest on time. You can't stay up all night just because you want to study interstellar history. That's not good for your health, you know?" Jiang Yan looked at Shen Li, and he obediently nodded, saying, "I know. I will make sure to rest on time and take care of myself. And we will wait for you to come back." After chatting for a while in the upstairs study, Shen Li went to inform Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Gaohan about his situation. Zhang Ruoyan actually didn't want Shen Li to go. Jiang Yan was already over 5 months pregnant, and there were still 4 months until she would give birth. She thought it would be better for Shen Li to stay at home and accompany Jiang Yan. "Can't you stay home and keep her company this year? Why do you have to go back to the army for a mission? Have you told Jiang Yan about your mission?" Shen Li shook his head and said, "No. I haven't told her. I just said that my leave is over and I have to return to the army. I'm afraid if I tell her, it will worry her, so I didn't mention it. After I go to the army, please take care of Jiang Yan." Zhang Ruoyan looked at Shen Li and said, "You don't need to worry. I will take care of my daughter-in-law. After you go out, don't worry about home. I will help you keep it from Jiang Yan. Just be careful and make sure to come back safely, all right?" Shen Li looked at Zhang Ruoyan and replied, "I understand." Chapter 115. Leaving Jiang Yan didn't know that Shen Li was going out for a mission. She thought he was just going back to work in the army. So, that night when Jiang Yan and Shen Li were sleeping together, she said to him, "When you get there, you have to keep me safe and send me messages." Shen Li held Jiang Yan in his arms and gently replied, "Of course I will. Don't worry, okay? Let us go to sleep. You're sending me off in the morning, right?" Jiang Yan suddenly remembered and quickly said, "Oh, you're right. All right, I want to keep you talking. I need to sleep. I'll send you off tomorrow." Shen Li looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Okay, no problem. Sleep early, and we'll go together to send me off tomorrow." "I'm going to sleep. If you leave without telling me tomorrow, you have to wake me up when you go." Jiang Yan still felt a bit uneasy and reminded Shen Li. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wake you." Hearing Shen Li's words, Jiang Yan finally felt reassured and fell asleep. However, she didn't expect that when she woke up, there would be no one beside her. Jiang Yan got up and went downstairs to the living room, where she saw Zhang Ruoyan and Shen Yan. Zhang Ruoyan looked at Jiang Yan and nodded, saying, "He left early this morning. He told us not to wake you up and wanted you to rest a little longer. When you left, you asked Chef Li to make your favorite meal for you, and if you wake up, you can eat a little." Jiang Yan nodded at Zhang Ruoyan and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go eat in a bit. Didn't we agree that you'd wake me up in the morning so we could go together? Why didn't he call me?" Zhang Ruoyan smiled and said to Jiang Yan, "I was afraid you wouldn't wake up, so I didn't call you. It's fine. He just went to work. He'll be back. He was wrong this time. We agreed to send him off together. So why did he leave by himself? When he comes back, we'll go scold him together." Jiang Yan said to Zhang Ruoyan, "Let us not scold him. I'll go eat first. After I finish eating, I'll go work at the Star Research Institute. The new manager there is waiting for me to help. If I go over there later, should I take Shen Yan to school too? Aren't they having classes today?" Zhang Ruoyan replied, "Sure, you wait a bit to take him to school. I'll ask Butler Shen to go with you. I need him to help me with something. So first take Shen Yan to school, then you to the Star Research Institute, and then he can help me with a few things before coming back." Jiang Yan nodded at Zhang Ruoyan and said, "Okay, then I'll go out with Butler Shen later. I'll go eat first, and then I'll take Shen Yan to school." Chapter 1, Section 1. When Jiang Yan reached the dining table, Chef Li had already prepared the century egg and lean meat congee for her. Jiang Yan looked at the congee that Shen Li instructed to make and thought to herself that she would definitely wait at home for Shen Li to return. After finishing the meal with Shen Yan, Jiang Yan, Butler Shen, and Shen Yan went out together. After dropping Shen Yan off at the Star Primary School, Jiang Yan went directly to the Star Research Institute to help Professors Lin and Tang organize the interstellar history books, as the students' exams were approaching, and the history book needed to be released early. Thus, Jiang Yan's daily life revolved around the Star Research Institute and the Shen family. Due to the need for the history book, economic points, and test questions to be completed as soon as possible, Jiang Yan's life was very busy but fulfilling. She spent her days in a busy and fulfilling life, and unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed. Jiang Yan's cameras, history books, and mock tests were all completed, and they were now preparing for the star-level exam questions and answers, which were basically ready. Since they were in the final stages of preparation, Jiang Yan had fewer tasks left. Now her job was to keep the test papers safe and hand them to the candidates when the exam approached. So, Jiang Yan spent her days at the Shen family, accompanying Shen Li to study and read. On another note, Jiang Yan found it inconvenient to move around now. With only a month left until she gave birth, she didn't dare to run around, and the people in Shen family were tightly following her during outings.